Chen Qingyun found himself inhabiting the frail body of an elderly man on the brink of death, devoid of any cultivation or spiritual roots. By a twist of fate, he aided the village chief and inadvertently awakened a system. Thus began Chen Qingyun's luxurious yet discreet journey into the realm of immortality, ignited by a fervent spirit despite his advanced age. Chapter 1. The end approaches, the system descends. In the Hengtian continent, within the southern domain of the Wu Kingdom, lies a humble village called Little Cow Village. Chen Qingyun abruptly awoke on a dilapidated wooden bed, gasping for breath. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? As two streams of memories surged within him, he felt a wave of dizziness. After a dizzying moment, he recollected, my name is Chen Qingyun. But what were these additional memories? Casually, Chen Qingyun glanced at his hands, which were not only wrinkled and sagging, but also adorned with age spots. His emaciated body, crowned with white hair, bore the marks of time's passage, exuding a sense of desolation. What on earth is happening? Could it be that I have traversed into another realm? A scenario so implausible that even a dog would scoff at it had become his reality. According to the newfound memories, he was situated in a world devoted to cultivation. Yet, the original inhabitant of this body possessed no spiritual roots, rendering him incapable of any form of cultivation. To make matters worse, this frail vessel was already 88 years old. Had the original owner not succumbed to the end of his life, Chen Qingyun would never have crossed over. So I really have inexplicably transmigrated. Chen Qingyun's face bore a bitter expression as he touched his gaunt, monkey-like visage, with skin lacking elasticity, and he bitterly mocked himself that I don't seek immense wealth or extraordinary powers. Good heavens! Even transmigrating into the body of a youth would be preferable to this. This decrepit body, akin to rotting wood, presented numerous inconveniences. With considerable effort, Chen Qingyun managed to rise from the rickety bed. This damn fate is truly unkind. It has brought me to ruin. He had merely spent 3,888 on hiring 2 software engineers to assist in developing a program. Initially, he believed the worst outcome would be a program crash or a virus, both of which could be resolved with a visit to the hospital. Now, however, he had directly transmigrated into the body of a broken man, on the verge of collapse. Great. This is far from over. Chen Qingyun leaned heavily on his worn cane, regretting his choices to the point of nearly crushing his back teeth. If I had known, I would never have indulged so recklessly. Regretting it now is utterly futile. Damn it, I cannot coexist with this fate, nor can I bear it. With his cane as support, he hunched his body and opened the door. Stepping outside to lie on a chair, he surveyed the nearby willow tree, where 2 crows were cawing joyfully, casting an exasperated glance skyward. His trembling hands raised 2 fingers in a gesture of defiance. If he had the urge to relieve himself, he would have liked to shoot 2 rounds into the sky. Curse you, heaven's path. Without any extraordinary abilities, and in his current state, lying down was the only option. Sigh, am I destined to perish like this? Having just crossed over, the thought of meeting an untimely end filled Chen Qingyun with resentment. This was not just a disgrace to transmigrators, but also contrary to his own style. He would rather err in judgment than let an opportunity slip by. This was his unwavering belief. Yet, this body was nearing its limits, leaving him utterly helpless. Is Uncle Chen home? Just as Chen Qingyun closed his eyes in resignation, a voice from outside startled him awake. The door is open, come in. With a creak, the courtyard gate swung open, revealing a slightly plump, smiling old man who entered. This man was Wang Teng, the village chief. Uncle Chen, I brought you some wine. Wang Teng cheerfully shook the jar of wine he held in front of Chen Qingyun. Clang, clang. The sound of liquid sloshing against the jar indicated its contents were indeed alcoholic. Ah, it is you, village chief. What brings you to seek me? Chen Qingyun's expression remained unchanged, betraying little emotion. However, he held little fondness for the village chief. Whether in his past life or this one, such individuals were often gluttons, preaching virtue while indulging in vice. They feasted at the table, then gnawed at the backs of their benefactors. Chen Qingyun was well aware that when one needed assistance, they would feign humility, but would show no mercy once their needs were met. Hey, uncle, you are the elder of the village. Just call me Little Tong. Calling me village chief feels too distant. Wang Tong, only in his 60s, was considered a younger generation in Chen Qingyun's eyes. This rascal had always been cunning, and his antics had intensified since becoming village chief. This little scoundrel would not come uninvited unless he had a purpose. So, Little Tongue, what brings you to me? Not to hide anything from you. I've come to ask you, to check on my health. Lately, I've been feeling exceptionally fatigued. Wang Teng's son was naturally impotent, and his daughter-in-law, Gao Xiulan, had shown no signs of pregnancy. Wang Teng was anxious. Finally, he devised a plan. Relying on others was futile. One must rely on oneself. However, despite the passage of time, no results had materialized. Now, aging had taken its toll, and Wang Ting realized that his own health was deteriorating. He had sought medical help elsewhere, but to no avail. Chen Qingyun was knowledgeable about herbal medicine, yet he primarily treated livestock, leaving little time for humans. Moreover, if the villagers discovered his secret at this age, Wang Tung's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. However, after numerous attempts, he remained unsuccessful. All he desired now was to hold a grandson in his arms. Examine you? I'm merely a veterinarian. Are you not aware? Chen Qingyun had seen plenty of cases, from sows failing to come into heat to dogs unable to breed. He even had some understanding of men's impotence and premature ejaculation, capable of providing some treatment with modest efficacy. However, why should he assist this unscrupulous individual? Humans and animals are not so different. The treatment is merely a matter of dosage. Please, Uncle Chen, I need your help. My health is deteriorating, and without me, our family is truly doomed. And for Gao Xiulan, whether she can have a child entirely depends on me. Oh no, it all depends on you. Wang Ting realized he had misspoken and hurriedly corrected himself. Hold on, clarify what you mean by it all depending on me. Ding, the righteous path system successfully bound. Please assist Gao Xiulan in conceiving to fully activate the system. What the hell? What is this? A system? Conception? Are you sure you are truly righteous? Chen Qingyun jested about the system, but his body trembled with excitement. He had thought his fate was sealed. Unexpectedly, a small twist of fate had led to the binding of a system. Suddenly, Chen Qingyun found Wang Tung exceedingly agreeable. Initially, he intended to refuse outright. However, he found it impossible to decline now. Perhaps he could not even halt the momentum. Very well, bring Gao Xiulan to me, and I shall examine her. Really, Uncle Chen, you've agreed. This is wonderful. With your assistance, Gao Xiulan will surely conceive. As long as I can hold a grandchild, you will be our family's benefactor, and I will repay you. Uncle, I'll go fetch Gao Xiulan now. Wang Tung exclaimed excitedly, hurrying back home. Previously, when Widow Zhang's pig failed to breed, it had been Chen Qingyun who had cured it. He was convinced that with Chen Qingyun's intervention, Gao Xiulan's pregnancy would pose no significant issue. Presently, Wang Tung was solely focused on ensuring Gao Xiulan would soon be with child. The conflict between the kingdom of Wu and the kingdom of Nanli has escalated to an unbearable degree, resulting in significant loss of life that if he cannot secure his son's safety before he departs for military service, it will be too late. Thus, he must ensure that he has a grandson of his own before his son leaves. Although Wang Tung left with a cheerful demeanor, he harbored a sinister amusement within. Once Xiulan is with child, I will ensure your demise, old man. You can only blame your knowledge for your fate. As he watched Wang Tung depart, Chen Qingyun's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. He did not expect Wang Tung to repay his kindness. Good deeds do not guarantee rewards. However, he could remain anonymous. With the system at his disposal, he knew he must engage in more virtuous acts. Chapter 2. Assisting with illness ***. Less than half an hour later, Wang Tung returned, accompanied by a woman in a flowing purple dress. Her skin was fair, and her figure was pleasing to the eye. Every smile and frown added a touch of allure to her familiar charm. She exuded the captivating grace and seduction that only a mature woman possesses. Xiulan, why aren't you greeting your Grandpa Chen? Hello, Grandpa Chen. Xiulan shyly performed a respectful gesture, her bashful eyes shimmering like spring water. Not bad. This girl has a lovely appearance. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard and smiled in appreciation. Indeed, Xiulan was quite attractive, albeit merely a mortal. Her utility was limited to aiding his own circumstances. Uncle Chen, please examine this child. Xiulan, of course. Xiulan brought a stool and sat beside Chen Qingyun, allowing him to take her pulse. In truth, Chen Qingyun lacked any genuine medical expertise. He merely knew a few remedies and recognized some herbs. His pulse examination was nothing but a farce. Oh dear. Oh my. This is quite serious. Chen Qingyun exclaimed as he clumsily felt Xiulan's delicate wrist, feigning alarm. What's wrong, uncle? Can it be treated? Wang Tung, standing nearby, appeared even more anxious than Chen Qingyun. It can be treated, but it will be somewhat troublesome. This girl has an excessive amount of cold energy. Without proper conditioning, any further attempts will be futile. Wang Tung was unaware of Xiulan's lack of medical consultation. Having observed the situation externally, he was keen to ascertain whether this old man possessed any real skill. What should we do about Xiulan's condition? The best remedy is, of course, a medicinal bath. Fortunately, I have the necessary herbs. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Please take a look at me too. The two exchanged knowing glances, each harboring ulterior motives. Chen Qingyun was well aware that Wang Tung sought to test his abilities. Although he lacked medical knowledge, he was well versed in male health matters. This fellow was likely suffering from excessive indulgence, leading to his weakened condition. Chen Qingyun proceeded to examine Wang Tung, initiating another round of conjecture. Your issue stems from physical weakness. Do you experience soreness in your lower back, dizziness, tinnitus, a burning sensation in your palms and soles, frequent urination, and an overall feeling of fatigue. Chen Qingyun rambled on, as these symptoms typically indicated excessive consumption leading to kidney deficiency. Uncle Chen, I seem to have all of those symptoms. Really? Chen Qingyun had intended to guess a few symptoms, but to his astonishment, Wang Teng exhibited all of them. This indicated not merely kidney deficiency, but also prostatitis. Rumor had it that Wang Teng had entangled himself with several young wives in the village, and it seemed there was truth to this. Uncle Chen, is my condition serious? Can it be cured? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyun furrowed his brow, pretending to be troubled. Uncle, you must save me. I cannot afford any mishap. Otherwise, the Wang family will be doomed. Wang Teng clutched Chen Qingyun's arm desperately, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Chen Qingyun found amusement in this predicament. The miscreant, who had committed countless wrongs, was now afraid of extinction. Assist you, rather than curing your uselessness, I would prefer to handle matters myself. Very well. I do have a solution, but it may be somewhat complicated. Uncle, you must help me. Wang Teng implored, dropping to his knees and weeping in Chen Qingyun's embrace. Unbeknownst to Chen Qingyun, Wang Teng's eyes burned with malice. You old fool. For now, I will let you enjoy your moment. The humiliation you inflict today will be repaid 100-fold. Once I recover, I shall send you to the battlefield. Chen Qingyun was fully aware of Wang Teng's schemes, likely cursing himself within. However, to activate the system smoothly, it was unwise to expose him. Enough. Little tongue, please rise. I will do my utmost. You are the village chief and of a certain age. What will others think if they see you like this? Chen Qingyun assumed an elder's demeanor, feigning deep concern for the younger generation. All right. I won't cry. I entrust my life and fortune to you, uncle. Rest assured, I will do my best to aid your recovery. Thank you, uncle. No need for such formality. We are family. For your ailment, I currently lack the necessary medicine. I will need time to prepare it. Return in 3 days. As for Xiulan, I can arrange her medicinal bath today. Little tongue, you should head back now. It is inconvenient for me to administer treatment with you here. Wang Teng maintained a skeptical expression, unwilling to depart. What? Do you not trust me? At my age, even if I wished to do something, I would lack the strength. I do not doubt you indeed. At only 60, I am already feeling my limitations. This old man is nearing 90, struggling to walk without assistance. His vitality is waning, and his days are numbered. What can he accomplish? Perhaps I have overthought this. Uncle, please do not misunderstand. I am merely concerned for Xiulan's youth and naivety. I do not wish to burden you. I shall leave now. I do not wish to hinder your treatment. Creak. With that, Wang Ting opened the gate and left, glancing back intermittently. Chen Qingyun remained as steady as ever, reclining in his chair, silently mocking the situation without revealing too much emotion. Can you believe it? This little scoundrel is perceptive enough to see through me. Do I even deserve to possess the system? Xiulan, please close the gate. The treatment process must remain undisturbed by the outside world. Yes. Xiulan obediently closed the gate. Now, come here and assist me. My age has rendered me somewhat incapable. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xiulan's face, but for the sake of treatment, she could not refuse. She helped Chen Qingyun up, and he naturally placed his hand around her waist. Xiulan did not resist, likely accustomed to it by now. This could work. The door clicked shut. Chen Qingyun sat comfortably on the bed. Xiulan, I am sure you can see that my time is drawing near, and my days are few. Wealth is merely an external possession. It holds little value for me now. My greatest regret in life has been to leave this world without a companion. I simply wish to fulfill my final desire before I depart. No? Absolutely not. You are being shameless, Ba. You old fool. I will never agree to this. Xiulan's face was one of disgust as she prepared to turn away. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. If you consent, I shall devote myself to ensuring that you bear a golden heir for the Wang family. Surely, you do not wish for the Wang family to be reduced to destitution due to your inability to conceive. After all, the living conditions of the Wang family should be quite satisfactory. Gao Xiulan, poised to open the door, hesitated in her motion. It was evident that she was grappling with an internal conflict. Though a trace of disdain lingered upon her countenance, it was not difficult to discern that she was somewhat swayed. This wretched old man is on the brink of death. He cannot last much longer. As long as I exercise caution, no one will discover the truth. The old man speaks with a semblance of truth. My current life within the Wang family is exceedingly pleasant. I have no desire to relinquish everything I possess due to my inability to bear children. If what you say is indeed true, I may acquiesce. Truly, it must be genuine, more authentic than pure gold. I, Chen Qingyun, never deceive. How long will it take? Chen Qingyun extended a single finger. 1 day? No. A month. What? You? Gao Xiulan was incensed. This decrepit man was clearly nearing his end. Would he truly perish by her hand? If such were the case, Would she not be burdened with the guilt of murder? What? Does this pose a dilemma for you? No, not at all. For the sake of her future happiness, Gao Xiulan steeled herself to proceed. She hoped fervently that the old man spoke truthfully, and she prayed that this ancient fellow would not pass within the month. Hee. Very well. A pure smile finally graced Chen Qingyun's face. Chapter 3. Activation of the system, extending life by 10 days. 2 hours later. Creak. The door to Chen Qingyun's room swung open, and Gao Xiulan stepped out. Upon catching sight of her graceful figure departing, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard and smiled. Xiulan, do remember to come early tomorrow. As Gao Xiulan was about to open the courtyard gate, she almost stumbled, exclaiming inwardly, this old man truly wishes for an early demise. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the righteous path system. The system has also provided the host with a spiritual root, which has been automatically integrated. The system has equipped the host with a detection eye, available for use when needed. The system marketplace has been opened. The host can purchase items using the circulation value obtained through following the righteous path. The amount of circulation value the host acquires is closely linked to the opponent's cultivation level and luck value. Everything about the host has been shielded by the system. Fear not, even the heavenly laws of this realm pose no threat. Please use it with confidence. What an astonishing capability. Name, Chen Qingyun. Age, 88. Cultivation level, none. Techniques, none. Talent, first grade water spiritual root. Note, in the Tianhan continent, spiritual roots are categorized from 1 to 9, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. Each grade of spiritual root is further divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. Lifespan, 0. Circulation value, 6. Cultivation experience value, 0-100. What on earth? My lifespan is 0. Chen Qingyun was so startled that he broke into a cold sweat, even soiling his pants. He hastily opened the system marketplace and searched diligently. Finally, he discovered a solution. Lower grade lifespan pill, 5 circulation values. Can extend life by 10 days. Note, in the Hongtian continent, medicinal pills are classified into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Each tier is further divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and supreme grade. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qingyun exchanged for it and swiftly consumed the pill. The lifespan pill dissolved instantly, releasing a pure energy that Chen Qingyun absorbed. After a few breaths, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, as though he had gained something. Yet, soon after, there were no further reactions. Checking his attributes again, his lifespan had indeed transformed into 10 days. Chen Qingyun patted his chest and exhaled a long sigh. Damn. That scared me. By the way, system, why are you so stingy? You only grant me the most inferior spiritual root. Couldn't you bestow upon me a more formidable one? I too wish to experience the struggles of being a genius. With this system in place, does the host still require training? If the host wishes to enhance their talent, they may earn circulation values on their own. Self-reliance leads to abundance. In an instant, Chen Qingyun found himself at a loss for words. Did he still need to cultivate? Why bother with that trivial talent? As long as the system exists, he is undoubtedly the genius among geniuses. Outside Chen Qingyun's courtyard, within the small grove, Gao Xiulan had not ventured far when a figure abruptly obstructed her path. The individual barring her way was none other than the village chief, Wang Teng. Father, what are you doing here? She inquired. Why shouldn't I be here? That old wretch hasn't he done anything to you, has he? Wang Teng scrutinized Gao Xiulan with a sinister gaze, pressing for answers. And no, he is just an old man on the verge of death. What could he possibly do? She stammered. Really, there is nothing to worry about. Wang Teng's expression betrayed skepticism as he fixed his gaze intently upon her, hoping to discern some hint of truth in her eyes. However, it was evident that he gleaned no revelations from her demeanor. Yet, far from feeling disheartened, he exhaled a sigh of relief, seemingly reassured by the lack of incriminating evidence. Well then, what were you both doing in his house for such a long time? Nothing of consequence. Just Grandfather Chen boiling water for my medicinal bath, she replied, her tone lightening. Oh, and he also administered some golden needles. Quite soothing, actually. Could it be that this old man was genuinely attempting to save her? Wang Teng fell into a brief silence, deep in thought. After leaving Chen Qingyun's abode, he had concealed himself in a nearby location, eavesdropping as soon as Gao Xiulan and Chen Qingyun entered the house. He intended to rush in at the slightest hint of commotion, to rescue Gao Xiulan and confront the old man. However, he waited outside, hearing nothing at all. Numerous times he contemplated barging in to ascertain the situation. Yet he feared interrupting Chen Qingyun's healing process. It would be disastrous to offend the old man, especially since he might need his assistance in the future. With merely a pulse check, Chen Qingyun could easily diagnose his ailment, which no physician had been able to cure thus far. Father, what are you doing? Grandfather Chen is a good person, dedicated to my treatment. Please don't misunderstand him, Gao Xiulan said, attempting to step forward. What are you doing? Mind your appearance out here, Wang Teng cautioned, maintaining a respectful distance from her. What did he say? How is your condition? He pressed further. Nothing much. He merely instructed me to return tomorrow for treatment, mentioning it would require a month, she replied. A month? Very well, then. Come back tomorrow and cooperate fully with his treatment. We must ensure the Wang family's lineage continues, he instructed. Understood. I appreciate your concern, she acknowledged. After lingering for a moment longer, the two departed. Perhaps I am merely overthinking this. A frail old man can hardly pose a threat. As night fell, Chen Qingyun rose with the dawn, not due to a desire to awaken, but rather from a restless urgency that robbed him of sleep. Knowing that he had only a few days left to live, how could one find peace in slumber? Chen Qingyun brewed a pot of tea, settling into a recliner to savor it slowly. To allay Wang Teng's suspicions, he had earlier prepared a bathtub and an assortment of miscellaneous herbs at home. The courtyard gate stood wide open, and Chen Qingyun occasionally gazed into the distance. On the surface, he appeared to be leisurely sipping tea. Yet his heart was fraught with anxiety. Where are they? Why haven't they arrived yet? Could it be that they won't come at all? Just as Chen Qingyun was about to lose hope, two figures emerged within his line of sight. A smile broke across his face, and the tension in his heart dissipated, revealing a countenance adorned with deep-set wrinkles, a rather comical sight, though he had little choice in the matter. Uncle Chen, we come to trouble you once more. Not at all. An old man like me delights in the company you bring. Not at all. It is we who are imposing on you. At this moment, Wang Teng wore a beaming smile, exuding an air of humility that would deceive any onlooker into thinking him a gentleman of virtue. Yet, Chen Qingyun was aware that this man was nothing more than a smiling tiger, a quintessential hypocrite, even more so than the likes of Yubuchuan. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Teng feigned interest in the herbs and entered Chen Qingyun's abode for inspection. Chen Qingyun had anticipated this, having prepared meticulously. The bathtub, the herbs, and the golden needles were all in order, creating an illusion of authenticity. Wang Teng scrutinized the interior for an extended period, finding no anomalies, which granted him considerable relief. Chen Qingyun trailed behind, secretly amused. You think you can uncover any clues? I've cleaned everything thoroughly. With no discoveries made, Wang Teng left thoroughly satisfied. Uncle Chen, I shall trouble you with Xiulan's matters. It's a trifling matter. No trouble at all. It was only after Wang Teng had departed into the distance that Chen Qingyun began to examine the information regarding Gao Xiulan. Name, Gao Xiulan. Age, 28. Cultivation, none. Spiritual root, none. Fortune value, 80. It appeared that her fortune value was rather low, providing only 2 points of circulation value each time. With a decisive snap, Chen Qingyun closed the door. Chapter 4. Entering the first layer of qi cultivation. Time flew by swiftly. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Through diligent effort, Chen Qingyun had amassed over 20 points of circulation value. However, to maintain his vitality, he expended 4 points to purchase 2 strengthening pills. Each pill could invigorate him for an entire day. Fortunately, the strengthening pills were of a lower tier and not overly expensive. Otherwise, it would have pained Chen Qingyun even more. Alas, in these times, with the prevailing circumstances, nothing seems easy. Cultivating in the realm of immortality is equally arduous. Today, that rascal Wang Teng is set to collect the medicine, which will further deplete his circulation value. In his system space, Chen Qingyun spent 1 point of circulation value to acquire a longevity pill. Although this pill was not particularly remarkable, if taken consistently, the various ailments afflicting him can certainly be remedied. However, it is simply impossible for Wang Teng to rely on such treatments in the long term. Were it not for the diligent efforts of Gao Xiulan, Chen Qingyun would hardly have bothered to provide even this single pill. Chen Qingyun produced a dark green pill and waited for Wang Teng and his companion to arrive. After deducting 1 point from his circulating value, he was left with 18 points. Achieving entry into the first layer of qi refinement would take him at least 7 or 8 more days of relentless effort. It is indeed a challenging endeavor. It seems that once he regains his mobility, he must venture outside. Remaining in this quaint village offers scant resources, making significant accomplishments unlikely. Uncle Chen, we have arrived. After 2 or 3 days of observation, Wang Teng had developed a tentative trust in Chen Qingyun. Ah, little Teng, you're here. Come in. Have a cup of tea. Thank you, Uncle Chen. After downing the tea, Wang Teng became somewhat impatient. Uncle Chen, I wonder if my medicine is effective? Look at you. So eager. I've prepared it for you already. Chen Qingyun retrieved the Chongqing pill and placed it directly on the table. Here it is. However, your condition is somewhat complex, and given the duration of your affliction, a complete recovery in the short term is unlikely. I will notify you once I have prepared the next batch of medicine. Wang Teng gazed at the gleaming green pill on the table, feeling uncertain. In the past, his visits to physicians had resulted in bags upon bags of herbal remedies. This old man had simply given him this singular item. Would it truly be effective? Do not be deceived by its size. Its efficacy is quite remarkable. You should give it a try. Seeing Chen Qingyun's earnest demeanor, Wang Tung hesitantly swallowed the pill. In less than a quarter of an hour, his body began to respond. He felt an extraordinary lightness, as if he had regained several years of youth. His entire being felt revitalized. He even experienced a peculiar reaction within his body. Wang Tung was elated. Witnessing Wang Tang's reaction, Chen Qingyun was somewhat taken aback. He could hardly believe that such a modest exchange of circulating value could yield such astounding results. The products of the system are indeed extraordinary. Uncle Chen, thank you so much. This is a small token of my gratitude. You must accept it. Wang Tung produced 5 taels of silver from his sleeve and placed them on the table. Such currency held little allure for Chen Qingyun at this stage. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he accepted it. Given that their relationship had not yet deepened, any gratuitous offering would inevitably raise doubts. Very well, then. I shall trouble you. Uncle Chen, to prepare the medicine as swiftly as possible. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Rest assured, I will prepare the pills promptly. Watching Wang Tung depart in haste, Chen Qingyun was well aware of the young man's intentions. Even Gao Xiulan, standing nearby, appeared somewhat resentful. Though she refrained from expressing it openly. Grandpa Chen, your medical skills are truly remarkable. A single pill has revitalized my father. Such a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. With a decisive click, the two entered the room and closed the door behind them. 9 days later, Chen Qingyun's circulating value finally surpassed the critical threshold of 100. Initially, he had planned to achieve this in 8 days, which would have sufficed for him to ascend to the first level of qi refinement. However, midway through, he opted to exchange for a longevity pill, thus delaying his cultivation plans by an additional day. After Gao Xiulan departed, night had already fallen. Chen Qingyun secured the outer gate, returned indoors, hastily shut the door, and made his way to his bed. With a heart brimming with excitement, he accessed his data panel. Name, Chen Qingyun. Age, 88. Cultivation, none. Technique, none. Talent, first grade water spirit root. Lifespan, 9 days. Circulating value, 105. Cultivation experience points, 0-100 at last. He had finally amassed 100 points of circulating value. It had been no easy feat, exhausting him thoroughly. With trembling hands, he fervently tapped the plus sign next to his cultivation experience points. Upon reaching the milestone of 100 points, he felt a surge of energy converge in his dantian. It was as if some unknown essence from the cosmos was gathering from all directions, entering his being. This, he surmised, must be the fabled spiritual energy. His once stooped spine began to straighten under the influence of an inexplicable force, and the wrinkles on his skin began to fade. Even the liver spots on his hands were gradually receding. A mysterious dark substance was seeping from his pores. This sensation persisted for approximately 15 minutes before gradually dissipating. Was this the feeling of a cultivator? Chen Qingyun sensed a small orb of light, about the size of a thumb, circulating within his dantian, harmonizing effortlessly with the spiritual energy surrounding him. His entire body was infused with vigor, more spirited than many youths, radiating vitality. His formerly hunched figure now stood upright. Although remnants of wrinkles and age spots remained, they had significantly diminished. Even his trembling legs had returned to normal. However, his head of white hair showed no signs of change. It seemed that having not consumed any youth-preserving pills in his younger days, he would have to accept this reality. Yet, he did not mind. As long as he retained his vitality and an ethereal demeanor, that was more than satisfactory. Most astonishingly, upon breaking through to the first level of qi refinement, his lifespan had instantly increased by 10 years. Note, in the Hengtian continent, cultivation stages include qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, returning to void, integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. This meant that he no longer needed to worry about lifespan issues. If he could achieve foundation establishment within the next 10 years, he could potentially extend his life by an additional 100 years. With the support of the system and his own diligent efforts, the future looked promising. Within a decade, if one cannot transcend the foundational stage, one might as well purchase a pig and meet their end. It was only when Chen Qingyun regained his composure that he noticed the layer of black grime covering his body, emitting an unbearable stench that was quite revolting. Hastily, he procured a bathing tub and indulged in a refreshing cold shower. Now, he felt more robust than a 20-year-old youth, hardly sensing a chill. Upon completing his bath and donning clean attire, Chen Qingyun's entire demeanor transformed. A subtle aura of ethereal essence enveloped him. His white hair floated gracefully. His azure robe billowed as if stirred by an invisible breeze, and his eyes gleamed with depth and vitality, showcasing remarkable agility in his movements. From any vantage point, he bore no resemblance to an 88-year-old man. While he might not have attained the celestial height of youthful immortality, he was no longer the decrepit, fated figure on the brink of death. Given his current state, he no longer required a cane. However, he had grown accustomed to its support. Moreover, in a world teeming with formidable cultivators, Chen Qingyun wished to avoid prematurely revealing his identity to prevent unnecessary complications. With his appearance having undergone noticeable changes, he felt compelled to concoct an excuse to obscure the truth. As the saying goes, one should not flaunt their wealth. At least until he had fully harnessed his newfound strength, he aimed to minimize the exposure of his personal information. Chapter 5. Completing the task and receiving system rewards. The following day, when Gao Xiulan encountered Chen Qingyun once more, she was utterly astonished. "Grandfather Chen, how have you undergone such a remarkable transformation overnight? I nearly failed to recognize you," Gao Xiulan exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief, as she observed the drastic alteration in Chen Qingyun's appearance and demeanor, which had rejuvenated him significantly. "Oh, there is no need for alarm. It is merely the effect of the potion I concocted," he reassured her. "Wow, you are truly incredible. Could it be that you are also an immortal?" If Gao Xiulan had previously harbored doubts about Chen Qingyun, witnessing this spectacle dispelled all her skepticism. What a jest! The ability to formulate a potion that reverses aging. Would it not be effortless for her to bear a child of her own? Certainly not. "I merely possess a profound understanding of pharmacology," Chen Qingyun replied, stroking his beard and casting a knowing smile at Gao Xiulan, exuding an air of enigmatic wisdom. Creak. It was not until the afternoon that Chen Qingyun's door finally opened. However, Gao Xiulan displayed no urgency, remaining seated upon Chen Qingyun's bed, showing no intention of departing. Chen Qingyun was puzzled by her intentions. "The day is growing late. Xiulan, you should return." "I believe it is still early. I wish to continue my treatment," she responded. With a sigh, Chen Qingyun could only close the door once more. Time flew, and half a month passed. Ever since Chen Qingyun reached the first layer of qi cultivation and his appearance changed, Gao Xiulan began arriving earlier each day, yet her departure grew increasingly delayed. Nevertheless, Wang Teng harbored no suspicions, as he had been thoroughly convinced by Chen Qingyun's medical prowess. In the past fortnight, Chen Qingyun bestowed upon him 2 evergreen pills. This unfortunate youth reveled in his newfound delight, having long since cast aside thoughts of Gao Xiulan. At last, the month had elapsed, and upon consuming this pill, his desires would be fulfilled. Chen Qingyun produced a white elixir and offered it to Gao Xiulan. This was a fertility pill, purchased with 3 units of circulation value, boasting a 100 success rate for mortals. Upon receiving the pill, Gao Xiulan hesitated, reluctant to swallow it immediately. At this moment, she found herself ambivalent about hastening her pregnancy. An impulse surged within her. She yearned for more enjoyment. "What is the hold-up? Consume it," Chen Qingyun urged from the side. "Old man, I feel I should condition my body for a few more days," she replied. "Goodness, is this becoming an addiction?" Chen Qingyun exclaimed, noting the considerable strength he had gained since entering the first layer of qi cultivation. "Are you well? Should any discomfort arise, you may always seek my assistance in your conditioning," he assured her. "Thank you so much." With Chen Qingyun's promise, Gao Xiulan joyfully swallowed the pill. As evening fell, the door creaked open, and a graceful figure emerged. After stepping outside, Gao Xiulan turned to Chen Qingyun and bid him a flirtatious farewell. Chen Qingyun waved back, and the two exchanged smiles. Watching Gao Xiulan's retreating silhouette, Chen Qingyun fell into contemplation. He had fulfilled his promise to her. It was time to ponder his own matters. Where might he seek superior resources? What a vexing dilemma. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of assisting Gao Xiulan in conception. Reward: a scroll of the landscape map and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Goodness, such a swift reaction. Was it truly successful? And rewards too? How exhilarating. Chen Qingyun mused, though he paid little heed to the spirit stones, focusing instead on the scroll within his spatial realm. What is this? Such a profound aura emanates from it. This is the landscape map, a self-contained small world, a treasure that integrates offense and defense. A small world? Chen Qingyun could no longer contain his excitement. He quickly unfurled the landscape map. It depicted a picturesque landscape, complete with mountains, rivers, and lakes. Fluffy clouds adorned the sky, and the sun shone brightly. The scenery was vibrant and teeming with life, a splendid expanse of natural beauty. Just as he concentrated his thoughts on observing, Chen Qingyun suddenly vanished from his spot. The scroll automatically closed and slipped away into the void, becoming imperceptible. At that moment, Chen Qingyun found himself in an unfamiliar setting. Though it seemed strange, it mirrored precisely the scene he had just witnessed. It felt somewhat foreign only because it was his first entry into this realm. Within the realm of the landscape scroll, the expanse is vast, seemingly infinite to the eye. Just moments ago, Chen Qingyun appeared to forge a connection with the scroll, gaining a divine perspective that illuminated the intricate internal structure of the space. This realm spans several dozen kilometers in a narrow, elongated form, perfectly aligning with the painting itself. The atmosphere within the landscape scroll is imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, creating an exceptionally comfortable environment. The surroundings are splendid, featuring ample land that is ideal for cultivation. Had he possessed such a space on Blue Star prior to his journey, it would have been nearly impossible not to amass wealth. Chen Qingyun found a mountain spring to quench his thirst and took a refreshing bath. Reluctant to leave the landscape scroll, upon gazing at the scroll in his hands, a broad smile spread across his face. In the days to come, he envisioned leisurely moments spent within this space, admiring the scenery and sipping tea, a delightful prospect indeed. He tenderly kissed the scroll several times before carefully storing it within the system's space. How fortunate he was not to have departed, otherwise he would have missed out on this treasure. A few days prior, Chen Qingyun had contemplated leaving Little Niu village due to Gao Xiulan's low fortune value and lack of cultivation, which hindered the acquisition of circulation value. Fortunately, he resisted the impulse, for he would have truly missed the opportunity to connect with the landscape scroll. Chen Qingyun accessed his data panel. Name, Chen Qingyun. Age, 88. Cultivation, Qi Refinement Level 1. Talent, First Grade Water Spirit Root. Technique, none. Martial skills, none. Lifespan, 10 years. Circulation value, 182. Cultivation experience, 200. He directly augmented his cultivation by 100 points. He chose not to exhaust the remaining 82 points of circulation value, understanding the wisdom of reserving a portion for emergencies. On the following day, while lost in slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Could it be? Was Gao Xiulan at it again? Was he not allowed even a single day of respite? Upon opening the courtyard gate, he discovered it was not Gao Xiulan, but rather a village matron. Old Chen, the village chief's daughter-in-law, is pregnant and has invited the entire village to a feast. He specifically requested that you be in attendance. Ah, I see, Chen Qingyun replied, stroking his beard and revealing an enigmatic smile. The matron gazed at him, her eyes wide with astonishment, her heart racing. Wow, when did this old man become so handsome? Yet, she felt it inappropriate to linger, leaving with lingering glances over her shoulder. Chapter 6. The feast turmoil. Returning to his abode, Chen Qingyun tidied himself before stepping out, heading directly to Wang Teng's home. To forego a feast would be utterly disgraceful. Upon arriving at Wang Teng's residence, he found it already bustling with guests. The expansive courtyard was adorned with more than a dozen tables, nearly filled to capacity. Naturally, in addition to the villagers, there were a few outsiders, likely relatives of the Wang family. Come, old Chen, sit here, called out several of the village's few elderly men, their ages comparable to that of Chen Qingyun. Upon seeing him, they waved eagerly. Chen Qingyun smiled gently, stroking his beard as he approached. Ah, old Chen, you look quite well these days. You seem to be growing younger. What do you mean growing younger? I believe old Chen has truly turned back the clock, and his aura is becoming increasingly ethereal. What do you call this charm? Old Chen, do you possess some secret to longevity? You ought to share it with us, my friend. Oh, where's the secret? It's merely a haphazard consumption of some herbal remedies. He chuckled. I'm getting old, it's no good. Come, let's drink. A toast before we continue our chatter. Noticing a tinge of melancholy in the atmosphere, someone interrupted the conversation. A few dishes had already been served, and indulging in food while conversing was the most delightful experience. After a few rounds of drinks, the Wang family finally made their entrance. Today, Gao Xiulan was dressed in a vibrant red robe, exuding a festive spirit. Spotting Chen Qingyun amidst the crowd, she joyfully rushed over. Grandpa Chen, you've come. Thank you. Chen Qingyun turned to her, offering a gentle smile as he stroked his beard. It's but a small matter, nothing to be concerned about. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Those who listened were indifferent, but Gao Xiulan blushed deeply, lowering her head in embarrassment before retreating. The others were puzzled. Yet Chen Qingyun understood perfectly. As he stroked his beard, a more contented smile graced his face. Ah, this woman truly cannot contain herself. Others are oblivious to what there is to feel shy about. Come, I raise a glass to all you esteemed uncles. At that moment, Wang Teng arrived at the table with his lackluster son, Wang Hao, to offer a toast. Speak up. Today, you are the main character. Why do you resemble a wooden post? Wang Teng kicked the distracted Wang Hao and spoke earnestly. It was evident that Wang Hao was somewhat absent-minded. Reluctant to bear the weight of such expectations, he could only acquiesce. I, Wang Hao, toast to all the esteemed grandfathers. Ah, not bad. This lad is finally stepping up. Indeed, look at him, so well-groomed. His future children will undoubtedly be remarkable. Exactly. This young man is destined for great fortune. He might even father a child with spiritual roots. In the past, the Zhang family from the village produced a grandchild with such roots, who entered the Jade Maiden sect, leading the entire family to move to the city in search of a better life. The mention of the Zhang family elicited envy from all the elderly men present. Recalling the memories of the original owner, Chen Qingyun certainly had an impression of old Zhang. His family once had a grandchild with second-grade spiritual roots, which had caused quite a stir. Hearing the discussions around him, Wang Hao's expression darkened, yet he dared not express his displeasure. Wang Teng wore a beaming smile, expressing his gratitude to everyone gathered. One might mistakenly believe he was the protagonist of the day. However, both he and Wang Hao were convinced that Wang Teng was indeed the true centerpiece of the occasion. In reality, they were mistaken. The true main character was someone else entirely. After a leisurely stroll around the venue, the banquet finally reached its climactic moment. A slightly tipsy Wang Teng rose to his feet, feigning an air of mystery as he spoke. Surely, everyone is curious about the secret behind why my beloved Xiulan suddenly became pregnant. Upon hearing this, the attendees immediately perked up, eager to catch every detail. In truth, the success of the Wang family today is greatly attributed to the assistance of a miraculous healer. Coincidentally, he is present here with us today. A miraculous healer? Still here? The guests exchanged glances, each pondering the identity of this esteemed figure. Wang Teng took a sip of his drink before continuing. He is none other than our Uncle Chen. Instantly, all eyes turned to Chen Qingyun. Luck. Merely a stroke of good fortune, Chen Qingyun explained with a smile. Isn't old Chen a veterinarian? When did he start treating humans? Now a miraculous healer? The younger women began to whisper among themselves. Old Chen, when did you acquire such skills? You even kept it from us old friends. The speaker was Wang Quan, a relative of Wang Teng. Indeed, you old rascal, you're quite the performer. I mean, how is it that you look so well? Turns out you've become a miraculous healer while secretly focusing on your health. Right. You can't keep all the benefits to yourself. You must look after us old folks too. Old Chen, I never imagined you possessed such abilities. Could you perhaps take a look at my granddaughter-in-law, Xing? Since she enlisted, we've heard nothing of her. If you could help our Wu family continue its lineage, I would be immensely grateful. The granddaughter-in-law Wu mentioned was his granddaughter. Upon hearing Wu's words, the elderly gentleman exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of his intentions. And their spirits lifted. In the village, which family hasn't had their share of strong young men? Who wouldn't wish for their family to flourish? Chen Qingyun was taken aback by old Wu's request, thinking to himself, I'm just playing with the system. What are you old fellows playing with? Your lives? Yet, it should be noted that old Wu was already 82 years of age. Well said. Well said. Chen Qingyun, being the eldest in attendance, had undergone a remarkable transformation since his arrival, and everyone had noticed. They had long wished to inquire but held back, considering the joyous occasion hosted by Wang Teng. Now that the topic was broached, several octogenarians gazed at Chen Qingyun with sparkling eyes, unable to remain seated. Whatever may occur today, they were determined to uncover the truth. As age advances, everyone experiences some ailments. As one observes the gradual decline of their own beauty, who among us is not plagued by concern? Perhaps one day, after a mere slumber, life may slip away unnoticed. In this moment, opportunities abound. Who would not yearn to seize them? I have already reported Uncle Chen's miraculous abilities to the town. Uncle Chen, you wouldn't hold it against me for taking the initiative, would you? Wang Teng uttered these words, yet his countenance bore no trace of remorse as he regarded Chen Qingyun. Now, my ailment has been cured, and Xiulan has given birth. Old man, only with your demise can I find peace. Only death can safeguard secrets. What? You reported Uncle Chen's matter? Wang Quan trembled with rage, his blood pressure soaring. Wang Teng, you wretched scoundrel. How dare you act without consulting me? Who permitted you to do this? In a fit of anger, Wang Quan rose, intent on delivering a kick to Wang Teng. Alas, my back. Wang Quan not only failed to strike Wang Teng, but also managed to injure his own back. Uncle, please calm down. I understand my father's actions were misguided. However, I believe he had his reasons. What nonsense. I would gladly put you to death, you bastard. Wang Quan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, attempting to strike Wang Teng with his cane. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Wang Teng hastily retreated to a safe distance. Chen Qingyun sat nearby, stroking his beard with a smile, observing the spectacle with indifference. He had no desire to involve himself in the family squabble. Wang Quan's concern for Chen Qingyun's fate was not genuine. Rather, he feared that should Chen Qingyun be taken away, they would miss a monumental opportunity. Wang Hao was no fool either. He was not merely mediating, but rather stoking the flames of discord. It was likely he harbored resentment towards his father, but felt powerless to retaliate. After exhausting his usefulness, he plotted to eliminate threats, seeking to silence witnesses. Wang Teng, that ruthless wretch. Yet, Chen Qingyun had no intention of eliminating this scoundrel just yet. Firstly, his own strength was insufficient. To eliminate this rascal now would only invite scrutiny upon himself. Furthermore, Shaonyo village fell under the jurisdiction of the Yunu sect, one of the prominent cultivation factions within the Wu kingdom. With the impending war between Wu and the Southly kingdom, The Yunnu sect would also dispatch personnel to battle. This meant that all forcibly conscripted individuals would undergo scrutiny by the Yunnu sect, perhaps presenting an opportunity for Chen Qingyun to gain entry. It was said that over 60% of Yunnu sect disciples were female cultivators, each exuding an ethereal charm and breathtaking beauty. The mere thought of being surrounded by such enchanting women daily was tantalizing. Chapter 7. Administering medicine, parting on unpleasant terms. In the face of this farce, Chen Qingyun remained silent, smiling as if everything were inconsequential to him, merely an outsider observing the unfolding drama. As the uproar neared its conclusion, Chen Qingyun prepared to stir the pot, ensuring that Wang Ting did not enjoy his moment too comfortably. Of course, it would be unwise to eliminate this scoundrel at this juncture. After all, the child in Gao Xiulan's womb still required the support of this wretch. Brother Wang, it seems your back may be in serious trouble. Perhaps I could take a look for you. Ah, then I shall trouble you to take a look. Chen Qingyun reached out and randomly pinched Wang Quan a couple of times. Is it painful here? Ah, yes, precisely here. Excellent. Chen Qingyun subtly channeled his spiritual energy, massaging the injured area on Wang Quan. A warm current surged into Wang Quan's body, and he let out a soft moan of comfort. Ah, delightful. After several breaths, Chen Qingyun paused. Brother Wang, try to see if it still hurts. Wang Quan immediately rose and gently moved his body. Hooray, it no longer hurts. Brother Chen, your skills are truly remarkable. You are indeed a divine healer. At that moment, several other elderly men could no longer remain seated. Those with ailments urged Chen Qingyun to examine them. Naturally, he did not refuse. Whether it was cardiovascular blockages, rheumatic numbness, or gout, under Chen Qingyun's spiritual energy, they were all easily resolved. In less than 15 minutes, he had successfully treated 7 or 8 individuals. Chen Qingyun's prowess astonished everyone. Simultaneously, under Wang Quan's lead, more individuals joined the chorus of denunciation against Wang Tung. The elderly men, in particular, expressed their outrage vehemently. That little rascal Wang Tung. He is becoming increasingly outrageous. If Brother Chen were to leave, who would we old bones turn to for our ailments? Indeed, old Wang, your nephew is utterly ungrateful. Thanks to Brother Chen's assistance, his daughter-in-law became pregnant. Is this the behavior of a decent person? Repaying kindness with malice. Truly, a divine healer like Brother Chen is a rarity in our village. He is of considerable age, yet still wanders about. It is simply inhumane. Wang Quan's face flushed with anger. He was well aware of his own ailments multiplying with age. How wonderful it would be if Chen Qingyun could heal him. Ideally, he would be able to partake in Chen Qingyun's elixir of youth. Who would desire to be a frail old man? A robust physique is worth more than mountains of gold and silver. Yet, this opportunity has been squandered by that little scoundrel Wang Tung. Damn it, I truly wish to strangle that wretched brat. Several mothers yearning to bear children stood nearby, equally aggrieved, joining in the outcry. War had ravaged the young men of the village, and many older women still wished to have children to fill the void. Observing the collective desire to see Wang Tung face dire consequences, Chen Qingyun felt reassured. However, this was evidently not sufficient. This fellow enjoys playing games, does he? I shall ensure he has none to play. Since they have already expressed a desire for my demise, how could I allow him an easy existence? I shall assist you in relinquishing your hobbies. With age should come the demeanor of one who is aged. Without hesitation, Chen Qingyun promptly searched within the system's marketplace, and in less than 15 minutes, he had a promising lead. Once there was the power pill, and naturally, there follows the discharge pill. A single dose can ensure that one remains incapacitated for a decade. Moreover, in terms of color, it closely resembles the evergreen pill, both exhibiting a deep green hue. When it comes to distinctions, only subtle variations in color exist. As for any differences in taste, Chen Qingyun could only speculate. He was not foolish enough to sample it personally. Although these pills lack any rank, they may not significantly benefit cultivators. Overall, one must exercise caution with medicine. Knowing it to be poison, it is even more imperative to abstain. However, astonishingly, the discharge pill is even pricier than the power pill, costing 3 circulation values for a single piece. Yet, its effects are quite extreme. One pill can render a person incapable of intimacy for a decade. The phrase illness descends like a mountain, recovery unravels like silk vividly illustrates the impact of this pill. After consuming it, Wang Tung and his son would indeed become true father and son in every sense. Merely contemplating this sent a thrill down Chen Qingyun's spine. It was far more exhilarating than directly eliminating that scoundrel. Since departure was inevitable, he might as well invest another 3 circulation values in this character. With a thought, a pill materialized in his hand. Pardon me, everyone, I need to step out for a moment. Everyone was in a furious state, so no one paid much attention. Chen Qingyun searched around the front and back of the house, yet found no trace of Wang Tung. Where on earth has that rascal gone? Even if he fears those old men, he wouldn't hide this thoroughly, would he? Could it be? inside the house? With this thought, Chen Qingyun swiftly entered. Now that he had reached the qi refinement stage, his hearing was significantly superior to that of ordinary individuals. Soon, he detected voices coming from a corner room. Though the sounds were faint, they were still clear to him. Xiulan, do you think the child you carry is a boy or a girl? A boy would be splendid. The Wang family would finally have an heir. But whether boy or girl, aren't you unwell at the moment? You could always bear another later. Indeed, if it weren't for your current condition, I would want you to bear me another child right now. Why the rush, old man? I'm not going anywhere. Next year, we can continue. There are people outside now. You should hurry out before others see and it causes a stir. All right, take care of yourself. Without a doubt, it was Wang Teng and Gao Xiulan. Seeing no one around, Chen Qingyun concealed himself in a corner by the door. Creak. The door opened a crack, and Wang Teng peeked through, confirming no one was present before quickly exiting and shutting the door behind him. Before he could turn around, Chen Qingyun struck him with a punch, rendering him unconscious and dragging him into the corner. At such critical moments, one must not reveal oneself. Chen Qingyun swiftly produced the discharge pill and administered it to Wang Teng. With no one around and feeling the urge to relieve himself, Chen Qingyun promptly unfastened his trousers and urinated on the unconscious Wang Teng's face. After concluding his business, Chen Qingyun returned to the banquet with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. No sooner had he taken his seat than a cacophony of cries erupted within the room. Who on earth knocked me out and drenched me in urine? The dazed Wang Teng, having regained consciousness after being doused by Chen Qingyun's urine, was immediately struck by the foul odor emanating from his own body. He bellowed in outrage and stormed out, fury radiating from him. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyun, seemingly unfazed, leisurely sipped his wine and savored the dishes before him. It was inconceivable that an elderly gentleman of nearly 90 could have incapacitated Wang Teng in such a manner. More astonishing was the fact that Wang Teng had the audacity to attempt to remove this immortal figure from their midst, leaving everyone simmering with unspoken resentment. Witnessing Wang Teng's humiliation brought immense satisfaction to the onlookers, who chose to ignore him completely. Is no one going to admit it? You all can leave, consuming my food and drink, yet resorting to violence. With no one responding to his tirade, Wang Teng's ire ignited further, prompting him to demand that everyone vacate the premises. Go if you wish. I couldn't care less. He spat defiantly. Instantly, a matron began to express her displeasure by spitting into the dishes on the table. Wang Chong was seething with rage. Scoundrel! With a loud crash, several elderly men banded together to overturn the table, departing in a huff. Chen Qingyun wore a knowing smile as he glanced at Wang Teng, then cheerfully followed the departing crowd. Chapter 8. Joining the Jade Maiden sect. The following day, Chen Qingyun resumed his routine. Seated comfortably with a pot of tea, he reclined half asleep, half awake. Cultivating oneself also involves nurturing the spirit, he mused, a smile gracing his lips. Bathed in the gentle morning sunlight, he felt a warm, pleasant sensation enveloping him, neither too hot nor too cold, a truly delightful experience. Suddenly, a knock echoed through his tranquil abode. With a creak, Chen Qingyun opened the door to find 3 visitors awaiting him. The one who had knocked bore a grim expression, Wang Teng. Flanking him were 2 enchanting figures, one clad in blue and the other in white. These 2 women were strikingly beautiful, with graceful figures and hair elegantly styled in high bonds. Their skin as pure as jade. Dressed in fitted silk robes, they exuded an aura of competence, their bodies showcasing exquisite lines. Name, Xiaozian. Age, 38. Cultivation level, qi refining 5th layer. Talent, 2nd grade with spiritual root. Fortune value, 400. Name, Luo Qiya. Age, 42. Cultivation level, qi refining 6th layer. Talent, 2nd grade water spiritual root. Fortune value, 500. Wow! These celestial beings are indeed remarkable. Despite their age, their skin appears so youthful and smooth. Their fortune values are astonishingly high. If I could engage in dual cultivation with them, the allure was irresistible. Chen Qingyun found himself entranced, his heart racing with anticipation. What are you staring at? Continue with such lewdness, and I shall pluck out your eyes, exclaimed Xia Zian, adorned in white, with evident displeasure. I apologize. I truly beg your pardon. This old man has never encountered such exquisite fairies before, and I momentarily lost myself in the moment. Both were mid-stage qi practitioners, capable of effortlessly ending his existence. He could not afford to provoke them. He had no choice but to adopt a humble demeanor. Luo Qiya frowned slightly. Being scrutinized by an old man made her quite uncomfortable. You must be Chen Qingyun? Indeed I am, replied the old man. We are disciples from the outer sect of the Yunu sect, and as for why we seek you, I believe you have already grasped it. I understand. I understand. Chen Qingyun nodded profusely, as if pecking at grains like a chick. Under someone else's roof, one must lower their head. Then come with us. You need not bring your meager possessions, Luo Qiuya remarked impatiently, surveying Chen Qingyun's dilapidated hut. Oh, by the way, use the spirit testing orb to assess this old man. Is that truly necessary, senior sister? Upon seeing Luo Qiuya's lack of response, Xia Zian reluctantly summoned a transparent orb the size of a soccer ball from her storage pouch. Made of an unknown material. Come here. Place your hand upon it. Instantly, a faint white beam of light emanated from the orb. The two women were taken aback. A first-grade water spiritual root? How is this possible? They could hardly believe their eyes, astonished that such a gem had slipped through the cracks. Their surprise eclipsed that of encountering a rare find in the 9 years of compulsory education on Blue Star. The sect recruited disciples every 5 years, and everyone within the Yunu sect jurisdiction underwent a spiritual root assessment. Why had no one from the sect previously detected this old man's spiritual root? Have you never had your spiritual root tested before? I have, but I did not pass. Chen Qingyun's earnest response gave no hint of deceit. Of course, he was not lying. The original owner of this body possessed no spiritual root, rendering previous tests futile. Though a first-grade spiritual root would struggle to progress beyond the mid-stage of Qi cultivation and become an inner sect disciple, it nonetheless qualified him to be a servant disciple of the sect, even if he could not advance. Exceptional talent in other areas might allow him to enter the outer sect. Why this old man had not been previously identified as having a spiritual root left the two women puzzled. Initially, individuals like Chen Qingyun were merely destined to become expendable pawns. However, now that a spiritual root had been discovered, the situation had changed. Although he had surpassed the optimal age for cultivation, bringing him back to the sect for rescue might yield a useful pawn. Meanwhile, Wang Tong, witnessing the revelation of Chen Qingyun's spiritual root, was left dumbfounded. Heavens, have I committed a grave mistake? If Chen Qingyun becomes a cultivator, I might not even know how I meet my demise. Why should I meddle? It would have been better for that old wretch to perish in Nyojia village. Now, not only have I offended him, but I have also inadvertently aided his ascent, facilitating his leap across social strata. What sin have I committed? At this moment, Wang Tong was in a state of utter anxiety, filled with regret. Ladies, I wish to speak with our village chief. May I? Of course, they replied. Moreover, you have already assessed your spiritual roots and possess some medical knowledge. You may become a disciple of the Jade Maiden sect's auxiliary members. In the future, you may simply address us as senior sisters. Very well. Thank you, esteemed sisters. Chen Qingyun expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. After the two departed, before Chen Qingyun could utter a word, Wang Tong began to lament. Uncle Chen, I am so sorry. I never intended to harm you. You are about to become a master of the Jade Maiden sect, and I have unwittingly assisted you. Please, show mercy and do not take my life. Wang Tong fell to his knees before Chen Qingyun, clinging to his leg in a pitiful display of desperation, far more earnest than when his father had passed away. With a smile radiating warmth and kindness, Chen Qingyun reassured him. Oh, my dear Tong, how could I ever blame you? You are a good child whom I have watched grow up. Chen Qingyun helped Wang Tong to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. So, how did you fare last night? Did anything happen to you? Were you the one who knocked me out yesterday? Haha, congratulations. You guessed correctly. How do you find this grand gift I have bestowed upon you? Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, still grinning at Wang Tong. What have you done to me? Wang Tong gazed at Chen Qingyun, his face stricken with terror, more fearful than before. Oh, it was nothing much, just a little medicine I had you take. Rest assured, you won't die from it. No, uncle, you cannot treat me this way. I beg you to save me. I was wrong. I have wronged you. Oh, it is not that you were wrong, but rather that you were frightened. For someone like you, what other change could there be except death? No, uncle. I truly realize my mistakes. I implore you to spare me. I cannot live without happiness. Do not worry, just endure. It will pass in about a decade. Live well, and I will return to see you. Wang Tong, you have the makings of a father. Go back and fulfill that role, and do not concern yourself with other matters. Hearing Chen Qingyun's words, Wang Tong's spirit deflated entirely, and he slumped onto the ground. It's over. 10 years. He says he will return to see me? How can this old wretch be so cruel? Is this my retribution? With Chen Qingyun on the verge of becoming an immortal, Wang Tong, no matter how discontent he felt, could only suppress it within. Why are they taking so long? This is truly tedious, sighed Xia Zishuan, growing impatient and inquiring aloud. The bond within the village is profound. Just moments ago, the village chief knelt and clasped my legs, imploring me not to depart. Oh, is that so? Xia Zishuan clearly found this hard to believe. Despite the depth of sentiment, no one came to bid farewell to Chen Qingyun. It seems the villagers are convinced that Chen Qingyun is doomed. Who would want to entangle themselves with someone deemed devoid of value, on the brink of death? Soon after, Chen Qingyun departed with two enchanting senior sisters in a most graceful manner. As he faded into the distance, Wang Tong collapsed in despair, weeping uncontrollably and hurling curses. You old wretch, truly a despicable schemer. How insidious. Little did he know that during their encounter, Chen Qingyun had already infused a strand of spiritual energy into his body. Before long, Wang Teng would find himself partially paralyzed. Wang Teng sought to bring about his own demise. How could Chen Qingyun allow him to live unscathed? Merely wishing to torment this scoundrel, he had no intention of killing him outright. Chapter 9. Arrival at the Jade Maiden Sect. Throughout the journey, Chen Qingyun feigned frailty. At this juncture, he dared not reveal his cultivation. Should these two women discover that this mere mortal possessed the first layer of qi cultivation, they would likely bind him to a tree and beat him for 3 days and nights, intent on stripping him of all his possessions. He was not foolish enough to invite such trouble. Although the system store offered various offensive talismans, Chen Qingyun could not afford to employ them at present. Moreover, the others were entirely unaware of his capabilities. Why court unnecessary complications? Observing Chen Qingyun, who leaned on a cane and walked with the gait of a tortoise, the two women were filled with frustration. As mere qi practitioners, they could not fly. With no other option, they hired an ox cart to travel to the town. Little Cow Village was not far from the town, merely a dozen miles away. After expending over half an hour, the trio arrived at Qingstone Town. It is said that long ago, a great green stone became sentient, safeguarding this locale and earning the reverence of its inhabitants. In commemoration of the great stone, the place was renamed Qingstone Town. The years have blurred the truth of this tale. Though a small town, it was quite lively. The original inhabitant had aged considerably and, according to memory, had not visited this town in a long time. Under the guidance of the two women, they made their way directly to the town's guardhouse. Passing through a grand vermilion gate and traversing the main hall, they arrived at the back courtyard of the guardhouse. At that moment, dozens of individuals were present, mostly elderly men and women, some carrying battered medical kits. 2 female disciples of the Jade Maiden sect stood nearby. Upon seeing Chen Qingyun and his companions, a corpulent man, adorned in resplendent attire and sporting a prominent mustache, hurried over. "Fairy, you have returned." This individual was the town's guardian, whom Chen Qingyun vaguely remembered. "Sister Luo, you have returned." Chen Qingyun examined several individuals, all of whom were practitioners at the 4th or 5th level of qi cultivation. Among these disciples, Luo Kaiwa showed the highest cultivation and the most robust aura, undoubtedly indicating her superior strength. Chen Qingyun found himself perplexed. Why would there be a need to deploy 4 mid-level qi disciples to attend to this group of frail and ailing individuals? Would mere village doctors warrant such attention? In truth, the situation was far more complex. Although the royal family of the Wu Kingdom was formidable, the major factions within the kingdom were not to be underestimated. Albeit slightly weaker, on the surface, they appeared to be under royal governance, yet covertly they all engaged in subterfuge. As the saying goes, on the battlefield, injuries are inevitable, and those injuries require the expertise of alchemists. However, alchemists in the Wu Kingdom are a rarity. There are scarcely any second-tier alchemists, and higher-tier alchemists are virtually unheard of. The Jade Maiden sect happened to possess an alchemist on the verge of breaking into the second tier. Among all the apprentices in the sect, not a single one had achieved the status of a first-tier alchemist. It was precisely due to the scarcity of alchemists that the Jade Maiden sect sought to bring back some inept individuals with rudimentary medical skills to serve as fodder. Moreover, the 4 major factions of the Wu Kingdom had previously convened and unanimously agreed that there must be some underlying conspiracy behind the war with the Southern Kingdom, though the specifics remained unclear. Of course, such crucial secrets were known only to a select few at the highest levels. Not even Chen Qingyun or the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect were privy to them. The atmosphere was heavy with silence. The so-called doctors brought along all wore grim expressions, fully aware that their fates were likely to take a dire turn. In times of peace, being summoned by an immortal would be a coveted honor. However, with numerous able-bodied youths from each village having vanished without a trace, the reality was grim. Each individual possessed an acute awareness of their own limitations, recognizing themselves as a group devoid of spiritual roots. Why then were they being taken by the Jade Maiden sect? It was a clear march towards death, destined to serve as cannon fodder. Luo Qiuya shook her head slightly at the gathered individuals. "Since everyone is here, let us depart." The other disciples nodded in agreement. Their mission was to safely escort these individuals back to the sect, thereby fulfilling their obligations. This task had been assigned to them at the mission hall, and with time pressing, they could not afford any delays. Unbeknownst to them, 6 or 7 horse-drawn carriages had already arrived at the gate of the town. Only one carriage had a canopy, while the others were devoid of any coverings. All 4 disciples of the Jade Maiden sect boarded the carriage with the canopy, while the unfortunate souls who had been captured were crammed into a dilapidated cart, akin to livestock being sold. After leaving Qingshi town, they headed northward. Less than half a day's journey later, they entered a desolate wilderness. Inside the carriage, the 4 disciples of the Jade Maiden sect did not emerge after entering the compartment. Meanwhile, the captives in the rear wagon began to stir. exchanging furtive glances and gestures among themselves. They were plotting to escape while the attention of the Jade Maiden sect's members was elsewhere. Within the carriage, a companion suggested to Chen Qingyun that they flee, but he merely stroked his beard and smiled without uttering a word. The man, suspecting Chen Qingyun might be deranged, ceased further communication. In no time, 7 or 8 individuals stealthily disembarked from the vehicle, vanishing into the nearby thicket. Just as they entered the woods, the lead carriage came to a halt. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures emerged from the carriage, darting into the forest with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, pursuing the direction in which the others had disappeared. Moments later, anguished screams and pleas for mercy resonated from the depths of the woods. Chen Qingyun felt a chill. These women were indeed ruthless. Were it not for his continued presence in the realm of cultivation, he might have doubted whether he had been deceived into the northern regions of Myanmar. Soon enough, the fleeing individuals were dragged back, their legs ensnared, as though they were lifeless dogs. Out of the 8 who had fled, only 6 were returned, with 2 presumed dead. The individual who had initially urged Chen Qingyun to escape was a man in his 40s, now bloodied and curled up on the carriage floor. It was none other than Xia Xian who had apprehended him. She cast a knowing glance at Chen Qingyun, remaining silent as she retreated into the carriage. Indeed, as Chen Qingyun had surmised, these wretches had meticulously noted which carriage the fleeing individuals had boarded. They had likely been monitoring every movement from within the vehicle. Such stringent surveillance, coupled with the ineptitude of these individuals, rendered their escape a mere fantasy. After enduring a beating, the remaining escapees complied, and the journey proceeded without incident. 5 days later, a breathtaking vista of ethereal mountains unfolded before them, suffused with celestial energy. Amidst the mist, it appeared as though peaks soared majestically into the heavens, half real, half illusory, dreamlike, and ephemeral. Was this truly a sacred realm of the immortals? It was indeed extraordinary. Even before reaching the foot of the Yunus sect, Chen Qingyun sensed a sharp increase in the concentration of spiritual energy. No wonder those with spiritual roots yearned to join a sect for cultivation. Such splendid mountains and blessed lands were monopolized by sectarian powers. The essence of cultivation lies in the pursuit of wealth, companionship, techniques, and land. Without a formidable backing, even those capable of cultivation would merely exist as aimless wanderers. As for the thoughts of others, Chen Qingyun remained oblivious. However, he was resolutely determined not to become a wandering cultivator, for otherwise, his system would be rendered futile. At last, they had arrived, urged by Luo Qiuya and the others. Everyone hastily disembarked, not daring to exhibit the slightest delay. The prowess of these individuals had already been witnessed during their journey. Chapter 10. A gathering of cannon fodder. The Yunus sect indeed qualifies as a sacred mountain and treasure land. Yet, what significance does it hold for them? Mere pawns and cannon fodder. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they were met by individuals awaiting their arrival. 2 female disciples clad in gray long skirts approached, clasping their fists in salute. Sister, you have returned. Indeed. Please escort them down. Luo Chioi's party of 4 arrived at the foot of a mountain, standing before a stone tablet inscribed with the elegant characters "Stop here." Each of them produced a token, which emitted a faint white light that merged into the stone. In an instant, what appeared to be a thicket of weeds transformed into a staircase leading deep into the clouds. Chen Qingyun marveled at this impressive sight, wondering if it resembled the access cards used in the Blue Star community, allowing entry only upon scanning. 2 disciples clad in gray caught Chen Qingyun's attention. One was at the pinnacle of the first level of qi cultivation, while the other was at the second level, both possessing a fortune value exceeding 100, indicating their commendable status. According to Luo Qioi and her companions, these individuals were likely the menial disciples of the Yunus sect. Were they to escort them to the menial quarters? It appeared that the menial disciples resided outside the mountain. However, this was merely Chen Qingyun's assumption. Before long, Chen Qingyun and his companions found themselves led into a low-lying valley. Within it stood numerous rudimentary thatched huts, even more dilapidated than the one Chen Qingyun had occupied. Signs of habitation were evident in many of the huts. Goodness, they truly do not regard these people as human, he thought. Yet, reflecting on it, they were destined to be mere fodder. Why squander resources on the likes of them? All right, find yourselves a place to stay. Supplies will be distributed shortly. The 2 female disciples declared before swaying away with their alluring figures. Self-sufficient? How dare you abandon me in this desolate place? Chen Qingyun seethed internally, feeling a surge of frustration but suppressing his complaints. He chose a thatched hut at random, lacking the spirit to care much. With his subpar spiritual roots, the prospect of enhancing his cultivation through practice was virtually impossible. Exchanging circulating value for elixirs would merely be another futile endeavor. Rather than squander time, he deemed it more worthwhile to indulge in a refreshing slumber. After all, time in the mountains is devoid of cycles. Sleeping was the most efficient use of time. Before departing, Chen Qingyun had brought his tea set. The valley boasted a spring, and unlike others who appeared despondent, he collected a pot of water, gathered firewood, and set about brewing tea. Since he was there was no need for haste, one step at a time. After savoring a few cups, he succumbed to slumber in the thatched hut. It was not until sunset that someone delivered food. At last, Chen Qingyun encountered male disciples of the Yunus sect. During laborious tasks, male disciples finally appeared, indicating that life for men in this sect was not particularly easy. Perhaps they too were treated as mere beasts of burden. Upon the arrival of the food, all gathered eagerly, a dense throng of mostly young men. During their earlier visit, he had not witnessed such a multitude. He must have been taken somewhere to undergo special training. Everyone watched the few food deliverers with eager anticipation, akin to pigs at a farm awaiting their feed. Chen Qingyun found himself helplessly queuing among the crowd, for hunger gnawed at him. After enduring a quarter of an hour, it was finally his turn. The meal was insipid, merely a few limp vegetable leaves and a scant amount of meat, hardly more than mere garnishes. Goodness, is the Jade Maiden sect truly out of provisions? Is this all we are to consume? It was evident they were being treated like livestock. Yet, the others devoured their meals with gusto. Starved, Chen Qingyun had no choice but to join in. Who is Chen Qingyun? The one who just arrived today. While Chen Qingyun was eating, he heard someone call his name. It's me. Here, he exclaimed, raising his hand in response. Soon after, a female disciple approached him, appraising him from head to toe. You are Chen Qingyun, the one who just arrived? Yes, that is I. I just got here. The woman pulled out a pen and jotted down a few notes in her book before putting it away. All right, in a moment, you will accompany us up the mountain. With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her alluring figure depart, Chen Qingyun felt a tinge of infatuation, a subtle smile gracing his face. Could it be that he was finally escaping his dire circumstances? The reactions from the other bystanders were markedly different, casting envious and complex glances his way. Some younger individuals were even indignant. Why should he, an old man, ascend to the celestial mountain while we cannot? The celestial gate was tantalizingly close, yet felt like an insurmountable chasm, unattainable. And this Chen Qingyun, seemingly blessed with such celestial fortune, would henceforth belong to a different realm from them. Today, he entered the celestial gate, shedding the mundane world, aspiring to attain the supreme path, and leaving behind his mortal self. After the meal, amidst the envious, jealous, and resentful gazes of the onlookers, Chen Qingyun followed the disciple of the Jade Maiden sect up the mountain. In the eyes of these onlookers, Chen Qingyun, the old man, had taken a monumental leap, embodying extraordinary fortune. Only Chen Qingyun understood that this ascent marked the beginning of his true trial. To establish himself within the Jade Maiden sect and attain the necessary resources was his ultimate goal. Along the way, Chen Qingyun finally grasped the feeling of being in this mountainous realm, shrouded in clouds and mystery. Thankfully, he was not like those who had fallen through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education. He knew these 2 lines of poetry, which perfectly encapsulated his current sentiments. After climbing for 2 arduous hours, he finally reached his destination, the Jade Maiden sect, at the Servant's Peak. Strictly speaking, the Servant's Peak was not the true Jade Maiden sect. Only after entering the outer gate could one genuinely claim to be part of the Jade Maiden sect. Being at the Servant's Peak meant merely being a preparatory disciple of the Jade Maiden sect. Within a span of 5 years, should one fail to cultivate to the 4th level of Qi refinement and gain entry into the outer sect, they would be deemed utterly useless and would inevitably face expulsion from the sect. However, even if one remains at the 1st level of Qi refinement, returning to the mortal realm would still grant them the status of a distinguished guest, living a life of opulence and luxury. After all, as a cultivator, their physique surpasses that of ordinary mortals, and they possess a few minor spells. In the eyes of common folk, such individuals are regarded as exalted beings. Should one possess a particular skill, they may catch the attention of other peaks. Even if they continue as a servant, they could still remain within the Yunus sect. This illustrates the crucial distinction between organized cultivation and loose guidance. Although the Servant Peak lacks magnificent pavilions and towers, it offers a vast expanse of small wooden houses. The living conditions are vastly superior to those in the valley below. Aside from being somewhat modest, they are even more luxurious than his abode in the small village of Niu. All right, you will stay here tonight, instructed the female disciple before turning to leave. Chen Qingyun watched her graceful figure depart, his heart filled with longing. He yearned to call out to her, but the timid Chen Qingyun dared not. After all, she was a formidable cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while he was merely a 1st-level practitioner. Should she take offense and strike him down, his journey to the Yunus sect would be in vain. Chapter 11. Servant of Danwang Peak. The following day, at the break of dawn, Chen Qingyun was roused from his slumber by the commotion caused by the early rising servant disciples. Once awakened, sleep evaded him, and he rose from his bed. Creak. Chen Qingyun opened his door to find that most of the departing figures outside were female disciples, moving in groups of 3 or 5 from various directions. Occasionally, he would catch sight of a few listless male disciples passing by, gazing at the departing beauties. Chen Qingyun felt akin to a mouse that had fallen into a grain store, yearning to partake in everything. He was utterly impatient, yet helpless. Not a single person he knew was present to acknowledge him. Just as he stood there in a state of confusion, a figure clad in purple appeared, flanked by 2 servant disciples. "You are new here." "Yes, I am indeed new." Chen Qingyun quickly turned to respond. At that moment, a woman in a flowing purple dress stood before him. Not only was her figure enchanting and her bosom ample, but her beauty was also unparalleled. A fragrant breeze wafted around her, exuding an otherworldly aura. Name: Lu Piapiao. Age: 42. Cultivation: 6th level of Qi refinement. Fate: 500. Her cultivation was impressively high, and her fortune was equally exceptional. Chen Qingyun found himself utterly mesmerized. "What are you staring at?" "Senior Sister Lu is a disciple of the outer sect and the overseer of the servant area. Dare to disrespect her again, and I shall have your eyes gouged out." "I apologize, Senior Sister Lu. It is merely that you are so extraordinarily beautiful that I was taken aback upon first seeing you. I could not help but gaze longer. I beseech you to forgive my indiscretion." Lu Piapiao's furrowed brow began to ease slightly. "Take him to Danwang Peak." "Yes, follow us." Chen Qingyun, turning around, let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of time or place, flattery never loses its charm. When an opportunity arises, one should seize it without hesitation. For who among us is not fond of kind words? However, being treated like a mere plaything, kicked around at will. Does one truly think I am easy to bully? Of course, this was merely Chen Qingyun's inner grumbling. If voiced aloud, he would likely face dire consequences. After approximately an hour's journey, they finally arrived at the foot of a mountain that was both elusive and sharp-edged, soaring towards the heavens. At the base, a towering stone tablet stood nearby, inscribed with the 3 characters Danwang Peak, sparkling like stars, with a flowing aura resembling celestial light, exuding a profound ethereal charm. The leading female disciple produced her token, and a beam of white light entered the stone tablet. In less than 10 breaths, the clouds surrounding Danwang Peak parted, revealing a passageway. "Who goes there?" Appeared 2 male disciples, armed with swords, above the passage. Muling from the miscellaneous peak, here to escort newcomers to Danwang Peak. They assessed Muling and Chen Qingyun. "Come up." Muling gestured to Chen Qingyun, who promptly ascended the steps. In an instant, the entire staircase vanished once again into the mist. Muling paused for a few breaths, satisfied that the task was complete, before turning back towards the miscellaneous peak. Within Danwang Peak, Chen Qingyun, under the guidance of a male cultivator, swiftly reached the summit. The speed was astonishing, not due to the low elevation of Danwang Peak, but rather because of the formation set beneath their feet, allowing the steps to move autonomously as one stood upon them. "Is this akin to an elevator in the cultivation realm? I wonder about its energy consumption," he mused. The accompanying male cultivator, noticing Chen Qingyun's calm demeanor and lack of surprise, couldn't help but cast a second glance at him. The summit was resplendent, with pavilions and towers arranged in harmonious disarray, exuding an air of ancient majesty. Various exotic flowers and plants flourished along the pathways. In the square, disciples hurried past, occasionally soaring through the air on their swords. From some distant buildings, wisps of blue smoke could be seen, accompanied by the occasional sound of an explosion. As they walked through the square, Chen Qingyun caught a whiff of potent herbal fragrance. Just as they reached the entrance of the grand hall, a figure clad in fiery red emerged. "Greetings, Senior Sister Su." Chen Qingyun mimicked the male cultivator's gesture, cupping his fist in respect towards the woman. Clad in a celebratory crimson gown, she was strikingly beautiful, with a voluptuous figure that left no doubt of her exceptional allure. The woman cast a glance at Chen Qingyun, her displeasure evident as she inquired, "What business do you have?" Reporting to Senior Sister Su. "This is a newcomer from the Servant Peak, and I am prepared to take charge." "Humph. Does this trivial matter require the attention of others? A mere waste without any cultivation, sent to my Danwang Peak. Is the Jade Girl sect truly devoid of talent? How shall we arrange for Sister Su?" Observing Sister Su's displeasure, the male disciples felt a twinge of unease. "Is it necessary for me to elaborate? Simply send him to the medicinal fields. Ensure he recognizes the spiritual herbs before further arrangements are made." Yes, indeed." Name: Su Qinxue. Age: 35. Cultivation: Foundation Establishment, 6th layer. Spiritual root: 3rd grade firewood spiritual root. Fortune value: 1500. Astonishingly, a dual attribute spiritual root, and such a high fortune value. If this gap could be filled, the circulation value should be considerable. Darn it. This fierce tigress, I shall eventually extract her fangs. Not long after, Chen Qingyun was directly sent to the medicinal fields. The vast expanse of medicinal fields was divided into numerous small plots, each planted with different spiritual herbs, resembling a wholesale vegetable market, teeming with abundance. The overseer of the fields was a robust, stout woman. Newcomer, what is your name? I am Chen Qingyun. Merely answering his name made Chen Qingyun feel nauseous, as if he had been sent to a fraudulent zone, traded back and forth. All right, this plot of Ziyulian will be under your management from now on. Remember, this is the main ingredient for crafting first-tier spiritual pills, extremely rare. If you let even one plant perish, I shall make you pay dearly. The stout woman finished speaking, shot a glare at Chen Qingyun, and turned to leave. Zixian, don't forget to teach that newcomer when you have the time. The stout woman's voice echoed from afar. Understood, Sister Sue. What the hell? Truly, ugly people cause trouble. I have not provoked you. Why such hostility? Unbeknownst to Chen Qingyun, this was not a personal affront. The grassroots managers generally dislike newcomers. If they manage well, there are no substantial rewards. If mistakes occur, they too face punishment. In such circumstances, how could they feel pleased at the arrival of newcomers? You are the new arrival, right? Do not hold it against Sister Sue. She merely has a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. A sweet and pure-looking girl, clad in servant attire, approached Chen Qingyun, wiping the sweat from her forehead while wearing a faint smile, revealing charming dimples at the corners of her mouth. Junior brother, what is your name? I am Zixian. This girl was younger than Chen Qingyun, yet given her seniority in joining, it was perfectly natural for her to address him as junior brother. Hello, Sister Zixian. I am Chen Qingyun. Greetings, junior brother Chen. Come, let us first take a look at your residence. Each plot of land measured 4 to 5 acres, with a thatched hut nearby, serving as the dwelling for the disciples tending to the medicinal fields. At last, it seems that one has returned to the days of yore, reminiscent of a time before liberation. I ponder what transgressions I might have committed in a past life, as I find myself perpetually ensnared within this thatched cottage. Within the humble abode, albeit modest, the essential amenities are adequately provided. Through engaging conversations with Zixuan, Chen Qingyun has garnered a fundamental understanding of the daily routines of the servant disciples. They rise with the sun and return at dusk, with occasional evening duties, and a solitary day of respite each month. They are permitted to stroll in designated areas of the sect, where a marketplace exists for procuring necessary items. However, for servant disciples, exiting the sect for non-essential matters is strictly prohibited. Those in the servant district receive a monthly stipend of 1 low-grade spirit stone, while those at Danwang Peak likely enjoy a more lucrative arrangement, receiving 2 low-grade spirit stones. Zixuan feels a sense of contentment in acquiring 2 spirit stones. Having been in the sect for nearly 3 years, her cultivation remains at the second layer of qi refining. She harbors hopes of obtaining additional resources to elevate her cultivation to the 4th layer of qi refining, thus qualifying for entry into the outer sect. As a servant disciple, not only are resources scarce, but time for cultivation is even more limited. Zixuan envies Chen Qingyun, who has just entered the sect and already reached Danwang Peak, while she had to endure an entire year at the servant peak before gaining this opportunity. Very well, I must take my leave. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me. I reside right next door. As she departed, Chen Qingyun was captivated by Zixuan's petite and graceful figure. Name, Zixuan. Age, 22. Cultivation, 2nd layer of qi refining. Spiritual root, 2nd grade with spiritual root. Fortune value, 200, quite commendable. She shall suffice. Chen Qingyun stood outside the thatched cottage, stroking his beard, admiring Zixuan's retreating silhouette with a smile reminiscent of an uncle, tinged with a hint of lewdness. Chapter 12. The Woman's Waist, a Deadly Blade. After Zixuan's departure, Chen Qingyun reclined upon his bed. He possessed a reward of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones from the system. By the calculations of a servant disciple's monthly stipend, it would take no less than 40 years of labor to accumulate such wealth. In an instant, Chen Qingyun's spirits soared, as he finally relished a semblance of the millionaire sensation he once experienced on Blue Star. However, considering his current qualifications, relying solely on personal cultivation might lead to another 40 years of remaining a servant disciple. Certainly, given his age, it is improbable he could endure another 40 years, unless he were to continuously consume longevity pills. The prospect of further cultivation is utterly unattainable in this lifetime. Feeling somewhat bored, Chen Qingyun retrieved the map of rivers and mountains, delicately handling it in his hands. He sensed a faint connection with the map, possibly bestowed by the system. This artifact exudes an aura of remarkable significance. He must diligently refine it for his own use. Presently, apart from being able to enter its confines, he has yet to perceive its potential as a weapon for both offense and defense, likely due to his low cultivation level. Nonetheless, there is no rush. He has ample time to explore its capabilities. Chen Qingyun retrieved the map of mountains and rivers and placed it before him, scrutinizing it intently. How on earth should one refine this enigmatic artifact? After much contemplation with no fruitful outcome, a sense of ennui washed over him. Consequently, he grasped his spiritual hoe and ventured into the medicinal garden he oversaw, commencing his task by addressing the weeds. Gazing at the uniformly purple plants that resembled succulent flora, a thought struck Chen Qingyun. Could this peculiar vegetation truly be so valuable? If given the chance, I must cultivate some within the map of mountains and rivers. The environment within the map is far more exquisite, with a richness of spiritual energy that surpasses that of these medicinal fields. It seems that the spring water within the map is also imbued with potent spiritual essence. I shall extract some to test its potential effects. Chen Qingyun returned to his thatched cottage and fetched a water bucket. He filled it with spring water from the map and emerged with it in tow. Making his way deeper into the medicinal fields, he refrained from conducting his experiment at the entrance of the cottage, as the comings and goings of people were too frequent. This should suffice. In the center of the medicinal garden, he randomly selected several spiritual herbs and poured the spring water over them. Immediately, he began to pull weeds aimlessly. Managing 4 to 5 acres of medicinal fields alone is no trifling endeavor. Nearby, Zixian observed Chen Qingyun toiling earnestly, a charming smile gracing her face. As the sun dipped beyond the western mountains, the sky's rosy hues faded slowly, accompanied by the vast, darkening peaks. At long last, someone approached Chen Qingyun's thatched cottage. "Hey, newcomer, come collect your supplies." Upon hearing his name called, Chen Qingyun hastily returned to the cottage. A male cultivator stood there, clad in the garb of a servant, yet possessing the peak cultivation of the third layer of qi refinement. It was evident that he would soon ascend to the outer sect. The male cultivator, noticing Chen Qingyun's arrival, retrieved a pile of items from a cart parked by the roadside. Among them were a book, a token, a manual of sect regulations, 2 sets of servant clothing, and various everyday necessities. Here, these are the benefits for newcomers. Starting next month, you will have to fend for yourself regarding supplies. Thank you, senior brother. Not at all. The young man smiled at Chen Qingyun, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Watching the cart recede into the distance, Chen Qingyun mused that this senior brother possessed a rather gentle disposition. The cart carried a substantial load, indicating that he lacked a storage bag. In the Jade Maiden sect, only those who enter the outer sect are entitled to such an item. Henceforth, he must exercise caution in his dealings. The matters concerning his system must remain concealed. Yet, how can one navigate these circumstances without revealing anything while still courting senior sister Zixian? Surely, my silvery hair is not enough? This is quite vexing. Extremely vexing. Chen Qingyun swiftly returned the items he held to his thatched cottage. At that moment, he finally took notice of the book in his possession. Changchun Gong is a set of cultivation techniques. Chen Qingyun casually skimmed through it, gaining a rough understanding. This technique consists solely of the qi cultivation section, a practice so common among the disciples of the Yunnu sect that it is virtually ubiquitous. Nevertheless, even this seemingly rudimentary technique left Chen Qingyun perplexed. Akin to deciphering an ancient scripture, how to guide qi into the body, how to circulate it, and how to allow spiritual energy to traverse through one's meridians was a chaotic puzzle that left him feeling overwhelmed. Frustrated, he wished to tear the Changchun Gong to shreds. This wretched technique, and what manner of aptitude did he possess? Cursed system. Detected the low-grade Huang-tier technique Changchun Gong. Would you like to learn it with one click? Upon noticing this prompt, Chen Qingyun's eyes lit up with joy. Behold, this is what one calls professionalism, appearing at the most critical moments. Learning. In an instant, golden light radiated from Chen Qingyun, as if a volcanic eruption surged within him. Blood mixed with spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, guided by the Changchun Gong, initiating a small cycle of qi. The once obscure aspects became effortlessly clear, presenting no resistance whatsoever. With a fluidity akin to a river's flow, Chen Qingyun executed the movements as if he had practiced this technique for years, completely at ease without a hint of hesitation. After several cycles, he felt an unparalleled sense of clarity and comfort enveloping his entire being. Of course, this cultivation offered Chen Qingyun little practical use, akin to attempting to pour a 100-diameter stream of water through a 50-diameter pipe, no matter how abundant the source. It would prove futile. However, mastering this technique was not without its benefits. At the very least, Chen Qingyun now understood how to skillfully wield the spiritual energy within him. Junior brother Chen, are you in your room? If you haven't prepared a meal, would you care to join me for dinner? Just as Chen Qingyun concluded his practice, he heard the voice of senior sister Zixian outside his door. Why is senior sister Zixian being so kind to him? Could she possibly harbor feelings for him? A smile crept across Chen Qingyun's face as he stroked his beard. Junior brother Chen, are you there? Yes, I am. Senior sister Zixian. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a beaming Chen Qingyun gazing at the enchanting Zixian. You haven't prepared a meal, have you? Why not come over to eat something casual? Sure. I shall intrude upon you, senior sister Xiulan. What intrusion? We are fellow disciples and should assist one another. Indeed, indeed. We ought to support each other. As Chen Qingyun followed behind Xiulan, his eyes roamed over her delicate form, her slender waist inviting a myriad of thoughts. Though his face remained impassive, his heart raced with unease. Goodness, the allure of a woman's waist is a perilous temptation. This is akin to a deadly dance. However, the time for such indulgence is not yet ripe. Impatience may lead to the inability to savor hot tofu, and one could even risk being scalded. Such a worthless individual, if beaten within the sect, might not attract anyone's concern. Chapter 13. Reaching an agreement. Xiulan's abode was tidily arranged, adorned with numerous flowers and decorative trinkets. The bed's canopy was a soft pink, radiating the warmth of a young girl's chamber. As Chen Qingyun surveyed the surroundings, he found no personal garments, which left him somewhat disheartened. They had presumably been tucked away by Xiulan. Come, junior brother Chen, please take a seat. At that moment, several dishes were already laid out on the table. Xiulan retrieved a candle from a corner box and, after searching for a fire starter, blew gently until a flame flickered to life. She swiftly lit the candle, and after a few breaths, it was ablaze. In the dim light, Xiulan's pure and sweet visage, brimming with youth, appeared even more enchanting, captivating Chen Qingyun, who gazed at her in rapt admiration. Truly beautiful. I am utterly taken, he mused silently. Indeed, the disparity between mortals and celestial beings was quite pronounced. No matter how hard Gao Xiulan might strive, she would never possess the ethereal charm of Xiulan. All right, let us dine. Xiulan placed the candle carefully and fixed her sweet gaze upon Chen Qingyun as she spoke. Certainly, senior sister. Xiulan, a practitioner at the second level of qi refinement, possessed the ability to see clearly even in the dark. Her lighting of the candle was merely to accommodate Chen Qingyun. In truth, since entering the first level of qi refinement, he too could discern objects in darkness. Yet, since Xiulan assumed he lacked such cultivation, he chose to let her remain under that misconception. There was no need to reveal his abilities. After half an hour, the candlelit dinner concluded. To express his gratitude, Chen Qingyun pretended to return home to fetch his tea set, inviting Xiulan for tea. Subsequently, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation before eventually delving into the serious topic of cultivation. Training is arduous. Cultivating without resources is even more challenging. Xiulan remarked after sipping her tea, her expression unmarred by disappointment, still adorned with a captivating smile and charming dimples. It was evident that her mindset was particularly resilient, devoid of any trace of sorrow. Through their earlier conversation, Chen Qingyun learned that the Yunnu sect offered more than one foundational cultivation method. More precisely, the female practitioners in the servant area practiced a simple qi refinement technique. Upon entering the outer sect, those wishing to dual cultivate could opt for the Yunnu Heart Sutra. The sect was named Yunnu because of its treasured text, the Yunnu Heart Sutra. However, this technique was exclusively suited for female practitioners and was a method of absorption and replenishment. Yet, the requirements for cultivating this method were rather stringent. Both parties must reach at least the mid-stage of qi refinement to unlock its full potential. Otherwise, the foundation may be compromised, leading to a decline in cultivation, or in severe cases, resulting in becoming incapacitated or even facing death. The Changchun skill serves as a perfect complement. Male cultivators practicing the Changchun skill resemble a vast reservoir, capable of swiftly replenishing their internal energy for the benefit of their partners. Although the Changchun skill allows for rapid recovery of spiritual power, it comes with a drawback. Those who cultivate this skill experience a slow progression in their cultivation levels. To advance, they must expend substantial resources. This implies that in a partnership, if the female cultivator's strength increases, her male counterpart must seek abundant resources to keep pace. Otherwise, they may have to part ways. Even in the mundane world, eternal couples are rare, let alone in the fiercely competitive realm of cultivation. Sacrificing oneself for the benefit of others, only to rely on their eventual goodwill? Such fools are becoming increasingly scarce. This predicament is precisely why female cultivators from the Yunnu sect struggle to find partners. Many high-ranking female cultivators find their progress stagnated, adversely affecting the sect's development. The sect has attempted various solutions, including different techniques and elixirs. Yet the Yunnu Heart Sutra remains overwhelmingly dominant. In an effort to address this issue, the higher-ups of the Yunnu sect have racked their brains, but to little avail. Of course, the Yunnu Heart Sutra, despite its tyrannical nature, offers tremendous benefits. Female cultivators practicing it face no obstacles in their training, encountering no bottlenecks whatsoever. Otherwise, so many female cultivators would not be so devoted to mastering the Yunnu Heart Sutra. The scarcity of male cultivators in the Yunnu sect can likely be attributed to this situation. Many must have been frightened away. I wonder what plans Sister Xiulan has for the future? What plans can one have? It's best to take it one step at a time. Living joyfully each day is of utmost importance. Don't you have plans to cultivate the Yunu Heart Sutra after reaching the mid-stage of Qi refinement? Cultivate the Yunu Heart Sutra? Who knows if I can even reach the mid-stage of Qi refinement? Furthermore, even if I manage to break through to that stage, it doesn't guarantee finding a partner. What kind of fool would willingly invest in another? A surge of joy welled up in Chen Qingyun's heart. There might be hope. But is the Yunu Heart Sutra truly that fearsome? I hope nothing adverse befalls me. System, are you there? What is your take on the Yunu Heart Sutra? I'm observing. The Yunu Heart Sutra is nothing to fret about. In the system marketplace, there are not only replenishing elixirs available, but also numerous dual cultivation techniques far superior to the Yunu Heart Sutra. Just strive to earn circulation value. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Chen Qingyun was filled with elation, nearly bursting into laughter. To others, the Yunu sect may appear as a mountain of corpses and a boundless purgatory. However, to Chen Qingyun, it represents a true paradise of immortals. With Sister Zixuan's pure and charming demeanor, how could she possibly fail to find a partner? You have already grasped the formidable nature of the Yunu Heart Sutra. If one does not cultivate it, what significance does seeking a partner hold? Hehe, what you say is indeed profound, sister. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, a smile dancing on his lips as he spoke. However, I am indeed willing to give it a try. Giggles erupted from Zixuan, her laughter causing her to sway like a blossoming flower. Junior brother Chen, please stop making me laugh. You are still an ordinary mortal without any cultivation, and you dare to think of dual cultivation? How long will it take? I am not jesting. I speak with utmost sincerity. If senior sister does not believe me, I am prepared to hand over all next month's resources to you. Upon seeing Chen Qingyun's serious expression, Zixuan ceased her playful antics. Once, I too had a Tao partner. Upon learning of my intention to cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, he fled to the Divine Artifact Peak, and we have not crossed paths since. You profess to desire to be my Tao partner and offer me resources. Have you considered the implications for your own future? Senior sister, I must confess, I am merely an old man in his 80s, possessing only a first-grade spiritual root. Gaining entry into the Jade Maiden sect is a tremendous opportunity. I cannot foresee how many years I have left. Why squander resources? It would be far better to support you. At his words, a flicker of barely perceptible joy crossed Zixuan's eyes. Initially, she only wished to forge a kind connection with Chen Qingyun. After all, human affairs are often unpredictable. Who could guarantee that this old man might not one day achieve great success? It seemed that he possessed self-awareness, recognizing his mediocre aptitude and limited time, deeming further cultivation a waste of resources. Since he wished to support her, why should she not embrace the opportunity? An old man, barely clinging to life, wielded little power. She could easily dismiss him. A Qi gathering pill merely required 10 low-grade spirit stones. With Chen Qingyun's resources, combined with her own, she could gather 48 spirit stones in a year. After covering her daily expenses, she could acquire at least 4 Qi gathering pills. Should this old man live for 2 more years, she could obtain 8. Moreover, with diligent effort, she hoped to reach the 4th level of Qi refinement within that time. Though Zixuan yearned for Chen Qingyun's resources, she knew she must not appear overly eager. After all, he still had a Tao partner. Even though it had been over a year since she last saw hers, neither had explicitly mentioned a breakup. Observing her performance, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, smiling silently. I am the Tao partner of senior brother Ma from the Divine Artifact Peak, who has achieved the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Are you not afraid? Hee. As long as senior sister remains discreet, and I keep silent, how would senior brother Ma ever know? He continued. Moreover, I merely feel that my time is drawing near. I wish to avoid regrets, and it will not affect your relationship in the slightest. Zixuan feigned struggle, yet her heart raced with excitement. Chen Qingyun inwardly scoffed, astonished that someone as seemingly innocent as Zixuan could be so calculating. The world of cultivation is indeed filled with hidden talents. It is a deep and intricate realm. Very well. Out of pity for you, I shall acquiesce to your request, but you must refrain from speaking carelessly. With a click, the door of Zixuan's house was shut from within. Chapter 14. Breakthrough to the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. The following day, Chen Qingyun arose early. Opening his personal data panel. Name, Chen Qingyun. Age, 88. Cultivation, 1st layer of Qi. Technique, Changchun Gong. Talent, 1st grade water spirit root. Lifespan, 10 years. Circulation value, 139. Cultivation experience, 100,200. Noticing that his circulation value had reached 139 points. An increase of 50 points, he could finally elevate his cultivation to the 2nd layer of Qi. The fortune of high cultivation was remarkable, yielding 10 points of circulation value in one go. If this trend continued, what kind of being would he become? Chen Qingyun felt a tremor of excitement within. The two exchanged a knowing smile, opting for silence. With a click, he entered his humble thatched cottage. Chen Qingyun locked the door behind him and swiftly opened his data panel, adding another 100 points to his cultivation. In an instant, a more potent energy erupted within him. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, his entire body trembled, yet this power was concealed by the system, rendering it undetectable from the outside. The loose skin and age spots on Chen Qingyun began to gradually fade. A quarter of an hour later, all anomalous changes subsided, and the room returned to tranquility. At this moment, not only had his frail body gained strength, but his once relaxed skin had become firmer, and the age spots had significantly diminished, becoming less conspicuous. He now appeared akin to a man in his 60s. Upon witnessing his transformation in the copper mirror, Chen Qingyun felt a twinge of concern. If this continued, should he break through to the mid-stage of qi cultivation, he would undergo a drastic metamorphosis. Such a change would inevitably draw the attention of others, and he might become a subject for dissection and study. No, such a fate must be averted. Chen Qingyun swiftly accessed the system's marketplace in search of a solution. Disguise pill, 10 circulation values each. It allows one to alter their appearance at will, lasting for a day. It was not expensive, merely requiring a bit of effort. He promptly purchased a disguise pill and consumed it. Soon, Chen Qingyun's visage aged once more, appearing nearly identical to the previous day. After scrutinizing himself in the mirror and finding no abnormalities, he stepped outside. He made his way directly to the few purple plants he had watered with spring water the day before. As he had anticipated, the spring water within the mountain and river map possessed formidable spiritual energy. The purple plants that had been watered exhibited significantly better growth compared to those that had not. After just one watering, these few plants were visibly larger and thriving rapidly. Chen Qingyun returned indoors and entered the mountain and river map to fetch a bucket of spring water. He yearned to discover whether he could hasten the maturation of several purple profound lotuses, enabling them to bear seeds. Should this endeavor prove successful, he would possess seeds of spiritual herbs, allowing him to cultivate them within his own miniature realm. Chen Qingyun had already perused the system's marketplace, where a mere expenditure of 300 circulation points would elevate him to the rank of a first-tier alchemist. However, the timing was not yet ripe. Chen Qingyun's foremost desire was to swiftly enhance his cultivation. With a mere 10 years of life remaining, achieving a breakthrough in foundational cultivation as soon as possible was paramount. After watering the plants, he rose to find Zixian in the adjacent field gazing in his direction. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. From the depths of Zixian's beautiful eyes, Chen Qingyun perceived a glimmer of affection, a gentle warmth that hinted at burgeoning feelings. It seemed that the adage of time fostering love held true. Their prolonged companionship was bound to cultivate some emotional connection. In contrast to the indifferent gazes from the surrounding fields, Zixian appeared far more pleasing to the eye. The medicinal garden was seldom visited, with only Sister Sue, the overseer, making sporadic appearances to inspect the area. Her visits were typically cursory. As long as the spiritual herbs showed no signs of trouble, she would depart swiftly. With a spiritual spring at his disposal, Chen Qingyun harbored no concerns regarding the growth of his herbs. Thus, his life was rather comfortable. After weeding, he retreated indoors, brewed a pot of tea, and passed the time idly. Feeling somewhat restless, Chen Qingyun once again took out the river and mountain diagram. After scrutinizing it for a while, he decided to attempt refining it. He then activated his Changchun technique, channeling his spiritual energy to envelop the diagram. However, as soon as his energy made contact, an overwhelming force erupted from within the diagram, akin to a colossal beast devouring its prey. The scant spiritual energy he possessed was exhausted in mere moments, swept away entirely. Fortunately, when his energy was depleted, that enigmatic force also dissipated. Chen Qingyun found himself frozen in shock, sitting on the ground, utterly drained. Goodness, this treasure is astonishingly formidable. Had the suction persisted for even a moment longer, he might have met a dire fate. What manner of treasure is this, that it possesses such terrifying power? Yet, Chen Qingyun's efforts were not entirely in vain. He sensed a slight increase in his affinity with the river and mountain diagram. Was it merely his imagination? Could it be that to refine this treasure, one must fill it with spiritual energy? The thought alone was daunting. Just moments ago, he had distinctly felt that the diagram resembled an unfathomable abyss. As time flew by, 10 days slipped away. During the day, Chen Qingyun tended to the weeds. And in his leisure, he enjoyed tea within the confines of his home. Occasionally, he would take refreshing baths in the river and mountain diagram, leading a life of utmost contentment. His circulation value has reached 400 points. Were it not for the daily necessity of consuming a transformation pill, his circulation value would have surely soared to 500 points. Chen Qingyun activated the data panel. Name, Chen Qingyun. Age, 88. Cultivation level, Qi refinement 2nd layer. Skill, Changchun Gong. Talent, 1st grade water spirit root. Lifespan, 10 years. Circulation value, 429. Cultivation experience, 300. Chen Qingyun once again expended 300 points of circulation value, directly elevating his cultivation to the Qi refinement 3rd layer. At this rate, in merely 10 days, I could ascend to the Qi refinement 4th layer. Upon reaching the 4th layer, he would be considered a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator, and by passing the outer gate examination, he could gain access to the outer sect. However, Chen Qingyun dared not reveal his cultivation level at present. A person with no discernible cultivation, yet who ascends to the mid-stage of Qi refinement in less than a month, must either possess a secret or be a spy sent by another sect. Regardless of the identity, Chen Qingyun could not afford to bear such a burden. Merely having cultivation without combat prowess is futile, akin to a person possessing brute strength, yet lacking any martial skill. When encountering an expert, one would only meet with defeat. Of course, by expert, it is meant a true master, not merely one who is adept with the 5-link whip. The most affordable yellow-grade low-tier martial skill requires 200 points of circulation value. It seems I must toil for several more days. Junior brother Chen, it is time to collect your monthly stipend. At that moment, as Chen Qingyun was lost in thought, a voice called out from outside, belonging to Xiulan. Chapter 15, Bearing Grudges. Junior brother Chen, it is time to collect your monthly stipend. Clank. Chen Qingyun opened the door to find a petite and delicate figure standing behind his thatched cottage. Sister, I have only been here for 10 days. Can I truly receive a monthly stipend? Of course. In less than half a month, the sect will grant you a spirit stone. Is that so? It appears that the Yunu sect is quite humane in this regard. Under Xiulan's guidance, the two swiftly arrived at the miscellaneous hall of Danwang Peak. Tasks such as distributing rewards, changing uniforms, and collecting monthly stipends are all conducted at the miscellaneous hall. At this moment, a long queue had formed for disciples to collect their monthly stipends. Chen Qingyun and Xiulan could only stand at the end of the line. They had not waited long when a few outer sect disciples approached. Though both outer sect and servant disciples collect their stipends at the miscellaneous hall, the windows are different, and the lines are separate. Senior brother Qi, I heard that Uncle Su passed the alchemist assessment and has become a first-grade alchemist. Is that true? Is there any doubt? I was present at the time. It was I who assisted Uncle Su. With his talent and skill, it was truly remarkable. You were not there. But even the Danwang praised Uncle Su without reservation. It is said that Master Su possesses an innate talent for alchemy. In less than a decade, she has ascended to the rank of a first-tier alchemist, surpassing even her own past prowess. The Alchemy King has remarked that Master Su's future achievements may well eclipse her own. Brother Qi spoke with vibrant enthusiasm, as if the praise from the Alchemy King were directed at him personally, his eyes brimming with desire, envy, and admiration. With this, our Yunu sect would boast 2 alchemists, ensuring a more abundant supply of elixirs in the future. Indeed, with a greater abundance of medicinal pills, our Yunu sect shall grow even stronger. A few female cultivators, upon hearing Brother Qi's words, were filled with excitement, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure. Sister, can we participate in the alchemist assessment at the Alchemy King Peak? Indeed, it is personally overseen by the Alchemy King. What do you wish to know? Zixian gazed at Chen Qingyun with a puzzled expression. Oh, nothing in particular. I was merely inquiring. I would like to try my luck in the future as well. Although their conversation was conducted in hushed tones, the keen ears of cultivators could not miss it. What? I must be mistaken. A mere servant disciple without cultivation daring to inquire about the alchemist assessment? Exactly. First, they should focus on entering the outer sect, lest they be thrown down the mountain. Such individuals might very well be deemed as useless, possessing only a first-tier spiritual root, struggling to enter the outer sect, and yet dreaming of the alchemist assessment. I doubt that girl is any better, associating with a good-for-nothing without cultivation. What prospects could she possibly have? Indeed, if one seeks a partner, they should aspire to someone like Brother Qi, whose future is limitless. Brother Qi and several female cultivators of the outer sect looked down upon Chen Qingyun and Zixian with disdain, continuously hurling insults at them. The more Chen Qingyun listened, the more his anger ignited, prompting him to consider bestowing upon them a first-tier thunder talisman. Note, talismans are classified into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the lowest and the 9th tier the highest. Each tier is further divided into lower, middle, upper, and extreme grades. A first-tier lower-grade thunder talisman costs 20 circulation points, equivalent to 40 low-grade spirit stones. For an average cultivator, such an expense is truly prohibitive. The thunder talisman is immensely powerful, among the finest in offensive talismans, even at the first-tier lower grade. A few mid-stage Qi practitioners, even if they are not killed, would certainly be gravely injured, effectively silencing them. Seeing Chen Qingyun grow agitated, Zixian grasped his arm, signaling him to remain calm. Ultimately, Chen Qingyun chose to endure. If he were to create a commotion, it would surely not end well. Should he cause any fatalities, not only would his path of cultivation be jeopardized, but his very life could also be at stake here. The others, sensing that Chen Qingyun and Xian were holding back, found their taunts growing stale and ceased their mockery. Of course, they dared not provoke too much commotion. After all, within the Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs, there were Foundation establishment masters overseeing matters. Disciples in the Qi refinement stage must respectfully address those in the Foundation establishment stage as Master Uncle. This is the custom of the Yu sect. If they were to create trouble and be met with a severe beating, the loss of their cultivation would be a distinct possibility. They had finally entered the outer sect and had no desire to jeopardize their promising futures. Chen Qingyun took note of this and vowed to return one day. After receiving his monthly stipend, he and Xuan departed swiftly. On the way, he said, "Senior sister, I apologize for the trouble I caused you by making you endure their ridicule alongside me." "Not at all. I have grown accustomed to it," Xuan replied. "Here." Chen Qingyun produced the spirit stone he had just received and offered it to her directly. Xuan gazed at the stone, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately refrained from taking it. Over the past 10 days, she had come to appreciate this junior brother, finding him quite likable. She felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of him fading away so easily. Turning away, Xuan feigned a cheerful demeanor. "I believe there is still hope for you. Unless absolutely necessary, do not give up." "Ah, senior sister, what are you saying? I, Chen Qingyun, am a man of my word. I said it was for you, so you must accept it." As he spoke, he firmly placed the spirit stone into her hands. "But you, senior sister, no buts. Let us go," Chen Qingyun insisted, preparing to push her along. Despite their age difference, the two appeared more like a couple at that moment. Of course, for cultivators, age is merely a number. Since you have given me the spirit stone, I, as your senior sister, cannot be stingy. Tonight, I shall treat you to a drink. Very well, I can agree to that. With that, they changed direction and headed straight for the marketplace. At the plaza of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, Senior Brother Qi and his companions did not leave immediately after collecting their monthly stipends. Instead, they stood at a distance, casting glances filled with malice at the departing Chen Qingyun and Xuan. "That old fool dares to confront me. How utterly foolish," Qi muttered. "I disdain to dirty my hands with such trash." "Indeed, Senior Brother Qi, teach that old man a lesson. He shows no courtesy," another disciple chimed in. "How dare he walk away without apologizing, thinking we would not act against him within the sect?" Several female disciples echoed their displeasure, primarily because Chen Qingyun had not cooperated, depriving them of their sense of presence. At that moment, Qi signaled to a shifty-eyed servant disciple. The latter rushed forward, bowing and scraping. "What can I do for you, senior brother?" "I am Qi Tiansheng, an outer sect disciple, and I need your assistance with a matter," Qi declared, tossing a spirit stone to the servant disciple. Upon seeing the stone, the servant's eyes lit up. "Whatever you need, senior brother, just command me, and I shall do my utmost. Keep an eye on those two over there and find out what they are up to. Also, teach them a good lesson. But be gentle, do not cause any fatalities, lest it complicate matters for us." Qi Tiansheng considered Chen Qingyun to be an unworthy cultivator, easily dealt with, and thus cautioned the servant disciple to be lenient. "Rest assured, senior brother, I will handle this matter flawlessly. I shall teach him the essence of being a good person." "Very well, you may proceed. I await your good news." As for a piece of spirit stone, Qi Tian did not regard it with any importance. He was merely a handyman in the alchemy chamber. There were plenty of inferior pills within. With a mere flick of his hand, he could easily procure spirit stones. Inferior pills were also collected in the marketplace. As long as he could handle that old man, he would be willing to part with 2 spirit stones. It was primarily his reluctance to take action, combined with a desire to vent his frustration. As a prominent outer disciple, he could not tolerate being disregarded by a mere unrefined handyman. Were they outside the sect, he could easily send that old fellow to the afterlife. However, they were within the sect. He dared not be overly reckless. Chapter 16. The Effect of the Fierce Ghost Talisman. Chen Qingyun and Xuan returned from the marketplace while it was still early, each heading to their own quarters to prepare for their evening gathering. Bang! Upon returning to his thatched cottage, Chen Qingyun immediately shut the door. Before he could collect his monthly stipend, he contemplated acquiring a martial skill. Just a single remark had managed to offend someone? Observing that fellow, it was clear he would resort to underhanded tactics, making it even more imperative to learn a martial skill now. However, he currently lacked sufficient circulating value. Chen Qingyun could only pin all his hopes on senior sister Xuan. Chen Qingyun opened the system shop and entered the talisman section. First tier inferior thunderstorm talisman, 20 circulating value each. This talisman not only consumed a considerable amount of circulating value, but also possessed immense destructive power. However, such a talisman, while powerful, was also quite loud. Moreover, it would be easy to attract suspicion if one were to kill someone in their own vicinity. First tier inferior binding talisman, 10 circulating value. It could immobilize cultivators below the late stage of qi refinement for 10 breaths. This item could guarantee a lethal blow in combat. However, this talisman could only affect one person at a time and required personal involvement, which was somewhat inconvenient. First tier Fierce Ghost Talisman, 10 circulating value each. It could conjure ghostly apparitions, lasting for 20 breaths. Chen Qingyun's eyes lit up. This is the one. Ultimately, Chen Qingyun decided to opt for the Fierce Ghost Talisman, as it was relatively inexpensive. However, he did not exchange it immediately. He had no desire to engage in such a passive endeavor. His intention was to wait for the opportunity to present itself. Should his adversary truly come knocking, he could exchange it then, as there would be ample time. That night, a round dark moon hung in the sky, illuminating the clouds above slightly. The few stars visible appeared rather dim and lifeless. Nonetheless, this did not affect Chen Qingyun and Xiulan within the cottage. The two continued to indulge in wine and engaged in lively conversation about various matters. Xiulan was also a pitiable figure. Originally, her family circumstances were decent, but alas, her mother was killed by the second branch. Had she not encountered the recruitment of the Yunus sect, her spiritual root would have never been discovered. She had long been sold to an old man as a concubine by her aunt. After indulging for some time, fortune twisted. Snap! The door of Xiulan's home was abruptly shut from within. In a corner of Danwang Peak, the inquiry had reached its conclusion. The questioner was none other than the menial disciple Qi Tianxing had recruited, whose true name was Mao Liang. Brother Mao, I have gathered the necessary information. The old man is called Chen Qingyun, apparently a newcomer. He possesses no cultivation. The woman is named Xiulan, with a cultivation level of the second layer of qi refinement. The other two fellows shared all the intelligence they had gathered with Mao Liang. What is to fear from a mere second layer of qi refinement? We are 3 at this level. Mao Liang's beady eyes darted swiftly, and a sinister grin emerged upon his face. Brothers, why not pay a visit tonight for some amusement? Let us give that old fool a good beating, strip him of his clothes, and bind him to a tree. Let him learn a lesson about who one should not offend. Thus, Mao Liang unveiled his plan. He. Soon, the group erupted into a series of peculiar chuckles. As the night deepened, the dark moon receded, shrouded by ominous clouds. 3 shadowy figures stealthily appeared behind Chen Qingyun's thatched cottage. The 3 figures were none other than Mao Liang and his companions. They approached Chen Qingyun's door with the utmost caution. Mao Liang drew a sharp knife from behind, preparing to pry open the door latch. To his astonishment, he found the door was not even locked. The group rejoiced, astonished at the old man's carelessness. However, upon gently pushing the door open and surveying the surroundings, they were met with an unsettling revelation. Chen Qingyun was nowhere to be found. What in the world? Where is he? Are you sure you're not mistaken? There can be no error. This information came from my acquaintance who manages the herb garden. She has no reason to deceive me. That old man Wu Ti, another member, pointed towards Xiulan's dwelling. Are you suggesting they are living together? Are they companions? I have no idea. I've never heard of such a thing. Damn it. That old fool has indeed gotten ahead of me. Follow me. Under Mao Liang's leadership, the group hastily advanced towards Xiulan's thatched cottage. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Qingyun had already sensed their presence. In the darkness, Chen Qingyun smiled slyly. Have they arrived? Perfect timing for a change of scene. They come just as I need them. Maintaining his composure, Chen Qingyun discreetly exchanged for a Fierce Ghost Talisman from the system marketplace. Holding it in his hand. What is that noise? It seems there are people outside. Xiulan too sensed the presence of intruders. It's nothing. Likely just some rats. Meanwhile, the outsiders also detected 2 distinct energies emanating from within the cottage. Damn it. That old fool is indeed here. This time, Mao Liang and his companions had no intention of pretending. They possessed the ability to sense the presence of individuals within the dwelling, and undoubtedly, those within can sense them as well. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was forcefully kicked open. 3 individuals stormed in with an imposing demeanor. Leave the woman. Drag this old relic out and bind him. With a swift motion, a golden light flashed, and a yellow talisman shot forth. In an instant, the talisman transformed into a cascade of starlight. As the starlight dissipated, 3 grotesque faces, each the size of a basin, materialized in the void, greenish skin and menacing fangs. Utterly terrifying, the 3 ghastly visages simultaneously opened their cavernous mouths and lunged toward the intruders. Good heavens! There are ghosts. The terrified individuals scrambled chaotically, rolling and tumbling, scattering in all directions as they fled. The sounds of their frantic cries faded into the distance, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. Chen Qingyun paid this little heed. However, Xiulan felt a twinge of fear. What had just transpired? Were there truly ghosts? She sensed that the recent apparition of those spectral entities must be linked to her junior disciple. Yet, she could not articulate the precise connection. Her junior disciple, after all, was merely an ordinary individual without any cultivation. The spectacle they had just witnessed was so surreal, It felt dreamlike. Indeed, it was fantastical. She had never encountered ghosts before. This was her first experience. Chen Qingyun swiftly closed the door, preparing to rest. Having just lost 10 points of circulation value, he needed to recuperate. The following day, early in the morning, 3 individuals were discovered in the medicinal garden. One had already succumbed to death, while the other 2 had descended into madness. They were carried to the main road. An early rising Chen Qingyun approached to observe the commotion. There are ghosts. There are ghosts. One of the surviving individuals repeatedly exclaimed, drooling uncontrollably. The other, with a vacant stare, incessantly shouted about the ghosts. Suddenly, he stood up and, in front of the gathered crowd, urinated uncontrollably. Not only was the stream yellow, but it also bifurcated. This elicited a grimace from Chen Qingyun. A mere talisman wielded such extraordinary power. Chen Qingyun could hardly believe it. He shook his head, realizing that treating these 2 imbeciles would likely be a waste of medicinal resources. Upon seeing that the 3 had been rendered utterly incapable, Chen Qingyun finally felt a sense of relief and returned to his thatched cottage. Chapter 17. Stirring the Sect. Upon returning to his humble abode, Chen Qingyun's countenance darkened. He had not offended anyone, and his senior sister Zixian was not one to provoke others. Clearly, the mastermind behind these events could only be that scoundrel. Senior Brother Qi. Senior Brother Qi? By the celestial heavens, I shall ensure you receive your due recompense. Chen Qingyun roared within the confines of his dwelling. At this moment, he was in urgent need of a set of martial techniques. In truth, he had long coveted a particular form of boxing known as the Phantom Fist, which required 200 points of circulation value. Last night, had he exerted himself just a little more, it would have sufficed. To his utter astonishment, 3 inept individuals emerged, causing him to squander 10 points of circulation value. After a night of relentless dual cultivation, he had only acquired a mere 60 points of circulation value. Now, he finds himself with a scant total of 199 points. Were it not for those despicable individuals, he would have had just enough circulation value to purchase that martial arts technique, but he must now wait another day. After a brief spell of lamenting within the confines of his dwelling, Chen Qingyun still pretended as if nothing had transpired, urgently tending to the spiritual herbs in the spirit field. Zixuan had also witnessed the unfortunate plight of those 3 individuals, confirming they were indeed the ones who burst into the room last night. At this moment, she is almost certain that their current state is the handiwork of her junior brother, Chen. However, how could a seemingly unremarkable elder, devoid of any cultivation, have orchestrated such a turn of events? The enormity of the situation left Zixuan feeling somewhat unsettled. Upon seeing Chen Qingyun diligently laboring in the spirit field as if unaffected, she hastily joined him. Chen Qingyun rose and exchanged a distant glance with his senior sister Zixuan. Neither displayed any emotion, yet it seemed they communicated some unspoken understanding. They both nodded slightly and resumed their tasks. They had agreed the previous night that regardless of any inquiries made by others, they would feign ignorance and merely claim to have heard shouts of ghosts from outside. After meeting Chen Qingyun's resolute gaze, Zixuan felt a sense of reassurance wash over her, calming her racing heart. In less than half an hour, 3 figures descended from the sky on swords, landing directly before the 2 fools. All 3 were foundation-building cultivators, 1 male and 2 females. The disciples greeted the enforcers from the law enforcement hall and, upon noticing the latter's presence, hurriedly bowed to pay their respects. They recounted the events of the previous night and how they had discovered the 3 individuals that day. Does anyone recognize them? No, we have never seen them before. The miscellaneous disciples shook their heads in unison. Humph. The leading male cultivator from the law enforcement hall let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with menace. This is truly absurd. These scoundrels dared to intrude upon the medicinal garden. Subsequently, all disciples managing the medicinal garden were summoned for questioning. Chen Qingyun and Zixuan remained composed, their testimonies aligning closely. In the dead of night, they had heard shouts of ghosts, startling some awake. Upon opening their doors, they had indeed seen apparitions chasing after people, which sent them scurrying back inside. The so-called ghosts were merely malevolent spirits, having gained a certain prominence. Though the Jade Maiden sect lacked the righteous aura of the heavens, it nonetheless possessed an enduring celestial essence. How could any foul entity exist within its confines? Could it be that there were malevolent cultivators hidden within the sect? Initially, the enforcers intended to conduct a cursory investigation and conclude the matter hastily. Now, however, the fact that someone had witnessed these ghostly entities with their own eyes suggested that the situation was far more complex than they had anticipated. After several individuals conducted a futile investigation, the troubled Jin departed from the location, taking along the 3 inept individuals. The 2 survivors essentially served as evidence, representing the sole breakthrough thus far. It was evident that these foundational disciples were unable to uncover the truth and intended to report to the Golden Core ancestor. Observing the departure of the law enforcement disciples, Zishuan finally exhaled in relief, fearing the revelation of any incriminating evidence. The suffering she had endured over the years would have been in vain, and more importantly, she had yet to avenge her mother. To perish in such a manner would leave her restless, even if she could not advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Surviving the next 5 years would allow her to descend the mountain and, with her current strength, seek vengeance with ease. However, upon witnessing the departure of these individuals, Chen Qingyun felt a wave of unease wash over him. Could this be a significant misstep? Would they discover something? It is well known that once cultivators reach the golden core stage, they can harness a fragment of the world's power, truly embarking on their path of cultivation with formidable strength. Not only are their physical bodies immensely powerful, but they can also learn and wield various spells, secret arts, and potent magical artifacts after achieving the golden core. Delving into the origins, one could trace back to a specific time and place, seeking the remnants left by time to investigate events that transpired. Golden core cultivators can accomplish this through certain means, albeit at a cost. Yet, it is rumored that the elder of the Yunnu sect is a Yuan-Ing stage being. Though the truth of this remains uncertain, the system? Surely it wouldn't uncover anything incriminating, would it? Rest assured, host. This system has already disrupted the order for you. No matter how thoroughly they investigate, they will not trace it back to you. And what about soul searching? Those two inept individuals wouldn't inadvertently reveal anything, would they? Host, do not worry. Everything is under this system's control. The system is impressive. Chen Qingyun silently gave a thumbs up to the system. With this assurance, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Stroking his beard and gazing in the direction where the three had departed, he chuckled coldly. Go ahead, investigate. I'm not afraid of your scrutiny. The more intense, the better. Soon, this matter stirred the entire sect. It was inevitable that it would cause a stir, primarily because the few errant disciples who had witnessed the incident were unwilling to remain, clamoring to leave. Managing the medicinal fields was considered a lucrative task, and many would vie for the opportunity. Now, however, the mishap involving the incapacitated individuals left a profound impression on everyone. 2 fools had perished. If they could not preserve their own lives, what use were resources? Of course, some bolder individuals chose to stay. For instance, Chen Qingyun and Zishuan were among those undeterred. Within less than an hour, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the void. Standing upon the skies and traversing the winds signifies the attainment of the golden elixir path. At this moment, Chen Qingyun was aimlessly uprooting weeds in the field. This young man is rather intriguing. Amidst such a significant event, he remains composed while weeding. Senior Sister Guyu, your mastery lies in the art of lightning, a formidable adversary to all malevolent spirits. Have you discerned anything? While this place cannot be deemed entirely untainted, it is indeed clear and vibrant, brimming with ethereal charm, and no foul aura has been detected. Furthermore, with the protection of the ancestral spirits from the Jade Maiden sect, what malevolent entity would dare to approach? However, it was not until a sound resonated from the sky that Chen Qingyun noticed 2 figures had appeared in the void behind him. One was clad in flowing white garments, as pure as freshly fallen snow, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, exuding an otherworldly grace. Her beauty was akin to that of a blooming snow lotus. Noble and pristine, her long, jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing gracefully in the wind. Her figure was exquisitely sculpted, reminiscent of a meticulously crafted work of art, embodying an ethereal fairy untouched by worldly affairs, captivating the heart and soul. The other figure, adorned in colorful attire, had garments that billowed elegantly, her hair styled high, radiating solemnity. Her exquisite features were akin to finely chiseled masterpieces, and her alluring physique boasted perfect curves, reminiscent of a graceful willow branch. Her bare feet were delicate and refined, smooth as sheep-fat white jade, translucent and resplendent. The ornaments on her calves were ancient yet splendid, vivid and colorful, as if a fairy from a painting had descended to the mortal realm. Such extraordinary beauty reminded Chen Qingyun of the celestial dancers depicted on the Dunhuang stone walls. The disciple has seen the 2 ancestors. After a few moments of stunned silence, Chen Qingyun hastily clasped his hands in salute. These 2 individuals were undoubtedly powerful. Should he provoke them, his demise would be imminent. Chapter 18. A comprehensive investigation. I shall not inquire of you. The questioning soon commenced. Chen Qingyun responded fluently, raising no suspicion from the 2. While answering the questions, he seized the opportunity to glean information about them. Name: Guyu. Age: 118. Cultivation: 8th layer of golden elixir. Talent: 4th grade lightning root. Fortune value: 10,000. Name: Shun Honglian. Age: 98. Cultivation: 6th layer of golden elixir. Talent: 4th grade fire root. Fortune value: 9,000. Goodness. If I could cultivate with them, how much fortune would I gain? Chen Qingyun felt a profound yearning within, yet dared not display any disrespect outwardly. Especially those with profound cultivation tend to possess peculiar personalities. Their emotions capricious. A slight misstep might lead to utter annihilation. Particularly for someone like him, a mere useless disciple, his life could be extinguished without a second thought. After a fruitless inquiry, the woman in white, Chen Qingyun, spoke. Senior sister, this matter is extraordinary. It appears we must resort to the rewind mirror. Guyu nodded slightly in agreement. With a casual glance, a copper mirror emanating radiant golden light, adorned with a yin-yang engraving on its back, floated in the air. The moment the recursion mirror appeared, Chen Qingyun felt an overwhelming pressure. Sensing the danger, he swiftly retreated from the medicinal field, distancing himself. The two figures in the air exchanged glances, their hands forming intricate gestures. Two powerful streams of spiritual energy surged toward the recursion mirror. Within mere breaths, both individuals turned ashen, their internal energies drained to a mere remnant, as if they had fallen gravely ill. Recovery would demand considerable time. Just as they teetered on the brink of collapse, the heavens seemed to sprinkle starlight into the recursion mirror. Instantly, the murky surface began to clarify, revealing shifting silhouettes. Soon, a scene unfolded within the mirror. In the pitch-black night, three furtive figures materialized in the medicinal field, only to be met by three colossal, terrifying ghostly visages appearing in the sky. The trio scampered and screamed, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness from fright. In no time, these ghostly heads vanished without a trace. Their expressions were vacant, devoid of autonomy, resembling puppets under someone's control. The sequence involving the entrance into Zishuan's chamber had been altered by the system. The two observers furrowed their brows in dismay. How pathetic! To be frightened to death by such non-threatening specters was truly embarrassing. While the two Golden Core ancestors performed their incantations, Chen Qingyun remained vigilant from a distance, astonished at their exquisite appearances, even in a weakened state. Having witnessed the events unfold without gleaning any substantial information, the two quickly took to the clouds. The activation of the recursion mirror had drained their energies significantly, necessitating a return for recuperation. As he watched the enchanting figures depart, each captivating in their own right, Chen Qingyun felt his heart soar alongside them. Even long after their silhouettes faded from view, he remained rooted, unmoving. Was it captivating? Only upon hearing Sister Zishuan's voice did Chen Qingyun regain his senses. Ah, Sister Zishuan, what brings you here? Most onlookers had fled, and seeing the area deserted, Zishuan's courage swelled. She approached and playfully tugged at Chen Qingyun's beard, teasingly exclaiming, "Men, truly, not a single one is worthy. That was a Golden Core ancestor. You should abandon such thoughts. Otherwise, be wary that your old bones may not see the end of their days. Every soul possesses an appreciation for beauty. I was merely observing. What harm is there in that? Cease the charade. After all this time, do you think I cannot discern your true nature? Tell me, did you have a hand in transforming those figures?" Zishuan's beautiful eyes scrutinized Chen Qingyun, determined not to overlook any detail. Encountering her sweet, adorable visage now adorned with a serious expression, Chen Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle. He gently stroked his beard, offering a smile laden with meaning. "Sister, do you jest? I, a mere mortal devoid of cultivation, possess no such power. Humph. Although I cannot provide any evidence, and am uncertain how you accomplished it, my intuition tells me that you are undoubtedly involved. Congratulations, senior sister, your instincts are misguided. Nevertheless, I shall uncover the truth in due course." Zishuan cast a playful glance at Chen Qingyun, implying without words, "I will be watching you." "Very well. Let us wait for senior sister Zishuan to discover it herself. I shall ignore you now and tend to my chores." "Humph." Zishuan playfully huffed and turned to leave. However, at the very moment she spun around, a smile graced her lips, dispelling any trace of displeasure. She felt remarkably at ease. Perhaps, being neighbors with this junior and senior brother is indeed a delightful prospect. Outside the Pilking Peak, what a bunch of useless fools. An old man devoid of cultivation, and a second-level Qi practitioner who cannot even handle a simple task. Qi Tian, infuriated, smashed everything within the room and unleashed a torrent of curses. Yet, one must ponder who dealt with those individuals. Qi Tian found himself utterly perplexed. Firstly, Chen Qingyun, an old man with no cultivation, must be ruled out. As for the second-level female practitioner, she too is unlikely to be responsible. Could it be that someone is secretly aiding them? Who could that be? These two mere servants. What merit do they possess to receive such protection? The more Qi Tian contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became, unable to grasp where the problem lay. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this incident is, to some extent, connected to that old man. However, at this critical juncture, Qi Tian dared not step forward to identify Chen Qingyun, as that would be tantamount to self-incrimination, creating significant trouble for the sect. Setting fire to one's own house is not something Qi Tian is foolish enough to do. When did it become so difficult to deal with a mere servant disciple? Now, he could not afford to take any further action. Unaware of how many eyes were upon him, he must not walk into the line of fire. This resentment, Qi Tian must swallow, no matter how difficult it may be. Curse it. Do not let me catch you in a moment of weakness. At the peak of the Jade Maiden sect, within the Grand Hall, a regal and commanding woman sat in the central seat, exuding an aura that dominated the hall. This woman was Duanmu Yurong, the sect leader of the Jade Maiden sect. Flanking her on either side were a dozen or so elders. Elder who? Have you gleaned anything from those two imbeciles? Duanmu Yurong inquired first. Below. An elder shook his head, his expression grim. Reporting to the sect leader, I have searched the memories of those two disciples, but it seems that particular memory has been deliberately erased, rendering any investigation futile. Duanmu Yurong's brow furrowed slightly. Sister Goyu. And you? Reporting to the sect leader. Sister Shen and I have already visited the scene. Furthermore, we have utilized the retrospection mirror, and it appears that the ghostly entity was being manipulated by someone. Regrettably, I am ashamed to admit that I could not ascertain the precise location of the spellcaster, explained Gloomy Moon with a hint of despondency. What? Elder Gloomy Moon possesses an 8th-tier golden core cultivation, yet is unable to detect the opponent's whereabouts? A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. If that is the case, the opponent's cultivation must be at least at the perfected golden core stage, if not at the nascent soul realm. However, I find myself perplexed. Why would such a formidable being take action against a mere outer disciple and deliberately expose their whereabouts? All were plunged into contemplation, pondering the motivations behind such actions. How audacious of the Ghost Spirit sect to extend its reach into our Jade Maiden sect. Enduring a tempest of emotions, Duanmu Yuyong's breath became erratic. Her spiritual energy swirling chaotically, causing the entire Grand Hall to tremble. From this day forth, the entire sect shall be on high alert. Duanmu Yuyong vanished from her location, reappearing at Elder Peak. Faced with such a significant issue, she must report to the Grand Elder. Chapter 19. Mastering the Phantom Fist. Even amidst the chaos of the outside world, Chen Qingyun remained unfazed. After nurturing them for over 10 days, the few purple ghost lotuses he cultivated were on the verge of maturity, blooming beautifully and soon to bear seeds. The blossoms of the purple ghost lotus are strikingly vibrant, making them easily noticeable. Fortunately, Chen Qingyun had previously transplanted the flowering lotuses into the mountain river diagram. He had been prudent and did not concentrate the spiritual springs irrigation in one place. Thus, the spiritual herbs were not clustered together, even if they were relocated. It would be difficult to detect them without a meticulous inspection of the medicinal fields. Once the seeds were cultivated, it would not be too late to replenish them. The mountain river diagram is abundant in spiritual energy, allowing the herbs to grow swiftly, and it would not take long. As twilight descended, Chen Qingyun hastily finished his dinner and was savoring fragrant tea when a sudden knock echoed from outside. Junior brother, I am frightened, came the voice of Zishuan from beyond the door. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal Sister Zishuan clad in her nightgown, her delicate silhouette barely concealed. Sister, you have come. Zishuan entered with a radiant smile, and the door clicked shut behind her. The following day, creak, Chen Qingyun's door opened once more, and Sister Zishuan emerged, her enchanting figure swaying gracefully. As she stepped out, she glanced back with a smile, her sweetness tinged with allure, nearly captivating Chen Qingyun once again. To quell his impulses, Chen Qingyun turned to his data panel for distraction. Name, Chen Qingyun. Age, 88. Cultivation, 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Technique, Eternal Spring Art. Martial skills, none. Talent, 1st grade water spiritual root. Lifespan, 10 years. Circulation value, 249. Cultivation experience, 0-400. Having already tasted the bitterness of lacking martial skills despite his cultivation, Chen Qingyun hesitated no longer and directly expended 200 circulation points to purchase the Phantom Fist. After consuming 200 points of circulation value, a scroll of martial arts appeared in Chen Qingyun's hand. This was a set of low-grade yellow-tier boxing techniques, consisting of merely 3 forms. Phantom Fist detected. Would you like to learn it with a single click? Learning. In an instant, the knowledge of the Phantom Fist surged into Chen Qingyun's mind like a tidal wave. Before long, he had mastered the entire set of techniques, achieving a state of perfection. Immediately, Chen Qingyun began practicing the Phantom Fist. The first form, Phantom Shadow. Following the principles of the technique, he threw a punch. Instantly, a multitude of phantoms appeared around him, all executing punches with remarkable speed. It was impossible to discern which was the true Chen Qingyun, as his presence was completely concealed. The shadows moved with his fists, and he moved with the shadows. The distinction between reality and illusion became indistinguishable. Inside the thatched cottage, Chen Qingyun moved like a specter, swift and elusive. His footsteps were light, making it nearly impossible to determine his location. His body and the technique were entirely hidden among the phantoms. This allowed him to strike unexpectedly, defeating his opponents with a single blow. After several breaths, Chen Qingyun was drenched in sweat, having expended a significant portion of his spiritual energy. It was evident that his cultivation was still too low, with only the third layer of qi refinement. Utilizing this technique was somewhat strenuous. As for the subsequent second and third forms, he was currently unable to execute them. Nevertheless, with just this first form, shadow follows shadow, Chen Qingyun was confident he could contend against practitioners in the mid-qi refinement stage. Although it was merely a low-grade yellow-tier technique, Chen Qingyun believed that as long as it was produced by the system, it was undoubtedly the most formidable of martial arts, capable of overwhelming other yellow-tier skills. As the days passed, no further incidents occurred within the sect. The haunting gradually subsided, and life for Chen Qingyun and his senior sister, Xiulan, returned to tranquility, filled with unparalleled contentment. No one seemed to care about their relationship as companions or what they were doing. A month later, Chen Qingyun's cultivation ascended directly to the fifth layer of qi refinement. This time, he did not fully conceal his aura, allowing a glimpse of his first layer cultivation. It had been over a month since entering the Yunu sect without any discernible progress, often looked down upon by others. Slightly revealing his capabilities served to indicate that he was indeed capable of cultivation. This was not without its advantages. Of course, he had to avoid excessive ostentation, as that could lead to trouble. Today marked the day for receiving the monthly stipend. After enjoying lunch, the voice of senior sister Xiulan echoed from outside. Junior brother Chen, it's time to collect this month's stipend. Chen Qingyun smiled broadly, thinking that senior sister Xiulan was likely pondering about his spirit stones. However, on the other hand, her assistance to him had indeed been substantial. A mere 2 spirit stones were inconsequential. Had it not been for the fear of revealing his secrets, Chen Qingyun would have gladly given her a few more spirit stones to assist this lovely junior sister. Ah, junior brother Chen, your cultivation. Have you made progress? Upon encountering Chen Qingyun, who had attained the first level of qi refinement, Xiulan was overwhelmed with excitement, her words tumbling forth in a flurry. No wonder. You've become quite robust lately. Congratulations, junior brother Chen. But wait, how did you achieve this breakthrough without any spirit stones or medicinal pills? And in just a little over a month, no less. How on earth did you manage it? Chen Qingyun, somewhat perplexed himself, replied, to be honest, I don't really know. I eat when I'm hungry and drink when I'm thirsty, without overthinking it. Xiulan found it difficult to believe, yet the truth of Chen Qingyun's words was undeniable. As neighbors who frequently spent time together, she had never witnessed him practicing. Could it be that you are the legendary genius, the kind with extraordinary talent? She inquired incredulously. Not at all. When I joined the sect, I was tested and found to have a first-grade water spiritual root. How could someone with a first-grade root possibly break through to the first level of qi refinement in just 2 months? Xiulan, possessing a second-grade aptitude herself, had taken nearly 6 months to achieve the same. Though she struggled to accept this astonishing reality, a sense of envy and admiration welled up within her. She felt genuine happiness for Chen Qingyun, as his advancement meant he could live several more years, prolonging their time as neighbors. Let us go collect our monthly stipend, Xiulan said, naturally linking her arm with Chen Qingyun's as they walked side by side. This age-gap relationship, while often scorned in the mundane world, was entirely acceptable in the realm of cultivation. Chen Qingyun chuckled silently at Xiulan's actions, finding a peculiar joy in their companionship. Reminiscent of a long single man walking hand in hand with a woman he deemed satisfactory, eager to proclaim to the world, "This is my wife." As someone who had lived 2 lifetimes as a solitary figure, he found this experience quite delightful. Before long, they arrived once more at the hall of miscellaneous affairs. Whether by coincidence or design, they found Qi Tiansheng and others seemingly waiting for them. The moment they stepped into the plaza, they noticed several chilling gazes fixated upon them. However, Chen Qingyun was unfazed. Having reached the 5th level of qi refinement, he now surpassed them. More importantly, he had mastered the phantom fist technique, instilling him with the confidence to take down several 4th-level cultivators in a single encounter. With his enhanced speed at the 5th level, he could unleash hundreds of punches in mere moments. As he regarded them with a smirk, his eyes gleaming with provocation, Qi Tiansheng and the female cultivators seethed with rage, wishing to overpower him. Yet, within the hall of miscellaneous affairs, on the day of collecting their stipends, they dared not act recklessly. Chapter 20. Purchasing Talismans. Upon encountering the aura emanating from Chen Qingyun, it was evident that he had reached the 1st level of qi cultivation. Qi Tiansheng was equally astonished. How could this be possible? In just a month, this old fellow had managed to break through to the 1st level of qi cultivation. It had taken him 5 arduous months to progress from sensing spiritual energy to achieving the same breakthrough. Could it be that this old man possesses greater talent than I? No, I cannot allow him to flourish. He will undoubtedly become a future threat. Damn it, I must devise a plan to eliminate this scoundrel. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Qi Tianxing swiftly approached Chen Qingyun. Well, old man, you've reached the first level of Qi cultivation. Do you dare to battle me on the life and death platform? Within the sect, private duels were strictly prohibited. However, in cases of irreconcilable conflict, it was required that one party must perish to restore peace. The sect had established the life and death platform for such grievances, allowing individuals to resolve their personal vendettas, provided both parties consented and signed a death agreement. Yet, this was predicated on a fair and equitable contest. As a mere newly initiated servant disciple, although my cultivation level surpasses that of this waste, allowing me to defeat him in a single blow, that is only under the condition that he lacks any backing. Clearly, this fellow has become an outer disciple, suggesting he has support. Should someone intervene to protect him at a crucial moment, how could I possibly eliminate this pest? Since I cannot kill him, engaging in a contest would be utterly pointless, wasting my time and potentially exposing my secrets. Brother Qi, is it? My apologies. I am but a first-level Qi cultivator. You are far superior, and I cannot contend with you. You have won. Chen Qingyun spoke with an air of nonchalance, a smile adorning his face as he regarded Qi Tianxing. Qi Tianxing was furious, yet he restrained himself from acting out. What are you doing? The Hall of Miscellaneous Affairs prohibits raucous behavior. If you dare to cause further disturbances, be gone. A roar, laced with spiritual power, resonated through the air, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Qi Tianxing dared not utter another word and retreated, crestfallen, to his own group. Chen Qingyun, too, chose to disregard this ineffectual opponent, focusing instead on forming a line. However, within, he was contemplating how to deal with this troublesome adversary. He had been preoccupied with accumulating circulation value, almost forgetting about this nuisance. Chen Qingyun quickly accessed the system marketplace, navigating to the talisman section. Soon, he discovered an intriguing talisman, the positioning talisman. This talisman consists of a pair. One is the child talisman, and the other is the mother talisman. By applying the child talisman to the object of interest, within the effective range, one could use the mother talisman to observe the target's movements and real-time distance, and it could be paired with a teleportation talisman for precise teleportation. Incredible. This is truly remarkable. Such a possession is invaluable. Generally, teleportation talismans offer random teleportation without a precise destination. With this positioning teleportation, convenience is greatly enhanced. Chen Qingyun excitedly perused the details. A first-tier inferior positioning talisman costs 20 circulation value, with an effective positioning duration of 2 hours and a sensing range of 20 miles. First-grade middle-grade positioning talisman, 50 circulation value. Effective positioning time spans 6 hours, with an effective sensing distance of 100 miles. First-grade low-grade teleportation talisman, 50 circulation value. Teleportation distance of 50 miles. First-grade middle-grade teleportation talisman, 100 circulation value. Teleportation distance of 120 miles. Alas, such a talisman for preserving life is truly exorbitantly priced. Never mind. I shall toil a little more, investing further so that you may meet a more secure end. At this moment, Chen Qingyun possessed over 300 points of circulation value. Suppressing his heartache, he directly spent 100 points to procure 2 sets of middle-grade positioning talismans. The rationale behind acquiring 2 sets was straightforward. One set was naturally intended for use in the medicinal garden, facilitating his precise return. He expended 100 points of circulation value to acquire 2 low-grade teleportation talismans. Ultimately, Chen Qingyun gritted his teeth and spent an additional 40 points of circulation value to acquire 2 first-grade low-grade thunderstorm talismans, ensuring a decisive strike. After all, having already spent so much, an extra 20 points of investment seemed trivial. It was likely that in this lifetime, he would only enjoy such generous treatment once. Casting a cold glance at Qi Tianxing, who stood not far away, Chen Qingyun promptly donned a smiling facade. Senior Brother Qi, it is entirely my fault for my ignorance, causing you displeasure. Please, overlook my indiscretion and forgive me, he implored with a cheerful demeanor. I believe Senior Brother Qi will surely forgive me, right? As he spoke, Chen Qingyun casually placed a hand on Qi Tianxing's shoulder. Simultaneously, he activated the positioning talisman. A faint light flickered in Chen Qingyun's palm, directly attaching itself to Qi Tianxing before vanishing without a trace. Remove your filthy hands. Qi Tianxing forcefully pushed away Chen Qingyun's hand, brushing off the spot where he had just touched. You think I would let you off so easily? Not a chance. Unless you kneel before me and bow your head until I am satisfied. The few female cultivators accompanying Qi Tianxing wore mocking expressions, eagerly anticipating the sight of Chen Qingyun begging for mercy. Seeing his plan succeed, Chen Qingyun's expression shifted as he regarded them with disdain before returning to his own group. The audacity with which Chen Qingyun walked away left Qi Tianxing and his companions momentarily stunned. Wasn't he here to apologize? What was that look just now? Damn it! I will never forgive that old fool. I shall see him dead. Qi Tianxing seethed with fury, feeling as though he had once more been played by Chen Qingyun. Before long, both Chen Qingyun and Zixuan received their monthly stipends. On their way, Zixuan inquired, "What did you seek out senior brother Qi for? You mustn't act foolishly. We cannot contend with the outer sect disciples. I merely went to offer my apologies." He replied, "Here, this is for you, senior sister." Not allowing Zixuan to voice any further thoughts, Chen Qingyun pressed his stipend into her hands. "Junior brother, you are now a cultivator. Will you not part with all your spirit stones for me?" Suddenly, Zixuan seemed to realize she had misspoken. This fellow truly appears unconcerned about cultivation. Hee. Has my senior sister forgotten that I, her junior, do not require cultivation? Are you well? Should I enter the outer sect ahead of schedule? I shall lend my assistance when needed. As for the truth of Zixuan's words, Chen Qingyun could not ascertain. However, he wished to express that his senior sister had always been there to support him. Very well. Just do not forget your junior when the time comes. Naturally not. Come, accompany me to procure some elixirs. Additionally, let us gather some daily necessities. Certainly, Zixuan had previously gathered some spirit stones, and with the 4 she acquired today, she had enough to purchase a low-grade Gathering Qi pill. The Gathering Qi pill is a first-tier elixir providing excellent assistance to cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, particularly effective for breaking through bottlenecks in that phase. The two arrived at the market, and Zixuan skillfully entered a shop called Danbao Pavilion. Clearly, she had frequented this establishment before for elixirs. From the pocket of her close-fitting attire, Zixuan retrieved 6 spirit stones, and with her newly obtained stones, she presented a total of 10. Noticing Chen Qingyun's surprised expression, she smiled slightly. Without a storage bag, it is wise to remain cautious. One should not display their wealth openly. This senior sister is indeed prudent. After receiving the spirit stones, the shopkeeper retrieved a white elixir from a porcelain vial and handed it to Zixuan. She accepted the elixir, carefully wrapped it in the cloth that had contained the spirit stones, and with utmost caution, placed it back into her pocket. Being careful is never unwarranted. My ability to swiftly elevate my cultivation to the 3rd level of Qi refinement relies on these elixirs. Chen Qingyun increasingly found Zixuan, his junior sister, intriguing. Although she appeared naive and carefree, her demeanor fluctuated between audacity and meticulousness. For such an elixir, he could easily exchange for 10 or more with minimal effort. However, at present, he dared not do so, as he could not adequately explain the situation. There was no need to invite such trouble. Once he becomes an alchemist, acquiring as many elixirs as he desires will pose no issue. There is no rush now. Zixuan still possessed some fragments of spirit stones, and they casually purchased a few ingredients before returning home. As for the spiritual rice and meat, Zixuan could scarcely afford them. Chen Qingyun, on the other hand, could indulge in whatever he desired. Within the System S space, not only were there 1,000 spirit stones, but the circulating value could also be exchanged for spirit stones. 1 unit of circulating value could be traded for 2 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, with Zixuan by his side, he dared not reveal his secret. At this moment, Chen Qingyun felt a twinge of guilt. He sensed that his current demeanor resembled that of an overbearing CEO feigning poverty while playing with the affections of a Cinderella. Come, Chen Shitty. Today, I purchased a spirit gathering pill, and Zixuan appeared exceedingly joyful, almost skipping with delight. If she were to learn that her senior brother could effortlessly procure hundreds of such pills, I wonder what her reaction would be. Of course, Chen Qingyun would never reveal this secret to her. Otherwise, this little junior sister might very well wish to bite him. 2 hours later, the two returned to the medicinal fields, chatting and laughing. Chapter 21. Delivering a package to Qi Tianxing. Upon returning to the herb garden, Chen Qingyun swiftly made his way back to his thatched cottage, retrieving the master talisman of the positioning talisman for inspection. The blue talisman shimmered with radiant light, revealing a red that was continuously on the move. The distance displayed was indeed 485 miles, and it was steadily increasing. It resembled a navigation map from Blue Star, albeit without any visual imagery. Goodness. Fortunately, I purchased a mid-grade positioning talisman. Since this ruffian is moving, it indicates he must be outside. It is unwise to take action now to avoid unnecessary complications. The talisman is effective for 6 hours, so there is no need to rush. Nighttime would be just as opportune. Chen Qingyun tidied up the talisman, then, as per usual, strolled through the herb garden before returning to his thatched cottage to enjoy some tea. Meanwhile, he remained vigilant regarding Qi Tianxing's movements within the positioning talisman. Inside the Pill King Hall, Qi Tianxing was instructing his junior sister on the identification of spiritual herbs. Junior sister Hua, this is a first-tier spiritual herb. The earth spirit flower. It is an essential ingredient for concocting beauty pills. Once I become a pill master, I shall certainly create one for you. Qi Tianxing grinned as he held junior sister Hua's smooth, delicate hand, weaving through a collection of spiritual herbs. Junior sister Hua's cheeks flushed, and she nestled against Qi Tianxing. Then I shall thank my senior brother. How about I visit you tonight for a little chat? Junior sister is at your service. As Qi Tianxing continued, junior sister Hua's face burned with embarrassment, completely burying herself in his embrace. Qi Tianxing's lips curled into a sly smile, preparing to indulge in some playful mischief. Damn, I can hardly wait. The time is now. At that moment, Qi Tianxing was precisely at the maximum range of the teleportation talisman, a distance of 498 miles. Chen Qingyun took out another set of positioning talismans, activating the sub-talisman and directing it towards the teapot. Once everything was ready, he produced a teleportation talisman and activated it without hesitation. Starlight flickered. In an instant, Chen Qingyun vanished. He reappeared right behind Qi Tianxing and his junior sister. Who are you? Qi Tianxing was taken aback upon Chen Qingyun's sudden appearance in the Pill King Hall. How did you get in here? What are you doing? I'm here to deliver a package. Just as Qi Tianxing was babbling, Chen Qingyun had already activated the 2 thunderstorm talismans in his hands. Whoosh! Chen Qingyun hurled the 2 talismans towards Qi Tianxing and his companion, who immediately began to retreat in a frenzy. When Qi Tianxing finally realized that something was amiss, it was already too late to evade the impending danger. Above him, 2 terrifying bolts of lightning had coalesced, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. With a thunderous roar, an explosive sound reverberated through the air, causing the ground to tremble and smoke to billow, debris scattering in all directions. Even at a considerable distance, Chen Qingyun felt a wave of dizziness from the shock. Suddenly, the talisman in his hand ignited spontaneously, indicating that the designated target had been completely obliterated. The child talisman was destroyed, and the mother talisman was consumed in flames. Discarding the mother talisman, Chen Qingyun swiftly approached Qi Tianxing and his companion. Before him lay a deep pit, still emitting black smoke, and 2 charred corpses, one of which belonged to Qi Tianxing, now a shadow of his former self. His face blackened and his eyes wide open, devoid of life. Having accomplished the mission, Chen Qingyun produced another mother talisman and promptly activated it, vanishing from the scene in an instant. Barely 10 breaths had passed when someone burst into the area. Qi Tianxing, you worthless fool, what on earth is going on? Su Qingxue, clad in a flowing blue gown, rushed in and was met with the horrific sight before her. Who dares to have the audacity to come to my Danwang Hall and commit murder? In an instant, all individuals within Danwang Hall were roused from their activities. Quick, seal off the entire Danwang Peak. Not a single fly is to escape. After issuing her command, Su Qingxue took to the skies, deploying her spiritual awareness to investigate each corner of the area. Danwang Peak, already sparsely populated, was quickly surveyed. However, no trace of the assailant was found, likely due to the lack of diligence in their search. Meanwhile, the alchemist, who was diligently concocting pills in the cave on the back mountain, was also disturbed by the commotion. A figure flickered into existence, revealing the alchemist before the gathered crowd. What is happening? What has transpired? Alchemist Ling Xiao, in a state of furious agitation, had merely wished to refine his elixirs in peace, aspiring for an early breakthrough to the 2nd tier of alchemist. He pondered the recent peculiar incidents plaguing Danwang Peak. Greetings, master. Greetings, alchemist. All disciples hurriedly bowed before him. Speak quickly, what has occurred? Upon receiving reports from his disciples, Ling Xiao proceeded to the room where the chaos had unfolded. Confronted with such a grim scene, his brows knitted in concern. Who is targeting my Danwang Peak? I shall ensure their demise. Ling Xiao trembled in rage, striking the ground with his palm, creating yet another large pit. No, wait. This is a talisman. There are other presences as well. Ling Xiao scoured the room and ultimately discovered a charred talisman in a corner. Such a formidable talisman would undoubtedly possess considerable value. Quickly, he unleashed his spiritual awareness to probe the area, focusing intently on the inner and outer sections. He could hardly believe that any of the servant disciples possessed the means to acquire such talismans. As for the medicinal garden, the caretakers of the medicinal garden are mere disciples, incapable of affording talismans. Ling Xiao casually surveyed the area and, upon failing to detect the elusive aura, chose to divert his attention elsewhere. How could this be? Why was he unable to locate it? Ling Xiao, a practitioner at the Golden Core stage, possessed a divine sense that could extend over hundreds of miles. To eliminate a disciple like Qi Tianxing would require the use of talismans, indicating a lack of cultivation. A Golden Core cultivator like himself could easily dispatch such a foe with a single strike. It was evident that the adversary sought a swift resolution, wishing to remain undetected to avoid further complications. It was unlikely that a lower-tier cultivator would have the opportunity to escape the Danwang Peak. Yet, Why could he not probe their whereabouts? Could it be that the opponent possessed some form of concealment artifact? But how could a low-tier cultivator possibly wield a treasure capable of resisting the divine sense of a golden core practitioner? Ling Xiao found this perplexing and utterly incomprehensible. Qing Shui, go to the law enforcement hall and summon Elder Gu Yu for me, he declared. Whoever it may be, I shall ensure their annihilation, leaving no trace behind. Yes, master. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, Chen Qingyun swiftly stowed the teapot and mother talisman into the system space, then quickly concealed himself within the realm of the mountain river map. I refuse to believe that you can find me here. Do not worry. Your traces have been entirely erased. Oh, and what of the aura I left at the Danwang Hall? Rest assured, someone has already investigated. You remain undetected within the mountain river map. What? Thankfully, I was clever enough. I nearly fell victim to your unfortunate system. This was merely a miscalculation. Do not fret. You shall not meet your demise too soon. What nonsense is this? Pay more attention next time. Once reassured, Chen Qingyun emerged from the mountain river map and resumed sipping tea leisurely. The following day, at Zishuan's residence, Chen Qingyun once again acquired 50 points of circulation value. However, starting today, Sister Zishuan would be entering seclusion for a few days to strive for a breakthrough to the third layer of qi refinement. Having remained at the second layer for nearly 2 years, it was indeed time for her to advance. The time left for Zishuan was limited. Achieving a breakthrough from the third to the fourth layer within 2 years would present considerable challenges. This was a critical juncture in the early stages of qi refinement, not to be compared lightly with prior advancements. It was akin to the transition from 6th grade to 7th grade in middle school. Although the numerical difference is merely 1, the nature of the journey has significantly transformed. The institution is no longer the same, and the designation shifts from elementary student to middle school student. Despite still being a student, the concept has evolved entirely. After a busy morning, Chen Qingyun brewed a pot of tea using spiritual spring water and reclined before the thatched cottage, gazing vacantly at the outside world. With Sister Zishuan in seclusion, boredom would ensue for several days. Most importantly, the circulation value would also stagnate. What to do? Although I have never truly practiced cultivation, I cannot afford to let my progress falter. The interruption of the flow of spiritual energy equates to a hindrance in one's cultivation. Unconsciously, Chen Qingyun cast a glance towards another side of the spiritual field. In an instant, he was captivated by an enchanting figure within the medicinal garden. Her skin was fair and exquisite, her beauty striking, and her voluptuous figure radiated allure, unmistakably a rare gem. This was the newly arrived neighbor. Chen Qingyun recalled that just days prior, this plot of land was tended by a woman with a sallow complexion. Taking a sip of tea, Chen Qingyun rose to investigate. Name, Zheng Rou, age, 23. Cultivation, Qi Refinement Level 2. Spiritual Root, 2nd rank Water Spiritual Root. Fortune Value, 200. Zheng Rou's capabilities were comparable to those of senior Sister Zishuan. Their fortune values were identical. A thought emerged in Chen Qingyun's mind. Since Zishuan was preoccupied, perhaps he could engage in conversation with Zheng Rou. Chapter 22. Senior Sister Zheng Rou. Chen Qingyun approached Zheng Rou's medicinal garden with measured steps. Oh, Senior Sister, are you busy? In truth, Chen Qingyun's cultivation had surpassed that of Zheng Rou's, yet to maintain his guise, he playfully addressed her as Senior Sister. Zheng Rou lifted her head, meeting the gaze of an elderly man, his face adorned with a broad smile, and observed his Qi Refinement Level 1 cultivation. Are you addressing me, junior brother? Zheng Rou's tone was calm, devoid of any unapproachable demeanor. Indeed, Senior Sister, my name is Chen Qingyun. May I inquire your name? Oh, I am Zheng Rou. Haha. So you are Senior Sister Zheng. You must be new here. From now on, we shall be neighbors. We should visit each other often. Oh, so you are Junior Brother Chen. You are quite right. Neighbors should indeed interact more and lend each other assistance. Your words resonate deeply, Senior Sister. Chen Qingyun's expression brightened, secretly relishing the moment. I find myself in need of your assistance. I see you have been laboring. Why not come to my humble abode for a cup of tea and a moment's respite? Is that truly appropriate? Nonsense. What could be inappropriate? Did you not just mention that neighbors ought to help one another? I have just brewed a fresh pot of tea. Would you not partake? Very well. Since you insist, Junior Brother Chen, I shall not impose further. Zheng Rou rose, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. Her statuesque figure, glistening with perspiration, accentuated the delicate strands of hair clinging to her neck, exuding an aura of maturity and charm akin to that of a captivating neighborly matron. In that moment, Chen Qingyun found himself momentarily spellbound, his eyes wide in awe. Senior Sister Zheng, you are indeed a rare beauty. Junior brother, please do not jest. I am nearing the appearance of a weary matron. Nonsense. Please have a seat. Chen Qingyun hurriedly gestured for Zheng Rou to sit, pouring her a cup of tea. Perhaps feeling parched, Zheng Rou lifted the cup to drink. Ah, Junior brother, this tea is quite delightful. Alas, no matter how good the tea is, what does it matter if I often drink alone? Disciple, I have reached the venerable age of 88. Though I have been specially recruited into the Jade Maiden sect, alas, my talents are woefully inadequate, leaving me ensnared at the first layer of Qi cultivation for several years. As I sense my time drawing near, I ponder whether there remains any opportunity to step beyond the confines of the sect. I have lived as a solitary soul, and should I find companionship before my demise, I would gladly offer my monthly stipend to assist her in her cultivation. Chen Qingyun, intent on charming this enchanting woman, naturally refrained from uttering the truth. As Zheng Ro was about to bring the tea to her lips, her hand momentarily faltered. Chen Qingyun, appearing to lament in solitude, was subtly observing Zheng Ro's reactions. It was evident that upon hearing his willingness to part with his monthly stipend, she was somewhat intrigued. Noticing that Zheng Ro's tea was nearly depleted, he hastily rose under the pretext of refilling her cup, deliberately brushing against her hand. Oh, my apologies, senior sister Zheng, but your hand is truly soft and smooth. How do you maintain such exquisite care? Junior brother Chen, you are quite forward. I never anticipated such frivolity from you. Indeed, this fellow was a notorious lecher. Yet, she remained uncertain whether his claim about offering his stipend was genuine. If it were true, it might not be entirely unappealing. After all, Brother Lin was in the spirit fruit orchard and would not be around every day. With a bit of caution, it should pose no problem. Chen Qingyun observed that although Zheng Ro's expression had slightly shifted, she had not reached the point of anger. Moreover, she seemed to be contemplating something, showing no intention of departing. Chen Qingyun sensed a glimmer of hope. He wondered if senior sister Zheng had a partner and whether she might be willing to assist him in this endeavor. Junior brother Chen, I am indeed brother Lin's partner. He is in the spirit fruit orchard. Furthermore, his cultivation level surpasses yours. Are you not afraid? With a broad smile, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard and replied, what is there to fear? I do not require you to remain by my side at all times. As long as you are willing. As he spoke, he boldly grasped Zheng Ro's delicate hand. Startled, she recoiled as if struck by lightning. She could hardly believe the audacity of this elderly man. If senior sister was unwilling, then so be it. He would seek other avenues. Just as her interest had been piqued, he seemed ready to withdraw. This was an opportunity for 2 additional spirit stones each month. He could not afford to give up. Absolutely not. Brother Lin was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. If they could not enter the inner sect together, what was the point of discussing partnerships? As long as she exercised sufficient caution, Brother Lin would be none the wiser. Time was running short for this aging man. Those 2 spirit stones were as good as his, but he needed to confirm her intentions. I am willing to agree. However, is your earlier promise sincere? Chen Qingyun stroked his beard with a smile. Of course it is sincere. Then it is settled. I am willing. Zheng Ro took the initiative to grasp Chen Qingyun's hand, her expression radiating a myriad of enchanting emotions, exuding a mature and alluring charm. Chen Qingyun's smile deepened, as the power of money indeed proved capable of overcoming myriad obstacles. Very well. Senior sister, let us retreat indoors. Zheng Ro, quick on her feet, promptly assisted Chen Qingyun to his feet, despite her underlying disdain for him. After all, he was barely hanging on, yet preoccupied with trivial matters. She recognized the value of his resources. Only a man like him, teetering on the brink of despair regarding his cultivation prospects, would be inclined to part with spirit stones to support her ambitions. Truly, the elderly hold certain advantages. They are often more generous. Presently, Zheng Ro hoped fervently that Chen Qingyun could linger for a year or 2 more. Ideally until the time of the outer sect assessment, as she required additional spirit stones to elevate her cultivation. With a decisive kick, Chen Qingyun flung the door open and wrapped his arm around Zheng Ro's slender waist as they entered. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. 2 hours later, Chen Qingyun and senior sister Zheng once again found themselves seated at the table, sipping tea. With feigned nonchalance, he reached into his sleeve and retrieved 2 low-grade spirit stones from his system space. Here, senior sister, these are for you. Zheng Ro accepted the 2 spirit stones, her joy uncontainable. At this rate, she would be able to purchase a low-grade Qi gathering pill in just 3 months, yielding 4 such pills within a year. If she exerted herself further, she could likely break through to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement in under a year, leaving ample time to prepare for the 4th layer before entering the outer sect. I am truly grateful, junior brother Chen. After savoring a few more sips of tea, she stood to take her leave. After all, managing the spirit fields is of utmost importance. I cannot afford to dawdle. Junior brother Chen, I shall take my leave. I will return to seek you out this evening. As she departed, Chen Qingyun's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, her waist swaying like a blossoming branch. A devilish grin spread across his face as he stroked his beard, exuding an air of mischief. Age, 88. Cultivation, 5th layer of Qi refinement. Technique, eternal spring art. Martial skill, phantom fist. Talent, First-grade water spiritual root. Lifespan, 10 years. Circulation value, 99. Cultivation experience, 0600. My efforts have garnered me 30 circulation points. Quite satisfactory. Chen Qingyun promptly extracted a spirit spring from the map of mountains and rivers, taking several generous gulps. Before long, he had completely restored his vitality. Zheng Ro found the tea delightful, unaware that it was the spirit spring's influence. Of course, the spirit spring had lost potency due to prolonged exposure. Otherwise, Zheng Ro would have sensed something amiss. Chapter 23. Inviting senior sister for tea. The night sky, dark as ink, was adorned with twinkling stars. The solitary Chen Qingyun, having finished his dinner early, reclined in a chair, gazing up at the celestial expanse. His inherent loneliness felt even more pronounced in this moment of desolation, confusion, and melancholy. Junior brother Chen. Just as he was idly counting stars, his boredom was interrupted. A voice echoed, Sister Zheng. The two exchanged a glance and chuckled softly. Is brother Lin not around? No, he resides in the spirit fruit orchard and seldom returns. On such a night, steeped in solitude and sleeplessness, it seemed that Sister Zheng also felt the weight of boredom. A cultivator with a first or second-grade spiritual root, in such an ordinary setting, gathers the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation. Even if one were to practice until old age, true accomplishments might remain elusive. Particularly for someone like Chen Qingyun, with a first-grade spiritual root, it is nearly impossible to progress beyond the mid-stage of qi refinement in a lifetime. Second-grade spiritual roots are often confined to the late stage of qi refinement, with foundational establishment seemingly out of reach. Indeed, Sister Zheng appeared to be equally wearied by the monotony of the night, having nothing to occupy her mind. The relentless pursuit of cultivation yields no remarkable results. Who would not feel tedium? Sister, please enjoy some tea. After pouring a cup for Sister Zheng, Chen Qingyun reclined in his chair, gazing up at the sky. After taking a sip of tea, Sister Zheng came over and sat upon Chen Qingyun's lap, nestling against him. The two sat quietly together, gazing at the sky in silence. Time drifted by unnoticed until Chen Qingyun realized he could no longer squander it. Shall we head inside? Sister Zheng nodded in silence. With a creak, the door opened, only to be shut with a resounding thud. 5 days later, shortly after Sister Zheng's departure, Sister Zixuan came to visit, enveloping Chen Qingyun in a warm embrace. Witnessing Sister Zixuan's exuberance, it was evident that she had made progress in her cultivation. Junior brother, Sister Zixuan has advanced in her cultivation. With just 2 more pills, I shall step into the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Observing her, Chen Qingyun noted that her cultivation had indeed improved and was nearing the 3rd layer. He wished to assist her, but recognized that more time was required. In these 5 days, Chen Qingyun accumulated 230 points of circulation value, bringing him closer to the 6th layer of qi refinement. He planned to become an alchemist after entering the foundation establishment stage. After all, without an appropriate status, not only would he be unable to interact with powerful female cultivators, but he would also be reluctant to present many items without a reasonable explanation. The qi refinement stage still felt somewhat inadequate for self-preservation. Have you thought about your sister in recent days? Indeed. Of course. Chen Qingyun replied with a radiant smile, appearing genuinely warm and sincere. Pleased by his response, Sister Zixuan immediately took his hand and led him inside. Chen Qingyun once again gained 10 points of circulation value, chuckling as he stroked his beard, bidding Sister Zixuan farewell. During her seclusion, Chen Qingyun had taken great care of her, preparing meals daily. The efforts of these days have indeed borne fruit. After tidying up, Chen Qingyun began his work in the fields. Not long ago, the few transplanted purple lotus blossoms had been successfully restored, leaving no trace of anomaly for anyone to discover. Within the intricate landscape of Chen Qingyun's realm, there flourished a dozen or so of these mystical orchids. Henceforth, should he wish to concoct the returning qi elixir, he would no longer fret over the absence of this vital spiritual herb. As Chen Qingyun arrived at the medicinal field, he noticed his senior sister, Zheng Ro, gazing in his direction. Their eyes met, and Chen Qingyun offered a subtle smile. However, Zheng Ro responded with a smile that held profound implications. She had witnessed the entire exchange between Zixuan and Chen Qingyun, yet she did not dwell on it. After all, men were men, it was quite natural. Moreover, Chen Qingyun was not her destined partner, and thus, she felt it was not her place to interfere. Still, a twinge of concern lingered in her heart. Fearing that this junior might meet an untimely demise, she still required Chen Qingyun's resources to aid her cultivation, and should he depart prematurely, it would be a significant loss. After lunch, Chen Qingyun intended to invite his senior sister for a cup of tea to quench their thirst. To his surprise, Zheng Ro arrived on her own, accompanied by a male cultivator. She was intimately linked to the young man, who was none other than her partner, Lin Chun, whose cultivation had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. From a distance, Zheng Ro playfully winked at Chen Qingyun, seemingly conveying a message, yet still exuding an alluring charm. "Ah, senior sister, you have come. Might I inquire about this esteemed brother?" "Oh, Chen Shitty. Allow me to introduce my partner, Lin Chun, senior brother Lin." "Greetings, senior brother Lin. Please, have a seat. I hope you have dined well." Chen Qingyun hastily arranged for both of them to sit at the tea table, pouring tea with great enthusiasm. "I have heard from junior sister Ro that you frequently invite her for tea, and indeed, your character is commendable. It is a pleasure to meet you today." At this moment, Zheng Ro nestled against Lin Chun, casting a flirtatious glance at Chen Qingyun from a vantage point where Lin Chun could not see. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard and chuckled warmly. "Not at all. As neighbors, it is only natural to lend a helping hand. It is but a trifling matter." "Well said. Indeed, Chen Shitty, you are a person of remarkable temperament. Today, I shall toast you with tea in place of wine." "Oh, there is no need for that. Should senior brother Lin desire wine, I happen to have some on hand." Chen Qingyun swiftly returned indoors to fetch a jar of wine, placing it on the table and filling 3 cups to the brim. Wine, of course, should be savored in generous portions. Although there was no meat, the ceremony must still hold its significance. "Excellent. Come, Chen Shitty, I toast you. Thank you for your care towards junior sister Ro." "Not at all. Senior brother Lin, senior sister, let us all drink together." After they had indulged in sufficient revelry, the two took their leave. Before departing, Zheng Ro glanced back with a smile, casting a flirtatious eye at Chen Qingyun. He, too, was filled with warmth, his face adorned with a radiant smile. "Brother Lin, sister Zheng, take care. Do visit us often." After the two departed, Chen Qingyun resumed his leisurely repose on the lounge chair. Sipping spirit tea and humming a gentle tune, he relished the tranquility of the moment. Although he still toiled like a beast of burden, the contrast with his previous life was stark. Endless days and nights spent laboring for mere scraps of silver felt like a distant memory, devoid of joy. The burdens of car payments, mortgages, utility bills, living expenses, and the pursuit of a spouse had all vanished. Who among them truly cherished such a life? Certainly not Chen Qingyun, who had resolved to abandon it all. "Nothing to worry about. I shall engage in discussions on cultivation with Sister Zixuan and share tea with Sister Zheng." Such a lifestyle was blissfully carefree. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Through this period of reflection, Chen Qingyun amassed over 4,000 points of circulation value, propelling his cultivation to the pinnacle of qi refinement. Age, 88. Cultivation, pinnacle of qi refinement. Technique, Changchun Gong. Martial skill, Phantom Fist. Talent, Grade 1 Water Spiritual Root. Lifespan, 10 years. Circulation value, 889. Cultivation experience value, 20,000. Reclining on the lounge chair, Chen Qingyun surveyed his statistics with great satisfaction. At this rate, within a month, he would ascend to the rank of Foundation Establishment Master Uncle. Alas, both Sister Zheng and Sister Zixuan were in seclusion, leaving Chen Qingyun alone. Even the most skilled craftsman struggles without materials. Through 3 months of diligent effort, Sister Zixuan had procured another qi gathering pill and was now striving to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. It seemed her seclusion would extend for some time. Sister Zheng had also acquired a qi gathering pill, diligently working to enhance her own cultivation. For time was of the essence for them both. In the past 3 months, the two sisters had grown aware of each other as presents. Chen Qingyun, during this interval, enjoyed a life of ease and made significant strides in his cultivation. Chapter 24. Refining the mountain and river map once more. Since both sisters entrusted him with the care of their medicinal fields, this presented an exceptional opportunity. Chen Qingyun swiftly rose from the lounge chair and hastened to Sister Zixuan's herb garden. Sister Zixuan cultivated ice crystal grass, with leaves resembling orchids, adorned with a layer of frost. The touch was refreshingly cool, quite delightful. Chen Qingyun selected a modest specimen of ice crystal grass, swiftly uprooted it, and stored it in the system space. After tending to the ice crystal grass, he promptly made his way to Sister Zheng's medicinal field. Sister Zheng's garden was filled with flame source flowers, vibrant red, and in direct contrast to the icy properties of the ice crystal grass, embodying a fiery attribute. Both were essential ingredients in the crafting of first-tier elixirs, specifically qi gathering pills. Once again, Chen Qingyun chose an inconspicuous spot, uprooted a plant, and stored it in the system space. After concealing any evidence of his actions, he swiftly returned to his thatched cottage. Taking out the mountain and river map, Chen Qingyun quickly immersed himself within it. After a dazzling flash of golden light, Chen Qingyun, along with the landscape map, vanished from sight. Upon entering the landscape map, Chen Qingyun swiftly arrived at the edge of the spiritual spring. This spring cascaded down from a cliff, flowing continuously. At the spring's side, the purple mysterious lotus had proliferated from a few dozen to over 100. This herb, nourished by the spring's water, could mature in merely a month or two. With such an abundant quantity, Chen Qingyun felt no inclination to tend to them, allowing them to flourish freely. In a nearby clearing, he planted the ice crystal flower. The Tianyuan flower, characterized by its pure yang properties, prefers drier conditions. Thus, Chen Qingyun chose a spot further away from the spring to avoid excessive moisture that might hinder its growth. Once everything was arranged, he collected some spring water and exited the landscape map. Back at his thatched cottage, while boiling water, Chen Qingyun hesitated as he gazed at the landscape map in his hands. Ever since his last experience of having his spiritual energy forcibly drained, he had refrained from attempting to refine the map again. The sensation of being utterly depleted, devoid of energy, had left a lingering discomfort in his mind. He hadn't dared to try for months. Now, having achieved great perfection in qi cultivation, he felt compelled to make one more attempt. After much deliberation, Chen Qingyun could no longer resist. He swiftly summoned his spiritual energy to envelop the landscape map. The moment his energy touched the map, that familiar sensation returned, and the powerful suction once again ravenously drew upon his spiritual energy. He managed to endure for only 10 breaths before his energy ran dry, and the strange pull vanished. Exhausted, he collapsed, drenched in sweat, resembling a deflated balloon sprawled on the ground. However, unlike before, after reaching great perfection in qi cultivation, he managed to endure a bit longer this time, holding on for a full 10 breaths. Simultaneously, Chen Qingyun sensed a newfound affinity with the landscape map. He once again communicated with it through his consciousness. This time, the map responded. It began to levitate slowly, emanating a blinding golden light, gradually shrinking until it transformed into a beam of light that entered Chen Qingyun's body. Hastily, he probed with his consciousness and discovered that the map had taken residence within his dantian. At this moment, the landscape map within him had become a miniature version, fully unfurling inside his body. The scenes within the map came to life, as if animated, eagerly drawing external spiritual energy through Chen Qingyun's dantian. In that instant, he resembled a colossal vacuum cleaner, rapidly absorbing the ambient spiritual energy, which then vanished without a trace. A spiritual energy storm was beginning to form around him. This revelation startled Chen Qingyun. He realized that he must ensure to extract the map before venturing out. If discovered by others, the consequences would be dire. At the moment when Chen Qingyun was consumed by such thoughts, the map of mountains and rivers suddenly rolled up on its own, ceasing to absorb spiritual energy. Could it be that this object is attuned to my consciousness? Have I underestimated my own potential? If that is the case, then I shall expand my horizons. In an instant, the map of mountains and rivers within Chen Qingyun's body unfurled once more. The surrounding spiritual energy swiftly converged, forming a miniature storm of spiritual force. The midday heat was rather intense, yet the gentle breeze it stirred was quite refreshing. Had I possessed such a marvel in my past life on Blue Star, I would have saved a fortune on electricity during the sweltering summer days. The heavens are unjust. Why do you choose to reveal this now? After I have endured so much suffering? After consuming several mouthfuls of spiritual spring water, Chen Qingyun felt a measure of his spiritual energy restored, alleviating his discomfort. The soothing wind made him prone to drowsiness. He brought a reclining chair from outside and settled into it with a sigh of contentment, drifting into slumber. Having reached the pinnacle of qi training, he could effortlessly execute the last 2 moves of the phantom palm technique. Now, even against an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, he felt confident in exchanging a few blows. As long as he did not encounter a formidable opponent, his self-preservation was assured. At this moment, he needed to devise a way to acquire additional circulating value. It was only by the afternoon that Chen Qingyun lazily awakened. This eco-friendly, energy-saving fan was blissful. And the best part was that it was utterly free. Rising to his feet, he stretched luxuriously. After sipping a cup of tea, he stepped outside with his hands clasped behind his back. Having been at the medicinal garden for nearly 5 months, he had yet to take a proper stroll. Naturally, Chen Qingyun's primary objective was to seek new opportunities. With both of his senior sisters currently in seclusion, he found himself at a standstill. Walking alone along the path through the spiritual fields, he felt as if he were traversing the rural lanes of Blue Star. Were it not for the extraordinary flowers and herbs cultivated there, occasionally he spotted individuals tending to the fields, predominantly female cultivators, with only a handful of male ones. Yet, beauty and plainness coexisted. It was once said that the realm of cultivation harbored no unattractive women. Clearly, such rumors are untrustworthy. During his wanderings, Chen Qingyun did encounter several enchanting female cultivators. He attempted to strike up a conversation, only to be met with indifference, for they regarded him as merely a low-level qi practitioner and had little interest in engaging with him, unlike his amiable senior sisters, Zixin and Xiaoro. No wonder all the old men are next door. Neighbors are far easier to approach. After a fruitless circuit, Chen Qingyun returned to his thatched cottage in frustration. It seems that financial prowess is the most effective tool. After tidying up in his cottage, he set off towards the market. Within the marketplace, there lay a place known as the 10,000 Flowers Pavilion, which Chen Qingyun was eager to experience. It was rumored that most of the women working there were disciples of the Jade Maiden sect. They also require resources for cultivation, thus contributing to poverty alleviation in their own way. Although this job may not seem prestigious, it offers a swift accumulation of spirit stones. Particularly for those female disciples who struggle to make breakthroughs and need substantial resources, this establishment proves to be an excellent option. After all, earning spirit stones is no trivial matter. At the entrance of the Wanhu Lu, Chen Qingyun gazed up at the sign overhead. Observing the women at the doorway, each adorned in vibrant attire, he was struck by a sense of familiarity, as if he were transported back to the Blue Star. Chapter 25. Zishuan's breakthrough to the third level of Qi refinement. Fishing by the river? Esteemed guest, come in and enjoy. As Chen Qingyun arrived at the entrance of Wanhu Lu, a woman enthusiastically approached him. Undeterred by the humble garb of a servant disciple, Chen Qingyun felt quite pleased. With this alone, he had the upper hand. With a gentle stroke of his beard and a beaming smile, he followed the woman into Wanhu Lu. Upon entering the hall, he realized he had not dined that evening and promptly ordered a small feast, indulging in a hearty meal. Once satiated, a female staff member attended to him. Chen Qingyun discreetly inquired about her information. Name, Wu Qian. Age, 22. Cultivation, third level of Qi refinement. Spirit root, second grade, Earth spirit root. Fortune value, 300, under Wu Qian's guidance. Chen Qingyun proceeded to the elegant chrysanthemum room on the third floor. The following day, bright and early, Chen Qingyun departed from the market, making his way back. After all, the medicinal garden could not remain unattended for long. Should Su Qiong arrive unexpectedly and find no one present, it would certainly lead to trouble for him. At present, Chen Qingyun was not particularly afraid of the plump woman. He merely wished to avoid complications. Energized, Chen Qingyun had spent 15 low-grade spirit stones, but garnered 60 points of circulation value. Each expenditure yielded 15 points of circulation value, making the 15 spirit stones well worth it. Upon returning to the medicinal garden, it was another leisurely day. Aside from weeding the spirit herbs, he also watered them with diluted spiritual spring water. The Zeo lotus he cultivated was thriving exceptionally well. Noticing the impressive growth of his herbs, two senior sisters inquired about his methods. Chen Qingyun resorted to fabrications, claiming he had learned to concoct nutrient solutions during his time in the mundane world, successfully deceiving them. After using the water he prepared, their spirit herbs also flourished. Though somewhat astonished, they did not press him further. Watching the flourishing spirit herbs, Chen Qingyun continued to recline in a chair, sipping tea. As long as the herbs thrived, he was content. However, if they grew too rapidly, it might attract unwanted attention. Thus, he decided against further watering with the spiritual spring, opting instead to merely maintain appearances by weeding and loosening the soil. 3 days later, Sister Zhang finally emerged from her retreat, relieving Chen Qingyun of the need to make frequent trips to the market. Sister Zhang, you have worked hard these past few days. Come, enjoy some fish to replenish your strength. Zhang rose swiftly, picked a piece of fish, and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, a wave of pure spiritual energy coursed through her body, invigorating every cell within. Junior brother Chen, where did you procure this fish? The spiritual essence is so rich. This fish. I caught it from the river beyond the mountain. At the foot of the Ling Tian, there is indeed a river. However, the fish there are woefully scarce. After all, many eyes are fixated on it. It's hardly possible to catch any. Chen Qingyun had visited that place before, but found nothing. This particular fish was, in fact, caught by Chen Qingyun from a brook within the mountain river map. In the past, due to his low cultivation, he had been too timid to reveal himself. Now that he was on the brink of foundation establishment, there was no need for such trepidation. This meat, rich in spiritual energy, is beneficial for cultivation. Junior brother, you should partake in more. Since this is of use to you, I shall regularly procure some for you in the future. After all, your assistance to me has been considerable. Excellent. Sister, let us enjoy it together, Chen Qingyun replied with a smile. 5 days later, Chen Qingyun was reclining on a chair, basking in the cool breeze of a fan, soundly asleep. I have succeeded. I have successfully broken through to the third layer of Qi training. Chen Qingyun was jolted awake, hastily turning off the fan. Creaking open the door, he found Sister Zixin standing at his doorstep. Upon seeing Chen Qingyun, Zixin could no longer contain her emotions and rushed into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Junior brother, I did it. I have broken through to the third layer of Qi training. Her bright eyes sparkled with joy. Sister has broken through. Congratulations. Congratulations. Chen Qingyun gently embraced Sister Zixin's waist. This is largely thanks to your resources, junior brother. If I enter the outer sect, I will wait for you. Generally speaking, If two partners in cultivation cannot break through simultaneously to enter the outer sect together, it often signals a season of parting. Once a female cultivator enters the outer sect without her male counterpart, she typically seeks a new partner. Whether she can find one is another matter entirely. Well then, I must thank you, sister. Regardless of whether what you say is true or not, I must uphold this facade. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the third layer of Qi training, Sister Zixian. I truly envy you. Zheng Ro was also drawn by Zixian's excited voice. Upon seeing Zheng Ro, Zixian released Chen Qingyun. Hehe. I believe it won't be long before Sister Zhang can also break through to the third layer of Qi training. Let us strive together. Indeed, Sister Zixian, let us work hard together, hoping to enter the outer sect side by side. Yes, let's do our best. I believe we can achieve it. After Zixian's breakthrough, her confidence soared. Observing the two sisters encouraging one another in harmony filled Chen Qingyun with immense joy. He stood aside, secretly probing into Zixuan's information. Name, Zixuan. Age, 20. Cultivation, Qi refinement level 3. Qualification, 2nd grade with spiritual root. Fortune value, 300. Zixuan's information now mirrors that of Wu Qian completely. This implies that her circulation value has also risen to 15 points. Chen Qingyun grinned broadly, absent-mindedly stroking his beard. Excellent. Truly splendid. Since Zixuan has emerged from her seclusion and ascended to Qi refinement level 3, it calls for celebration. I shall fetch a fish from the river. As he spoke, Chen Qingyun grabbed a fish basket from the house and stepped outside. Junior brother, why don't we accompany you? Zixuan hurriedly caught up. No need, senior sister. You and senior sister Zheng should stay home and prepare a meal. I'll return shortly. Oh, I see. Very well. What a jest. With you two alongside. Catching a mere fish seems futile. Observing that the two senior sisters had ceased to follow, Chen Qingyun cheerfully departed with the fish basket slung over his back. After walking a short distance from home, he arrived at the edge of a small grove. Realizing he was far from home, he felt assured that the two senior sisters wouldn't venture this way. There was no need to worry about them discovering his whereabouts. With time still on his side, he sought a place to rejuvenate his spirit. Chen Qingyun climbed a lush, sprawling tree. Noticing that no one was around, he swiftly entered the realm of the mountain and river map, found a large stone slab, laid out a quilt, activated a fan, and promptly fell asleep. When Chen Qingyun emerged from the mountain and river map once more, dusk had settled in. It is about that time. With a thought, he re-entered the mountain and river map. Carrying the fish basket, he made his way directly to the brook. In the brook, countless fish frolicked joyfully. Chen Qingyun casually scooped a few times in the water with his basket. He successfully caught a carp weighing 3 to 4 pounds, its scales shimmering with a golden hue, still wriggling vigorously. What a fine fish. Tonight, you shall be my meal. Struggle no more, it is futile. Exiting the mountain and river map, Chen Qingyun, with the fish on his back, whistled leisurely as he made his way back. Thus, a fish, entirely unrelated to the outside river, was caught and brought back by Chen Qingyun. Chapter 26. Someone is keeping an eye on him. Outside the thatched cottage, Chen Qingyun noticed two figures bustling inside. I'm back. Before he even entered, he called out with enthusiasm. He set down the fish basket, revealing a large golden carp that still twitched slightly within. One must admit, the fish in this cultivation world possess remarkable vitality. Wow, junior brother Chen, this fish is enormous. You truly are impressive. Zheng Ro exclaimed upon seeing the fish in the basket. However, Zixuan remained composed, regarding Chen Qingyun with a hint of hesitation. Zheng Jr.'s sister had not been here long. It was plausible for Chen Qingyun to deceive her. However, Zixian was acutely aware of whether there were fish in that river. Even if there were indeed fish, they would not be of such considerable size. It was evident that Chen Shidi had lied. The question remained, from where did he procure this fish? Moreover, the fish appeared remarkably vibrant, with an intense aura of spiritual energy emanating from its body, suggesting it was no ordinary catch and undoubtedly held great value. Chen Shidi allocated his monthly stipend entirely for himself, making it impossible for him to afford spiritual stones for such a purchase. So, from where had he truly acquired this fish? To catch fish for a meal, of course. Zixian, why are you in a daze? Chen Qingyun chuckled, glancing at Zixian and inquiring. Oh, all right. Zixian refrained from exposing Chen Qingyun's deception. She always felt there was an air of mystery surrounding her junior brother. He never practiced cultivation, yet had reached the first layer of Qi refinement. Now, he had procured a fish rich in spiritual energy from an unknown source. Since he preferred to keep his secrets, she decided not to dwell on it further. Before long, a plate of steamed carp was served at the table. Zixian and Zheng Ro savored every bite, praising not just the exquisite taste, but primarily the significant enhancement it provided to their cultivation. At this moment, Zixian ceased to ponder the origins of the fish. Her only desire was for it to be a daily delight. After the meal, Both Zixian and Zheng Ro felt their stomachs swell, letting out satisfied burps. Their bellies felt warm, as if a fire burned within, filled with undigested spiritual energy. Junior brother, the spiritual energy in this fish is overwhelming. I must return to refine it. Zheng Ro, being of lower cultivation, was the first to succumb to the sensation and spoke up. Me too. I must refine it as well. Instantly, both sisters hurried back to their respective quarters, leaving Chen Qingyun to tidy up alone. Alas, it seems I can only enjoy fish at noon. Otherwise, trouble awaits at dawn and dusk. Now, with both sisters gone, Chen Qingyun felt a twinge of regret. With the sisters departed, cleaning the room was trivial, but the circulation of value remained uncertain. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Qingyun brewed a pot of tea and sat outside, gazing up at the sky. The heavens appeared shrouded under a massive black curtain, pitch dark and devoid of any twinkling stars, resembling an endless ocean of darkness, pressing heavily upon his heart. At that moment, Chen Qingyun's mood mirrored the sky, burdened by an invisible weight, heavy and oppressive. Goodness, must I really make a trip to the Wanhua Tower? Yet, I already have 2 taels of meat at home. Do I truly need to dine out? Besides, given Zixian's cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, she should be able to refine this modest amount of fish without much delay. Indeed, as Chen Qingyun sipped the last of his tea, he smiled broadly, for he sensed Zixian approaching. Chen Shidi, I have arrived, she exclaimed playfully. A playful and charming voice emerged behind Chen Qingyun. Zixuan, having crept up from behind the recliner, wrapped her arms around his neck. Thank you, my dear junior brother. After consuming your fish, I feel that my cultivation has advanced just a tad. As she spoke, Zixuan pecked a kiss on Chen Qingyun's cheek. Sister has arrived. Shall we discuss matters inside? Chen Qingyun turned to face her, a broad smile gracing his features. Absolutely. Zixuan helped him rise from the recliner. With a clatter, Chen Qingyun closed the door behind him. The following day, Chen Qingyun awoke at his leisure, discovering the room was entirely empty, save for himself. He stretched languidly and noticed an increase of 60 points in his circulating value. A radiant smile lit up his face. Excellent. With the elevation of his cultivation, his fortune value had also augmented. Yet, this fortune was not an absolute certainty. Upon reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement, Sister Zixuan's fortune value had surged by 100 points. Perhaps it was due to her acquaintance with me that her luck improved so significantly. Indeed, ever since Sister Zixuan became acquainted with me, she not only received an extra 2 low-grade spirit stones each month, but also, with my assistance, her medicinal garden flourished remarkably, granting her ample time for cultivation. Moreover, I occasionally provided her with spirit meat. It seems that her fortune underwent a complete transformation after meeting me. Naturally, her rise in cultivation and fortune benefited me greatly as well. After tidying up, Chen Qingyun took a stroll around the medicinal garden. The spiritual herbs appeared to be thriving, requiring no further concern. Thus he returned to his thatched cottage to sip tea and leisurely await lunchtime. This had become the rhythm of Chen Qingyun's daily life. In contrast, the other disciples of the medicinal garden were perpetually busy, tirelessly laboring in the fields, hoping for their herbs to flourish. Cultivating quality spiritual herbs caught the attention of the sect, leading to rewards. Conversely, if the harvested herbs fell short of expectations or exceeded mortality thresholds, punishment would inevitably follow. The remarkable growth of Chen Qingyun's herbs naturally stirred envy among others. Not far off, 2 female disciples were voicing their grievances. Why is it that he, a mere 1st-level qi refiner, whose time here is shorter than mine, has herbs flourishing so splendidly? Complained a girl with a face full of freckles. Indeed, Sister Chu has been cultivating her herbs for 2 years and possesses ample experience. Why should this newcomer, with such low cultivation, reap such rewards? Chimed in another. Barely standing at 1.5 meters tall, with a flat nose. There must be something amiss. We need to uncover the truth. If the quality of the herbs is exceptional, the rewards could amount to several spirit stones. If fortune smiles upon us, it is entirely possible that the esteemed masters of the alchemy chamber might, in their merriment, bestow upon you a precious elixir. The diminutive female cultivator nearby was momentarily taken aback, her eyes shimmering with desire. She contemplated ways to extract knowledge from the old man, and should it become necessary, she might even be willing to sacrifice her beauty. Observing the foolishly infatuated countenance of the short female cultivator, the cultivator with the surname Chu cast her a disdainful glance, silently mocking her. With that ghastly appearance, how could one even think of sacrificing beauty? It would be a miracle if anyone would even deign to glance her way. Meanwhile, I, with my exquisite charm and unparalleled grace, am cursed with this wretched pockmarked visage. Indeed, Sister Ning is astute. Should you successfully acquire the cultivation techniques, do not forget your sister. Naturally, sister, await my good news. As she gazed at Sister Ning's departing figure, a smirk graced the lips of the cultivator with the surname Chu, her eyes brimming with sarcasm. Such unattractiveness, yet devoid of self-awareness. How foolish. But perhaps it is for the best. Let this simpleton test the waters. The cultivator with the surname Chu was well aware of the close relationship between Chen Qingyun and Zi Xuan, both of whom were strikingly beautiful. Even she, with her voluptuous figure, lacked confidence, let alone someone as unappealing and foolish as Sister Ning. Chapter 27. A Breakthrough in Foundation Establishment. It was midday. Chen Qingyun reclined in a lounge chair, basking in the gentle breeze, evidently asleep. Junior brother Chen. Sister is here. Has the tea been brewed? At the sound of her voice, Chen Qingyun opened his eyes, switched off the electric fan, and rose to his feet with a hearty laugh. Sister Zeng has arrived. It is my duty to prepare the water immediately. Please, have a seat. With a flourish, he poured a cup of tea for Zeng Ro. Sister, enjoy your tea. Zeng Ro took a sip, placing the cup on the table. This tea, junior brother, has an exquisite flavor that I cannot replicate at home. Ha! If sister wishes to indulge in tea, you are always welcome here. Do not stand on ceremony. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard with confidence. What a jest. This tea is brewed with spring water. Such a flavor is beyond the reach of ordinary brews. Very well. I shall not hold back then. Zeng Ro smiled seductively at Chen Qingyun and glanced around the room. Chen Qingyun, fully aware of her intentions, felt utterly captivated. Just as they were about to rise, an unattractive woman, barely 5 feet tall with somewhat flat features, approached them. Chen Qingyun recognized her as the neighboring cultivator from Zi Xuan's herb field. Oh, you are having tea, the woman exclaimed as she sat down at the table, pouring herself a cup and taking a shallow sip. Wow, junior brother, what kind of tea is this? It smells divine. The unattractive woman downed her drink in one go, refilling her cup once more, much to Chen Qingyun's dismay. He had encountered this woman before, but had never exchanged words with her. The primary issue was her overwhelming lack of beauty, which rendered Chen Qingyun utterly disinterested. Hey, sit down, junior brother. Come and chat with your senior sister, she exclaimed. Ah, the weather is truly sweltering today. As she spoke, she carelessly adjusted her clothing, revealing more than was appropriate. Beside her, Zeng Ro felt increasingly uncomfortable, while Chen Qingyun's expression darkened with irritation. What in the world is this? Is she attempting to seduce me? Surely not. What audacity does she possess? Senior sister. He began, suppressing his annoyance. Might you have a reason for seeking me out? My name is Ning Shuang. You may call me senior sister Ning, she replied. Good grief. Such a beautiful name wasted on such a visage. Ning Shuang, what is it that you desire? Junior brother Chen, are you suggesting that I cannot approach you without a purpose? Senior sister Zi Xuan frequently visits you, and so does this junior sister. Am I not permitted to do the same? Oh, my associations with my fellow sisters are none of your concern, senior sister Ning. You seem to be overstepping your bounds. That is not the case. You may have misunderstood me. I merely wish to grow closer to you, as we are neighbors. As she spoke, she tugged at her clothing once more, revealing even more skin. Yet, the sight of her face was already more than enough. Who had the inclination to gaze upon it further? Enough. Senior sister Ning, I implore you to conduct yourself with dignity. You are not welcomed here. What do you mean by that, junior brother? Do not let my beauty intimidate you. I assure you, I will not hold it against you. Chen Qingyun was on the verge of slapping this insufferable woman. However, within the sect, fighting among disciples was strictly forbidden. To strike this woman would only invite trouble upon himself. I shall say this once more. Please leave, senior sister. I am unworthy of your beauty. Truly lacking in romantic sensibility. Ning Shuang stood up, visibly displeased. Suddenly, she feigned a loss of balance, leaning toward Chen Qingyun. Seeing this, he swiftly dodged to the side. Ning Shuang, however, spun around and fell to the ground, clutching his leg. As a cultivator at the second level of Qi training, such a fall was implausible without intention. Ouch! My leg. Junior brother. I never imagined you would take it so seriously. You have injured me. I refuse to care. Today, I shall rest here with you. Chen Qingyun could hardly fathom that this woman was not only self-absorbed, but also shameless to such a degree. Quickly assist me in getting up. With a beauty like me by your side, how could you possibly be dissatisfied? Help me inside, and we shall discuss serious matters. At that moment, Chen Qingyun could endure no longer. He considered transferring to another sect to continue his cultivation in peace. Regardless, he was determined to confront the grotesque figure today. Who is this audacious harlot stirring trouble here? I am truly prepared to broaden my horizons today. With a thunderous roar, a corpulent woman emerged. It was none other than Sister Su Qiong, the overseer of the herbal garden. Goodness. So it is you, you wretched creature. What brings you here to sow discord? I initially thought your connection to this place merely diminished our herbal garden's aesthetic appeal. But now, it appears you, this worthless scoundrel, seek to tarnish our garden's reputation. Pack your belongings and leave at once. Return whence you came. Nay, Brother Su, I expended considerable spirit stones to enter the herbal garden. I implore you for another chance. Ning Shuang swiftly crawled before Su Qiong, pleading desperately. Slap. Su Qiong sent her flying with a resounding slap. Do you not comprehend my words? Shall I summon a senior from the enforcement hall? Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang hastily scrambled to her feet and rushed outside, her demeanor utterly despondent, as if her very essence had been drained. It's over. All is lost. To be relegated back to the menial peaks, my future now lies in ruins. Thank you, Sister Su, for your intervention. Merely a trifle. Should such an incident occur again, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Your herbal cultivation shows promise. Strive diligently. With that, Su Qiong turned and departed, resuming her inspections elsewhere. At that moment, observing the retreating figure of the rotund woman, Chen Qingyun found her less detestable than before. Brother, that sister has gone off to attend to her duties. What could have been a fruitful opportunity for circulation value was now completely extinguished. Damn it, truly. Ugly individuals are often the source of trouble. Chen Qingyun, in a fit of frustration, sipped his tea and resumed his repose on the lounge chair. Time flew by. A month elapsed. Chen Qingyun's circulation value finally reached 2,000 points. After bidding farewell to Sister Zixuan, he promptly closed his door. It appears the time has come to break through the foundational stage. To avoid unnecessary complications, Chen Qingyun directly entered the realm of the mountain and river diagram. He allocated his cultivation experience to reach 2,000. Instantly, a powerful force surged within him. The surrounding spiritual energy flocked towards him, pouring into his dantian. As the spiritual energy continued to flood in, his dantian expanded steadily. Once it reached a certain magnitude, it ceased to grow. The influx of energy began to compress. Simultaneously, the barriers of the dantian were reinforced and fortified by the spiritual power. As the spiritual energy within the dantian liquefied, Chen Qingyun's momentum intensified, and the strength of his physical form was continually tempered and augmented, until a formidable barrier formed around the dantian, resembling a transparent glass orb. When the liquid within the dantian approached 1/10 of its total volume, all anomalies came to a halt. In that moment, Chen Qingyun felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power coursing through him. Not only that, Chen Qingyun underwent a remarkable transformation. His skin became exquisite, and all age spots vanished. Now, apart from his still white hair, Chen Qingyun's true appearance was indistinguishable from that of a middle-aged individual. Age, 88. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Level 1, Technique, Eternal Spring Technique. Martial Skill, Phantom Fist. Talent, First Class Water Spiritual Root. Lifespan, 120 years. Circulation Value, 279. Cultivation Experience, 03000. Alas, his lifespan had finally surpassed a century, granting him ample time ahead. Chapter 28. Refining Magical Treasures, revealing the second layer of Qi refinement. After a moment, Chen Qingyun finally regained his composure. Now that he had successfully established his foundation, it was time to possess his own magical treasure. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to attempt refining the map of mountains and rivers once more. This artifact was of unparalleled significance. If he could harness it early, he would be free from worry. Summoning the map of mountains and rivers, Chen Qingyun felt an overwhelming presence upon grasping it, as if he held the entire cosmos in his hands. Such a magnificent treasure must not be forsaken. It was akin to gazing at a bank account filled with zeros, yet being unable to access a single cent, an unbearable sensation. 10 breaths, 20 breaths. This time, Chen Qingyun managed to endure for a full 20 breaths. After entering the foundation establishment phase, his spiritual energy had significantly thickened. He doubled his endurance. Once his spiritual energy was depleted, Chen Qingyun collapsed onto the ground. His complexion pale, as if vitality had fled from him. I cannot endure this. I must drink from the spiritual spring. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he found that the spring water had automatically entered his mouth. What is happening? Can I communicate freely with the map of mountains and rivers now? After sipping from the spiritual spring a few more times and regaining some spiritual energy, he opened his consciousness to perceive the map of mountains and rivers. His consciousness penetrated the artifact without obstruction, allowing him to see the internal conditions. This time, Chen Qingyun did not physically enter the map. Instead, he could effortlessly manipulate items from the outside using his consciousness. He could retrieve objects from within and place items inside without personally entering the map. Filled with elation, Chen Qingyun felt invigorated. Since he could freely manipulate the contents within, could he also control the map itself? Without a magical treasure to fly with, if he could command the painting to fly, that would be splendid. Note, magical treasures are categorized into various types, including magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, precious artifacts, and sentient magical treasures. Each level of magical treasures is further divided into 4 grades: low, middle, high, and supreme. Open, Chen Qingyun silently commanded. The map of mountains and rivers radiated with golden light, floating directly above his bed. a scroll over 2 meters in length and approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in width, hovering a meter above the ground in his thatched cottage. Huzzah! It worked. Make it larger. In an instant, the map of mountains and rivers expanded to over 2 meters in width, while its length remained unchanged, presumably within the confines of a thatched cottage, rendering it unsuitable for display. With a gentle thud, the map settled upon the ground, radiating a golden light, untouched by even a speck of dust. Chen Qingyun promptly seated himself upon it. Upward, the map gracefully lifted off the ground. Chen Qingyun felt as though he were perched upon a sturdy wooden plank, remarkably solid. Despite being merely a painting, there was no sign of depression under his weight. With the ability to traverse the map at will, Chen Qingyun's courage surged. Even if he were to encounter danger, he could retreat into the painting for safety. Open the door. Ascend. The map, bearing Chen Qingyun, swiftly rose to a height of 4 or 5 meters. Once more, in no time, he was elevated dozens of meters above the ground, the expansive medicinal garden sprawling beneath him. Away! Whoosh! A sound of rushing wind echoed as the map shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Chen Qingyun was startled, quickly enveloping himself in a protective shield of spiritual energy. After a brief flight, he began to grasp the unique nature of the map. The initial speed was dictated by his emotional state, demonstrating the remarkable power of this treasure, which required only mental focus for control, without depleting spiritual energy. Aside from the excruciating process of refinement, it was nearly impeccable. Guiding the map, Chen Qingyun joyfully traversed the medicinal garden multiple times. With his current cultivation level, he could propel the map to its maximum speed of 500 miles in half an hour, surpassing many foundational cultivators. Lying on the map with his hands as a pillow, he gazed up at the pristine white clouds, experiencing an indescribable sense of tranquility. With his cultivation advancing and a means of self-preservation at hand, it was time for him to learn the art of alchemy. Otherwise, even if he possessed medicinal pills, he would be at a loss as to how to utilize them, an explanation that would be difficult to provide. With the aid of elixirs, he would acquire more resources, facilitating his rapid advancement in cultivation. However, he currently lacked sufficient circulating value and required assistance from his senior sisters. Chen Qingyun once again exchanged for a disguise pill, restoring his appearance to its previous state. This time, however, he chose not to revert to his former aged visage. Instead, he resolved to present himself with a cultivation level of the second tier of qi refinement. A perfectly balanced cultivation level would be ideal, as excessive display could attract unwanted attention. A moment's carelessness might lead to trouble. Presenting a second-tier qi refinement cultivation would also facilitate his alchemical endeavors, as a first-tier alchemist would appear too far-fetched. Nevertheless, with his current prowess, he could effortlessly handle any minor inconveniences. After everything was set in order, Chen Qingyun opened the door and retrieved the spiritual spring water to brew tea. The sound of the door opening immediately caught the attention of Xuan and Zeng Rou, who were laboring in the fields. Upon noticing Chen Qingyun, both wore expressions of complex astonishment, momentarily stunned, their emotions a mixture of surprise and intrigue. At first glance, the two were captivated by Chen Qingyun's youthful appearance. They quickly realized that he had made significant progress, having ascended to the second layer of qi refinement in merely 6 months. How could he achieve such remarkable breakthroughs? Zeng Rou and Xuan exchanged a glance, both perceiving the astonishment and disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. Without hesitation, they set aside their tasks and hurried towards Chen Qingyun's residence. "Junior brother, you have made yet another breakthrough?" Xuan remarked, the word yet underscoring her envy and helplessness, tinged with a hint of reluctance. "Congratulations, junior brother. Your talent is truly astounding. Surely, you must possess some extraordinary constitution. Indeed, I am a dual cultivation sacred body, and I owe much to the cooperation of my esteemed sisters. Enough of your banter. I believe you are simply a prodigy. Once you enter the outer sect, you must become my partner. I shall personally extract every ounce of your potential." Seeing the playful menace on Xuan's charming face, Chen Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle. "Very well. As long as my esteemed sister is pleased, I shall comply with your wishes. I won't take no for an answer. I want in too." Zeng Jie chimed in, her tone playful yet anxious. "Is that so, Sister Xuan? Aren't you concerned about Brother Ma finding out? What is there to fear? We shall merely share some tea and engage in light conversation. What could be frightening about that?" Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, smiling silently. The complexities of relationships in this world are indeed dictated by self-interest. At that moment, Xuan gazed at Chen Qingyun, her eyes gleaming as though she had discovered a moving, gathering spirit pill. Initially, when Chen Qingyun had offered to be her partner, Xuan had dismissed it lightly. She thought their time together was limited, and he was willing to share his meager stipend. She viewed it as an act of kindness, accompanying him in his final days. This way, she could gain some cultivation resources while also accumulating merit. However, the situation had drastically changed. This junior brother had, in just 6 months, achieved 2 successive breakthroughs. With over a year remaining until the outer sex assessment, if he continued at this pace, he might very well pass the evaluation and gain entry into the outer sect. Chapter 29, Becoming a First-Order Alchemist. Now let us enjoy some tea, Chen Qingyun said, stroking his beard with a cheerful demeanor. Yes, tea. This brew from you, junior brother, is extraordinary. I feel that with just a few more sips, I shall reach the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Absolutely. After drinking it yesterday, I felt a significant enhancement in my cultivation. Junior brother, you must confess. Have you been drinking this spiritual tea daily to achieve such rapid progress? Oh, so you have uncovered my secret, sister? It seems nothing escapes your sharp eye, Zixian. Seeing the eagerness in Zixian's expression, Chen Qingyun decided to play along. Originally, he had contemplated how to explain himself if she pressed further. Now that she had provided him with an opening, he was relieved of considerable burden. Zixian nodded slightly, a triumphant glint in her eyes, accompanied by a sly smile. Humph, you thought to deceive me, didn't you? But I have seen through your ruse. They were, of course, unaware that without the system, Chen Qingyun's attempts to enhance his cultivation by merely drinking from the spirit spring would be futile. With his subpar spiritual root, akin to a gas canister with a leak, no amount of gas would prove beneficial, even if he were to drink from the spirit spring for a lifetime. Without a substantial supply of elixirs, he would find it nearly impossible to surpass the 3rd level of qi refining in this lifetime. Ah, are you all drinking? As the 3 shared light-hearted banter, a male voice resonated. Turning to the source, they found Lin Shun, Zheng Rou's partner, approaching. Yay, senior brother Lin has arrived. Please take a seat. Chen Qingyun swiftly poured a cup of tea for Lin Chen. Ah, junior brother Chen, your cultivation? When did you break through to the 2nd level of qi refining? Lin Chen's pupils constricted, astonished. Senior brother, do savor junior brother Chen's tea. It is truly remarkable. Once you drink it, you shall find your answers. Oh, Lin Chen quickly lifted the teacup from the table, sipping a generous mouthful with an air of curiosity. As the tea entered his mouth, Lin Chen felt a pure stream of spiritual energy coursing down his throat and swiftly flowing into his body, subsequently permeating his meridians. This tea, Lin Chen's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief. Could it be that junior brother Chen's cultivation is linked to this tea? Indeed, senior brother. Do observe my cultivation. Zheng Rou nestled against Lin Chen, revealing her own cultivation level. Junior sister, you are on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the 2nd level of qi refining? Splendid. We may have the prospect of entering the outer sect together. This is all thanks to junior brother Chen's tea. Otherwise, I would not have. Zheng Rou, still nestled in Lin Chen's embrace, discreetly turned her face to wink at Chen Qingyun. Junior brother Chen is truly a good person. Thank you for your constant care of junior sister Zheng. Not at all. It is but a trifling matter. We are all fellow disciples. It is only natural to assist one another, Chen Qingyun replied with a chuckle, stroking his beard, effortlessly maintaining his composure. In contrast, Zheng Rou and Zixian exchanged subtle glances, their expressions slightly altered. However, Lin Chen, in high spirits, remained oblivious to any anomalies. Haha. Come, let us drink tea. It is rare for senior brother to visit. Let us share a meal together afterward. Very well. Since junior brother is also a person of character, we are indeed kindred spirits. I shall graciously accept your invitation. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyun, with a mysterious smile while stroking his beard, responded, Indeed. Senior brother Lin and I are truly kindred spirits. Zixian cast a somewhat uneasy glance at Chen Qingyun. To alleviate the unspoken awkwardness that all 3 understood, Zheng Rou playfully shot Chen Qingyun a reproachful look and cheerfully remarked, Wow. Junior brother Chen is cooking, senior brother Lin. You are in for a treat today. Zheng Rou and Zixian exchanged knowing glances, evidently filled with anticipation. Lin Chen, having never tasted Chen Qingyun's cooking, remained unaware of what to expect. Oh, it seems I have come at the right time. I shall make it a point to visit more often. Ha. That would be splendid. We welcome senior brother Lin to visit frequently. Chen Qingyun wore a beaming smile, exuding warmth and generosity, an affable presence that endeared him to all. The 4 engaged in lively conversation, laughter echoing as guests relished the moment. Before long, the tea was consumed, and apart from Chen Qingyun, the other 3 felt an unbearable bloating sensation, as if a surge of energy were about to erupt from their dantian. After bidding farewell to Zheng Rou, Lin Chen hurriedly returned to Zheng Rou's thatched cottage. Zixian, too, felt discomfort and swiftly seated herself cross-legged upon Chen Qingyun's bed, beginning to refine the spiritual energy within her. However, Chen Qingyun himself felt no such distress. His body resembled an hourglass, endlessly dispensing energy. Thus, the addition of the Shanhe map would yield no further benefit, regardless of how much spiritual energy was absorbed from the surroundings. Fortunately, The Shanha map did not actively draw upon the spiritual energy within Chen Qingyun's dantian, or else nurturing it within would render him a mere soft-shell shrimp for all eternity. Now, Chen Qingyun had attained the ability to fast, rendering food optional. Noticing that Zixin was deeply focused on refining her energy, he sought a water bucket, retrieving a large fat fish and some small crayfish. It seemed that within the Shanha map, in addition to cultivating spiritual herbs and fruits, one could also grow a variety of vegetables and fruits. After all, Zixin aspired to establish her foundation, a journey still long ahead, while Zheng Ro was indifferent, considering she had a partner. By afternoon, the door creaked open as Zixin and Chen Qingyun emerged from the thatched cottage, with Zixin glancing back and offering a delicate smile that was utterly captivating, enchanting countless young hearts. Junior brother Chen, what shall we have to eat today? Well, there's fish and shrimp, more than enough to satisfy. Wow, how sumptuous. Let me change my clothes, and I'll be right back to cook. Watching Zixin sway away with her alluring figure, Chen Qingyun felt a stir within him once more. Indeed, senior sister Zixin was enchanting, a charm that would never grow tiresome. Settling into a reclining chair, Chen Qingyun reopened his data panel. Age, 88, Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Level 1, Technique, Eternal Spring Technique, Martial Skill, Phantom Fist, Talent, Grade 1 Water Spiritual Root, Lifespan, 120 years, Circulation Value, 315, Cultivation Experience, 03000, 45 points of circulation value had been accrued. With the circulation value exceeding 300, Chen Qingyun wasted no time in purchasing first-tier alchemy knowledge. As the saying goes, one must be willing to sacrifice to gain. To acquire more resources, one must establish a reputation. Detected first-tier alchemist knowledge. Would you like to learn it with one click? Learn. In an instant, a wealth of alchemical knowledge flooded into Chen Qingyun's mind. Various recipes, the pharmacology of spiritual herbs, crucial considerations for refining, how to control the alchemical fire, and methods of alchemy all coalesced within him. Once the knowledge fully integrated, Chen Qingyun's eyes sparkled with clarity. Many previously obscure concepts became clear. Wow, have I truly become a first-tier alchemist now? Only lacking the alchemical furnace and a set of fire control techniques, Chen Qingyun could commence his alchemical endeavors. However, he found himself with fewer than 1,000 spirit stones, which seemed rather precarious. It appeared he would need to toil for a few more days before he could truly call himself an alchemist. Chapter 30. The Crafting of Elixirs. 10 days later, after Sister Zixuan departed, Chen Qingyun accessed his data panel. Age, 88. Cultivation Level, Foundation Establishment. Level 1, Cultivation Technique, Eternal Spring Technique, Martial Skill, Phantom Fist, Talent, Grade 1 Water Spiritual Root, Lifespan, 120 years, Circulation Value, 715, Occupation, First-Tier Alchemist, 011,000. Cultivation Experience Points, 03000. It is time to visit the market. After donning his attire, Chen Qingyun made his way directly to the sect's marketplace. 2 hours later, esteemed guest, come in and play. Passing by the Wanlu, Chen Qingyun paused for a moment, and a lady beckoned him. My goodness, open all day? I have matters to attend to today and cannot linger. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, shook his head, and moved on. For the sake of convenience, he sought out a shop and spent 50 spirit stones to purchase a storage bag with a mere 1 cubic meter of space. Once all preparations were complete, he headed straight to the Dambao Pavilion, a place he had visited several times with Zixuan, making him somewhat familiar with it. In the middle of the day, the store was devoid of customers, and the attendant was dozing at the counter. Upon the entrance of a patron, the attendant instantly awoke and scrutinized Chen Qingyun with an impassive expression. What kind of elixir do you require, esteemed guest? Though there were no mocking words exchanged, the attendant, upon noticing Chen Qingyun's garb as a servant disciple, had already formed his assumptions. Servant disciples typically possessed little purchasing power, often only acquiring elixirs that could assist in their cultivation. To continue their path in the sect, reaching the 4th level of qi condensation was merely the threshold. Otherwise, they would inevitably face expulsion down the mountain. Of course, not all would necessarily be cast down. Those with a particular skill could remain and struggle for a few more years. After all, newly acquired cattle and horses may not possess the same utility as seasoned ones. The disciples lingering in the servant area were generally of poorer talent, bearing 1st or 2nd grade spiritual roots. Those with 3rd grade roots or above could directly enter external sect training. Certainly, those with 5th grade roots or higher could gain entry into the inner sect. Thus, the distinction between the few lackluster disciples left in the servant area and the new recruits was negligible. As long as they held some utilitarian value, it mattered little to the sect who was retained. Those who achieved nothing in their cultivation and whose skills became obsolete were inevitably destined to be expelled down the mountain. The truly capable cattle and horses that managed to remain and struggle for a bit longer were, in truth, quite scarce. It was precisely because of this regulation that servant disciples typically exchanged their meager earnings for resources conducive to cultivation, hoping to break free from their constraints and successfully secure their place. For the disciples of menial tasks, regardless of future success or failure, the mere ability to remain on the mountain brings them closer to the path of immortality. However, one cannot entirely blame the attendant for underestimating the menial disciples. As menial disciples, their activities are confined within the sect, and they are unable to undertake tasks that require descending the mountain, resulting in a pitifully scant income. Oh, I wonder if there are any alchemical furnaces for sale in the store? Upon hearing this, the attendant perked up, immediately re-evaluating Chen Qingyun. To inquire about an alchemical furnace is a clear indication of a potential alchemist, or at the very least, someone connected to one. What does being an alchemist signify? It translates to a walking source of spirit stones. I wonder what kind of furnace the esteemed alchemist requires. Our alchemical furnaces are of unparalleled quality, crafted by a master. Money, indeed, is a remarkable thing. It allows one to see clearly through the clouds and elevates one's status. Witnessing the attendant's sudden change in demeanor, Chen Qingyun maintained his composure, stroking his beard. Very well, then I would appreciate it if the shopkeeper could provide some recommendations. Noticing Chen Qingyun's apparent intent to purchase, the attendant beamed with delight. Excellent. This is the early work of Master Gloomy Cloud, known as the Glazed Furnace, a low-grade yellow tier. Available for just 300 low-grade spirit stones. The attendant pointed to a bronze-green furnace on the shelf, elaborating on its merits. This here is the Black Gold Mysterious Iron Furnace. A medium-grade yellow tier, also a masterpiece by Master Gloomy Cloud, priced at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for who Master Gloomy Cloud is, Chen Qingyun had no inkling. Nevertheless, the Black Mysterious Iron Furnace struck him favorably, igniting an impulse to purchase. However, he did not reveal this eagerness, sensing that the attendant might be attempting to swindle him. He decided to feign indifference and negotiate the price. Ultimately, Chen Qingyun acquired the mysterious iron furnace for 1,200 low-grade spirit stones, along with a fire-based spell called the Fire Ignition Technique, and several spiritual herbs and seeds for concocting chi-gathering pills. When Chen Qingyun finally paid with spirit stones and produced a storage bag, the attendant grew increasingly flustered. Could this old man truly be a menial disciple? Quite remarkable indeed, though his bargaining was rather ruthless. Observing Chen Qingyun's departing figure, the attendant regarded him with newfound respect. Initially, he had hoped to capitalize on the moment to sell more and earn a higher commission, but he had not anticipated Chen Qingyun's adept negotiation skills. Though he still received a commission, it was considerably less than he had hoped. 2 hours later, Chen Qingyun returned to the medicinal garden. As a menial disciple capable of wielding magical artifacts for flight, the consequences could be dire. In the Jade Maiden sect, Chen Qingyun was not an invincible being. Junior brother, where have you been? Upon his return to the thatched cottage, Zheng Ro sought him out, her alluring figure swaying enticingly. What's this? Did senior sister miss her junior brother? Humph, you know very well. Thus, Chen Qingyun and Zheng Ro entered the house, where he offered her a cup of hot tea. After half an hour, the two settled at the table. Chen Qingyun cheerfully accepted 10 points of circulation value, stroking his beard with a broad smile, thoroughly satisfied. Junior apprentice, you have yet to inform me of your whereabouts today. I have not seen you for half a day. I went to the marketplace to seek treasures. And I also made acquaintance with a fine fellow cultivator who provided me with resources for alchemy. Junior apprentice, I am preparing to delve into the art of pill refinement. Alchemy? You truly possess the ability to refine pills? At that moment, Zishuan approached as well. The two women gazed at Chen Qingyun in astonishment, increasingly perplexed by this master-disciple duo. Indeed, did I not mention that I am well-versed in pharmacology? It was merely my lack of cultivation that hampered my abilities. From the doubtful expressions of the two, Chen Qingyun discerned their disbelief in his claims. Nevertheless, whether they believed or not was of little consequence. As long as he could successfully concoct elixirs. A night passed, and on the following day, after completing his morning exercises, Chen Qingyun promptly retrieved the Fire Ignition Technique. Detected low-grade yellow Fire Ignition Technique. Would you like to learn it with one click? Learn. In no time, Chen Qingyun had mastered this straightforward fire-based technique. Although he possessed a water attribute spiritual root, practicing fire techniques was not his forte. This element was in complete discord with his innate abilities. However, this would only slightly affect his combat prowess, with minimal impact on the basic art of alchemy. Chen Qingyun swiftly produced the alchemical furnace he had purchased, enveloping it in spiritual energy and suspending it in midair. As he executed the fire technique, a strand of spiritual flame surrounded the furnace. Under Chen Qingyun's guidance, the entire furnace quickly turned a fiery red, marking the successful completion of the initial heating stage. He skillfully controlled the intensity of the flames, gradually allowing the temperature of the furnace to decrease. Drawing upon his alchemical knowledge, he promptly introduced the medicinal materials into the furnace. The materials swiftly released their spiritual essence, while the remaining impurities were expelled from the furnace. Employing intricate techniques, Chen Qingyun manipulated the spiritual fire to evaporate excess moisture from the medicinal liquid, slowly facilitating its fusion. Half an hour later, the room was suffused with the fragrant aroma of elixirs. 20 round, plump pills lay quietly within the furnace. Chen Qingyun continued to regulate the flame at a low intensity, ensuring the pills solidified completely before gently extinguishing the fire and lowering the furnace. The success rate of his pill refinement was a remarkable 100%. However, as this was Chen Qingyun's inaugural attempt, he had not mastered the flame control entirely, resulting in a few pills retaining impurities. He produced 5 low-grade pills, 10 medium-grade pills, and 5 high-grade pills. For a first-time alchemist, this was quite commendable. Little did Chen Qingyun know that such results were extraordinary. Even the pill kings of Pill King Peak rarely achieved such a high success rate, and it was uncommon for them to produce high-grade pills. Chapter 31. Selling the pills. After examining the pills for a moment, Chen Qingyun swiftly stored them in the system space to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. With a click, the door swung open. Chen Qingyun ignited a pot of tea with spiritual fire, reclining on a chair as he stroked his beard, contemplating his next course of action. In the market, inferior qi gathering pills are sold for 10 low-grade spirit stones each, while medium-grade qi gathering pills command 50 stones. And high-grade ones are priced at 100 low-grade spirit stones, yet remain scarce and highly sought after. The primary reason is the extreme rarity of high-grade qi gathering pills. Many alchemists may refine dozens of batches, yet yield only a few. As for the even more elusive top-grade pills, even second or third-tier alchemists struggle to concoct a single first-tier top-grade pill, with the current pricing remaining uncertain. The materials required to produce a batch of qi gathering pills amount to merely 50 low-grade spirit stones. Even if the recycling party takes a modest profit, it could easily be resolved with just 2 medium-grade pills. Chen Qingyun immediately devised a plan, intending to sell the refined low-grade qi gathering pills at half price. The medium-grade and above pills would be sold in the market. This not only allows for cost recovery, but also attracts more female cultivators drawn by curiosity. Yes, that's the way to go. Chen Qingyun sipped his tea, stroking his beard, crossing his legs and swaying with delight, humming a cheerful tune. Ah, how leisurely your days are. Junior brother, it truly evokes envy. Zhang Rou cast a slightly resentful glance at Chen Qingyun, then settled into his embrace, gently tugging at his beard. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qingyun took a moment to appreciate its pleasing texture, still round and resilient. Suddenly, Zhang Rou sniffed Chen Qingyun. Wait, why do you smell of qi gathering pills? Oh, is this what you mean? Chen Qingyun spread his hand, revealing a white pill resting in his palm. A familiar aroma tantalized Zhang Rou's taste buds. Where did you acquire this qi gathering pill? Zhang Rou's astonished eyes could not conceal her inner desire. This, of course, I refined it myself. As he spoke, another identical pill appeared in Chen Qingyun's other hand. Indeed, both were low-grade qi gathering pills. Zhang Rou's mouth fell open, rendered speechless by her surprise. All right, this pill is for you, but before senior sister enters seclusion, you must help promote my wares. You intend to sell pills? Absolutely. Zhang Rou accepted the pill, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of happiness. She never expected that the junior brother who had been by her side daily was, in fact, an alchemist. All right, I shall hurry to share this joyous news with senior sister Zixuan. Watching Zhang Rou flit away like a lark towards Zixuan's cottage, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, filled with anticipation. In less than 30 breaths, a pair of graceful figures dashed towards Chen Qingyun, as if even the wind had turned exceptionally gentle and sweet. Junior brother Chen, have you truly succeeded? Zixuan hurriedly approached him, her eyes brimming with hope, her body trembling with excitement. Indeed. Senior sister, please take a look. Chen Qingyun spoke as he directly handed the elixir to Zixuan, stroking his beard and revealing an enigmatic smile. This is indeed a gathering qi pill. Zixuan was even more exhilarated than Zhang Rou. How could she not be thrilled? She had already reached the 3rd level of qi training. Given her relationship with junior brother Chen, she would have no worries about obtaining elixirs for her future cultivation. And advancing to the 4th level of qi training was practically a certainty. She could remain in the Jade Maiden sect, drawing closer to the realm of immortals. Anyone would be unable to suppress their joy in such circumstances. Junior brother, I heard from junior sister Zhang that you plan to sell elixirs? Indeed. I intend to sell gathering qi pills. The price is set at 5 spirit stones each. 5 spirit stones. Are you not incurring a loss with such pricing? Would your acquaintance agree to this? Sister, you are unaware. The profit margins on these elixirs are exceedingly high. Even at 5 spirit stones, there is still a profit to be made. albeit a smaller one. Upon hearing this, the two realized the truth. It seemed they had been taken advantage of by those who sold elixirs over the years. Excellent. Since you wish to sell elixirs, I will certainly help you promote them, Xiulan said, pulling Zeng Rou along as they walked away, casting a couple of flirtatious glances back at Chen Qingyun. He was nearly overwhelmed and hastily retreated to his room to continue his alchemical endeavors. This time, Chen Qingyun only purchased 2 sets of herbs. Once he finished refining this batch of elixirs, he planned to venture out to sell and restock. Half an hour later, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air as his other batch of elixirs was completed. This time, Chen Qingyun operated with greater ease, smoothly controlling the quality of the elixirs. However, he did not manage to produce any superior quality elixirs from this batch. Rather, he yielded 10 inferior and 10 medium quality pills. At present, there was no need to produce exceptional elixirs. The primary goal was to attract attention. Naturally, he also needed to regulate the quantity. Selling an unlimited supply at a low price would render them as worthless as rotten cabbages. Chen Qingyun decided to sell only 10 inferior gathering qi pills each day, on a first-come, first-served basis. Once they were gone, they were gone. Once everything was prepared, Chen Qingyun returned to his table to enjoy tea once more. Within a short span, Xiulan and Zeng Rou arrived with several others at Chen Qingyun's residence. Clearly, many were still hesitant and had not fully embraced the idea. Esteemed senior brother, do you truly have gathering qi pills for sale? A male disciple stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully as he inquired. At a glance, Chen Qingyun discerned that this male disciple was only at the 2nd level of qi training. Noticing the disciple's courtesy, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard and smiled warmly. Indeed, you are my very first customer. I shall only charge you 4 spirit stones. Very well. Thank you, senior brother. The male disciple promptly produced 4 spirit stones and handed them to Chen Qingyun. In return, Chen Qingyun presented him with a white pill. Upon receiving the elixir, the male disciple examined it closely and inhaled its scent. It's real. This is indeed a gathering qi pill. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. You are truly a generous person. After expressing their gratitude, the male disciple eagerly sprinted back with the elixir in hand. Observing this, others swiftly approached to make their purchases. In no time, all 10 elixirs were sold out. Some individuals, having hesitated for just a moment, found upon their arrival that the elixirs had already vanished. Instantly, they were filled with frustration, lamenting their missed opportunity by striking their own faces in despair. Ultimately, upon learning that Chen Qingyun would have more elixirs available the following day, they departed with a sense of relief. Once everyone had left, Zeng Rou and Xiulan conferred and made a significant decision. During their future seclusion for cultivation, they would act separately, ensuring that one of them remained to assist Chen Qingyun in managing the business. Chen Qingyun felt a deep sense of gratification. Indeed, his efforts over the past 6 months had not been in vain. Consequently, he entrusted the care of his home to the 2 senior sisters and set off once more to the market, intending to sell the elixirs he held and acquire additional medicinal materials to eliminate the need for daily trips. Chapter 32. Let the elixirs soar a while longer. 2 hours later, at the Dambao Pavilion in the market, the assistant was astonished to see Chen Qingyun produce 10 medium-grade qi gathering elixirs. Upon witnessing the 5 high-grade qi gathering elixirs, he was utterly taken aback. Such items are rare and, if auctioned, could fetch an even higher price. Please hold on. Esteemed sir, the quantity is too substantial for me to decide on my own. I must consult our store manager. The sale price was already predetermined, allowing the assistant to sell directly, but when it came to acquiring large quantities, only the manager could oversee the transaction to ensure accountability. Xiao-san, what is it? Do you need to see me? A resonant voice echoed from the back room of the pavilion. A middle-aged man, exuding an elegant demeanor and scholarly air, emerged. His presence was calm and composed, and Chen Qingyun could not discern his cultivation level, which likely surpassed his own. Manager, this esteemed sir has high-grade qi gathering elixirs for sale. Initially, the middle-aged man merely glanced at Chen Qingyun without much concern, but upon realizing he had high-grade elixirs for sale, his demeanor shifted to one of eagerness. My apologies for the earlier oversight. It was my negligence. Please forgive me. You wish to sell high-grade qi gathering elixirs? Such a powerful figure acknowledging his misstep was indeed a refreshing rarity among the many self-serving individuals. Chen Qingyun was solely focused on the transaction and had no interest in the character of his counterpart, as long as he did not provoke him. Indeed, I am looking to sell a batch of elixirs. With a warm smile, Chen Qingyun met the manager's enthusiasm. Excellent, excellent. The middle-aged man quickly picked up the high-grade qi gathering elixirs from the counter to inspect them. Splendid. All are of excellent quality. 4 high-grade qi gathering elixirs. We offer 100 spirit stones each, and for medium-grade qi gathering elixirs, 45 each. What do you think? Agreed. Wonderful. A pleasant collaboration. May I inquire about the origin of this elixir? Was it crafted by the master residing on the mountain? No, it was created by Master Qingyun. Master Qingyun? The shopkeeper exchanged a glance with his assistant, both expressing a hint of perplexity. When did the Yunnu sect acquire such a figure as Master Qingyun? They had never heard of him before. However, being worldly individuals, they did not dwell on the matter for too long. May I ask how to address you? Should Master Qingyun have any elixirs for sale in the future, do consider choosing our Dambao Pavilion. Certainly. I am Laofu, also known as Yeo. Observing Chen Qingyun's composed demeanor, the shopkeeper sensed that this elder must have connections to remarkable individuals. His humble role as a menial was likely a calculated choice to avoid worldly troubles. Chen Qingyun proceeded to purchase materials for 20 batches of gathering qi pills, along with several types of pill seeds, and left the Dambao Pavilion with an air of nonchalance. As he departed, the shopkeeper stroked his sparse beard, contemplating the impressive demeanor of this individual. Such a presence could only belong to someone of great stature. Even I cannot discern his cultivation level. This person is indeed formidable. The shopkeeper was certain that he was not merely at the second level of qi training. That would be a ruse to deceive the naive. The forces behind him would not be foolish enough to entrust such valuable elixirs to a mere second-level qi practitioner wandering about. Did you observe? This elder is no ordinary individual, and the power behind him is even more formidable. In the future, let us be wise and refrain from underestimating others, especially treating the menial disciples with courtesy, for one never knows when another great figure may emerge. Indeed, shopkeeper. I understand. Very well. Do your best. The shopkeeper nodded, patting his assistant's shoulder with joy, taking 5 elixirs with him as he departed. Such high-grade elixirs, when resold in the larger city, could yield at least a 50% profit, if not more. Even a second-tier alchemist cannot guarantee the successful creation of a first-tier high-grade elixir. High-grade elixirs are not only rich in spiritual energy, but also devoid of impurities, resulting in minimal accumulation of pill toxins within the body after consumption. Such items are beyond the means of the average person. However, they are highly sought after in the upper echelons of the cultivation society. After all, being born into a good family is a skill in itself. Wherever one may be, having a favorable lineage ensures access to the best resources. 2 days swiftly passed. Aside from refining a furnace of elixirs each day, Chen Qingyun continued to live in leisurely comfort. During these 2 days, the individuals seeking to purchase elixirs were primarily menial disciples. As news spread, disciples from other locations also came seeking elixirs, although the outer disciples were few in number. Chen Qingyun remained unperturbed, allowing the elixirs to circulate a little longer. On a bright morning, after sharing a cup of hot tea with Zixuan, she returned to her own dwelling. Once Zixuan departed, Chen Qingyun entered the realm of the Shanhu Tu. The spiritual herb seeds he had brought back from the Dambao Pavilion had all been planted, and he made it a daily ritual to come in and water them. Although within the realm of the Shanhu map, the growth of spiritual flora occurs at an astonishing rate, several times faster than in the outside world. It still requires diligent care. During moments of leisure, wandering within and indulging in a refreshing bath can be quite delightful. At the foot of Danwang Peak, a gentle knocking resounds. Is Sister Zhaoan, a strikingly beautiful woman, with an exquisite figure, raps on the grand door of a courtyard. Please enter. The woman outside pushes open the door and hurriedly steps inside. The outer disciples of the Yunnu sect have their own modest courtyards, which, while not opulent, are 100 times better than those of the servant disciples. Sister Chen, what brings you to me? The alluring beauty reclining on the bed slowly opens her eyes and exhales a breath of stale air. Sister Bai, I have heard that a servant disciple in the medicinal garden is selling qi gathering pills. He seems to be an alchemist. Upon hearing this, Sister Bai's interest is piqued, and she swiftly rises to put on her shoes. Is this true? Absolutely, and the low-grade qi gathering pills are merely 5 low-grade spiritual stones. Sister Bai's beautiful eyes gleam at the news. The medicinal pills concocted at Danwang Peak, whether of superior or intermediate grade, are insufficient to satisfy the consumption of the true disciples within the sect. As for the most basic low-grade pills, they are not sold to the public. Instead, they are exchanged through sect contribution points or distributed as rewards to the disciples. The outer disciples like them have little opportunity to earn contribution points. Tasks of lower difficulty yield minimal points, while higher ones are beyond their capabilities. Fortunately, the monthly stipend for outer disciples is 30 low-grade spiritual stones, allowing them to purchase medicinal pills in the market. However, it is important to note that long-term consumption of low-grade qi gathering pills not only leads to the accumulation of pill toxicity, but once a practitioner's cultivation surpasses the mid-qi training stage, the efficacy diminishes significantly. Even in the later stages of qi training, they provide little benefit, potentially causing more harm than good. One wonders if there are any mid-grade qi gathering pills available. Currently, low-grade qi gathering pills offer scant assistance in our cultivation. Mid-grade qi gathering pills are both a necessity and a luxury for outer disciples. They are not only expensive but often out of stock in the market. Let us go? Sister Bai? A visit to the medicinal garden will reveal the truth. Indeed, a stroke of luck would be welcome. Although the inhabitants of Danwang Peak are infatuated with the art of alchemy, the quality of alchemical skills displayed is rather disheartening. Many inner disciples, after years of study, can only identify spiritual herbs, while their knowledge of alchemical techniques remains woefully inadequate. Their furnaces explode upon mere contact. Even the alchemist king of Danwang Peak occasionally falters, rendering her alchemical prowess questionable. Just the other day, the alchemist king's most esteemed disciple finally ascended to the rank of first-tier alchemist. Otherwise, Danwang Peak would have become a subject of ridicule. Naturally, these disreputable matters are known only to the upper echelons of the sect. Chapter 33. A visit from the outer disciples. In the medicinal garden, Chen Qingyun's 10 low-grade pills were swiftly snatched up as soon as they became available. Many individuals, unable to purchase in time, could only leave in frustration, lamenting their missed opportunity. Some, coming from afar, had even planned to find nearby accommodations, eager to return at dawn to seize the elixir. Such affordable elixirs, priced at half the market value, were irresistible for the sake of enhancing their cultivation. They were willing to endure any discomfort. Chen Qingyun's strategy of scarcity marketing was undeniably effective, as it neither disrupted the market nor failed to build his reputation. As Chen Qingyun and Zi Xian leisurely sipped fragrant tea, two figures appeared before his thatched cottage, one clad in blue, the other in white. The woman in blue was eccentric and clever, while the woman in white exuded a dignified elegance, embodying the grace of a refined lady. Name: Bai Zhan. Age: 52. Cultivation: 6th layer of qi refining. Talent: dual spirit roots of fire and metal. 2nd grade. Fortune value: 600. Name: Xinqing. Age: 48. Cultivation: 5th layer of qi refining. Talent: fire spirit root. 2nd grade. Fortune value: 500. Upon seeing the two ageless celestial beauties, Chen Qingyun couldn't help but marvel at their youthful allure. What splendid names! Had it not been for the cultivation realm, he would have suspected they descended from the peaks of Qingqing Mountain. Dear senior sisters, if you wish to purchase elixirs, I regret to inform you that we have no stock today. You will need to return tomorrow. Noticing Chen Qingyun's lecherous gaze, the two women felt a twinge of displeasure. However, recognizing his courteous demeanor, they refrained from showing their irritation, mindful that they must not offend the alchemist before even meeting him. After all, they had come with a purpose. If they could break through to the foundation establishment stage, they would have the opportunity to learn genuine alchemical techniques. The Danwang Peak offered no resources for those deemed wasteful during the qi refining period. Gaining access to the alchemical chambers to assist and familiarize themselves with pharmacology, and witnessing the alchemical practices of the foundation establishment masters would be a privilege in itself. Although their own alchemical skills were modest, there remained a chance to become alchemists. Bai Zhan, draped in flowing white, like a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, spoke. We indeed seek to purchase elixirs. However, we are not interested in the inferior gathering qi pills. Might you be the esteemed alchemist capable of providing us with mid-grade gathering qi pills? Their efforts had not been in vain. They had finally encountered significant clients. An alchemist? I am unworthy of such a title. Please, esteemed senior sisters, take a seat. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, warmly inviting the two beautiful fairies to sit. After a brief moment of hesitation, the two women swiftly approached the table and sat down. With a flourish, Chen Qingyun poured each of them a cup of tea. Initially, they paid little attention to it. However, upon tasting the tea, both sets of exquisite eyes widened in astonishment, hardly able to believe their senses. When had a mere disciple among the menial ranks produced such remarkable talent as Chen Qingyun? Not only is he adept at alchemy, but even the tea he serves is extraordinary, imbued with such rich spiritual energy that long-term consumption would undoubtedly benefit one's cultivation significantly. Chen Qingyun sipped from his cup, placed it on the table, stroked his beard, and smiled, exuding an air of ethereal grace. To the dissatisfaction of the two senior sisters, I indeed possess a few mid-grade qi gathering pills. However, we are willing to pay the market price. Moreover, we shall come to procure them every month. Noticing Chen Qingyun's exceptional demeanor, the two women ceased their disdain and spoke with greater caution. That is unnecessary. I can offer them to you at 41 pills, but you must help me attract some clients in the outer sect. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhan and her companion were elated. A single pill would save them 10 spirit stones, representing a significant expense spared. Indeed, junior brother, you are destined for greatness. We admire you. We shall certainly promote you widely, they declared. Immediately, they produced 80 spirit stones and handed them over, eager to secure the deal before Chen Qingyun could change his mind. Without hesitation, he retrieved his storage bag, gave it a gentle tap, and 2 plump, fragrant pills appeared in his hand. After receiving the pills, the 2 women examined them carefully, sniffing and squeezing them. Confirming they were indeed high-quality mid-grade qi-gathering pills, they beamed with joy. After finishing another cup of tea and exchanging names, they hurriedly took their leave. Watching their departing figures, Chen Qingyun grinned. Not too far now. Can you still see them? He mused, interrupted by Zixian's voice. Junior brother Chen, when will you be able to concoct mid-grade qi-gathering pills? I would love to earn some spirit stones. If you wish, I could gift you some. As Chen Qingyun spoke, he produced another mid-grade qi-gathering pill along with a bag of spirit stones to offer to Zixian. Startled, she stumbled back, causing the pill and spirit stones to tumble to the ground. No, I merely inquired. I cannot accept this, as you have already given me enough. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. She regretted ever agreeing to become a partner to that despicable man, having endured over a year of torment and losing some spirit stones in the process. In contrast, Chen Qingyun, the junior brother before her, had not merely demanded little from her, but had provided immense support. Though she had contributed in some ways, they were trivial compared to what mattered to a woman. Now, she fully comprehended why so many young women desired to marry her father in the mundane world. It turned out that being associated with an older gentleman brought numerous benefits. The material wealth was of little consequence. What mattered was the thoughtfulness, the empathy, and the genuine care shown. Zixian was utterly captivated by Chen Qingyun, wishing to become his partner immediately, even without material wealth. Chen Qingyun picked up the fallen pill and spirit stones, returning them to Zixian's hands. Just keep them, he urged gently. Now I have mastered the art of alchemy, making it effortless to earn spirit stones. As Zixian gazed at the spirit stone pills in her hand, and then at the beaming Chen Qingyun before her, her resolve only deepened. At present, with no means to repay him, she could only tend to Chen Qingyun's well-being. Inside the Danwang Peak's alchemist pavilion, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire hall trembled, and a plume of black smoke ascended. How could this happen? I have been exceedingly cautious. Why have I failed again? Curse it. How can I achieve success? A slender woman emerged, grumbling vocally. This individual was none other than Ling Xiao, the head of Danwang Peak and the esteemed alchemist of the Yunu sect. At this moment, she was covered in soot, her face grimy and her garments riddled with large tears. Were it not for her golden core cultivation, she likely would have met with dire consequences by now. Ling Xiao's current appearance was rather comical. This was already her 100th failure in concocting the second-tier Qingling pill. Each time, during the critical phase of merging and solidifying the pill, unforeseen mishaps would arise. The elixir fire would become unstable, causing the medicinal concoction to thrash violently until the furnace exploded. Ling Xiao could not fathom the source of these persistent issues. At this moment, her frustration was palpable, and she felt inclined to demolish the alchemist pavilion. Master. Upon hearing that sweet voice, Ling Xiao's mood began to stabilize. Currently, the most commendable achievement of Danwang Peak was her disciple, Su Qinxue. Young as she was, not only did she possess formidable cultivation, but she had also become a first-tier alchemist. In terms of talent, her disciple far surpassed her, and it was certain that her future accomplishments would eclipse her own. Chapter 34. Reputation Unveiled. Upon seeing her most cherished disciple, Ling Xiao's demeanor instantly shifted. With a swift incantation, she became immaculate, resembling a lotus flower emerging untainted from the mud, quickly donning a clean, flowing gown. In an instant, Ling Xiao exuded an ethereal elegance, her exquisite beauty and fluttering garments reminiscent of a celestial being. Master, I can now refine 10 pills. Su Qinxue approached, grasping Ling Xiao's hand with joy. Aware of her master's recent alchemical failure, she sought to uplift her spirits with cheerful tidings. Her breakthrough was indeed splendid news, one that would surely bring delight to her master, for her current achievements were the fruit of Ling Xiao's years of dedication. Although the rejuvenation pill was among the simplest of first-tier elixirs, any progress was commendable. Good. Progress is commendable. In a few days, you should also attempt to concoct the qi-gathering pill. This is the most sought-after elixir within our sect. Alas, the path of alchemy is truly arduous, hindering the sect's development. We face oppression at every turn. Very well, master. I shall strive with all my might. Indeed. Come, let us take a stroll together. Yes, master. And so they ventured forth. Before long, 2 graceful silhouettes glided into the distance. 3 days later, at the inner gates of Danwang Peak, a dispirited male disciple was carried out by several female disciples. Despite his pallid complexion and dark circles under his eyes, he appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Yet this did not detract from his striking visage and charming demeanor, which continued to attract the admiration of the female disciples. Although the women accompanying him were somewhat unappealing, their presence was preferable to solitude. Coughing violently, the young man, supported by 4 women, was swiftly attended to by a robust female disciple who gently patted his back. Brother Yu, are you all right? Sisters, we must hasten our pace. Not long after they set out, they encountered Su Qingyun. Ah, Brother Yu, are you heading out? How is your health? Su sister, there is no need for concern. I am not departing. I merely need to visit the medicinal garden. Su Qingyun, puzzled, wondered why Brother Yu would venture to the medicinal garden if he was well. What business do you have there? Why must you go personally? Are you unaware? Brother Yu Dian regarded Su Qingyun with mild astonishment, reflecting on the passage of time. When Su Qingyun had been accepted as a direct disciple by the Peak Master, he had already attained the foundation establishment stage, while she was merely at the late Qi refining stage. Over the span of 20 years, her cultivation had surpassed his. Had he not embarked on a journey that led him to the treacherous Devil's Forest, where he faced an attack from a lion-headed beast, suffering damage to his spirit and severing of his meridians, their disparity would not be so pronounced. Even if his talent in alchemy was inferior to hers, at the very least, their cultivation levels would not be so far apart. What do you mean, Brother Yu? It appeared that his sister was wholly absorbed in her studies of alchemy and cultivation, oblivious to the world around her. Indeed, Sister Su, it is said that a new alchemist has emerged in the medicinal garden, gathering qi pills. Brother Yu intends to visit and see if this individual can concoct soul-nourishing pills, spoke one of the female disciples. The medicinal garden? An alchemist? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Qingyun exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. The medicinal garden was populated by mere errand disciples, akin to menial laborers. How could an alchemist possibly arise from such a place? The crafting of soul-nourishing pills was even more implausible, as it was among the most challenging first-tier pills to produce. Even masters on the brink of ascending to the second tier struggled to create them, and certainly, no one at Danwang Peak possessed the ability to forge such a pill. What astonished Su Qingyun most was that she had been entirely unaware of the emergence of an alchemist in the medicinal garden. Brother Yu, soul-nourishing pills are notoriously difficult to craft, and most alchemists cannot produce them. Even if the individual is indeed an alchemist, it does not guarantee they can create such a pill. Fear not. After all, I have been incapacitated for over 20 years. It would be worth a try, as it would have little impact in any case. At that moment, while Su Qingyun was lost in thought, several women had already lifted Brother Yu into the air, heading straight for the medicinal garden. Watching them depart, Su Qingyun's eyes brimmed with disdain. She could not believe it. A mere servant could concoct soul-nourishing pills. She had studied under her master for over a decade, barely entering the ranks of a first-tier alchemist. How could a servant disciple, devoid of guidance and lacking powerful resources, possibly become an alchemist? Nevertheless, to quell her doubts, she summoned her sword and followed closely behind, eager to uncover the truth. The medicinal garden. Each day, the 10 pills produced were barely sufficient to meet the demand. Before they could even start, they were already sold out. Numerous outer disciples were clamoring for pills, and Chen Qingyun's humble abode was bustling with activity. Junior Brother Chen, I never expected you to be an alchemist. I apologize for any past grievances. Please do not hold them against me. Su Qiong, the overseer of the medicinal garden, said with a sycophantic smile. Though Su Qiong's cultivation was commendable, at the 6th level of qi refinement with a luck value of 500, she was not the type of person Chen Qingyun sought to cultivate. Sister Su, you overstate the matter. I merely received some alchemical guidance from an old master and happen to know how to refine gathering pills. As for past events, I have long since forgotten them. You need not concern yourself, Chen Qingyun replied, his demeanor calm and collected. Su Qiong's eyes sparkled upon hearing Chen Qingyun's words, and her spirits lifted instantly. As long as Junior Brother bore no grudge, that was all that mattered. Then, might I inquire if you have any of those pills available? She asked eagerly. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, chuckling. Regardless, I must honor Sister Su's request. He promptly retrieved a mid-grade gathering pill from his possession and handed it to Su Qiong. Upon receiving the pill, Su Qiong beamed with delight. Earlier that day, she had ventured to the market with the intention of purchasing some pills to aid her cultivation. However, upon entering the pill treasure pavilion, she was told that no mid-grade gathering pills were available and that she would have to wait. If she was in urgent need, she could settle for some low-grade gathering pills, but as a 6th-level qi refinement cultivator, she was well aware of the long-term detrimental effects of consuming low-grade pills and refrained from buying them. Upon hearing from other outer disciples that mid-grade gathering pills were for sale in her own medicinal garden, she hurried over without delay. Previously, she had merely been curious about Chen Qingyun's peculiar rise in cultivation but had not given it much thought. Now, she finally understood that this junior brother was a hidden powerhouse. It was entirely reasonable for someone who was an alchemist to occasionally elevate their cultivation by 1 or 2 small realms, thus making sense of the situation. Junior brother, may I have 2 of those pills? Su Qiong asked, proffering 100 spirit stones. Oh, just 2 pills? Consider them a gift to you this time. Chen Qingyun replied with a dismissive wave. No, absolutely not. I will need to trouble you again in the future. Su Qiong insisted. Seeing that the other party was insistent on offering spirit stones, Chen Qingyun found it difficult to decline. Very well. I shall accept 80 spirit stones from you, senior sister. Chen Qingyun said, as he directly handed 20 spirit stones along with another pill to Su Qiong. Then I must thank you, junior brother Chen. From now on, focus on your alchemy, and as for your herb garden, I will have my cousin manage it for you. My cousin is quite the beauty, Su Qiong remarked, casting Chen Qingyun a knowing glance before leaving with a cheerful smile. Is she trying to establish a connection with me? Chen Qingyun mused, stroking his beard, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 35, A Visit for Alchemy. Su Qingxing causes a scene. After bidding farewell to Su Qiong, Chen Qingyun returned to his reclined position, continuing his leisurely existence. Zheng Ro stood behind him, giving him a shoulder massage. Just yesterday, Zheng Ro emerged from her seclusion, and the two had been alternating their practices. It was now time for Zixian to enter her retreat. Presently, Zheng Ro's cultivation was already nearing the third level of qi refinement, and with another period of seclusion, she would likely break through. Junior brother Chen, you truly are remarkable. Only a few days have passed, and even senior sister Su treats you with such courtesy. Oh, it's nothing. She is merely being polite due to the pills. He replied. After all, those pills are crafted by you, which only serves to highlight your prowess. Now that we are alone, shall we go inside for a cup of tea? Certainly. Chen Qingyun replied with a somewhat mischievous smile. Just as Chen Qingyun was about to rise, several figures descended from the sky at the entrance of the thatched cottage. Zheng Ro was startled, while Chen Qingyun remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. Disciples, we greet our esteemed uncles. The ability to fly and the powerful, enduring aura were characteristics of foundational stage cultivators. Zheng Ro did not dare be negligent and immediately clasped her hands in greeting. Chen Qingyun feigned formality, following suit. No need for such formalities. Ahem, ahem. Yu Daiyan waved his hand and, after a brief cough, continued, I have heard that there is an alchemist here. I wonder if they are available at this moment. Reporting to Uncle Master, I am the alchemist. Upon hearing Chen Qingyun's acknowledgement, Yu Daiyan scrutinized him intently. The old man before him possessed only the cultivation of the second level of qi refinement. Even if he were indeed an alchemist, could he truly concoct the soul-nourishing pill? Yu Daiyan was already wavering in his thoughts. After all, it was not easy to find materials for crafting the soul-nourishing pill. Having had 2 batches wasted by the Pill King, Yu Daiyan felt heartache at the memory. He had painstakingly gathered the materials over the course of 10 years. He had contemplated seeking a second-tier alchemist to assist him in creating this soul-nourishing pill. Despite being a first-tier pill, it was known as a pseudo-second-tier pill, indicating that its successful creation was no simple feat. A non-second-tier alchemist would have little confidence in achieving it. However, the second-tier alchemists are truly rare, akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. There are but a handful in the entire martial nation, elusive creatures that are seldom seen. Even if one were to locate them, it would not guarantee the ability to afford their exorbitant fees for concocting elixirs, especially for those proud individuals. Yet, upon encountering Chen Qingyun, who possesses only the cultivation of the second layer of qi refinement, Yu Daiyan felt a profound disappointment. After all, the crafting of pills necessitates a substantial reservoir of spiritual energy, particularly for complex elixirs like the soul-nourishing pill. Nevertheless, since he was already present, he clung to a glimmer of hope and inquired, might I ask, esteemed seniors, if your visit bears any particular purpose? Noticing the man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a languid noble, remained silent, Chen Qingyun tentatively posed the question. We have heard that there is an alchemist here and wish to inquire if you can refine a soul-nourishing pill. Upon uttering these words, Yu Daiyan felt a twinge of regret. After all, the individual before him was merely a second-layer qi refinement practitioner. Was it not an undue burden to put such a question upon him, just as he contemplated how to express that if he could not refine it? There was no need for embarrassment. Chen Qingyun calmly interjected, exuding an air of confidence that belied the gravity of his cultivation level. What did you say? Yu Daiyan inquired. His interest piqued. I said I can refine the soul-nourishing pill, but you must provide the materials. What a jest. The mere 50-year-old nourishing fruits could pose a challenge for many. Such a rare elixir is not something just anyone can concoct. Are you truly serious? The languid noble's demeanor shifted dramatically, as if ignited by a sudden surge of vitality. Indeed, as long as you provide the materials, I can assist you in the refinement. Excellent. I have the materials. With that, the noble promptly produced a storage bag, which he sent soaring into Chen Qingyun's hands. Chen Qingyun opened the bag and meticulously checked the list of herbs against the recipe, confirming that everything was in order. Here are 2 sets of materials, and 100 spirit stones as a deposit. Very well. You may come to collect the pill tomorrow, Yu Daiyan replied. I appreciate your efforts, and once the task is complete, I shall reward you handsomely. Having said that, Yu Daiyan prepared to take his leave with his companions. Wait. A striking figure descended from the sky, adorned in a flowing pink gown. "Brother Yu, please do not be deceived by him," the woman declared, casting a derisive glance at Chen Qingyun. "Could you truly believe that such a mere second-layer qi refinement practitioner could produce a soul-nourishing pill? My master, who possesses golden core cultivation, has failed to succeed." Yu Daiyan appeared momentarily taken aback, contemplating the validity of his junior sister's words. Yet, he quickly came to a realization. If they were unable to refine the soul-nourishing pill, he surmised that he would not be able to endure for long. Furthermore, if they did not allow this elder to give it a try, whom else could they trust? The Pill King? That would likely result in nothing more than a waste of 2 sets of materials. Regarding the alchemical prowess of the Dan Wang, Yu Daiyan has already gained some understanding. He has been contemplating whether, once he has rejuvenated his spirit, it would be prudent to transfer to another peak. Remaining at the Dan Wang peak not only makes it arduous to master alchemy, but also risks neglecting his cultivation. Senior Brother Yu, please hasten to retrieve the materials for the soul-nourishing pill and consult our esteemed master for a solution, Su Qingxue urged, fully aware of the rarity of such materials. Noticing Yu Daiyan's hesitation, she pressed on, "Enough? Senior Brother Yu, how can you dismiss this? Even if you doubt me, do you not trust our master? That is enough. What does it matter if I believe in the Dan Wang? Should the materials be wasted, will I then spend another decade searching for them? If I do not acquire the soul-nourishing pill soon, my time grows increasingly short. Yet that was a decade ago. Surely our master can now concoct the soul-nourishing pill. Enough, Su Junior Sister. I no longer wish to engage in uncertain endeavors. My affairs are mine alone. And I trust in my esteemed teacher." Throughout this exchange, Chen Qingyun remained impassive, as steadfast as a mountain. Yu Daiyan was convinced that Chen Qingyun possessed genuine skill and was not merely a figure of empty reputation. Little did Chen Qingyun know that the Su Qingxue he encountered on his first day at Dan Wang Peak was nothing more than a vexatious fool. Or perhaps, she was simply accustomed to her own pride, unable to tolerate anyone surpassing her. Senior Brother Yu Humph, you charlatan, listen closely. Should you dare to ruin Senior Brother Yu's materials, I shall not let you go unpunished, Su Qingxue declared vehemently before soaring into the air, pursuing Yu Daiyan. Once they had departed, Chen Qingyun's expression turned icy. "Once I elevate my cultivation, I shall show you how to deal with a wretch like you. Junior brother, are you well? And what of the soul-nourishing pill? Are you truly capable of crafting it? Senior sister, have you ever seen me engage in ventures without assurance? Fear not. Now, let us retreat indoors for tea." Chen Qingyun patted Zeng Rou's slender waist. Chapter 36. The Arrival of Dong Xiaoyu. The next day, while Chen Qingyun was still lost in slumber, he was abruptly roused by the sound of knocking. The door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a flowing green gown. Her skin was as fair as porcelain, her features akin to jade, with a slender form and a waist as delicate as a willow branch. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, adorned with shimmering hairpins that added a touch of elegance. Her large, bright eyes sparkled like the night sky, glimmering with a hint of shyness as they gazed upon Chen Qingyun. What a paragon of beauty! This sight stirred a rush of heat within him. "Greetings, junior brother. I am Dong Xiaoyu, introduced by my cousin Su Qiong." Upon hearing her name, Chen Qingyun's first thought was that her gaze, like a gentle breeze, had dispersed his dreams. This is a shadow from many people's childhoods, and Chen Qingyun is no exception. However, Dong Xiaoyu is indeed quite attractive. Name, Dong Xiaoyu. Age, 28. Cultivation, Qi refining 5th layer. Talent, 2nd grade Earth spiritual root. Fortune value, 400 E. So it is senior sister Dong. Please take a seat. At that moment, Zeng Rou also walked out from the room. Upon seeing Zeng Rou emerge from Chen Qingyun's chamber, Dong Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. After learning about Chen Qingyun from her cousin Su Qiong, she had already devised her plans. Such an impressive elder, she must secure him firmly, ideally as Chen Qingyun's partner. Now, seeing a woman in Chen Qingyun's room, Dong Xiaoyu realized that her aspiration to be his sole companion was becoming increasingly improbable. Nevertheless, she could still establish a dual cultivation partnership with him. At the very least, she would not lack for cultivation resources in the future. Furthermore, she could also support her cousin. "Oh, this is senior sister Dong, Su's sister's cousin, here to manage my herb garden. This is my neighbor, senior sister Zeng." Zeng Rou and Dong Xiaoyu exchanged glances, greeting each other politely. Dong Xiaoyu maintained her sweet smile, while Zeng Rou managed a strained grin. However, at that moment, Zeng Rou felt a surge of anxiety, acutely aware of the looming sense of crisis. Chen Shidi's reputation was growing, and more people were becoming acquainted with him. It would be increasingly challenging to remain by his side in the future. "Senior sister Dong has traveled a long way. Allow me to brew you a cup of hot tea." With that, Chen Qingyun rose to fetch water. "Senior sister, you two are Chen Shidi's dual cultivation partner, right?" Dong Xiaoyu looked at Zeng Rou with a beaming smile, nonchalantly inquiring. I wonder what advice senior sister Dong seeks by inquiring about such matters. You need not feel anxious. I have no intention of competing with you. In fact, my family has arranged a partner for me, but I am not particularly fond of him. I only wish to cultivate with Chen Qingyun, leveraging his resources to swiftly break through to the later stages of qi refining and free myself from my family's arrangements. I see. Upon hearing Dong Xiaoyu's words, Zheng Ro clearly felt relieved. She dreaded the thought of another woman becoming Chen Qingyun's partner and claiming him for herself, which would jeopardize her access to cultivation resources in the future. To be frank, senior sister Dong, I also have a partner. We are both disciples of the Jade Maiden sect. Upon hearing this, Dong Xiaoyu smiled and nodded knowingly. As their conversation unfolded, the two women found themselves increasingly in sync, engaging in delightful discourse. Oh, what are you two chatting about? So happily. Chen Qingyun, having brewed the tea, approached and took a seat at the table. He overheard their conversation clearly from behind the room. However, Chen Qingyun was indifferent to it all. Whether they sought resources or wished to stay close to him, it mattered little to him. As long as one can provide oneself with liquidity, that is sufficient gain. The essence stones and elixirs hold little significance for Chen Qingyun. It's merely a private concern of a young lady. Dong Xiaoyu smiled subtly, concealing her past. Oh, I see. Please continue your conversation. I must return to the alchemical furnace. Otherwise, when the guests arrive, I shall be unable to present the elixirs. I understand. Allow me to assist you. As Dong Xiaoyu spoke, she rose to her feet. I shall join you as well. Zheng Ro had no intention of departing either. In recent days, she had not witnessed Chen Qingyun's alchemical practice firsthand. Very well. Once inside the thatched cottage, Chen Qingyun closed the door. The two women prepared themselves beside him. Chen Qingyun retrieved the alchemical furnace and the necessary materials from his storage pouch. Sitting cross-legged, he chanted a spell, causing the furnace to levitate into the air. As he executed the fire invocation, the entire furnace was engulfed in flames. Zheng Ro watched in astonishment. This was her first encounter with the art of alchemy. However, she dared not speak, fearing to disturb her shitty. Dong Xiaoyu, having previously witnessed the alchemical prowess of the Foundation establishment uncle of Dan Wang Peak, was equally astonished. Chen Qingyun's techniques and alchemical skill clearly surpassed those of the uncles. No wonder they often failed at alchemy. Their initial steps lacked the precision demonstrated by Chen Qingyun. Yet, could it be that Chen Qingyun was truly only at the second level of qi refinement? The profound spiritual energy emanating from him suggested otherwise, leaving her perplexed. Without overthinking, Dong Xiaoyu quickly assisted Chen Qingyun in organizing the materials. Once the furnace was prepared, Chen Qingyun promptly began to introduce the ingredients at a pace that even Dong Xiaoyu struggled to keep up with. Why so swift? Observing Chen Qingyun's adept maneuvers and fluid alchemical technique, Dong Xiaoyu began to question her own perceptions. Who exactly was this Chen Qingyun? Was he truly just a servant disciple? Having had the fortune to witness the Dan Wang's alchemical artistry, she could assert that even the Dan Wang's techniques were not as seamless as those of Chen Qingyun. Could it be that Chen Qingyun's alchemical ability surpassed that of the Dan Wang? Impossible. Absolutely unfathomable. What madness had overtaken me to entertain such thoughts? Yet, how could one explain the series of actions unfolding before her? Dong Xiaoyu grew increasingly bewildered, finding Chen Qingyun shrouded in mystery. Clearly, following her cousin's guidance to the medicinal garden was an exceedingly wise decision. In less than half an hour, a fragrant aroma wafted through the room. A familiar scent of elixirs that was truly captivating. With a clap of his hands, Chen Qingyun produced 20 elixirs from the furnace. He skillfully controlled the quality, yielding 10 low-grade and 10 mid-grade elixirs. The success rate was 100%. Furthermore, there were an additional 10 mid-grade qi-gathering pills. Dong Xiaoyu swiftly accepted the elixirs from Chen Qingyun, examining them intently. Her already large eyes widened even further. All done. The medium-grade gathering qi pill. Each of you shall take one. The low-grade gathering qi pills will be sold later. What? At this moment, Dong Xiaoyu's heart felt as though it had toppled into a pot of honey, sweetening her very soul. She had only just arrived, contributing nothing, yet was fortunate enough to receive a medium-grade gathering qi pill. I must stay here, even if the old man chases me away with a stick. I shall not budge. Dong Xiaoyu resolutely made up her mind. Zheng Ro and Dong Xiaoyu each took a medium-grade gathering qi pill, while the others were collected by Chen Qingyun. The low-grade gathering qi pills were taken outside by Zheng Ro, awaiting prospective buyers. Meanwhile, Dong Xiaoyu remained, continuing to observe Chen Qingyun as he refined pills. Next, Chen Qingyun was to concoct the soul-nourishing pill. Dong Xiaoyu watched intently, occasionally assisting Chen Qingyun by organizing herbs and wiping his brow, serving tea and water, embodying the image of a gentle, caring, and affectionate little wife. Chapter 37. Bad news arrives. Panic in the sect. As noon approached, while Chen Qingyun and the others were conversing at the table, several figures descended from the sky. It was none other than Yu Daiyan and his companions from the previous day, with Su Qingyun among them. Upon their arrival, Chen Qingyun and the others promptly stepped forward to pay their respects. Before Yu Daiyan could speak, Su Qingyun took the initiative. Did you not send senior brother Yu yesterday to collect the pills? Where are the pills? Chen Qingyun paid little heed to the woman's frantic demeanor. I have successfully fulfilled my mission. The pills required by Master Yu are ready. As he spoke, Chen Qingyun handed a bag directly to Yu Daiyan. Without waiting for Yu Daiyan to open it, Su Qingyun swiftly snatched it away and opened it with haste. Immediately, her eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How can this be? There are actually medium-grade pills. Chen Qingyun had meticulously controlled the quality of the pills, while both batches had a 100 success rate. He had only presented half of them, retaining only one medium-grade pill, while the remainder consisted of low-grade pills. At that moment, Su Qingyun felt a deep discontent. She had come to witness a spectacle, but found herself the subject of ridicule. Simultaneously, her mental fortitude began to crumble. This soul-nourishing pill is one that even my master finds challenging to refine. How can this old man accomplish it? He cannot possibly exceed my master's alchemical prowess. I refuse to believe it. This pill was certainly not crafted by you. Yu Daiyan had no time to indulge Su Qingyun's hysteria. He waved his hand, and several female disciples brought him before Su Qingyun. He snatched the pills from her grasp and examined them closely. 20 pills, a 50% success rate, and one medium-grade pill. Nephew, your alchemical skills are remarkable. Although Chen Qingyun boasted a 100 success rate, the soul-nourishing pill was notoriously difficult to concoct, and achieving a 50% success rate was already commendable. There was no need to divulge every single one. Where? It was merely good fortune. Humph. Do not be so pleased with yourself. Senior brother Yu, this pill certainly was not refined by this old man. There is definitely something amiss here. Oh, I currently find myself devoid of time to indulge in frivolities with my junior sister. I must retreat to mend my spirit. Yu Daiyan has begun to grow weary of this obstinate, foolish, and self-righteous disciple. He somewhat regrets having disclosed his intention to seek a pill to this imbecile yesterday. After speaking, Yu Daiyan bestowed upon Chen Qingyun 300 spirit stones, exchanged a few pleasantries, and was then carried away by several female disciples. Brother Yu, do not depart just yet. The matter remains unclear. However, as Yu Daiyan and his companions departed, Su Qingyun did not rush to leave. Hey, old man, you claim you can concoct pills. I find that hard to believe, unless you personally prepare a batch for me to witness. Senior sister, I have already refined several batches today, and my spiritual energy is utterly depleted. If you wish to observe me refining pills, I suggest you return another day. Su Qingyun disregarded his words and unceremoniously opened the door to Chen Qingyun's room, inspecting it thoroughly. Aside from the lingering aroma of pills, there was merely an alchemical furnace and some pill residue. No other discoveries were made. Humph. I will keep a close watch on you. You had better not harm your fellow disciples with inferior pills. Otherwise, I shall not let you off so easily. Su Qingyun had already formulated a plan. She intended to discreetly find someone to purchase Chen Qingyun's pills for further study. If they truly were of subpar quality, she would possess irrefutable evidence, leaving that old man utterly speechless. Should Chen Qingyun's pills prove problematic, it would likely implicate him in the recent happenings within the sect. If Chen Qingyun were to learn of Su Qingyun's intentions, he would undoubtedly commend her astuteness. Your deductions are remarkably accurate. Refrain from further speculation, as you will find no evidence. Once Su Qingyun departed, Chen Qingyun's humble abode fell silent. He felt a sense of helplessness. Was it truly so arduous to gain a modicum of renown? Regardless, there was still a silver lining. At the very least, Dong Xiaoyu's arrival marked a promising beginning. After some idle chatter, Zheng Rou's partner, Lin Chun, also arrived at the medicinal garden. Chen Qingyun's reputation had spread to the spirit fruit garden, and many had come to procure his pills. Initially, Lin Chun sought to purchase some low-grade gathering qi pills to aid his cultivation. However, Chen Qingyun generously gifted him a mid-grade gathering qi pill instead. Having lingered for an extended period at the third layer of qi refinement, Lin Chun, with this mid-grade pill, was almost assuredly on the brink of breaking through to the fourth layer, a feat as certain as catching a hen in a coop. Thank you, junior brother Chen. You truly are our benefactor. Not only have you taken care of Sister Zhang, but you have also provided me with such immense assistance. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. If we can enter the outer sect together, we shall be neighbors. Indeed, we shall be neighbors then. Chen Qingyun chuckled, stroking his beard. Zheng Rou, gentle as a languid kitten, reclined in Lin Chen's embrace, casting a furtive glance at Chen Qingyun while he was otherwise occupied. Beside him, Dong Xiaoyu could hardly bear to watch. Although on the path of cultivation, one might forsake all friendships, familial bonds, and romantic ties. Is it not rather excessive to acquire more resources through the guise of neighborly relations? At the very least, there ought to be a few households separating them. After Lin Chun and Zheng Ro departed, Chen Qingyun and Dong Xiaoyu fell into a brief silence. Dong Xiaoyu bit her lower lip lightly, bowing her head, furtively observing Chen Qingyun from the corner of her eye. If there is something to say, just say it. There is no one else here. I wish to be your dual cultivation partner. Summoning her courage, Dong Xiaoyu raised her head and finally articulated her desires, feeling considerably relieved. Have you practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? No. I simply wish to cultivate alongside you, to accompany you. You shall provide me with cultivation resources. Very well. I accept your proposition. Chen Qingyun was fond of such straightforward women, those who voiced their intentions plainly. Really? That is wonderful. Dong Xiaoyu quickly sprang up, leaping into Chen Qingyun's embrace and bestowing a sweet kiss upon his forehead. Chen Qingyun, seizing the moment, wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her close. Indeed, it is genuine. Let us discuss further inside. At the peak of the Jade Maiden sect, Duanmu Yuru remained seated in the main chair, her expression somewhat grim. The elder below, a long-standing member of the sect, appeared exceedingly despondent, embodying a sense of sorrow akin to the death of a hare lamenting the demise of a fox. Within the sect, the Golden Core elder he, dispatched to assist the martial kingdom in battle, had perished. This marked the third loss of a Golden Core elder for the Jade Maiden sect, and now the atmosphere in the Grand Hall was fraught with anxiety. Faces etched with despair. The fighting continues, and more will fall. Perhaps the next casualty could be oneself. Sectmaster, we are not afraid of death at Shield Mountain, but we dread the prospect of our Honglian Peak losing its legacy. This martial kingdom is truly ungrateful. They are depleting our Jade Maiden sect as strength. I have inquired, and the circumstances of several other sects are quite similar to ours. Sectmaster, why not sever ties with the martial kingdom? If it comes to it, we shall fight them. Duanmu Yuru pressed her fingers against her throbbing temples and interjected, fight? With what shall we contend? The martial kingdom's supreme emperor possesses mid-stage nascent soul strength. Our sect's ancestors are merely at the early stage of the nascent soul. A dozen early-stage nascent soul cultivators may not stand a chance against a mid-stage nascent soul elder. How do you propose we fight? Instantaneously, the Grand Hall fell into a profound silence, enveloped by an eerie stillness. Chapter 38. Lan Caixiao purchases gathering chi pills. On the following day, Chen Qingyun awoke naturally. However, Dong Xiaoyu, unbeknownst to him, had risen early and tidied the entire house. Gazing upon the immaculate abode, Chen Qingyun felt immense satisfaction. Upon opening his data panel and noticing the additional 150 points of circulating value, a smile crept uncontrollably across his face. Dong Xiaoyu's arrival was indeed timely. Nurturing such a dual cultivation partner was exceedingly worthwhile. Junior brother Chen, you are awake? Yes. Sister, you are quite early. The house has been meticulously cleaned. Such diligence is commendable. However, I merely rose because I could not sleep. Junior brother, what water do you use to brew tea? Allow me to boil some for you. Very well. I shall fetch water immediately. Chen Qingyun, with a bucket in hand, strolled outside and directly drew a bucket of water from the river and mountain chart. Swiftly returning to the thatched cottage. As Chen Qingyun prepared the materials for alchemy, Dong Xiaoyu busily boiled water for tea outside, creating a harmonious scene reminiscent of a mundane couple from the world below the mountain. Observing Dong Xiaoyu's earnestness in boiling water, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, revealing a satisfied smile. After 2 lifetimes, he finally felt the warmth of home, an indescribably delightful sensation. Before long, Chen Qingyun began to concoct the qi-gathering pill, with Dong Xiaoyu observing attentively by his side. Zheng Ro, having little to do, also came over to assist, likely since Lin Chen had departed. Although Dong Xiaoyu possessed greater knowledge than Zheng Ro, it must be said that her talent in alchemy far surpassed that of Zheng Ro. Noticing Chen Qingyun's adeptness in refining the qi-gathering pill, Dong Xiaoyu occasionally posed pivotal questions. Chen Qingyun patiently elucidated, realizing that should this woman become an alchemist, his own endeavors would become significantly easier. In less than an hour, a batch of qi-gathering pills was successfully produced. At present, Chen Qingyun found it quite simple to control the quality of the pills. This time, he intentionally refined 2 superior-grade qi-gathering pills. Upon opening the alchemical furnace, he swiftly placed the pills onto a jade plate. The sight of 2 exquisite, flawless pills instantly captured Dong Xiaoyu's attention. What sort of pills are these? Could they possibly be superior-grade qi-gathering pills? Dong Xiaoyu exclaimed, examining one of them, both women gasping in astonishment, their eyes wide as if beholding a monster, fixated intently on Chen Qingyun. Indeed, today feels auspicious. I have succeeded in creating 2 superior-grade qi-gathering pills. Such high-quality pills will significantly enhance cultivation at the late stage of qi training, let alone their current level of cultivation. Chen Qingyun had deliberately crafted these 2 superior-grade pills for Dong Xiaoyu, intending to expedite her advancement in cultivation, thereby allowing her to assist in alchemy. which would ease his own burdens. Junior brother, what manner of being are you? How can you refine superior grade pills? Dong Xiaoyu teased. Sister Dong, I am merely myself. There is no monster here, just good fortune. Accept these 2 superior grade pills, and may you swiftly break through to the late stage of qi training. Then, I shall teach you the art of alchemy. Are you truly sincere, junior brother? Dong Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, beamed with stars in her eyes, leaping onto Chen Qingyun, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, showering his face with kisses. Oh, good junior brother. I adore you. All right, Sister Dong. Sister Zeng is still watching. What of it? I am well aware that Sister Zeng also has feelings for you. She giggled, leaving the rest unsaid, and everyone understood. Joyfully, she sprang down from Chen Qingyun. Sister Zeng, it is prudent not to rush. Once your cultivation improves, I shall prepare superior elixirs for you. Upon hearing this, the 2 women's eyes sparkled with delight, their smiles crescent-shaped as they eagerly selected the remaining inferior elixirs to prepare for sale. Chen Qingyun, with a swift motion, retrieved a storage bag and presented the fire-summoning technique to Dong Xiaoyu. The 2 sisters could practice this fire-based technique during their leisure, which would undoubtedly aid in alchemy in the future. Thank you, esteemed junior brother, they exclaimed, planting a sweet kiss on his cheeks, one on each side. With the assistance of these 2 sisters, Chen Qingyun reclined in a lounge chair, sipping tea and relishing the leisurely moments. After a couple of sips, feeling somewhat idle, an innovative thought struck him. The map of mountains and rivers within him required a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Thus, he should consume elixirs. This would surely facilitate its awakening. With that in mind, Chen Qingyun promptly took out a mid-grade qi-gathering pill and placed it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, releasing a pure stream of spiritual energy that coursed into his body. Before the energy could even enter his meridians, the mountain and river map in his dantian, akin to a greedy specter encountering offerings, began to draw in the energy voraciously. In an instant, the refined spiritual energy vanished into oblivion, dissipating before a single breath could be completed. My goodness, this is utterly terrifying. At that moment, Chen Qingyun realized that the mountain and river map had previously shown him leniency in its consumption of his spiritual energy. Had it maintained such a voracious pace, his past self would have been drained in an instant. Contemplating this, Chen Qingyun decided to feed it 2 more mid-grade qi-gathering pills. Currently, maintaining such a gluttonous beast was beyond his modest means. However, time was on his side, and he could afford to wait. Consuming 10 inferior qi-gathering pills daily was hardly sufficient, and they were quickly depleted. At the intersect of Danwang Peak, Yu Daiyin consumed a soul-nourishing pill and, after a night of cultivation, felt remarkably revitalized. Previously, his spirit felt as fragile as glass, tormented multiple times a day. Although not entirely cured, he had managed to gain control over the pain that gnawed at his very essence, and his previously listless demeanor had improved significantly. Yay, brother Yu, your complexion has brightened considerably today, exclaimed a female disciple as he stepped out of his room. Indeed, I owe it all to the elixirs crafted by that disciple from the herb garden. Junior sister Qin, accompany me to the herb garden to ascertain whether junior sister Su has caused any trouble. Of course, brother Yu. At the herb garden, a blue figure descended from the sky, graceful and ethereal, like a celestial being. Dong Xiaoyu and Zeng Ro quickly approached to pay their respects, and Chen Qingyun hastily stood to acknowledge her presence. Greetings, esteemed master uncle. Chen Qingyun promptly assessed the newcomer. Name, Lan Saixia. Age, 33. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment 2nd layer. Talent, 3rd grade fire spiritual root. Fortune value, 800. I have heard that you sell elixirs here. Please provide me with 2 mid-grade qi-gathering pills. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyun felt a twinge of doubt. Why would a Foundation Establishment cultivator need mid-grade qi-gathering pills? Could it be for a younger member of the family? Chen Qingyun firmly believed that within the Jade Maiden sect, no qi-refining disciple possessed such influence to have a Foundation Establishment elder run errands for them. What is the matter? Lan Saixia's expression, already frigid, now bore a hint of anger. Rest assured, master uncle, we indeed have qi-gathering pills. Chen Qingyun swiftly produced 2 mid-grade qi-gathering pills and handed them over. He felt no fear of this woman. Even if he could not defeat her, he could easily retreat into the river and mountain map. For Chen Qingyun, entering the river and mountain map was merely a thought away, and even if a nascent soul master were to seal the space, it would pose no threat to him. However, in order to seize opportunities, it was prudent to remain hidden for a while. The system shop boasted numerous extraordinary skills, yet currently, Chen Qingyun's finances were far too limited to afford any exchanges. Lan Saixia tossed out 100 spirit stones, soared into the air upon her sword, and departed with a celestial grace. Observing the ethereal figure of the departing woman, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Show off. One day, You shall learn whether the sun character in Sunset Deity is capitalized or not. Chapter 39. The Arrival of the Pill King. Intersect. Before a magnificent, independent courtyard, a blue figure descended. It was none other than Lan Saixia, who had just procured qi-gathering pills from Chen Qingyun. Sister Su, are you there? Come in. Lan Junior sister. Su Qinxue opened the courtyard's protective array, causing the surrounding mist to disperse and reveal the grand entrance of the ancient courtyard. Lan Saixia pushed open the door and entered, where Su Qinxue emerged draped in a thin veil. Her graceful and curvaceous figure was tantalizingly revealed, stirring the imagination. Sister Su, I have brought the elixirs you requested. Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Lan Junior sister. Please, have a seat inside. Once inside, Lan Saixia handed over the elixirs to Su Qinxue. After Lan Saixia departed, Su Qinxue eagerly took out 2 mid-grade qi-gathering pills for examination. The pills were round, plump, and glimmered with a translucent sheen. Their fragrance was rich and pure, with minimal impurities, far surpassing the mid-grade qi-gathering pills crafted by her master. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be something wrong with this elixir. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qinxue directly consumed one of the qi-gathering pills. She could not believe that the pill was as flawless as it appeared. The pill dissolved upon entry, unleashing an incredibly pure spiritual energy within Su Qinxue's body. This pristine energy contained very few impurities to refine, with its potency at least 20% greater than that of the mid-grade qi-gathering pills produced by her master. Although this amount of spiritual energy is insignificant for Su Qinxue, who is at the foundation establishment level, it is regarded as a treasure by disciples in the qi refinement stage. If one were to consume such elixirs over an extended period, not only would their cultivation progress swiftly, but they would also remain unconcerned about the issue of pill toxicity. The reason cultivators hesitate to consume large quantities of elixirs to enhance their cultivation lies in the instability of the foundation built solely on such potions. Most terrifying is the accumulation of excessive pill toxins within the body. If too much accumulates without being refined and expelled over time, it can lead to meridian blockage, adversely affecting future cultivation. In severe cases, it may damage the foundation, cause a decline in cultivation, or even result in the depletion of one's essence, leading to dire consequences. Impossible. How could this happen? Su Qinxue pouted, displaying a resolute demeanor. No, I cannot allow myself to be outdone by an old man. It must be that my refinement of the medicinal liquid was not perfect. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. She hastily retrieved a yellow alchemical furnace from her storage pouch. She was determined to refine pills. She could not lose to Chen Qingyun. I must concoct a medium-grade qi-gathering pill. I cannot be bested by that old man. Bang, bang. 3 hours later, Su Qinxue emerged from the alchemy chamber. Her hair resembling a bird's nest, her attire revealing far too much. Why? Why can he succeed while I cannot? Where did the problem lie? The series of furnace explosions made Su Qinxue question her very existence. Simultaneously, within the Pill King Hall, a resounding crash echoed, far louder than the explosions from Su Qinxue's alchemy. Why is this happening? Is my alchemical journey destined to end here? This cursed talent, the heavens are unjust. Ling Xiao, infuriated, kicked the alchemical furnace, wreaking havoc in the chamber. Only after her anger subsided did she gradually regain her composure. What went wrong? Why is this occurring? Each time she purified and fused the elixirs, the process was smooth until the pills were on the verge of forming, at which point the furnace would explode. Yet, one must understand that the Tranquil Heart pill is among the easiest second-tier pills to concoct. If I cannot even refine the simplest second-tier elixir, the path to becoming a second-tier alchemist remains distant. Half an hour later, the two master and disciple, both having experienced furnace explosions, met again, their spirits significantly dampened. Master. Su Qinxue approached Ling Xiao, pouting and clinging to her arm like a little girl. What's wrong, Qinxue? Who dares to bully you? What else? I just had another furnace explosion. The mention of the furnace explosion made Ling Xiao irate. She dreaded those two words. If not for Su Qinxue being her most cherished disciple, Ling Xiao would have erupted in fury. So what is the matter? It's just one failure. Is it necessary to be so disheartened? It's not just about that. What troubles me is that my alchemical skills are inferior to that of a detestable old man in the herbal garden. The old man in the herbal garden? Ling Xiao bore a perplexed expression, his brows slightly furrowed. When did the medicinal garden produce an alchemist, and how was he unaware of it? Given his disciple's remarks, this old man must possess considerable alchemical skills, at least a practitioner of the first tier. What on earth is happening? Pray enlighten me. I, too, am in the dark. It seems the medicinal garden has given rise to an alchemist. It was only when I accompanied Brother Yu to seek the crafting of a soul-nourishing pill that I became aware of his existence. The soul-nourishing pill? Upon hearing this name, Ling Zhao's countenance darkened further. A pill he himself could not refine. Yet someone else has managed to do so. Was this not a slap in the face? Su Qingxue, noticing her master's grim expression, realized her words had been poorly chosen and hastily shifted the topic. Master, behold, this is the spirit-gathering pill crafted by that fellow. Take a look. Su Qingxue quickly produced a pill and handed it over, prompting Ling Xiao to cast a disapproving glance at his foolish disciple. In response, Su Qingxue recoiled slightly, yet maintained her playful demeanor. Ling Xiao could only shake his head in resignation. This disciple had indeed been spoiled by his indulgence, and he could hardly blame others for it. Upon merely glancing at the pill, Ling Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. This mid-grade spirit-gathering pill was remarkably pure and flawless, seemingly more potent than those he himself had refined, with fewer impurities. What caliber of alchemist was responsible for this? A second-tier alchemist, perhaps? When did our Dan Wang Peak produce such a talent, and how was I completely unaware? What is his cultivation level, and what tier of alchemist is he? With a cultivation level of the second layer of qi refinement, he should be a first-tier alchemist. Yet, I have heard no word of him crafting second-tier pills. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. Ling Xiao found it utterly implausible that someone of the second layer of qi refinement could concoct such a pill. The meager spiritual energy within a practitioner of that level would render the purification of the pill unattainable, let alone its formation. Su Qingxue, too, was baffled. She had scrutinized Chen Qingyun's cultivation and found no anomalies. This individual must be concealing his true abilities. Yet if even you have detected no irregularities, he is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, I sense something amiss. However, I cannot pinpoint the issue. Master, why not personally investigate? Ling Xiao nodded slightly. In an instant, he grasped Su Qingxue and vanished from the spot. Within the medicinal garden, after sharing a cup of hot tea with Zheng Rou, Chen Qingyun and the others were engaged in casual conversation at the tea table. Having garnered 10 points of circulation value, Chen Qingyun reclined contentedly in his chair, stroking his grizzled beard with a broad smile, thoroughly satisfied with his current idyllic existence. Now in the foundation establishment stage, not only was his physique robust, but his yuanyang was also abundant and overflowing. Not far away, atop a small hill, Yu Daiyin and several junior sisters observed the scene unfold. Ha! This Chen nephew is indeed an amusing individual. Perhaps the Hehuan Peak is better suited for him. Suddenly, only then did Yu Daiyin's countenance grow solemn, for he had noticed two dark figures approaching from the horizon. How could the Pill King be here as well? Chapter 40. An inquiry from the sect leader. Entering the outer gate. Upon the hilltop, two silhouettes descended, none other than Ling Xiao and Su Qingxue. Greetings, Pill King. The disciples hastily bowed to Ling Xiao, showing proper respect to their elder, as dictated by the rules of the Yunu sect. What are you rascals doing here? Have you come to beg for medicine again? Yu Daiyin detected a hint of ire in the Pill King's inquiry. He surmised some underlying reasons, likely knowing that he had sought Chen Shitzi to refine the soul-nourishing pill, thereby undermining the Pill King's authority. We merely wish to satisfy our curiosity regarding Chen Shitzi's cultivation at the qi refinement stage and how he is capable of concocting first-tier pills, observing in secrecy. Ling Xiao scoffed, casting a glance at the crowd. With a wave of spiritual energy, he swept Su Qingxue into the clouds. Yu Daiyin could only shake his head in resignation, smiling bitterly. The Pill King was admirable in many respects, yet overly protective of her reputation, filled with jealousy. He believed that the Pill King would not make things difficult for a qi refinement disciple. Moreover, even if the Peak Master sought to trouble Chen Qingyun, he would be of no assistance, and remaining here might only exacerbate matters. Let us depart. We shall return. Yu Daiyin led several junior sisters swiftly into the air on their swords, leaving the medicinal garden behind. Above the clouds, Master, it is that old man below. Ling Xiao unleashed a formidable sense of consciousness, zeroing in on Chen Qingyun. Lying in his recliner, Chen Qingyun instantly sensed someone probing into him. The opponent's cultivation vast and unfathomable, far beyond his own capabilities. He lacked the courage to extend his own sense of consciousness to probe back, not daring to reveal his strength. At this moment, he was utterly unaware of the other party's intentions. Certainly, it was not a desire to kill him. Had that been the case, he would have had no time to react. In that moment, he yearned desperately for power. However, one thing was certain. The individual investigating him was undoubtedly a formidable figure from the Yunu sect. If an outsider dared to brazenly release their sense of consciousness within the sect without any response from the Yunu sect, then the existence of the sect itself would be rendered unnecessary. Strange. I find nothing at all. Ling Xiao had initially presumed that the old man must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, acquiring a concealed cultivation artifact or technique. Yet, now he found nothing. What could possibly be the reason? Was it that his cultivation was insufficient? No. I must ascertain the truth. Let us go. I shall visit the main peak. Sect leader Duanmu Yura possessed a perfected golden core cultivation, a half-step into the nascent soul realm. Now, Ling Xiao was resolutely at odds with Chen Qingyun, determined to uncover the true nature of Chen Qingyun's cultivation. Given the inadequacies of the present circumstances, it may be prudent to summon the sect leader or even the esteemed elder of the nascent soul stage. Chen Qingyun's identity is indeed suspect. Upon entering the sect, he possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Yet, in merely half a year's time, his prowess has escalated to the second layer of qi refinement. More astonishingly, this individual, at such a nascent stage, is capable of concocting first-tier elixirs. Should he harbor ulterior motives, it would be wise to take decisive action without delay. Conversely, if he proves to be innocent, Ling Xiao must ensure that this elder remains firmly under her control, for he may well be the key to her advancement as a second-tier alchemist. Only when the sensation of being scrutinized dissipated entirely did Chen Qingyun stroke his beard, gazing at a cloud in the vast sky with a mysterious smile. It appears that his reputation has been firmly established, drawing the attention of the sect's higher-ups. The terrifying consciousness he sensed earlier assured him that its owner was undoubtedly above the golden core stage. At the main peak, within the sect leader's hall, what? Such a matter has arisen? Upon hearing Ling Xiao's report, Duanmu Yurong furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Now is a time rife with turmoil, and she cannot afford to let the internal strife escalate. She must personally investigate. With a surge of spiritual power, she created a tremor in the void, and the two swiftly vanished into thin air. As a half-step nascent soul cultivator, Duanmu Yurong had begun to grasp the intricacies of spatial teleportation, allowing for short-distance movement. Before the humble abode of Chen Qingyun, the air shimmered and twisted as two figures materialized. The leading woman, adorned with a phoenix crown and draped in a resplendent crimson robe embroidered with exquisite phoenix motifs, possessed strikingly delicate features. Her dignified demeanor exuded an aura of authority that commanded distance from strangers. With just a glance, Chen Qingyun felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his very soul trembling. The other woman, although equally beautiful, lacked the commanding presence of her counterpart. You fool, why do you not greet the sect leader? It was only upon the reminder from the accompanying beauty that Chen Qingyun realized this formidable woman was none other than the leader of the Yunnu sect. Disciples pay their respects to the sect leader. Chen Qingyun and his companions quickly clasped their hands in reverence. You are an alchemist? Currently, I am but a first-tier alchemist. Despite the overwhelming aura radiating from her, Chen Qingyun stood his ground, responding with confidence. In an instant, he felt himself ensnared by her gaze, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Qingyun probed into the woman's essence. Name, Duanmu Yurong. Age, 282. Cultivation, perfected golden core. Talent, 4th grade ice spiritual root. Fortune value, 20,000. Name, Ling Xiao. Age, 108. Cultivation, 1st layer of golden core. Talent, 3rd grade fire spiritual root. Fortune value, 8,000. The sect leader possesses commendable talent. Being endowed with a 4th grade spiritual root, her ascension to the nascent soul stage should pose no significant challenge. As for Ling Xiao, without a significant opportunity, it seems that this life will remain the same, with no hope for the nascent soul. After a few breaths, Duanmu Yurong's expression changed, her brows knitting tighter. How peculiar. Truly peculiar. Upon investigating Chen Qingyun, she could not find answers to her previous inquiries, yet she stumbled upon an even more bizarre situation. It was that Duanmu Yurong discovered that Chen Qingyun possessed no dantian. To be precise, where his dantian should be was a void, devoid of anything. However, Chen Qingyun undeniably exhibited fluctuations of spiritual energy at the 2nd level of qi refinement. Aside from traces of having practiced the everlasting green skill, there were no signs of any other cultivation techniques, let alone any traces of demonic arts. Duanmu Yurong was astounded. It was indeed strange. How could a person without a dantian possess any cultivation? Could it be that I am unable to detect his dantian? Is there truly such an anomaly in the world? Master, is this fellow problematic? Should we? Not at all. On the contrary, everything appears remarkably normal. It merely seems that he lacks a dantian. What? How is that possible? Just moments ago, Ling Xiao had been careless and had not taken the time to examine Chen Qingyun's dantian. Ling Xiao resumed her investigation of Chen Qingyun, and after a brief moment, her expression became significantly exaggerated, her mouth agape in disbelief. This is impossible. How can he cultivate? How can he refine pills without a dantian? Perhaps he possesses a special constitution. A special constitution? Ling Xiao felt a bit perplexed. Yet a surge of excitement welled within her. Since this individual poses no issues, he can continue to reside at Danwang Peak. This old fellow's alchemical skills are quite impressive. Observing his methods in the future will undoubtedly benefit my own alchemical practices. Since you are an alchemist, there is no need to remain in the medicinal garden any longer. From today onward, You shall go to the outer sect and practice alchemy diligently. By the way, what is your name? I am called Chen Qingyun. Duanmu Yurong gave a slight nod. Suddenly, a wave of energy enveloped the space, and Duanmu Yurong vanished without a trace. Although Ling Xiao was eager to witness Chen Qingyun's alchemical prowess, she refrained from displaying her impatience out of respect. Her beautiful eyes assessed Chen Qingyun for a moment, as if contemplating something. Suddenly, she soared into the sky, leaving no words behind, and vanished like a streak of light into the horizon. Chen Qingyun had prepared a multitude of explanations regarding how he had learned alchemy, yet she had not mentioned a single word. It seemed he had overthought the matter. She simply departed like that? Chen Qingyun gazed in the direction of Ling Xiao's departure, unable to find solace for a long while. Chapter 41, Courtyard 88, Intent to Kill. Congratulations, Junior Brother Chen. You have become an outer sect disciple so swiftly. Indeed, Junior Brother Chen is truly remarkable. From now on, I shall have to address you as Senior Brother. Zheng Rou's gaze towards Chen Qingyun was somewhat complex. Alongside fervor, there was a hint of envy and urgency. However, she concealed it well, not allowing it to show too overtly. Has Chen Shidi truly entered the outer sect, only to have the narrative conclude here? Even in the most genuine of partnerships, a significant disparity in cultivation levels and shifts in status can lead to separation. This is especially true for fleeting unions. Chen Qingyun easily discerned Zheng Rou's unease, recognizing that the young woman was undoubtedly lost in her thoughts. Though he is not a sage and cannot be adept in all matters, he would never allow a woman enduring hardship to suffer further. Otherwise, he would be betraying the righteous system he possesses. The elder would never dismiss a situation due to its triviality, for such an act would not only be a disservice to Sister Zheng, but would also weigh heavily on his conscience. Sister Zheng, strive to cultivate, and I shall provide you with resources. I believe it won't be long before you can enter the outer sect. As he spoke, Chen Qingyun produced 2 mid-grade qi-gathering pills and handed them to Zheng Rou. With these 2 pills, her cultivation could certainly reach the 4th level of qi refinement. The other one, you should give to Brother Lin. Zheng Rou gazed at Chen Qingyun with a tenderness akin to flowing water, her eyes slightly reddening. He was not merely good to her in the way a partner might be, but rather as another man who genuinely cared for her. It must be acknowledged that their initial relationship was founded solely on mutual benefit. Yet, at this moment, as Chen Qingyun prepared to depart, she felt an unexpected reluctance, signaling the emergence of deeper emotions. Most importantly, Chen Qingyun was not devoid of feelings or obligations. He had consistently shown her kindness, and his departure was no different. As the saying goes, affection grows with time. Moreover, it reveals the true nature of a person, and Chen Shidi is indeed worthy of a profound friendship. With the sky still bright, Chen Shidi, why not share another cup of tea? Let us converse a while longer before you leave. Very well, Chen Qingyun replied without hesitation. When given the chance to acquire circulating value, one must not let it slip by. Inside the Pill King's hall, Master, is that old man truly as he seems? Upon returning, Ling Xiao was met by Su Qingxue, eager for first-hand information. Ling Xiao remained non-committal, his mind wandering, at times nodding, at times shaking his head. This time, Ling Xiao had endured a substantial blow. He, who prides himself as the Pill King, found his esteemed alchemical creations outshone by a mere disciple of the outer sect. Although that individual appeared to have no significant flaws, he undoubtedly harbored profound secrets. Thus, when Su Qingxue inquired about Chen Qingyun, Ling Xiao was at a loss for words. Master, you are both nodding and shaking your head. What exactly is the situation? I am quite anxious. Seeing his precious disciple indulging in her charming antics, Ling Xiao felt a mix of annoyance and concern. Enough of your questions. The sect leader has specifically approved his entry into the outer sect. That lad possesses considerable skill in alchemy, and engaging with him will undoubtedly benefit you. What? Su Qingxue was evidently taken aback, given her master's assertive nature. Earning his praise was no easy feat. Could it be that the old man truly possesses remarkable abilities? Su Qingxue grew increasingly curious about Chen Qingyun, wishing fervently to strip the old man of his garments and subject him to a thorough interrogation to unearth all his secrets. However, the old fellow had recently been specially summoned by the sect leader to join the outer sect, where he now held the esteemed title of an alchemist. Thus she dared not act recklessly. If a significant issue were to arise, it was likely that even her master would be unable to shield her from the consequences. As long as that old man remains in the Yunu sect, I shall inquire of him in my capacity as a junior uncle. And I believe he would not dare to withhold any information. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Su Qingxue's eyes as she thought to herself, I've got it. Master, I shall make an effort to visit more often. Yes, go on. I wish to enjoy some solitude. A hint of confusion lingered as Su Qingxue departed from the Danwang Peak, sensing that her master bore a heavy heart, unsure of what had transpired. After Chen Qingyun shared a cup of tea with Zheng Rou, the three dined together, and under the guidance of Dong Xiaoyu, the two made their way to the outer sect. Being a disciple of the outer sect herself, Dong Xiaoyu navigated with ease. Have you heard? Recently, that alchemist disciple from the miscellaneous area has been specially recruited into our outer sect. Such significant news had already spread throughout the outer sect, who remained unaware. Naturally, when I first heard that someone in the medicinal garden could refine elixirs, I knew that disciple was no ordinary individual, yet I hadn't anticipated such rapid advancement. Are you jesting? That is an alchemist. How could he not soar? Enough chatter. I heard this disciple resides in courtyard 88. Should we not go and become acquainted? Oh, how could I have overlooked that? A few outer sect disciples hurriedly made their way deeper into the outer sect. By the time Chen Qingyun and Dong Xiaoyu arrived at courtyard 88, night had already fallen. Nevertheless, a considerable number of individuals lingered outside the courtyard, eagerly awaiting their arrival. They have arrived, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and every gaze shifted toward Chen Qingyun and his companion. In an instant, they were swarmed. Greetings, junior brother. I am Shun Dan, residing in courtyard 87. We shall be neighbors from now on. Hello, junior brother. I am Chen Gaofeng, living in courtyard 89. We are family. Let us interact more often. Junior brother. I am Zhu Dachong, residing in 80. 8 is a lucky number. We are quite fated to meet. Junior brother. I am Bai Jia, living in 72. We are just 2 8s apart. We are even more fated. You must engage with your senior sister more often in the future. Faced with the ardent gazes of so many, Chen Qingyun was taken aback, truly not expecting such warmth from these outer sect disciples. Thank you all for your kindness. Senior brothers and sisters, I shall certainly engage with you more in the future. I hope for your continued guidance. No worries. As long as the junior brother needs us, we shall give our utmost support. Indeed, I feel the same. As Chen Qingyun engaged in idle chatter with those around him, he suddenly sensed a chilling presence in the crowd that seemed to fixate on him, accompanied by a palpable intent to kill. He quickly scanned the gathering, yet found nothing amiss, and the sinister aura dissipated. What is happening? Could it be a misperception? However, with his foundational cultivation, he was certain he had not erred. Damn it, I just arrived at the outer sect. Have I offended someone again? Noticing Chen Qingyun's unusual demeanor, Dong Xiaoyu hurriedly inquired, What's wrong, junior brother? Oh, I'm fine. Sister Dong, perhaps I've just been exhausted from alchemy lately. Exhausted? You, who drinks several cups of hot tea daily, claiming to be tired? It would be more plausible to say you are bursting with energy. Nonetheless, since Chen Qingyun had expressed his feelings, Dong Xiaoyu chose not to press further. Well, if you're tired, you should return to your room and rest. I must head back to my courtyard. Upon hearing this, the other outer disciples, understanding the cue, dispersed amicably, knowing there would be ample time in the future. Chapter 42, The Shadowy Figure in Dream. Once everyone had departed, Chen Qingyun entered courtyard 88 alone. It was a row of independent small courtyards, akin to townhouses on Blue Star, though it paled in comparison to standalone villas. It was a far cry from the shabby thatched hut he had occupied previously. Not only did the entrance feature a small courtyard, but the interior was also significantly larger, boasting a reception room, kitchen, and training room, 4 or 5 rooms in total, all furnished adequately, presenting a pleasing aesthetic. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, surveying his future abode with a smile and a nod of approval. This truly resembled a place fit for habitation. He was finally free from the wretched thatched roof. After touring his new residence, he returned to the reception room, extracting his tea set and recliner. Drawing a pot of water from the river and mountain map, he flicked his finger, summoning a flame that enveloped the teapot, causing it to hover in midair. For Chen Qingyun, alchemy was second nature, and boiling water was no challenge at all. With the fire-calling technique at his disposal, he would be foolish to rely on firewood, as that would be utterly imprudent. Once the tea was brewed, Chen Qingyun closed the courtyard gate, reclined in his chair, and savored his tea in leisurely repose. As for cultivation, what relevance did that hold for Chen Qingyun? After 2 cups of tea, he found himself growing somewhat restless. What is going on? Why hasn't Dong Xiaoyu arrived yet? As time passed, and the flow of value had yet to materialize, Chen Qingyun felt a twinge of irritation. Suddenly, a figure gracefully descended into his courtyard. Despite the lightness of their movements, they could not escape Chen Qingyun's keen perception. Lying on his recliner, he broke into a grin, stroking his beard. Ah, you have arrived? Slowly rising from his chair, he brushed his beard with a beaming smile. Old friend, will you come here yourself? Or shall I take matters into my own hands? Suddenly, a dark figure entered, clad in a shadowy garb and wearing a protective mask. Even Chen Qingyun, at the foundation establishment stage, could not discern the true identity of this individual. A flicker of alarm coursed through Chen Qingyun. This was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. It seemed the opponent had a significant background. Without hesitation, Chen Qingyun activated his system to probe the stranger. Name: Yu Ming. Age: 30. Cultivation: 9th layer of Qi refinement. Talent: Third-grade earth spiritual root. Fortune value. 800. The name suggested a feminine identity. Just moments ago, the voice of the cloaked figure had an eerie, dreamlike quality, making it impossible to determine whether they were male or female. Could it be that this mask also altered their voice? Observing Chen Qingyun's silence and apparent lack of intent to act, the figure declared, "Since you make no choice, allow me to make one for you." In an instant, the cloaked figure moved, leaving only a fleeting shadow as they swiftly charged towards Chen Qingyun. Clearly, they intended to resolve the matter quickly to avoid complications that could lead to unnecessary troubles. Their speed was indeed impressive, yet for someone of Chen Qingyun's foundation establishment prowess, it was merely a trivial challenge. Just as the figure was about to make contact, Chen Qingyun sidestepped effortlessly, evading the attack. The black-clad individual was taken aback, a look of sheer terror crossing their face. "You are not at the second layer of qi refinement. Who told you I was at the second layer? Was it Liang Jingru?" While Yuming could not comprehend the nonsensical words of Chen Qingyun, she realized she was no match for this elder and had to devise an escape plan. As a spy of the ghost spirit sect embedded within the Jade Maiden sect, her mission was to lurk in the shadows and sow discord. Her intent in approaching Chen Qingyun was not to kill him, but to control him using a corpse puppet pill. Upon seeing that Chen Qingyun was merely at the second layer of qi refinement and also a pill master, she felt an opportunity for achievement had presented itself. If she could subjugate this alchemist and lace the pills he concocted with a bit of corpse puppet powder, the entire Jade Maiden sect's Pill King Peak and its outer disciples would fall under her control. Once Chen Qingyun ascended to the rank of second-grade alchemist, the Ghost Spirit sect would hold dominion over the Jade Maiden sect, save for a few high-ranking officials. It must be said that while Yoming's plan was astute, her strength was inadequate. Recognizing her inability to contend with Chen Qingyun, Yuming attempted to flee. However, with her cultivation level, escape was futile. She was swiftly struck down by Chen Qingyun, spitting blood upon impact. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuming activated her earth escape technique, vanishing from sight. Faced with a true powerhouse, all techniques and martial skills became mere embellishments, serving only to absorb more blows. As she employed the earth escape technique, Chen Qingyun grinned and swiftly activated the phantom fist. In an instant, the room was filled with the relentless figure of Chen Qingyun, mercilessly pounding the ground. After a few breaths, Yuming was forced out from the corner, her body covered in dust and bearing the marks of countless blows. However, Chen Qingyun refrained from delivering a fatal strike. After all, his opponent possessed a cultivation level of 9 layers of qi and an impressive luck value of 800. Such an opportunity for fortune was too tempting to dismiss, unless, of course, the opponent appeared exceedingly grotesque. Then it would be a different matter entirely. "Why have you stopped fleeing?" Chen Qingyun, akin to a ravenous wolf, fixated his fiery gaze upon the prey before him. "What do you think you are doing? Have you removed your mask, or shall I assist you? I can manage on my own." In a swift motion, seizing the moment of Chen Qingyun's slight relaxation, Yuming flicked her sleeve, releasing 2 rice-sized white insects that darted directly towards his face. These were the corpse goo worms, a specialty of the ghostly bell, which had caused considerable distress to many cultivators in the past. Of course, Yuming had also exploited these worms, ensnaring numerous cultivators of higher cultivation than herself. Once these worms infiltrated a human body, they would reproduce prolifically, feasting voraciously on the brain's marrow. Each victim would suffer excruciating pain, utterly unable to expel the parasites from their body. As the 2 minuscule creatures approached, Chen Qingyun initially intended to unleash his spiritual fire against them. However, at that moment, the map of mountains and rivers within his dantian suddenly stirred restlessly, seeming to yearn for these ghastly entities. He promptly abandoned his resistance, allowing the 2 diminutive specters to draw near. The instant they made contact with him, they were immediately absorbed by the map, and thereafter, there was no further trace of them. "Ha ha ha, you old fool. From this day forth, I shall be your master. Should you dare defy my will, I shall ensure you suffer immensely." Seeing Chen Qingyun ensnared by her goo worms, Yuming cast aside her disguise and removed her mask, revealing a breathtaking beauty that even left Chen Qingyun momentarily stunned. This woman was indeed deserving of admiration. Alas, how can a young lady smile so unpleasantly? You must refrain from such laughter in the future. In a flash, Chen Qingyun appeared behind Yuming, wrapping his arms around the enchanting woman. "Get away, you wretched old man. What are you doing? Release me." Fuming, Yuming summoned the corpse goo worms once more, intent on teaching this old man a lesson. How dare he take such liberties? Thinking himself superior, she resolved that he would kneel before her in supplication, for she could not quell her resentment otherwise. Yet, despite her repeated attempts to command the worms, Chen Qingyun showed no reaction whatsoever, continuing to grin as he buried his face in the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling her fragrance. "Impossible. How can this be? You should be affected." "Oh, what should I be feeling, I wonder? Perhaps you should come inside and elaborate." Before the ethereal dream could comprehend the situation, Chen Qingyun directly sealed her cultivation, lifting her and striding into the inner chamber. Chapter 43. Captured by the Sorceress. Creak. Chen Qingyun emerged from the inner room, a radiant smile illuminating his face, utterly unable to conceal the joy swelling within him. Just moments ago, he had acquired 50 points of circulating value, an exhilarating triumph indeed. In the reception area, Gao Xiulan reclined leisurely on Chen Qingyun's chaise, savoring spiritual tea with great pleasure. Upon noticing Chen Qingyun's return, she rose from her seat. Junior brother. All is well. Indeed, senior sister Dong. Please, have a seat. You scoundrel. You old wretch. Everything you have done to me today will surely bring you regret in the days to come. With eyes as cold as ice, Yuming emerged from the inner room, venomously cursing, her ire directed at Chen Qingyun, as if she yearned to tear him limb from limb. Senior sister Yuming, what brings you here? Gao Xiulan was taken aback upon seeing Yuming. This ice-cold beauty was notorious in the outer sect for her aloofness, famously shunning male attention, making her presence in Chen Qingyun's home all the more perplexing. Did they share a prior acquaintance? Noting the predatory glare of senior sister Yuming, it seemed their relationship was far from amicable. Had some conflict arisen? Senior sister Yuming, do you know junior brother Chen? Well, one might say we are acquaintances, Chen Qingyun replied, stroking his beard with a congenial smile, appearing rather sincere. Who would dare call you a friend, you despicable, shameless old reprobate? I would relish the opportunity to rend you asunder, for my heart is ablaze with hatred. In an instant, Gao Xiulan was left even more bewildered. If senior sister Yuming was indeed unfamiliar with junior brother Chen and harbored such animosity, why had she come to his dwelling? Moreover, senior sister Yuming was a formidable presence, possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement, an esteemed figure in the outer sect. In a few years, she would likely be addressed as Master Ant, yet now, despite her palpable resentment towards junior brother Chen, she merely voiced her grievances without action, an incongruity that defied reason. It was well known that many male cultivators who attempted to approach her in the outer sect had suffered dire consequences at her hands, although she too faced repercussions. Given her potential as a future inner sect disciple, any punishment she received was but a trifling matter. Today's events had shaken the very foundations of Gao Xiulan's perceptions. Yuming, cursing vehemently, intended to leave, showing no inclination to regard Chen Qingyun with favor. Stop. Did I permit you to leave? The golden hen that lays the eggs must remain in its own nest. Chen Qingyun would not allow her to depart. What do you want from me? Nothing in particular. After such an extensive tirade, you must be parched. Why not stay for a few more cups of hot tea? Never. You lecherous old fool. Oh, is that so? I believe the illustrious fairy Yuming would not wish for others to discover your true identity, would you? After struggling for several breaths, Yuming could only choose to sit by the table, her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Chen Qingyun, as if she were facing the murderer of her father. Here, first, have a cup of tea and see if it suits your taste. Chen Qingyun poured a cup of tea and pushed it towards her. Since there was no escaping, and the worst had already transpired, nothing could be worse. In a fit of anger, Yuming lifted the tea and drank it in one go. As the liquid coursed through her, her expression changed in surprise within moments. This tea, Yuming could distinctly feel a surge of spiritual energy stirring within her, bringing an undeniable sense of comfort. Since such a delightful brew was available, and it belonged to this old man, she thought it foolish not to indulge, especially after the losses she had endured. Thus, she poured herself another cup and continued to drink. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, smiling silently as he observed Yuming's performance. This woman couldn't possibly believe that the tea was anything extraordinary, could she? If she wished to drink, then let her drink. Gao Xiulan remained perplexed, still shrouded in confusion. However, she could now confirm one thing. Her junior brother Chen was far from ordinary. Not only did he possess a remarkable talent for alchemy, but his cultivation was also impressive, definitely above the 9th level of qi training. As this realization dawned on her, Gao Xiulan felt an increasing sense of dread, covering her mouth with her hand as she quietly scrutinized the man she had spent the last 2 days with. No, she should actually refer to him as her senior brother. Yet, since he insisted on concealing his cultivation, she could only pretend not to know and silently cooperate. 7 days later, Chen Qingyun's circulation value directly surpassed the 3,000 mark. With Yuming's presence, earning circulation value had become a priority. Originally, Yuming harbored immense resentment towards Chen Qingyun, but under the enhancement of his elixirs, she surprisingly developed a sense of dependency over the course of several days. Once desperate for death, she now remained quiet daily, no longer expressing the desire to leave, with spiritual tea to drink and elixirs to aid her cultivation. Her situation was far better than it had been in the ghost spirit sect, whether on the righteous path or the demonic path. Who wouldn't wish for rapid cultivation to become a stronger individual? As a man of honor, one should not remain beneath others for long. The same goes for strong-willed women. Chen Qingyun opened his data panel. Age, 88. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Level 1. Technique, Eternal Spring Technique. Martial Skill, Phantom Fist. Talent, First Grade Water Spiritual Root. Lifespan, 120 years. Circulation value, 3,160. Occupation, First Level Alchemist, 01000. Cultivation Experience Value, 03000. Chen Qingyun had no intention of advancing to a second-level alchemist. His cultivation was the foundation of his existence. Without strength, no amount of wealth would serve him but to clothe others in finery. Without hesitation, Chen Qingyun resolved to invest all his circulation value into his cultivation. Snap! Chen Qingyun entered the inner room, closed the door behind him, and directly accessed the inner workings of the mountain river map. The commotion caused by his breakthrough in the foundational stage was substantial. Even with the system concealing all traces of his presence, the unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy would inevitably raise suspicion. Within the mountain river map, after filling his circulation value to 3,000 points, a powerful suction force rapidly formed within his dantian, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. In an instant, a colossal vortex of spiritual energy manifested above Chen Qingyun's head, relentlessly flooding into his body. As the energy circulated around him, it converged swiftly within his dantian, compressing and liquefying like a gas canister. When the liquid spiritual energy occupied nearly 20% of the dantian space, the entire breakthrough process came to a halt. This time, Chen Qingyun's appearance did not undergo any significant changes. However, his physique and strength surged exponentially from their previous state. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of cultivation. Each subsequent stage amplifies one's power dramatically, creating a chasm even between minor realms. After his breakthrough, Chen Qingyun emerged from the inner room, having adjusted his appearance to remain largely unchanged. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly incite panic and lead to unnecessary troubles. At this moment, Yu Ming lounged comfortably on Chen Qingyun's chair, leisurely sipping tea, treating his space as her own home. Yu Ming, have you truly made this place your home? Do you not intend to return to see your own? Chen Qingyun inquired. Yu Ming, dismissive and irritable, retorted, You, an old man, clearly possess a higher cultivation level than I, yet you shamelessly address me as sister. Furthermore, you have taken everything from me. Am I such a fool? I, Yu Ming, have firmly decided to stay here for life. This is my home, and I shall go nowhere unless your old spirit departs for the afterlife. Oh, are you not concerned about those behind you seeking you out? Shouldn't you hasten to devise a plan? Humph. If you, an old man, are not afraid, why should I be? Enough with the chatter. Quickly bring me some spirit tea. This is what you owe me. Otherwise, you can forget about my company tonight. Yu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qingyun, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Through their days together, she had thoroughly grasped the habits of this old man and held him firmly in her grasp. After all, he was now reliant on her, and she intended to reclaim what he owed her. Damn it, Chen Qingyun never anticipated that this enchantress would play such games. It wouldn't do to leave him battered and bruised. That would severely diminish the experience. Nevertheless, he felt that she was not being excessively unreasonable, and thus, there was no need for him to take it too seriously. Chapter 44. Zixuan enters the outer sect. Chen Qingyun shook his head in resignation. What on earth is happening? Have I provoked someone I shouldn't have? Yet, upon reflection, what does it matter? After all, serving this enchantress is not a monumental task. Ultimately, Yu Ming has provided him with considerable assistance, offering him over 1,000 circulation points in just a few days. After brewing tea, Chen Qingyun sat opposite Yu Ming, stroking his beard with a smile. Sister Yu Ming, I have run out of alchemical materials. Would you accompany me to the market? Humph. Wherever you old fossil go, I shall follow. You will not be rid of me. Damn, why do I suddenly feel like a dragon knight? Is trouble brewing? All right. As long as my sister is happy. But could you refrain from calling me old fossil all the time? With you around, I won't die anytime soon. Not a chance. You owe me this. Do you expect me to be in good spirits? This woman seems to have truly attached herself to me. Even a dog would shake its head at this, let alone Chen Qingyun. Very well. Let us go, sister. Creak. The door of Chen Qingyun's courtyard was pushed open from the outside, and two radiant figures entered. Junior brother Chen, look who I have brought for you. A lively and excited voice of Dong Xiaoyu echoed from outside. Soon after, a sweet and charming figure followed Dong Xiaoyu into Chen Qingyun's abode. Sister Zixuan, Junior brother Chen, it has been quite some time. I have missed you dearly. Zixuan's eyes were filled with affection, unable to endure the pain of longing any longer. She sprang into Chen Qingyun's embrace. Chen Qingyun instinctively wrapped his arms around Zixuan's slender waist, still as soft and delicate as ever. Sister, you have finally entered the outer sect. Indeed, I broke through to the 4th level of qi refinement yesterday, all thanks to your elixirs. Zixuan lifted her head. gazing tenderly at Chen Qingyun, her eyes brimming with profound love. Sister told me you had entered the outer sect. After passing the assessment, I came to find you. And fortunately, Sister Dong guided me here. As long as one breaks through to the 4th level of Qi refinement and passes the assessment, they can directly enter the outer sect without waiting for the sect's examination. Of course, if one wishes to participate in the sect's grand competition for rewards, they might have to wait a bit longer. However, after half a year together, Zixuan had long grown accustomed to having Chen Qingyun in her life. Now that Chen Qingyun had entered the outer sect, she could not bear to linger in the medicine garden any longer. It is wonderful that you are here. We can cultivate together again. Zixuan responded sweetly. Humph, what a rogue, spreading affection everywhere, leaving traces of charm each night. Yuming shot a glance at Chen Qingyun, then reclined on her chair, continuing to sip her tea. Junior brother, I would like some hot tea, Zixuan shyly murmured, burying her head in Chen Qingyun's embrace. All right. Soon after, Chen Qingyun followed Zixuan into the inner room. 3 hours later, Chen Qingyun emerged with Zixuan and Yu Meng in the market, passing by the Wanhulu. Chen Qingyun stole a glance, but soon felt a sharp pain on either side of his waist. Zixuan and Yu Meng had each taken hold of his arms, discreetly pinching his waist. Junior brother, do you find it appealing? The two women, who seldom exchanged words, surprisingly synchronized in their speech this time. Casting sly smiles at Chen Qingyun. How delightful. How charming. The two senior sisters are simply exquisite. Let us proceed. We have important matters to attend to. It was not until they reached the entrance of the Wanhua building that the two women relinquished their hold on Chen Qingyun. Damn it. Is it not permissible for me to merely observe? This woman is indeed troublesome, yet I find myself unable to part from her. Although Chen Qingyun wore a cheerful smile, his heart was filled with exasperation. For the sake of his future, he had no choice but to endure. Inside the Dambao pavilion, the shop assistant, having just completed a series of tasks, noticed Chen Qingyun and his companions entering and immediately greeted them with a broad smile. Having learned from previous encounters, he held a profound impression of Chen Qingyun, and now, with Chen Qingyun no longer clad in the garb of a menial worker, the assistant was exceedingly respectful, bowing deeply. Honored immortal, what brings you here today? What would you like to purchase? Same as before. First, I wish to sell some elixirs, and then acquire a few medicinal herbs. Of course, I shall summon the manager at once. With that, the assistant hastily made his way to the back of the shop. Chen Qingyun placed 30 mid-grade Qi gathering pills and 5 high-grade Qi gathering pills onto the counter. Before long, a voice resonated from the back. Friend Zeng has arrived. My apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. The manager of Dambao Pavilion emerged, beaming with a smile, and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting from a distance. Chen Qingyun returned the gesture from afar. You jest, my friend. You are burdened with countless responsibilities, while I am but a leisurely person with little to occupy my day. Indeed, should I possess your capabilities, I would gladly embrace a life of leisure, relishing in the tranquility akin to that of a mountain hermit. What joy that would be! Upon hearing the manager refer to Chen Qingyun as friend Zeng, Zixian and Yu Meng exchanged surprised glances, quickly deducing that Chen Qingyun must be using an alias. However, as astute individuals, they chose not to disclose their understanding. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got down to business. The mid-grade Qi gathering pills fetched 45 spirit stones each, while the high-grade ones were worth 100 spirit stones apiece. In total, Chen Qingyun sold them for 850 spirit stones. Coupled with the over 1,000 spirit stones he had acquired from his sect, he now possessed more than 4,000 spirit stones along with 40 mid-grade Qi gathering pills. Chen Qingyun refrained from selling all his elixirs at once. Having sufficient spirit stones was enough, and there was no need to reveal too much. He spent 3,000 spirit stones to directly purchase 60 sets of Qi gathering medicinal herbs. As he had no intention of refining other elixirs, the demand was not high, rendering it unnecessary. Upon exiting the Dambao Pavilion, he addressed his two senior sisters. Feel free to choose whatever you desire. I shall cover the expenses. Now, Chen Qingyun exuded the confidence of a wealthy landowner. Humph, at least you possess a modicum of conscience, old man. I shall not hold back. Yu Meng, with a bemused glare at Chen Qingyun, promptly entered the Shini building. Ultimately, Yu Meng harbored the belief that Chen Qingyun owed her, and she was quite certain of her leverage over him. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, a broad smile adorning his face, exuding an air of nonchalance. After all, the wool comes from the sheep, and regardless of how much is used, I can always recoup my losses. It merely requires a bit of effort. Junior brother, never mind. I have nothing that I particularly need to purchase. These items are clearly exorbitantly priced. Earning spirit stones is no easy feat, Sister Zixuan. Do not fret. I have now become an alchemist, and making money is no challenge. Very well then. Zixuan had no choice but to accompany Chen Qingyun into the Immortal Garment Pavilion. After a thorough exploration, Chen Qingyun spent over 300 spirit stones, equivalent to an outer sect disciple's annual salary. However, he did not even blink, treating it as if it were a mere drizzle. As long as Yu Ming is present, it is merely an arduous night's labor, nothing too significant. Naturally, Chen Qingyun also selected a red gown for Dong Xiaoyu, as it appeared quite festive. After all, they were intimate companions, and one mustn't show favoritism. You old rascal. At least you possess some conscience, showing concern for others. Huh, do you not know who I am? I am, indeed, a good person. Huh. If you are a good person, then why do you conceal your cultivation to bully me? Damn, what does that have to do with me? If you didn't come to trouble me, would I have the chance? You scoundrel. The three of them, Chen Qingyun included, exchanged laughter as they made their way toward the outer sect. Chapter 45. The Alchemist King's Fury, a conspiracy at Hahuan Peak. At the back mountain of Danwang Peak, within a cave, bang, a resounding crash echoed. A plume of green smoke spiraled upward. Ling Xiao emerged, her face covered in soot. Her complexion, already dark, had grown even more so, her features contorted with rage, driven nearly to madness. She felt an overwhelming urge to flatten the back mountain. Ling Xiao had retreated to the back mountain to concoct elixirs in order to avoid the embarrassment of an exploded furnace. If she were to demolish the mountain, it would only imply that she had failed yet again. For the sake of her dignity, she ultimately restrained herself. Cursed talent. Ling Xiao's heart was now unsteady. She had invested too much time into alchemy, and it seemed as though her path in this craft had reached an impasse. Continuing down this road would only squander her time. Perhaps it was time to contemplate enhancing her cultivation. I wonder how things are progressing on Xiaoshua's end. What level of alchemy does that lad truly possess? With that thought, Ling Xiao retrieved a communication talisman. Xiaoshua, come to the Alchemist King Hall to see me. Whoosh. After sending the message, Ling Xiao vanished from her location. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue, who was at home, wavering in hesitation, suddenly received her master's summons. She thought to herself, this cannot be good. Her master must be calling regarding alchemy matters. In recent days, Su Qingxue had refrained from seeking out Chen Qingyun. As a foundation-building elder and an alchemist, it was rather embarrassing for her to consult a disciple still in the qi refining stage. Chen Qingyun was effectively a designated alchemist by the sect leader, and she did not dare to act recklessly. For several days, Su Qingxue had been indecisive, her heart filled with anxiety. Alas, forget it. If I am scolded, then so be it. My master has summoned me, and I must go. Inside the Alchemist King Hall, Qingxue has arrived. How have things been lately? As Su Qingxue stepped into the Danwang Hall, Ling Xiao eagerly inquired, his urgency palpable. Master, I have nothing to report. Hurry and tell me. Are there any new discoveries? Master, I haven't done anything. You stubborn girl, what am I to say to you? You truly infuriate me. It's all my fault for spoiling you. It's not the master's fault. Just thinking of that old man's arrogant demeanor has drained my enthusiasm. Oh, so you mean I must go myself, do you? Have you grown too comfortable on Danwang Peak over the years? If this matter is not handled well, I see no reason for you to remain on Danwang Peak. Seeing Ling Xiao's expression darken, Su Qingxue recognized the telltale signs of her master's anger. Over the years, Ling Xiao rarely lost his temper with her, but that did not mean he was an easy person to deal with. Su Qingxue understood this better than anyone. Master, please don't be angry, I'll go right away. With that, Su Qingxue dashed off, brandishing her flying sword and soaring towards the outer gate. Humph, Ling Xiao snorted coldly. And not until Su Qingxue's figure completely vanished did he reveal a mysterious smile. Silly girl, I truly have no choice. This is all for your own good. At the outer gate of Huanhe Peak, Luo Yi, after a flurry of activity, found herself discontented, her cultivation showing no signs of progress. Pouting, she complained. This cultivation is utterly meaningless, with no advancement whatsoever. As she adjusted her garments, she cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Gao beside her. At that moment, Zhao Gao appeared lethargic, his body limp and devoid of energy. Feeling the weight of Luo Yi's disdainful gaze, he was overcome with a sense of helplessness. He deeply cared for Luo Yi and yearned to help her reach the foundation establishment stage, to step into the realm of cultivation, and even attain the golden core. However, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges, requiring abundant resources and strict standards for aptitude. Unfortunately, he and Luo Yi possessed neither, lacking in both resources and talent. Thus, they could only choose the path of dual cultivation. Yet, this seemingly straightforward practice was anything but, it was incredibly taxing. In less than 2 years, Zhao Gao had visibly withered, feeling as though his very essence had been drained. Even with an abundance of restorative pills, it would be difficult to return to his former state. Senior sister, I have tried my best, but my body, I understand. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra is indeed exceedingly tyrannical. During this time, focus on recuperating. I will think of other methods. Luo Yi's response was curt. her brow furrowed as if deep in thought. Stuck at the 6th layer of qi refinement for years, she struggled to advance to the later stages. They had devoted most of their resources to Zhao Gao's recovery, leading to a strained existence. And of course, the monthly earnings of outer disciples were hardly substantial. It is utterly unacceptable that, despite expending vast amounts of cultivation resources, Zhao Gao still finds himself in dire straits, unfit for significant responsibilities. Senior sister, what troubles you? Is it my inadequacy that burdens you? Observing Luo Yi deep in thought, her face etched with concern, Zhao Gao hastily expressed his remorse. This is not your concern. There is no need for you to blame yourself, Zhao Jr. Perhaps I have been too impatient. Yet, considering your constitution, it would be inadvisable for you to engage in dual cultivation any longer. Senior sister, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that you will abandon me and seek another partner? Please, don't leave. I would never abandon you after all you have sacrificed for me. You truly are a foolish boy. Luo Yi responded with a gentle smile, rising to tousle Zhao Gao's hair affectionately. However, a resolute determination flickered in her eyes, as if she had made a crucial decision. Junior brother, continuing on this path is detrimental for both of us. I intend to venture to Danwang Peak in search of fortune. Danwang Peak, are you referring to that renowned alchemist? Indeed, it has been making waves recently. I have heard that his success rate for the soul-nourishing pill is an astonishing 50%. Should fortune smile upon me, I shall certainly procure the nourishing yuan pill for you, enabling your swift recovery. Zhao Gao's eyes brightened at her words. If what you say is true, that would be splendid. Once my health is restored, I will diligently assist you in your cultivation. Of course it is true. Have I ever deceived you? Well, that is not the case. A ghostly smile flickered across Zhao Gao's pale face. However, a sudden thought seemed to darken his hopeful gaze. After all, while the idea was promising, the reality was that they currently possessed no spirit stones. How could they seek alchemical remedies, especially for the exceedingly rare, nourishing yuan pill? Senior sister, while it is indeed a good plan, why would anyone provide us with pills? Given our current circumstances, we are unable to afford any compensation. Fear not, my dear junior brother. I have my own means, she replied, swaying her alluring figure and caressing her exquisite visage, radiating confidence. You do not intend to. Zhao Gao's already pale complexion grew even more ghastly. Rest assured, Zhao Jr., my heart belongs solely to you. As cultivators, we must not allow the judgment of the mundane world to cloud our vision. We must think further ahead. For the sake of cultivation resources, it is not at all disgraceful. With a wan countenance, Zhao Gao nodded slightly, lost in contemplation. As Luo's sister had articulated, as long as they could secure cultivation resources, there was no need to adhere to the antiquated notions of the mundane world. Should Luo's sister succeed, not only would her own cultivation enhance rapidly, but he too would reap significant benefits. This would not only resolve their resource predicament, but also likely expedite his recovery. Most importantly, it would alleviate much of the pressure he faced in his cultivation journey, for having someone to share the burdens would undoubtedly lighten his future endeavors. After coming to a profound understanding, Zhao Gao felt an overwhelming lightness, as if the burdens of a mountain had been lifted from his chest. Senior sister, what do you wish to do? I shall support you in all your endeavors. My only plea is that you do not forsake me. Rest assured, I would never abandon you, replied Luo Yi, stepping forward to embrace Zhao Gao, their hearts entwined in a moment of deep affection. Chapter 46, Su Qingxue visits. Seeking to learn alchemy. That night, in the courtyard of Chen Qingyun, for individuals gathered around a tea table, sipping spiritual tea amidst laughter and merriment. Yu Ming, reserved and taciturn, quietly savored her tea, her demeanor as cold as ice. Dong Xiaoyu and Zixuan, as if old friends reunited, filled the air with their playful banter. Despite having known each other for merely a day, they resembled long-lost sisters, sharing everything without reservation. Chen Qingyun sat nearby, stroking his beard with a smile, choosing silence. Above them in the heavens, a pure and striking figure, Su Qingxue, had been compelled to arrive. Observing the lively scene in Courtyard 88, her anger surged. Curse that old man, who accomplishes nothing all day. His eyes are only for women. May he tire himself to death. Initially, she had intended to set aside her pride and inquire about alchemical knowledge from Chen Qingyun. To her astonishment, she found him in the courtyard, enjoying tea and laughter with several female disciples, utterly unbefitting the demeanor of an alchemist. Su Qingxue shook her head in disbelief. Alas, this old fellow seems to have lost his way, indulging in wine and pleasure, drowning in the soft allure of women. What great achievements could he possibly attain? Such disappointment for the master's high expectations. Now, she found herself in a quandary. Should she descend or remain aloof? Although Chen Qingyun's alchemical skills surpassed her own, she was deeply unsettled by the glint in his eyes, a look she found repugnant. Even though she had never sought a partner and was unaware of such experiences, His gaze and peculiar smile gave her an uncomfortable feeling, almost lewd in nature. Yet, her master's intentions were clear. She was meant to clandestinely learn Chen Qingyun's alchemical techniques. How could she acquire such knowledge without engaging with this old man? After much deliberation, Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and resolved to confront the insufferable Chen Qingyun. She had made her decision. Should he show her any disrespect, she would not hesitate to give him a thrashing. Although he was the master's appointed alchemist, as long as she did not severely injure or kill him, she believed the master would not hold her accountable. After all, it was his own lack of skill that led him to such a predicament. One must accept the consequences of their shortcomings. With this thought, a sinister smile crept upon Su Qingxue's lips. Whoosh! Su Qingxue descended directly into Chen Qingyun's courtyard. Upon seeing a foundation-building cultivator approach, the girls immediately ceased their laughter, rising hurriedly to pay their respects. When Chen Qingyun encountered the newcomer, Su Qingxue, his expression remained largely unchanged. Despite her considerable cultivation, striking appearance, and favorable fortune, she left a rather unfavorable impression on Chen Qingyun. He perceived her as a proud and obstinate woman, at times seemingly lacking in intellect. What business could bring her to his courtyard at such an ungodly hour? Maintaining his composure, he regarded her with indifference, his tone resonating with unfamiliarity. I happened to pass by and heard the lively commotion in your courtyard, so I came to take a look. Are you not welcoming me? How could I dare? It is an honor for you, esteemed Master Su, to grace us with your presence. Please, take a seat. As Su Qingxue noted Chen Qingyun's unchanging demeanor, a nonchalant mask of indifference, she felt a twinge of annoyance, yet refrained from letting it surface. She settled at the table, where Gao Xiulan, ever considerate, poured her a cup of tea. Master Su, please enjoy the tea. Seeing Gao Xiulan's cheerful and obedient demeanor, which was far more pleasant than the demeanor of the insufferable old man, Su Qingxue felt a surge of satisfaction. She lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. The fragrant tea enveloped her senses, accompanied by a pure infusion of spiritual energy that invigorated her body and mind. This tea, have you all been drinking this kind of tea? Originally, Su Qingxue intended to question why such exquisite tea was being consumed by a few outer disciples. However, sensing the potential fallout from her previous discord with Chen Qingyun, she hastily revised her words. Given that the old man had the backing of the sect leader and his master, she dared not provoke him further. Although her cultivation surpassed his, her alchemical prowess was far inferior. The rarity of alchemists and their value to the sect was a fact she understood better than anyone. Indeed, does Master Su have any concerns? Chen Qingyun's response remained detached, devoid of any expression. No issues, merely commenting on the exceptional quality of this spiritual tea. Is it that you believe we, as outer disciples, are unworthy of such a delicacy? Su Qingxue, perceiving Chen Qingyun's dismissive attitude, felt her temper rise. As tensions escalated between the two, Zixuan and the others quickly retreated to stand behind Chen Qingyun. That is not my intention at all. I merely meant to express that this tea is not only fragrant and pure, but also rich in spiritual energy, making it quite rare. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes directed at her, Su Qingxue quickly attempted to defuse the awkwardness. This splendid tea is truly delightful. I shall certainly come by to enjoy it often. If Master Chen is amenable to my visits, as long as Master Su enjoys it, you are always welcome to visit. Ha ha ha. How splendid. In the future, should any issues arise regarding the path of alchemy, I shall engage in discourse with my esteemed junior, Chen. Indeed, as long as Master Su does not take offense at my humble knowledge. Not at all. Seeing that Chen Qingyun did not oppose, Su Qingxue beamed radiantly, reminiscent of a pure jasmine flower swaying gently in the breeze. She was as lively as a sprite, innocent and flawless like uncut jade. In her clear eyes, there was not a trace of worldly concern. Chen Qingyun, taken aback, thought to himself, such a woman, not only in the mundane world but even within the sect, is a breath of fresh air. A naive and sweet girl like her, if she were to leave the sect, would likely be devoured without a trace left behind. Since fate has brought us together, I shall assist in her growth. Although this thought crossed Chen Qingyun's mind, he had no intention of readily aiding Su Qingxue. He needed to temper her presumptuous nature, teaching her the proper attitude when seeking help. Not everyone would indulge her whims. She must understand why the pot is cast in iron. Taking another sip of tea, Su Qingxue gazed at Chen Qingyun with hope. Might I inquire, esteemed junior, if it is possible to concoct a batch of qi-gathering pills? I would be most eager to witness your remarkable alchemical skills. Upon hearing her request, Chen Qingyun could not help but chuckle inwardly. How audacious! Does she wish to surreptitiously learn my alchemical techniques? Even if I allow her to observe, it is no guarantee that she will grasp the intricacies. My method of alchemy is both intricate and swift. Without my guidance, it would not be so easily mastered. Why should I impart my knowledge to you, with whom I share no substantive connection? Dream on. Not at all. My rudimentary skills are unworthy of your esteemed gaze, master. Moreover, I have already concocted some elixirs today, and my spiritual energy is somewhat depleted. Perhaps tomorrow would be more suitable. I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Su Qinyuan's smile faltered. She contemplated saying something further, but, recalling her master's instructions, regained her composure. This old fellow must be holding a grudge. Still vexed over a trivial dispute from a few days ago. Does he expect an apology from me? Can he even bear it? If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest. Please, make yourself at ease, master. With a huff, Su Qinyuan lightly snorted, waved her sleeve, and ascended into the air, vanishing like a streak of light across the horizon. Observing her pure and striking silhouette, Chen Qingyun's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Yum naturally took Chen Qingyun's hand and, without looking back, entered the house. As for Dong Xiaoyu and Zixuan, who wished to enjoy tea, they would have to wait until tomorrow. Although Zixuan felt a twinge of reluctance, there was little she could do. After all, senior sister Yum was at the 9th level of qi refinement, and neither she nor Dong Xiaoyu could withstand a single strike from her. Thus, she obediently followed Dong Xiaoyu, leaving Chen Qingyun's courtyard to return to her own home. Chapter 47. The Ruthless Demon Sect and the Intricacies of Alchemy Techniques. A night passed. Chen Qingyun once again acquired 300 points of circulating value. Yesterday's expenditures on Yuming and others allowed him to reclaim his investment with interest. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, his face adorned with a broad smile as he gazed at Yuming, reclining comfortably. It was as if he were admiring a rare and precious treasure. Indeed, at this moment, Yuming was truly a gem of unparalleled value to Chen Qingyun. What are you staring at? You old lecher. It's not as if you haven't seen me before. Yuming remarked with a hint of resentment, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Qingyun. She turned her head away to continue sipping her tea, ignoring him. Heh. What can I say? Senior sister Yuming is strikingly beautiful, like a celestial being. Even seeing her daily does not dull my admiration. Stop with the flattery, you ancient relic. Quit your incessant prattle. I have a feeling the ghost spirit sect will contact me soon. Perhaps you will find yourself in trouble then. You would do well to find a couple of allies quickly. That Uncle Su from last night was quite formidable. He could be of assistance. Yuming, seemingly gentle and serene, often delivered surprising remarks. While others might hesitate to speak such truths, she expressed them with natural ease, devoid of any awkwardness. As for the ghost spirit sect behind Yuming, Chen Qingyun was not yet intimidated. Even if trouble were to arise, their cultivations would likely not be overly high. After all, they were within the confines of the Jade Maiden sect, where they dared not act too arrogantly. Even if he could not outmatch them, he could resort to talismans for a surprise attack or retreat into the realm of the mountains and rivers. Looking ahead, Chen Qingyun had already devised a plan. He had selected a remarkable skill from the skill zone, Yin Yang Finger. Though this skill could not directly take lives, it could incapacitate opponents to an extreme degree, allowing one to overcome adversaries across 2 major realms. However, the price was steep, requiring 100,000 points of circulating value. Currently, Chen Qingyun couldn't even afford it. Even if he were to sell himself in parts, he would have to postpone this ambition for the future. Damn it. It seems I must hasten my alchemical exchanges with Su Qinyuan. What's this? Are you starting to feel fearful? Yuming observed Chen Qingyun stroking his beard, seemingly lost in thought. His expression tinged with urgency. She scoffed derisively. I have always told you, I am not someone to be trifled with. Crossing me comes with a price. Do you believe me now? Oh, is that so? Then if the ghost spirit sect were to come after me, whom would you assist? Chen Qingyun inquired with a smile, still stroking his beard. Hee, you finally asked the pivotal question, old man. Aside from tormenting me and causing me distress, being with you means I have no worries about food, drink, or resources for cultivation. To be honest, I truly would be reluctant to part ways with you. I would not want you to simply perish. Who else would I turn to for elixirs? However, strictly speaking, we are merely pawns in this game. We cannot dictate our own fate. Right now, I yearn to escape that damned ghost sect and live a leisurely life with you, old man. As she spoke, Yoming's expression noticeably shifted to one of melancholy. I find myself engulfed in a tumult of conflicting emotions, uncertain of how to navigate the future that appears so nebulous. Those who join the ghostly spirit sect have a fragment of their souls severed and sealed away through esoteric techniques. To put it more favorably, it facilitates the documentation of the disciple's life and death within the sect, enabling timely assistance. However, in truth, it serves as a covert means of tracking and control. Such nefarious sects are rife with countless bizarre arcane arts. The act of tracking and assassinating through one's soul is deceptively simple. Thus, while joining a sect like the ghostly spirit sect may be straightforward, extricating oneself unscathed is a matter of impossibility. Death is the only certainty. What? Is the decision so daunting? Have you perhaps developed a fondness for this old man? Bah, spare me the flattery. Who would take a liking to one so decrepit? It is merely that I find a certain ease in your company, lacking nothing and feeling a long-lost sense of familiarity. Heh, is that so? The moment you began to show concern for me, the truth became undeniable. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, chuckling amiably, devoid of any sense of urgency. Even if affection were to bloom, what would it matter? Being with me would only bring you harm. Do you truly believe a beautiful future awaits? Are you not the least bit apprehensive? One's heart should follow its desires, and one's being should wander freely, unbound by worldly distractions. As cultivators, the demonic sects have indeed achieved this. Unlike many self-righteous orthodox sects that are fraught with convoluted intricacies while concealing a core of wickedness. In this regard, Yuming has also succeeded, being candid and forthright, without any subterfuge. However, the majority of the cultivation methods practiced within demonic sects are excessively insidious and cruel, earning the disdain of society. Certainly, those who tread the path of depravity are often detestable. Yet, when compared to those who mask their malevolence beneath a veneer of neutrality, presenting themselves as righteous while being cunningly treacherous, it is challenging to determine the lesser evil. What have I to fear? At worst, I shall meet my end, and it is of little consequence. Chen Qingyun continued to stroke his beard, a smile lingering on his face. Though he spoke thus, his innermost thoughts diverged. It is not merely the outer disciples. Even inner disciples would find it no simple task to deal with him. And he held confidence even in the face of formidable Yuanying masters. It would not be so easy to extinguish his life, otherwise. He would not dare to concoct elixirs so recklessly. Nonetheless, even if he could evade danger, it would inevitably expose his secrets. Unless absolutely necessary, Chen Qingyun would not reveal his treasured map of mountains and rivers. Thus, he felt an ever-growing thirst for formidable skills. If you, this old immortal, harbor no fear, then what is there for me to dread? With you as my shield, I am not alone. Chen Qingyun regarded Yu Meng with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. After consuming a cup of tea, he began his alchemical work. Dong Xiaoyu and Zixuan soon arrived. Ever since Dong Xiaoyu had witnessed Chen Qingyun's alchemy, observing his craft had become an essential part of her daily routine. Zixuan also watched with utmost seriousness. The elixirs were indeed precious. Who does not aspire to become an alchemist, especially when standing before a master of the craft? Beside him, Yuming observed with newfound seriousness. No longer indifferent as she had been in previous days, it was evident that her disposition had undergone a significant transformation. She no longer wished to squander her time. Suddenly, a violet figure descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in Chen Qingyun's courtyard. The visitor was Su Qinxue, adorned in a resplendent violet gown today. Coupled with her exquisite visage and statuesque figure, she radiated youthful elegance despite being in her 30s, her skin remaining soft and smooth, retaining the charm of adolescence. Inside, Chen Qingyun deftly manipulated his techniques with one hand, expertly controlling the alchemical flames while elucidating answers to Dong Xiaoyu's inquiries. Outside, Su Qinxue stood in astonishment, utterly incredulous. How could this individual possess such mastery? She was certain that even her own master could not concoct spirit-gathering pills with such effortless grace. No wonder her master had persistently urged her to seek out Chen Qingyun. This old fellow truly possessed remarkable skills. Silently, Su Qinxue approached the group, careful not to disturb anyone, and began to observe Chen Qingyun's alchemical methods with rapt attention. However, the more she watched, the more she was taken aback, utterly astonished. Initially, Su Qinxue had thought that as a first-tier alchemist herself, she could glean techniques from him, regardless of how extraordinary he might be in the realm of alchemy. Yet, the truth was far from her expectations. Chen Qingyun's techniques were intricate and bizarre, unlike anything she had ever encountered before. This complex and unconventional method of alchemy completely shattered her previous understanding. Could it be that there were such alternative ways to forge pills? Doubt began to creep into Su Qinxue's heart. Was her initial judgment flawed? No wonder it was so arduous to achieve progress in the art of alchemy. Now, her thoughts were a tumultuous mix, her resolve wavering. Yet, her intuition urged her to recognize that not only was Chen Qingyun's process smooth and effortless, but his success rate was also remarkably high. His techniques must be correct, or perhaps they were even more refined. Chapter 48. Su Qinxue's Mischief. Before long, the entire room was filled with the enchanting aroma of alchemical concoctions, a fragrance that delighted the senses. Chen Qingyun executed a series of intricate and peculiar gestures, stabilizing the cauldron before he withdrew his hands, allowing the cauldron to settle gently. Upon opening it, 20 plump and perfectly formed pills lay quietly within, 10 mid-grade spirit-gathering pills and 10 low-grade ones. As for higher-tier pills, Chen Qingyun had no intention of crafting them. Naturally, even if he did, there was little market for them within the sect. Outer disciples could scarcely afford them, and inner disciples had no use for them. Selling them at the Pill Treasure Pavilion was not in his current plans either, as he did not aspire to gain notoriety outside the sect with his present capabilities. With a casual gesture, Chen Qingyun summoned the elixirs, which gracefully ascended and settled into his jade plate. Su Qinxue, unable to maintain her composure, rushed forward to grasp a mid-grade qi-gathering pill, examining it with keen interest. The moment the pill touched her hand, it radiated a searing warmth, and the pure spiritual energy enveloped her, making her senses acutely aware. This exquisite mid-grade qi-gathering pill was indeed crafted by that old man, surpassing even her master's alchemical expertise. Chen Qingyun, however, paid no heed to Su Qinxue's astonishment, choosing instead to remain aloof. "What kind of alchemical technique is that? I've never seen anything like it before," she exclaimed. "Oh, just an alchemical technique. Su Shirshu, hasn't he seen it before? Want to learn? I could teach you." Chen Qingyun chuckled, stroking his beard with a mischievous grin. Still reeling from her earlier shock, Su Qinxue failed to notice the glint in Chen Qingyun's eyes. "I want to learn?" she replied, puzzled. "Ha ha ha, so you truly wish to learn? But why should I teach you? Are we even related?" At this moment, Su Qinxue realized she had been played, as Chen Qingyun gazed at her with that familiar, lecherous look, which she found utterly distasteful. "You." Su Qinxue furrowed her brows, feeling a surge of anger and wanting to retaliate. "I advise you, Su Shirshu, to temper your emotions. My alchemical endeavors in the outer sect are sanctioned by the sect master. I trust you wouldn't wish to oppose his wishes? You old rascal. You're infuriating." Su Qinxue stomped her feet in frustration, her cheeks flushed, yet she felt powerless against Chen Qingyun. Ugh. She gritted her teeth, ultimately choosing to endure the indignation. For the sake of acquiring this old man's alchemical skills, she resolved to bear it. Indeed, Chen Qingyun's audacity stemmed from his confidence. He had already reserved a first-tier premium immobilization talisman for Su Qinxue in the Talisman District. Although it required 300 points of circulation value, Chen Qingyun was more than capable of affording it, and its efficacy was remarkable. Even with Su Qinxue's 6th-layer foundation establishment cultivation, its duration could extend to 2 hours. In that time, not only could he deal with her, but even the prospect of fathering a child would seem feasible. Thus, he remained calm and composed. "Hee, good disciple. Your alchemical prowess is truly impressive. Why not teach me a thing or two?" Su Qinxue, realizing force wouldn't work, donned a cheerful demeanor, employing her usual tactics against Ling Xiao. Observing her shift in approach, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, his smile widening. "What are you up to, Su Shirshu? This is a rare alchemical skill. Do you not realize its value? What connection do we share? Why would I teach you? Hasn't it been said that knowledge should not be imparted lightly?" Facing Chen Qingyun's inquiries, Su Qinxue found herself at a loss for words, for his arguments were undeniably sound. "This old fellow, neither my master nor connected to me in any meaningful way, has no reason to instruct me. Am I to offer you spirit stones? Ha ha ha, spirit stones? Do I appear to be someone who covets such trifles? Then what must I do to earn your tutelage? Hee hee. In truth, it is both simple and yet not so difficult." Chen Qingyun, stroking his beard, gazed at Su Qinxue with a beaming smile, his eyes sparkling with feigned mystery. "Do speak. What is it that you truly desire?" Seeing Chen Qingyun's enigmatic demeanor and languid speech, Su Qinxue was nearly beside herself with impatience. "Very well. I have heard that you, esteemed Su Shirshu, are the paragon of beauty from the Pill King Peak. If only I could have a taste of your grace. The art of alchemy is not beyond the realm of sharing. You old rogue. You, a mere outer disciple at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, a minuscule existence. Dare to insult your elder? Do you think I will not take action against you? You are utterly despicable." Su Qinxue's face darkened with malice as she swiftly drew her sword from her storage bag. "Are you truly prepared to strike, Su Shirshu? Have you considered the consequences?" At this moment, Chen Qingyun's gaze turned icy, his tone indifferent. He was already ready with a binding talisman. Upon hearing his words, Su Qinxue instantly regained her composure, appearing somewhat hesitant. If she were to act today and create a mishap, not only would her master be unable to save her, but she might also implicate him. This old man's talent for alchemy was exceedingly extraordinary, surely surpassing that of her master. More importantly, this fellow remained utterly calm, as steady as an old dog, showing no signs of fear. Was it possible he had some hidden means? Knowing she was a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he had no trepidation? After much contemplation, Su Qinxue concluded that it would be unwise to act rashly, lest her path to immortality be irrevocably shattered. That previous condition is unacceptable. I have yet to find a partner on the path. Change your terms. I can become your disciple, but you must not disclose this to anyone. Regrettably, I have no intention of taking on disciples at this time. You would do well to teach me. Otherwise, I shall not leave." Su Qinxue surveyed her surroundings and promptly sat down beside the tea table, pouring herself a cup of spirit tea, resolved to persist in her stubbornness. adopting a brazen attitude. Chen Qingyun, well acquainted with Su Qinshua's obstinacy, remained unfazed. By all means, Su Shishu, take your time. Inform me when you have come to your senses. Humph. With a cold snort, Su Qinshu dismissed Chen Qingyun from her thoughts. At this moment, she silently chuckled to herself. Having also learned the trick of using others' resources to her advantage. That is to say, I will consume your provisions, drink your tea, and utilize your offerings. In time, you shall tire of me and devise a way to send me away. I find it hard to believe you will refuse to teach me alchemy. Such exquisite spirit tea is surely a rare treasure. I shall indulge myself relentlessly and see if it pains you. With this thought, Su Qinshu turned her back to the others, the corners of her mouth curling upward in a self-satisfied smile. Chen Qingyun's series of actions left the other three women in a state of sheer terror. The mere fact that Chen Qingyun dared to disrespect a Foundation establishment elder had nearly left them speechless. They could hardly believe that this elder would resort to such unscrupulous behavior. When did the elders of the sect become so accommodating? It is crucial to remember that this Su elder is the foremost disciple of the Danwang Peak. Dong Xiaoyu and Zixuan were oblivious. But Yuming was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess possessed by Chen Qingyun. Could it be? Was this old wretch's cultivation even superior to that of Su elder? Yuming dared not entertain such thoughts. No wonder he showed no fear of the ghost spirit sect. What kind of ancient monster was this old fellow? Yuming's gaze towards Chen Qingyun grew increasingly complex. It felt surreal, as if everything was too dreamlike to be real. Before long, individuals arrived seeking to purchase elixirs, leaving them little room for maneuver. To facilitate Chen Qingyun's sale of elixirs, the outer sect opened its doors for 2 hours daily to the disciples of the miscellaneous division, allowing them to enter and procure elixirs from Chen Qingyun. Even disciples from other peaks could now conveniently visit Danwang Peak for elixirs. It can be said that Chen Qingyun had garnered significant attention from the upper echelons of the Yunu sect. Naturally, as this was highly beneficial to the sect, it was a development they welcomed with open arms, merely riding the current. Chapter 49. Luo Yi from the Hahuan Peak seeks elixirs at the foot of Hahuan Peak. A figure with an alluring physique dashed by, her serpentine waist barely concealed beneath a pink veil, igniting the imagination. Oh, is that not junior sister Luo? Why the haste? Where might she be headed? Two figures approached from the front, blocking Luo Yi's path. These were two women, possessing commendable figures and faces, but they paled in comparison to Luo Yi. In a sect predominantly composed of young women, those lacking in beauty would find it nearly impossible to attract a partner. Hahuan Peak, renowned for its dual cultivation, only admitted female disciples of ethereal beauty. How could one expect to find a partner otherwise? The notion of an unattractive woman seeking dual cultivation was akin to a blind person wielding a firearm, completely futile. Observing the mocking and sarcastic demeanor of the newcomers, Luo Yi met them with a frosty expression. It turned out to be senior sister Zhang and junior sister Chao. I have urgent personal matters to attend to. Perhaps we can chat later? Ah, junior sister Luo. I heard you had been engrossed in closed-door cultivation. It's a rarity to finally see you. Why the rush? Originally intending to make a hasty exit, Luo Yi found her arm firmly seized by Zhang Ro. Junior sister, look, I have already broken through to the later stage of qi refinement. How is it that you remain at the 6th layer? I recall our cultivation levels were similar before. Zhang Ro feigned astonishment, her eyes glimmering with disdainful mockery. Indeed, junior sister Luo, see how I have reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. How have you been cultivating? Especially since you often engage in closed-door training? Chao Shuang chimed in, joining in the ridicule with evident glee. Suddenly, Chao Shuang appeared to have stumbled upon a significant secret. Exclaiming once more, Sister Luo, your current companion cannot possibly still be that worthless Zhao Gao, can it? She gasped in disbelief. Zhang Ro feigned astonishment, covering her mouth with a delicate hand, her expression exaggerated and incredulous. Sister Luo, this is where you err. Men are mere beasts, tools to be used. Why do you still cling to that useless one? She continued, look, I have already reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi refinement. Just a few days ago, I acquired a new companion. I believe it won't be long before I break through to the 8th layer. As she spoke, Zhang Ro showcased her cultivation, swaying her alluring waist and twirling before Luo Yi. Indeed, Sister Luo, with your beauty, why haven't you changed companions yet? Sister Zhang swaps partners every year. Chao Shuang sighed enviously, lamenting, oh, if only I possessed a face as exquisite as yours. Well then, I wish you both success in breaking through to Foundation establishment and entering the inner sect. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Luo Yi's tone was indifferent, and without looking back, she departed swiftly. As she watched the retreating figure of Luo Yi, her graceful form still breathtakingly beautiful, Zhang Ro felt a twinge of jealousy. Humph, that little flirt is squandering such excellent resources. It's a shame to see her waste her potential. clinging to a worthless partner and wasting both time and resources. Indeed, if only I had such a stunning visage. Family ties, friendships, and love can all perish. She scoffed. But look at her eagerness. Could she be off to rendezvous with someone? Perhaps Luo Yi has also changed companions. Unlikely. That woman is too foolish to be salvaged. I have advised her numerous times, yet she remained unresponsive. I doubt she will change now, but perhaps this is for the best. When the time for the intersect assessment arrives, won't we have one less competitor? A cold smile graced Zhang Rou's face as she mused inwardly. What does it matter if she is more beautiful or talented than I? She will still be beneath my feet. Once close friends. Zhang Rou and Luo Yi's relationship had soured due to a dispute over a companion. In this moment, Zhang Rou's envy of Luo Yi's resources was palpable. Ha. Sister Zhang is indeed perceptive. What a waste. If I had such advantageous resources, I would certainly seek multiple companions. Though both women harbored some dissatisfaction with their appearances, they returned to the Hahuan Peak in high spirits, having garnered a sense of presence. In the outer sect's courtyard number 88, Chen Qingyun lay leisurely on a recliner, sipping tea. A small portion of the map of mountains and rivers within his dantian had been opened, allowing spiritual energy to continuously surge into his body, forming a peculiar little wind fan of spiritual power. Although lacking in overwhelming force, it was remarkable in its ability to draw forth spiritual energy continuously. With others nearby, Chen Qingyun refrained from fully unveiling the map of mountains and rivers, fearing it would create a commotion that would require explanation. Chen Qingyun's actions were of little concern to the women present. After all, he was known for his eccentricities and peculiar cultivation methods, which were entirely within the realm of normalcy for him. Relishing his leisure, he found no inclination to elaborate further. Instead, he sought to conserve his energy, preparing for the acquisition of circulation value later. Dong Xiaoyu and Zixuan remained animated, engaged in light-hearted conversation, seemingly with an endless array of topics to discuss. Meanwhile, Yuming maintained her frosty demeanor, quietly sipping her tea, fully aware that the spiritual tea was beneficial for her cultivation. Su Qingxue, however, pouted in dissatisfaction. Since Chen Qingyun chose to ignore her, she resolved to indulge in the spiritual tea with fervor. Even if her consumption resembled that of a water jug, with her belly brimming with liquid, she had no intention of halting her efforts. She was determined that such a rare spiritual resource would not elude her grasp without causing Chen Qingyun any regret. Had Su Qingxue known that Chen Qingyun possessed a ceaseless and abundant spiritual spring, she might have reconsidered her relentless drinking. Suddenly, a captivating voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Sweet and magnetic. Although the gate stood open, the newcomer did not enter directly, indicating her politeness. Please come in. Chen Qingyun responded warmly to such courtesy. A figure clad in pink gracefully approached, her hair styled elegantly, her visage akin to exquisite jade, and her features remarkably delicate, tall, and alluring. She exuded a captivating charm with every movement, her smile imbued with allure and seduction, radiating familiarity. Her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled with a hint of spring's essence. Beneath her pink gauze attire, her form was enticingly rounded and mysterious, embodying a myriad of enchanting qualities. The visitor was none other than Luo Yi from Hahuan Peak. Upon sighting the beautiful woman, Chen Qingyun's eyes sparkled with delight. She was indeed a feast for the eyes. Given that it was their first meeting, he maintained a composed demeanor, though his expression subtly shifted. Greetings, I am Luo Yi from Hahuan Peak, here to seek medicinal pills, she began. Unaware that the alchemist from Yunu sect had not divulged much information about Chen Qingyun, leaving many unfamiliar with his identity, which served as a form of protection for him. As Luo Yi inquired sweetly, Chen Qingyun began to probe into her details. Name, Luo Yi. Age, 45. Cultivation, Peak of Qi Refinement 6th Layer. Talent, 2nd Grade Earth Spiritual Root. Fortune Value, 500. Quite impressive. This may yield at least 30 points of circulation value, he mused to himself. Which of you is the alchemist? I wish to request medicinal pills. If I may, Luo Yi continued, her smile radiant despite no immediate response. What kind of medicinal pills do you require? Chen Qingyun replied, and it was then that Luo Yi noticed him, recognizing his cultivation at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Could it be that you are the alchemist, junior brother? Indeed. Chen Qingyun affirmed, stroking his beard and offering a non-committal nod. Junior brother, I am in urgent need of the medium-grade gathering Qi pill to advance my cultivation. But my dear senior sister, I am currently in a bit of a financial bind. Of course, I would never let you toil in vain, junior brother. As Luo Yi spoke, she cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Qingyun. Stroking his beard, Chen Qingyun had already devised a plan in his mind. He chuckled. Since senior sister Luo is facing difficulties, I must naturally lend my assistance. Helping others is my greatest delight. Come, let us discuss this in the inner chamber. All right. Luo Yi nodded charmingly, her alluring waist swaying as she followed Chen Qingyun to the training room. Chapter 50. A woman like this must not be indulged. Once Chen Qingyun and Luo Yi departed, the room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Dong Xiaoyu and Zixuan began to chat idly about alchemy and cultivation. Rambling on, Yuming continued to sip her spiritual tea, her expression as icy as ever, as if nothing had transpired. However, Su Qinxue, sitting nearby, began to feel increasingly unsettled. What on earth is happening? Are these people blind? A living person just followed that old man inside, and they have not reacted at all? Or is it that this old fellow's charm has grown so potent that he can do as he pleases, and others must simply acquiesce? Am I the one with a narrow perspective? The more Su Qinxue pondered, the more confused she became, and she took another hefty sip of spiritual tea. After all, she bore a mission. If she could not handle such a trivial matter, would that not betray her master's expectations? It seems that without effort, there can be no reward. Just moments ago, Luo Yi had provided her with a personal lesson on the principle of mutual benefit. Su Qinxue's resolve began to waver. Should she take that step forward? Yet, considering that Chen Qingyun was merely an old man with only second-level cultivation, she felt a pang of reluctance. Much like a high-quality, single woman in the blue planet. Despite her age and modest salary, she possessed a prestigious education. She ought to find someone handsome, with savings, a good education, and willing to offer a substantial bridal price. Unfortunately, while suitors abound, such candidates have dwindled in recent years. With these qualifications, who would still entertain such a stale proposition? Caught in turmoil, Su Qinxue found herself torn between her long-desired path of alchemy and her cherished virtue. After all, Su Qinxue had no inclination towards the path of pleasure, and she could not help but feel somewhat conservative. Most importantly, she believed herself to be quite exceptional, elegant, and refined. That old man Chen Qingyun was unworthy of her. 1,000 miles away, atop a towering peak, before a mystical cave, Endamu Yurong sat opposite a beautiful woman. The woman was Han Li, the esteemed elder of the Yunus sect. Han Li withdrew her gaze, which seemed capable of piercing the void, and a faint smile graced her lips, as if a glimmer of golden light flickered in her eyes. Clearly, they were observing Chen Qingyun from a distance. Master, what do you think of this fellow? Not bad. You have done exceptionally well. That lad's identity is no simple matter. He may possess great potential. Recently, my exploration yielded no results, so I resorted to deduction. This young man's future appears shrouded in void. Indeed, he is no ordinary individual. My master is a formidable nascent soul expert. Yet even she cannot discern the essence of this enigma. What manner of creature is he? Upon witnessing the astonished expression and grave demeanor of my disciple, it is evident that he is engulfed in confusion. Such a foolish disciple. What is there to be perplexed about? Throughout history, countless prodigies and extraordinary individuals have emerged. Some rise anew from the ashes, while others possess unique physiques, or condense sword embryos to serve as reservoirs for spiritual energy. Moreover, there are great beings who conceal all their auras and reincarnate. Indeed, there exist supreme beings who seek celestial materials to forge immortal bodies, achieving a state of fusion with their souls, thus becoming undying and imperishable. As Han Li recounted her insights, Duanmu Yuyong found herself even more bewildered. She could not comprehend whether Chen Qingyun belonged to the category of possessing a unique physique, reincarnated from a powerful entity, or if there were other circumstances at play. In your esteemed opinion, Master, which category does he seem to fit? Han Li flashed a self-satisfied smile, her confidence radiating as she replied to Duanmu Yuyong. If I am not mistaken, this young man is likely the reincarnation of a distinguished figure. A mere waste with a first-grade spiritual root has managed to ascend 2 minor realms in just half a year, and I suspect this may not even reflect his true cultivation. Furthermore, his innate talent in alchemy is nothing short of exceptional, truly flawless. Were it not for the legacy of memories, who could possibly achieve such mastery? The notion of a powerful being reincarnating struck Duanmu Yuyong with overwhelming shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. How can this be? It cannot possibly be true. What is impossible? You must safeguard this young man. For our future in the Jade Maiden sect may very well depend on him. The secret regarding his potential connection to a great being must not be divulged. The consequences would be dire. Yes, Master. I understand. Very well. You may leave now. I must resume my cultivation. Han Li had been stagnant at the early nascent soul stage for several centuries. The resources to aid her cultivation, such as 4th-grade elixirs, are rare and precious. Even the entire Jade Maiden sect could scarcely sustain Han Li's cultivation needs, let alone procure many items that cannot be purchased with mere spirit stones. Everything hinges on fortuitous encounters. Due to the lack of supportive resources, Han Li's cultivation has stagnated, presenting significant challenges. After Duanmu Yuyong departed, Han Li's gaze seemed to pierce the vast void. Catching a glimpse of Chen Qingyun, her face adorned with a maternal smile. What an intriguing young man. Not only does he excel in alchemy, but he also possesses considerable skill in dual cultivation. Alas, his cultivation is too low. If only I wonder if this fellow can become a fourth-grade alchemist? The enchanting figure lingered for a few breaths, bearing a mysterious smile before returning to her cave abode. Upon exiting the meditation chamber, Chen Qingyun felt a parching thirst. With a flourish, he poured himself a cup of spiritual tea and drank it in one gulp. Despite having garnered 60 points of circulation value, the endeavor had drained his spirit. It was indeed a laborious task. Come, senior sister Luo, have a cup of hot tea to quench your thirst. Didn't you just have some? Chen Qingyun remarked, handing a cup of tea to Luo Yi. With a hint of skepticism, she reluctantly took a sip. The moment the tea touched her lips, her expression transformed dramatically. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could the spiritual essence in this tea be so rich? If senior sister likes it, then she should indulge a bit more. In the future, she is welcome to visit me anytime for tea and conversation. Is your promise sincere, junior brother? Luo Yi's beautiful eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. Absolutely sincere. More genuine than the most profound scripture. Soon after, Chen Qingyun produced a mid-grade qi gathering pill and offered it to Luo Yi. He was not one to engage in unprofitable ventures, ensuring he reaped substantial rewards. Thus, he only provided one pill. Take this for your cultivation, senior sister. Should you require more, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, junior brother. You are truly wonderful, Luo Yi exclaimed, leaning in to wrap her arms around Chen Qingyun's neck, planting a passionate kiss on him, exhilaration radiating from her. After savoring the exquisite tea, Luo Yi prepared to return to Hehuan Peak, where her partner awaited her, making it inconvenient for her to linger. Chen Qingyun did not insist on her staying, personally escorting her to the outer gate. There would always be time in the future. Chen Qingyun's actions left Su Qingshu feeling quite irked. As a dignified foundation establishment uncle, her treatment was less than that of an outer disciple at the 6th level of qi refinement. Although he had provided tangible benefits, she was still a senior. How could he treat her in such a manner? Humph. It's merely a trivial matter, tea drinking. Who can't do that? What is so remarkable about it? That infuriating old man. Su Qingshu pouted, her heart seething with rage. Though she held such thoughts, articulating them proved challenging. Su Qingshu attempted several times to voice her feelings, but the words caught in her throat. Observing her struggle, Chen Qingyun found it amusing. Humph. I once vowed to tame this temperamental tigress. I never anticipated the day would arrive so swiftly. Nevertheless, he chose to ignore her. He understood that such a woman should not be indulged, lest it lead to endless troubles. Chapter 51. Cultivating the Emerald Wave Sword Technique. After bidding farewell to Luo Yi, Tranquility returned to Chen Qingyun's courtyard. He reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the winter sun's gentle warmth. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he was untroubled by the weather's fluctuations. Yet, why refuse the gifts of nature? Dong Xiaoyu and Zixuan were nearby, discussing their upcoming task arrangements. Yuming and Dong Xiaoyu were eager to utilize pills to break through their cultivation levels and required a period of seclusion. Zixuan has just broken through to the 4th layer of qi training and requires some time to stabilize her cultivation. Therefore, the three of them unanimously decided that during this period of seclusion for Yuming and Dong Xiaoyu, Zixuan would accompany Chen Qingyun in alchemy and manage their business. With future rotations planned, this arrangement was proposed by Zixuan herself, as she had previously assisted Chen Qingyun in a similar manner alongside Xingro in the medicinal garden. Yuming and Dong Xiaoyu raised no objections. They were in full agreement, especially Dong Xiaoyu, who was particularly fond of this setup. Not only would it enhance her cultivation, but she would also have the opportunity to learn alchemy from Chen Qingyun. With too many people involved, it would only complicate matters. Chen Qingyun had promised her that once she reached the later stages of qi training, he would personally guide her in concocting elixirs. Dong Xiaoyu, now at the 5th layer of qi training, was merely a small realm away from the later stages. With Chen Qingyun's formidable resources as support, she believed that her breakthrough would not take long. As for Su Qingshu, she was left to the sidelines, completely ignored by everyone. In truth, she longed to integrate herself into the group and engage in discussions about alchemical techniques, yet she could never overcome her internal barriers. The condition proposed by Chen Qingyun filled her with immense resistance, rendering her unable to accept it. Chen Qingyun didn't even spare her a glance, thinking to himself, I have traversed realms. How could I be at your mercy? You wish to take without giving anything in return. I am not your father. On what grounds? As the sun set and the sky gradually darkened, Su Qingshu, feeling bored, took to her sword and departed. It must be said that aside from her incessant meddling, Su Qingshu possessed a remarkable resilience. Even when ignored, she could sit alone sipping tea all day long, surpassing even the Dragon King of the East Sea in her capacity to drink. After her departure, Dong Xiaoyu and the others began to busy themselves. After all, they were merely in the Qi training stage, and daily meals were essential. Whether Chen Qingyun chose to eat was inconsequential. He did not mind the expense. Nowadays, with the spirit stones earned from alchemy, his quality of life had significantly improved. They feasted upon spirit rice and spirit meat, and their drink was spirit wine. As for spirit tea, they had been enjoying it continuously. Once nightfall completely enveloped the sky, the three women prepared a table laden with food and drink. To everyone's surprise, the usually unassuming Yu Ming demonstrated a remarkable talent in the culinary arts, crafting dishes that were both aromatic and flavorful. Even Chen Qingyun, who typically had little interest in food, found it hard to resist today. The flavors were exquisite. It had been a long time since he had tasted such fine cuisine. Sister Yu Ming, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Why have you only cooked today? I am only now able to savor such deliciousness. Chen Qingyun reclined in his chair, casually picking his teeth with a toothpick as he spoke contentedly. You old codger. You bullied me and still expect me to cook for you. How clever of you. She retorted playfully. Humph. If I were not in a good mood today, you would not get to eat my cooking. What a bold statement. Do you dare to challenge me? Humph. Yu Ming playfully huffed and turned away, choosing to ignore Chen Qingyun. The meaning is self-evident. Do as you wish. Who fears whom? After Chen Qingyun and Dong Xiaoyu enjoyed a cup of tea, both returned to their respective abodes, with Chen Qingyun delighting in a commendable 45 points of circulation value. Ever since Zixuan elevated her cultivation to the 4th level of Qi refinement, the circulation value surged by another 5 points, now reaching a total of 20. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard with great satisfaction, particularly regarding Zixuan's remarkable progress. He was genuinely pleased, especially since Zixuan was the first person from the Jade Maiden sect to assist him. Chen Qingyun hoped for this camaraderie to endure, fostering mutual growth day by day. After Dong Xiaoyu and Zixuan departed, Yu Ming reclined lazily in a chair, idly passing the time. It was still early, and the time for dual cultivation had yet to arrive, necessitating a moment of rest. Feeling somewhat bored, Chen Qingyun tapped his storage pouch, and a volume of martial arts emerged, the Azure Wave Sword Technique. This was also a low-grade yellow tier sword technique, embodying a water attribute that harmonized with Chen Qingyun's spiritual root. It was uniformly distributed among disciples according to their distinct elemental affinities upon entering the outer sect. As a servant disciple, one could only cultivate foundational techniques, lacking any combat arts. Furthermore, upon ascending to the outer sect, his evergreen technique transitioned from the Qi refinement chapter to the foundation establishment chapter, and his identity token was replaced with that of the outer sect. Although both the Azure Wave Sword Technique and the Phantom Fist were classified as low-grade yellow tier techniques, they were not of the same caliber. In terms of offensive power, lethality, and speed, the Phantom Fist surpassed the Azure Wave Sword Technique. Detected low-grade yellow tier sword technique Azure Wave Sword Technique. Would you like to learn it with one click? Learn. Despite the Azure Wave Sword Technique's inferiority in combat capability compared to the Phantom Fist, acquiring additional martial skills could only benefit him. As the saying goes, a plethora of skills does not weigh one down. There is always an advantage. Instantly, a wealth of swordplay knowledge surged into Chen Qingyun's mind, and in that moment, his Azure Wave Sword Technique reached perfection. Note, the progress of martial arts cultivation is categorized into 4 levels: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. This sword technique was quite simple, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, consisting merely of 8 basic actions: cleave, thrust, lift, hang, point, burst, cloud, and intercept. While each action, when isolated, was exceedingly straightforward, when seamlessly integrated, they wielded formidable lethality. Lacking a sword, Chen Qingyun ventured outside to find a branch, practicing the Azure Wave Sword Technique. At first, his movements were slow, each action appearing awkward and devoid of impact. However, as Chen Qingyun's speed intensified, the branch in his hand transformed into a myriad of afterimages, resembling countless streams converging into a surging azure wave. Chen Qingyun felt as though he were standing atop the crests of the waves, traversing them effortlessly, striking precisely where he aimed. Goodness! Is this the essence of the Azure Wave Sword Technique? To be atop the ocean's waves, flowing with the tide? Yu Ming, who had just emerged to observe Chen Qingyun's sword practice, stood frozen in awe, her eyes wide with disbelief, hardly able to trust her own sight. The sword energy was released and retracted with ease, embodying the hallmark of the sword technique cultivated to its utmost perfection. The old man, cursed be he, not only possesses unparalleled alchemical skills, but also exhibits an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. The Bailan sword technique, though seemingly a mere rudimentary yellow-grade sword art, is by no means effortless to master to perfection. Even a genius dedicated solely to the sword path would require a significant duration for achievement. Yet, this ancient relic has only recently entered the outer sect, and having spent these past few days in his company, I am bewildered. This is his inaugural attempt at practicing this sword technique, and he has already attained perfection. This old man is simply beyond human comprehension. He is a beast. How have you accomplished this? Yueming hastened to Chen Qingyun's side, wrapping her arms around his, her eyes sparkling with admiration. At this moment, she had completely transformed into a starry-eyed fan, shedding any remnants of her previous icy demeanor. Please, enlighten me. How is it that you are so formidable? It seems there is nothing in this world you cannot do. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, feigning an air of mystery as he chuckled. Truthfully, I find your current demeanor rather unfamiliar. I much prefer your rebellious spirit. Humph, you old coot. Speak quickly, or I shall throttle you. No longer pretending. Yueming reverted to her original self. Chen Qingyun, beaming with joy, suggested, let us enter the house, and I shall elaborate in detail. Chapter 52, Regret of Lingxiao. On the following day, Chen Qingyun awoke at his leisure. Upon the subtly fragrant wooden bed, he found himself alone. Adjusting his beard, he revealed a contented smile. Clearly satisfied with his current existence. Eagerly, he opened his data panel. Age, 88, cultivation level, foundation establishment second layer, technique, Changchun Gong, martial arts, phantom fist. Bailan sword technique, talent, first grade water spiritual root, lifespan, 120 years, circulation value, 865, profession, first tier alchemist, 01000, cultivation experience, 04000, seeing that an additional 300 circulation points had been credited. Chen Qingyun's spirit soared. He quickly arose, spending 10 circulation points to exchange for a disguise pill, altering his appearance. As cultivators elevate their cultivation levels, their lifespans extend. Their physiques strengthen, and their appearances undergo transformations, rendering them more youthful and vibrant. However, such changes are inherently limited. They are not boundless. Currently, Chen Qingyun wished to conceal his full capabilities, opting for a temporary disguise. Morning, senior sister Zixuan. As Chen Qingyun emerged from the inner room, he greeted Zixuan, who was tidying up. Ah, junior brother Chen has risen. The room is now immaculate. You may proceed with your alchemy. In that moment, they exchanged smiles. Zixuan remained as sweet and charming as ever, petite and enchanting, evoking a protective instinct within him. Very well, sister. You should take a moment to rest. Indeed. Zixuan obediently nodded. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she spoke again. Sister Yuming has returned to her seclusion. She asked me to convey a message to you. Do not dwell on her tonight. As Zixuan spoke, her gaze flickered, clearly revealing her shyness. Understood. Chen Qingyun replied. I imagine Dong Xiaoyu is also in seclusion. Otherwise, she would not be absent so late. However, Chen Qingyun was unconcerned, with Sister Zixuan present. He inherently possessed the necessary resources. Even if the current resources were limited, they would inevitably grow alongside Sister Zixuan's cultivation progress. Time was Chen Qingyun's greatest asset. As long as he had resources, he could continuously consume longevity pills, achieving an alternative mode of immortality. With a snap of his storage bag, all the alchemical materials surged forth. This time, Chen Qingyun did not rush into alchemy. He intended to adopt a new approach. Previously, in the herb garden, he had aimed to establish his reputation by producing 10 low-grade qi gathering pills daily. Now that his name was firmly established, there was no need for such quantity. From this day forth, Chen Qingyun resolved to produce only 5 low-grade qi gathering pills each day, focusing instead on crafting higher-quality pills to assist his sisters in breaking through their cultivation levels. In fact, providing 5 discounted low-grade qi gathering pills daily was already a generous act. As he stroked his beard, a broad smile spread across his face. Yes, this was the way forward. He then initiated the fire control technique, enveloping the alchemical furnace in spiritual flames that floated in the void, marking the commencement of the alchemical process. Zixuan observed and assisted nearby, while Chen Qingyun occasionally elucidated various aspects to her. The scene appeared exceedingly harmonious, both mentor and friend, at times intimate, creating a beautifully serene atmosphere. Within the alchemist hall, Master Su Qinxue had just stepped outside, intent on returning to trouble Chen Qingyun and deplete his spiritual tea. Unfortunately, at that moment, she received a summons from her master and had no choice but to comply. Ah, Xiaoxue has arrived. Come here quickly. Ling Xiao waved eagerly upon seeing Su Qinxue, beckoning her to approach. With a heart full of trepidation, Su Qinxue sat beside Ling Xiao, bracing herself for a reprimand. Xiaoxue, how does master treat you? Ling Xiao affectionately ruffled Su Qinxue's hair, gazing at her with a tender smile. Master treats me very well. Without master, there would be no Su Qinxue today. Indeed, it is good to be grateful. Ling Xiao nodded, visibly pleased. I instructed you to engage with that young man for your own benefit. I have reached a bottleneck in my alchemy and cannot advance further. I am uncertain if the issue lies within me. That fellow possesses considerable alchemical skill. Learning from him may prove beneficial for both of us. Do you understand? Master, I understand. Su Qingyun's eyes glistened with emotion as she leaned against Ling Xiao, embracing him tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude. Su Qingyun recounted the events of the previous day in their entirety. Upon learning that Chen Qingyun's alchemical techniques were not only intricate, but also entirely different from her own methods, Ling Xiao found herself utterly stunned. It is important to note that her alchemical knowledge was derived from fragmented insights she had fortuitously acquired during her youth while venturing into the world. This incomplete understanding meticulously detailed the process of refining first-tier elixirs, while the information regarding second-tier elixirs remained exceedingly vague. Whether this was due to the passage of time rendering it imperfect, or if it had always been so rudimentary was uncertain. After all, alchemists were exceedingly rare, and it was not unreasonable for Ling Xiao to harbor such doubts. Perhaps the individual who left behind this knowledge was merely at the level of a first-tier alchemist. Could it be that the alchemical technique I possess is fundamentally flawed? Ling Xiao could scarcely believe it, feeling as though the very foundation of her identity was beginning to crumble, leading her into a state of anxiety and despondency. If the alchemical method truly harbored issues, not only would the quality of the elixirs she could produce stagnate, but the aspiration to ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist would become an elusive dream. Master, that old scoundrel actually demanded my primordial essence as a price for teaching me alchemy. Is that not excessive? Su Qingyun exclaimed indignantly, hoping to elicit sympathy from her master. Ideally, she wished for her master to intervene and teach that old rogue a lesson. What? Your primordial essence? Ling Xiao's expression gradually morphed into one of intrigue. Far from being displeased, she appeared somewhat exhilarated. The dark depths of her eyes finally glimmered with a hint of light. Are you truly speaking the truth? Yes. That old man is utterly detestable. I long to give him a thorough reprimand, Su Qingyun declared fiercely, despite sensing her master's unusual demeanor. She hoped that her master would assist her in avenging this slight. Splendid. You must swiftly inform that young man that you agree to the exchange. Master, what are you saying? Su Qingyun's mouth fell agape in disbelief. She had never anticipated such words would emerge from her master's lips. Her master had changed. Previously, when a male disciple sought to become her partner, her master had dealt him a grievous blow upon discovering his intentions. Yet now, in pursuit of that old man's alchemical skills, her master seemed willing to consent. Why the bewilderment? The transformation from girl to woman is an inevitable journey. As long as there is value, the identity of the individual is of little consequence. Had my primordial essence remained intact, I would have taken matters into my own hands. Future achievements must be earned through one's own efforts, not through the kindness or pity of others. Oh, I understand now, master. Observing her master's serious countenance, Su Qingyun could only pout and reluctantly acquiesce. Indeed, that is the spirit. If you achieve success in alchemy, you shall never regret today's decision. Alas, I was too foolish at that time. I squandered a precious opportunity. Ling Xiao's gaze became distant as she murmured to herself, lost in a long-forgotten memory. It was evident that Ling Xiao had once suffered from the naive folly of youth and now harbored a deep sense of regret. Yet, it is too late for regrets, and one can only remain alone to seek warmth in the winter days. Chapter 53. Luo Yi breaks through her cultivation and teaches Su Qingyun alchemy. Danwang Peak. Outer Gate number 88. After half an hour of diligent effort, Chen Qingyun successfully concocted a batch of elixirs. This time, the aroma of the pills was even more intense, enveloping the entire courtyard. Clang. The alchemical furnace landed, and Chen Qingyun opened it directly, allowing 20 elixirs to soar into his jade plate. Gazing upon the plate, several of the elixirs exuded pure spiritual energy, were immaculate, and bore intricate pill patterns. Zixian was astonished, nearly dropping her eyes in disbelief. Could this truly be the legendary supreme grade elixir? It is said that such pills have achieved genuine non-toxicity and can be consumed with complete peace of mind. No matter how many are ingested, they will not accumulate toxic residue within the body, as they are elixirs that require no refinement for toxin expulsion. The superior grade qi gathering pill that Zixian had previously encountered paled in comparison to the one before her. This elixir, aside from its patterns, possessed pure spiritual energy, devoid of any impurities, and carried a subtle essence of pill fragrance. Truly exquisite. Indeed, this is the supreme qi gathering pill. As Chen Qingyun spoke, he handed one directly to Zixian. Junior brother Chen, I cannot accept this. It is a supreme grade qi gathering pill, far too precious. What is there to fear? Elixirs are meant for consumption. Chen Qingyun insisted, forcefully placing the supreme qi gathering pill into Zixian's hands, hoping that this charming and delightful senior sister could swiftly elevate her cultivation. Supreme qi gathering pill? Where did you acquire such a treasure? Su Qingyun's figure descended from the heavens, her excitement palpable as she rushed into the room. Upon seeing the elixirs in the jade plate held by Chen Qingyun, her eyes widened in astonishment. The quality. This indeed is a supreme qi gathering pill. How did you manage this? There was already a glimmer of admiration in Su Qingshue's gaze as it turned toward Chen Qingyun. Ignoring her, Chen Qingyun stored all the elixirs in jade bottles, giving Zixian 5 inferior-grade qi gathering pills to handle their sale. Noticing Chen Qingyun's unwavering indifference, Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and hesitated, ultimately speaking up. The condition you mentioned. I can accept it. Please, teach me the art of alchemy. What? Su Shirshu, what are you saying? I didn't quite catch that. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, a teasing smile gracing his lips as he feigned ignorance. I said, I accept your condition. I implore you, dear Chen Shitsizi, to enlighten me on the techniques of alchemy. Are you certain you have thought this through? No regrets? No regrets. Very well then. Chen Qingyun, stroking his beard, regained his composure and nodded slightly. However, within, his heart surged like a tempest, akin to great drums resounding, tumultuous and difficult to calm. Su Qingxue possessed foundational cultivation, and her luck value was exceptionally high. This would surely propel him to new heights. Senior sister, Zixian, I leave this matter in your capable hands. I have important discussions to engage in with Su Shirshu. All right, no worries. Junior brother, go ahead. Outside the Hehuan Peak, the outer gate, in a secluded courtyard, I have finally succeeded. Is this the sensation of reaching the late stage of qi cultivation? I feel an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through my entire being. How powerful it is. Luo Yi, brimming with excitement, sprang to her feet and flung open the door to the training room, racing out with uncontainable joy. Sister, have you broken through to the 7th layer of qi cultivation? Upon witnessing Luo Yi's exuberance, Zhao Gao instinctively understood that she must have achieved this significant milestone. Despite the pallor of his face, a trace of a sickly smile broke through, albeit unsettling, as he extended his heartfelt congratulations. Indeed, I owe my breakthrough to the mid-grade gathering qi pill concocted by the disciple of Dan Wang Peak. The quality of this pill is extraordinary, far purer than those circulating in the market. Congratulations, sister. Zhao Gao felt a surge of exhilaration upon learning that Chen Qingyun's elixir had elevated Luo Yi's cultivation. Finally, I am no longer being drained. I can truly live well now. What a relief. Zhao Gao, currently at the 5th layer of qi cultivation, recognized that continuing to dual cultivate with Luo Yi would not only stifle his own progress, but could also jeopardize his foundation, potentially leading to dire consequences. Nevertheless, Luo Yi was Zhao Gao's obsession. He could not bear to be apart from her. He had once contemplated leaving her side, but after a brief separation, he found himself in disarray, his thoughts muddled. Without Luo Yi's presence, he could not even envision a fulfilling life, let alone pursue the path of immortality. Reluctantly, he returned to her side. Now, with Chen Qingyun's emergence, not only could Luo Yi enhance her cultivation, but he also need not fear depleting his vital energy to the point of demise. This Chen disciple is truly a commendable individual. As thoughts of Chen Qingyun flooded his mind, Zhao Gao's face radiated admiration and gratitude. I must seize the opportunity to pay a visit to this junior disciple, to express my gratitude in person. After all, he has essentially saved my life, and we share a common path. It is only fitting that I get to know him better. At Dan Wang Peak, Chen Qingyun, having acquired 150 circulation points, was beaming with delight, his smile unwavering. At this moment, encountering Su Qingxue felt akin to meeting a deity of fortune. He almost wished to enshrine her upon a celestial pedestal. After emerging from the training room, he settled at the tea table, his joyful demeanor never faltering. Hey, old man, what are you grinning about? You set the conditions, and I've met them. Now, I hope you will uphold your end of the bargain. Rest assured, what I promised to my esteemed uncle, I shall certainly fulfill. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard with a grin, exuding an air of righteousness. Though Su Qingxue found his demeanor somewhat distasteful, she refrained from expressing too much discontent, for she was already ensnared in this venture and had no room for frivolous thoughts. However, let me be clear. You must provide your own materials for the pill concoction. I do not have excess resources to squander. Humph. You needn't trouble yourself about that. Su Qingxue shot an annoyed glance at Chen Qingyun, hastily producing her own alchemical furnace and materials. The alchemical furnace utilized by Su Qingxue is, similarly, a mid-tier yellow-grade furnace, radiating a celestial azure hue that exudes a youthful charm. Such an item is indeed a rarity in the world, likely crafted by a skilled artisan. It appears that the alchemy king holds great regard for his apprentice. What a generous display. Those with a mentor indeed possess unique advantages. At present, Su Qingxue endeavors to concoct a healing elixir known as the rejuvenation pill, a common first-tier remedy. This particular potion enjoys considerable demand, second only to the qi gathering pill. After all, in the realm of cultivation, conflict is inevitable, much like in Blue Star, where there exists a group that cannot afford to halt their medicinal intake. Before Chen Qingyun, Su Qingxue summoned her spiritual fire and commenced her alchemical process. However, from the moment the furnace warmed, Chen Qingyun discerned that Su Qingxue's technique was rudimentary and riddled with flaws. Should she continue with such a method, the resulting elixirs would be perilous to consume over time. Alarmingly, her unstable technique posed a significant risk of furnace explosions, and he certainly did not wish for his temporary abode to be marred by a gaping crater. Chen Qingyun swiftly rectified Su Qingxue's mistakes, meticulously guiding her through each step, from warming the furnace to purification, shaping the pills, controlling their essence, and nurturing them. Su Qingxue's innate talent for alchemy was not entirely lacking, especially with her foundational knowledge. After expending over an hour, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, signaling her success in producing a batch of rejuvenation pills. This time, she successfully crafted 15 pills, all of inferior quality. To Chen Qingyun, this achievement was rather trivial. However, for Su Qingxue, it represented a monumental leap forward. Previously, her best record had been concocting 10 rejuvenation pills in a single batch, with the ever-present risk of explosion. Ha ha ha, I have made progress. I am truly delighted. Thank you, Su Qingxue exclaimed, her enthusiasm reminiscent of a child, as she joyfully embraced Chen Qingyun and bestowed upon him a heartfelt kiss. Chapter 54. Mastering the Craft of the Qi-Gathering Pill. Subsequently, Su Qingxue carefully stored her elixirs and, without Chen Qingyun's guidance, attempted to create 2 more batches of rejuvenation pills. Although her success rate was not as high as when he personally instructed her, she managed to surpass 10 pills in each batch without a single explosion. Clearly, Su Qingxue's aptitude for alchemy was commendable, and her understanding was solid. She merely lacked the mentorship of a master. This indirectly reflects that the so-called alchemy king is not as exceptional as purported, for had he been truly skilled, Su Qingxue's abilities would not have been so rudimentary. Nor would he still be struggling to ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist. However, Chen Qingyun, perceptive yet discreet, reclined in his chair, sipping spiritual tea while observing the charming figure before him with a smile. Meanwhile, Zixuan, witnessing Su Qingxue's ease in crafting rejuvenation pills, suddenly found the spiritual tea on the table lacking in flavor, her heart brimming with anxiety. The essence of cultivation is a relentless contest against heaven, earth, and fellow beings. Others are progressing, and significantly so. The modest progress she had made seemed utterly trivial in the eyes of others, rendering her anxious and discontented. No, I shall not succumb to despair. I must not allow my insignificant advancements to cloud my vision. I cannot squander my time. Thus, she sought a tranquil corner and commenced her practice of the fire summoning technique. Currently, her cultivation was at the 4th level of qi refinement, and the meager spiritual energy within her was insufficient for alchemical endeavors. However, she could lay a foundation for her future alchemy by mastering the fire summoning technique. The principles of this technique had been gleaned from Sister Dong a few days prior. The fire summoning technique was rather simplistic, with minimal content to its core teachings, which had long been ingrained in her mind. With her hands positioned before her, she deftly formed seals, and soon a small orange flame, roughly the size of an egg, materialized between her palms. The flame flickered erratically, fluctuating in intensity and size. Its instability was not only a testament to her proficiency in the technique, but was also directly linked to her cultivation level. The magnitude of the flame and the duration of its manifestation were entirely dependent on the spiritual energy she could muster within. This was, however, her inaugural attempt at practicing a technique beyond qi refinement. The fire summoning technique could serve not only for alchemical purposes, but also as an offensive skill. In times of necessity, she could condense a fireball to strike at adversaries. Albeit limited in power, it remained a viable means of defense. Elated by her initial practice, she guided the flame away from her palms, allowing it to float forward. Soon, she delighted in maneuvering the flame around herself, enjoying the playfulness of it all, until her spiritual energy was entirely depleted, causing the flame to vanish without a trace. At that moment, exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, and fine beads of sweat adorned her fair forehead. The resolute expression she had worn, along with her fervent desire for progress, did not escape Chen Qingyun's notice. Observing her performance, he stroked his beard with a broad smile, nodding in approval. This Sister Zixuan possessed a steadfast heart. Her future was promising and worth nurturing. For those lacking in conviction, success in any endeavor is uncertain, let alone the arduous path of cultivation. Junior brother Chen, I have succeeded. I have finally summoned spiritual fire. Although fatigue etched her features, she could not conceal the joy that radiated from her heart as she hurried to share her triumph with Chen Qingyun, standing before his reclined seat. Her exquisite face, with its charming dimples and sweet smile, was a sight to behold. Indeed, Sister Zixuan, You have done splendidly. I trust you have been diligent in your daily practices. Quickly, have a cup of spiritual tea to replenish your energy. With a flourish, Chen Qingyun filled a cup with tea and handed it to her. In one swift motion, Xiulan drank it all, wiping her lips with her sleeve and dabbing her forehead, revealing an even more enchanting smile. I must exert myself more diligently. All of you are advancing at an astonishing pace, and I cannot remain a hindrance forever. With the unwavering determination of senior sister Xiulan, she is destined for remarkable achievements. Chen Qingyun remarked with a beaming smile. Can my success truly be attributed to you, my esteemed junior? Without your presence, I might not have even stepped into the outer sect, Xiulan said, wrapping her arms around Chen Qingyun's neck, her enchanting eyes gazing deeply into his, as if a spring of emotions were stirring within her. Indeed, senior sister Xiulan is a person of principle and gratitude. Chen Qingyun reciprocated, embracing Xiulan tightly. When Chen Qingyun reappeared in the reception hall with 20 points of circulation value, Su Qingsno had unknowingly ceased her alchemical endeavors. At that moment, she lay languidly on Chen Qingyun's lounge chair, sipping spirit tea to restore her spiritual energy. Su Qingsno had concocted several batches of rejuvenation pills, and despite being a cultivator at the 6th level of Foundation establishment, her spiritual energy was now utterly depleted and in the process of recovery. Is Master Su resting? How is the situation? Chen Qingyun inquired, stroking his beard as he approached Su Qingsno, who was sipping her tea to replenish her energy. Su Qingsno cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qingyun, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy as she spoke. Even in this state, you still call me master? What do you truly mean? Hee. I have grown accustomed to it. In my heart, you will forever be my master. Humph. Su Qingsno huffed playfully, her demeanor lacking any real anger, instead graced by a peculiar smile. You old rascal, you are indeed not a good person to possess such a peculiar fondness. I have essentially mastered the method of crafting rejuvenation pills. I merely need time to refine my skills. Now, I wish to concoct gathering energy pills. Teach me swiftly. Although Su Qingsno's words remained sharp, her gaze softened significantly, devoid of any overt disdain. Very well, as long as Master Su desires to learn, I am more than willing to teach you. Chen Qingyun sipped his tea, his smile radiant, his heart feeling exceptionally clear and fulfilled. Subsequently, Chen Qingyun guided Su Qingsno in the crafting of gathering energy pills. Given her foundational knowledge, she grasped many concepts swiftly. However, as it was her first attempt at creating gathering energy pills, the results were less than ideal. After more than half an hour, Su Qingsno produced only 3 low-grade gathering energy pills, and they were laden with impurities. Of course, the term less than ideal was merely Chen Qingyun's perspective. Witnessing her own successful creation of 3 low-grade gathering energy pills, Su Qingsno was overjoyed, exclaiming in delight, "Old rascal, I did it. I finally crafted gathering energy pills." Unable to contain her excitement, Su Qingsno leaped onto Chen Qingyun, showering his face with kisses, leaving traces of her exuberance. After a flurry of fervor, Su Qingsno finally composed herself. No, I must share this joyous news with Master. I shall take my leave. With that, Su Qingsno soared into the air on her sword. Ascending into the sky, the master uncle departs early and returns swiftly. To truly master the art, one must find repose here. Understood, you old rascal. The sky is adorned with 6 characters. Such matters are trifling. Chen Qingyun felt immeasurable satisfaction. He stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face as he watched the direction in which Su Qingshu departed, nodding slightly. This young lady is quite remarkable. At least my efforts in teaching her have not been in vain. Chapter 55. Outer Sect Steward Qin Fun. After bidding farewell to Su Qingshu, a brief silence engulfed Chen Qingyun's courtyard. He reclined in his lounge chair, while Xiulan sat nearby, sipping spirit tea, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Chen Qingyun, filled with admiration for her esteemed teacher. At this moment, there was no urgency for her to consume elixirs to elevate her cultivation. Meditative practice seemed a mere waste of time. Imbibing spirit tea was far more efficient. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? The sound of knocking at the door shattered the momentary warmth. Creak. Xiulan opened the courtyard door. A middle-aged man stepped inside. Chen Qingyun surveyed him. The man's cultivation was at the 1st level of Foundation establishment, yet he appeared to be of the same age as Chen Qingyun. Both were 88 years old. However, the man's visage seemed significantly more youthful. Of course, if Chen Qingyun were not disguised, the difference would not be too pronounced. It appeared that he had begun cultivating at a young age, thereby retaining a youthful appearance due to his protective cultivation. Nonetheless, with only 2nd-grade aptitude, achieving a breakthrough in the Foundation establishment stage was already an extraordinary fortune. It was likely that he would remain stagnant for the rest of his life. This must be the alchemist, Chen Shitzi. I am Qin Fun, the Outer Sect Steward. Qin Fun introduced himself with a beaming smile, his demeanor humble and amiable. Truly, he lived up to his name. This fellow is indeed diligent. Otherwise, with his second-grade aptitude, breaking through to the later stages of qi cultivation would be exceedingly difficult, let alone achieving foundation establishment. Ah, it is Steward Qin. My apologies for any disrespect. Chen Qingyun clasped his hands in greeting, appearing exceedingly respectful and courteous. There is no need for such formalities, Chen Shitzi. You are now a prominent figure in the Yunus sect, a star of the future. Perhaps, in the days to come, I may require your assistance. Qin Fan's words were not without merit. After all, Chen Qingyun was an alchemist, which explained his courteous demeanor towards him. Within the Yunus sect, both miscellaneous disciples and outer sect members are required to complete a certain number of tasks each month. Once a disciple achieves foundation establishment and enters the inner sect, they need only focus on diligent cultivation, no longer burdened with any tasks. After all, foundation establishment disciples are the backbone of the Yunus sect, the future of the sect. The stronger their cultivation, the better. However, individuals like Qin Fan, who perceive their cultivation as hopeless and believe they will struggle to break through in this lifetime, naturally refrain from squandering all their time on futile practices. Instead, they seek to secure positions within the sect or travel externally to acquire more cultivation resources, perhaps even encountering their own opportunities to shatter their limitations. Before him, Chen Qingyun was a splendid candidate, an alchemist yet to fully rise to prominence. It would be wise to cultivate this relationship. This represents a significant opportunity for oneself in the future. One can never know when someone might ascend to the rank of a second-tier alchemist. At that point, one may find it challenging to curry favor, even if desired. Qin Fan is quite adept at navigating social situations, having perceived this reality long ago. Master Qin, please take a seat. Upon unexpectedly encountering an elder, Chen Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. His emotions were genuinely displayed. After they settled, Xuan hastily poured a cup of spirit tea for Qin Fan. Qin Fan nonchalantly took a sip, and suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, astonishment evident on his face. Is this spirit tea? He chuckled. Merely ordinary tea, nothing remarkable. I wonder why Master Qin has come to visit today. Is there something on your mind? Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, smiling amiably. Although the tea was extraordinary, Qin Fan did not dwell on it, taking another sip before placing the cup on the table. He was mindful not to diminish his status as a foundation master in front of a few junior cultivators. Haha, it's nothing of great importance. I merely came to remind you, dear nephew, that once you enter the outer sect, you will need to complete a certain number of tasks each month and collect them from the task hall. Of course, if you become an alchemist of the sect, these tasks will no longer apply, considering your cultivation level. This meant continuing to serve the sect as a laborer, ultimately relegating him to the role of alchemist. Back on Blue Star, he was indeed a laborer. After all, he had traversed realms and even possessed a system. Did they expect him to continue as a mere laborer? Ridiculous. Furthermore, even if he did become an alchemist, what of the few senior sisters who were not alchemists? If they encountered any trouble while undertaking tasks, he would be disheartened, particularly regarding Sister Xuan, with whom he had built a bond over time. Losing her could potentially affect his Dao heart. For an ordinary person, such an opportunity would be immensely welcomed, and they would certainly choose to become a sect alchemist for the sake of stability. However, is Chen Qingyun an ordinary person? He is a transmigrator endowed with a system. Naturally, Qin Fan was merely concerned about Chen Qingyun's low cultivation level and offered a kind reminder. Thank you, Master Qin, for the reminder. I will ensure to take note and follow through promptly. Well then, that is good. Originally, this minor matter could have been conveyed by any messenger without the need for him to appear in person. The reminder was merely an excuse to seek an opportunity to connect with Chen Qingyun, without appearing too obvious in his intentions to ingratiate himself. After a pleasant conversation, Qin Fan eventually took his leave. As he departed, he mentioned his desire for his partner to come and learn alchemy from Chen Qingyun. Chen Qingyun did not refuse and readily agreed, smiling. Regardless of the other's appearance, Qin Fan was still a steward. Although there was no need for Chen Qingyun to fear him, there was no reason to offend anyone unnecessarily. Furthermore, since the other party intentionally wished to cultivate a good relationship, it was merely a small favor to oblige. After Qin Fan departed, only Xuan and Chen Qingyun remained in the room. Junior brother Chen, you should hasten to take notes and become a sect alchemist. The risks of undertaking missions are too great. You need not concern yourself with me. Although Xuan spoke thus, an air of melancholy and desolation enveloped her. She reminisced about the time when junior brother Chen had just arrived at Danwang Peak, an old man devoid of any cultivation. In just over half a year, not only had his cultivation ascended to the second level of qi refining, but his alchemical talents were nothing short of extraordinary. Now, standing before junior brother Chen, she felt as if she could only look up to him. Was the chasm between them destined to widen? Perhaps they were fated to inhabit entirely different worlds. Noticing Zixuan's loss of her former smile, her face clouded with sorrow and reluctance, Chen Qingyun chuckled as he stroked his beard. Sister Zixuan, what is this? Who said I was going to become a sect alchemist? Did we not agree to help each other and remain good neighbors for life? I can never do without your assistance. Chen Qingyun playfully pinched Zixuan's delicate nose, his face beaming with joy. Humph, I shan't pay you any mind. You are so mischievous. Toying with my feelings. Zixuan's mood shifted from sorrow to joy, her face blossoming into a sweet smile, radiating heartfelt warmth and charm. Seeing the shadows dissipate from Zixuan's countenance, Chen Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. There are many vehicles available in the market, but it is best to use one that is familiar, regardless of its size. He was well acquainted with the roads, whether wide or narrow, and could easily gauge whether a vehicle could pass. All right, let us head to the mission hall and see what tasks await us. The mission hall was not located on Danwang Peak, but was situated on an independent mountain, devoid of any defensive formations to facilitate disciples in accepting missions. Of course, there were elders stationed there to prevent any disruptions caused by the crowd. Chapter 56. Little Niu Village. After departing from Danwang Peak, in a bid to save time, Chen Qingyun activated the essence of the Phantom Fist technique, propelling Zixuan forward at a breakneck pace, leaving behind trails of afterimages akin to short-distance teleportation. At this moment, Chen Qingyun had not revealed his foundation establishment cultivation, thus could not employ flight. Yet, with his current second level of foundation establishment and the support of formidable spiritual power, he executed the Phantom Fist technique with astonishing speed. Zixuan, being whisked away by Chen Qingyun, shrieked in exhilaration. Junior brother Chen, what technique is this? How come you can do everything? Hee. Do you wish to learn, Sister Zixuan? I can teach you. Hee. Absolutely. Despite their rapid pace, the two continued to share laughter and conversation. Chen Qingyun had already formed a protective barrier, enveloping them both within. The journey, which would ordinarily take over 2 hours for a cultivator, was completed by Chen Qingyun in less than half an hour. At this moment, at the foot of the mission peak, a throng of outer disciples bustled about. Occasionally, figures soared overhead, vanishing into the distance. Some particularly challenging tasks cannot be completed by the outer disciples and are thus taken over by the inner disciples who have reached the foundational stage. Let us ascend and take a look. Within the grand hall of the task peak, shadows flit about. The atmosphere is bustling with activity. Some return from completing their tasks to hand over their reports, while others search for suitable tasks to undertake, resembling a lively job fair adorned with numerous recruitment notices. Interested parties are encouraged to make contact. However, the contribution value earned upon task completion varies according to the task's difficulty. The monthly stipend provided by the sect serves as a guaranteed minimum wage. Any contribution value exceeding this amount may be exchanged for other resources. Within the sect, there are dedicated teams formed to venture out and undertake tasks, accumulating contribution values to exchange for more cultivation resources. As Chen Qingyun and Zixuan entered the task hall, they attracted peculiar glances. After all, Chen Qingyun's displayed cultivation level was merely at the second layer of qi refinement, a standard for servant disciples. His reputation had indeed spread throughout the Jade Maiden sect, yet genuine trust in him was scarce. The alchemical prowess of Ling Xiao from the Danwang Peak had long since deteriorated. The same elixirs produced by the Danwang Peak were of inferior quality compared to those available on the market, and his reputation had been irrevocably tarnished. Consequently, aside from those affiliated with the Danwang Peak, other disciples of the Jade Maiden sect observed from a distance, resulting in few having approached Chen Qingyun to purchase elixirs. He was not well known. Along their journey, only a handful of individuals greeted Chen Qingyun. The task hall comprises 4 levels, with the first floor dedicated to the simplest tasks, suitable for newly initiated outer disciples. As one ascends, the tasks grow increasingly arduous, particularly on the top floor, where the challenges are devilishly formidable. Some tasks have been posted for years, their paper now yellowed, yet no one dares to accept them. It is said that even Golden Core elders risk perishing when attempting certain tasks. As Chen Qingyun and Zixuan drew near the task hall, they spotted several female disciples gathered around a male cultivator who was regaling them with tales about the hall. The young man, clad in flowing white robes and wielding a folding fan, possessed striking features and a certain charm, yet his eyes bore a somewhat sinister gleam, suggesting he was not entirely virtuous. Coincidentally, Chen Qingyun recognized this individual. He was Zhang Ergu from the Zhang family in Xianyo village, who had joined the Jade Maiden sect several years prior. This fellow had always been mischievous and resistant to discipline. Upon reaching adulthood, he deemed his name too unrefined and, after much contemplation, adopted a more imposing moniker, Zhang Hao. Nevertheless, the villagers had grown accustomed to calling him Ergu and seldom used his new name. Upon encountering a familiar face, Chen Qingyun's mind sparked with an idea to probe into this fellow's character. He promptly approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Ergu, is that truly you? It is your grandpa Chen." Amidst the throng, Zhang Hao shuddered at the utterance of the name Ergo, a visceral reaction ingrained within him. The voice resonated with an unsettling familiarity. However, the name Ergo was one that no one within the Yu sect could possibly know. Moreover, the very sound of it irked Zhang Hao, feeling as though it were a personal affront. Who could dare to call him that? Zhang Ergo cursed inwardly. Upon encountering Chen Qingyun, an involuntary tremor coursed through him, nearly prompting an exclamation. His first instinct was disbelief. It was utterly impossible. Chen Qingyun, this old man, could not possibly be here. Not only did he lack spiritual roots, but at his age, he should have long since found eternal rest. Surely, his eyes were deceiving him. Zhang Hao hastily rubbed his eyes, only to discover that Chen Qingyun remained before him. He could not help but inquire, "Are you a man or a ghost? How did you arrive at the Yu sect? Was it you who just called my name?" "Ah, silly child. Of course, your grandpa Chen is a living man. Otherwise, how could I be here at the Yu sect? Besides, who else but me would address you in such a manner? Old man Chen, spare me your attempts to curry favor. With your mere cultivation at the second level of qi refinement, according to the rules of the Yu sect, you ought to refer to me as junior brother. Do not presume to wield your age as leverage." Zhang Hao responded with an indifferent tone, seemingly uninterested in acknowledging Chen Qingyun. Zhang Hao believed that someone like Chen Qingyun, a second-tier qi refinement practitioner, was undoubtedly aware of his status as an outer disciple. He must have sought him out in a bid to ingratiate himself, hoping to find a protector within the sect to shield him from the bullying of others. "Junior brother Zhang, do you know this old man?" A female cultivator stepped forward to inquire, her gaze toward Chen Qingyun tinged with disdain. In the realm of cultivation, lowly ranks were regarded as a sin, and poverty in the Blue Star was an original transgression. "I've met this old man a few times in the countryside. We are not well acquainted." "Oh, so that is the case. This old man truly has a thick skin. With such meager cultivation, he still seeks to ingratiate himself with junior brother Zhang. Ergo, how can you treat me this way? I am your grandpa Chen. Do you not remember? I held you as a child. Get lost. Speak another word, and I swear I will strike you down." Zhang Hao erupted, his eyes blazing with fury. Truly absurd. This old man has no sense of propriety, claiming to be my grandpa. I might as well be your grandma. Immediately, a sharp-tongued female cultivator stepped forth in defense of Zhang Hao. It is evident that many, once they attain success, will forget even those who were once as close as brothers. One must not overestimate their position in the hearts of others. Human nature, once tested, reveals its fragility. When one is impoverished, all relatives and friends tend to distance themselves, lest they be perceived as seeking to ingratiate themselves for personal gain. Having seen the truth, Chen Qingyun found solace in the situation. He bore no anger. Instead, he stroked his beard and smiled, appearing quite content. "Come now, junior brother Chen. We must set forth to seek our tasks." As Chen Qingyun's companion, Zixuan stepped forward, tugging gently at his arm. Upon seeing Zixuan's exquisite visage, her petite and delicate form, and the enchanting dimples that appeared when she smiled, Zhang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. The Yu sect boasted many beauties, and though Zhang Hao had attempted to engage with them, he was met with disdain for his lack of prowess or their adherence to the Yu Heart Sutra. In short, they were all beyond his reach. While his current partner was not without merit, she paled in comparison to Zixuan. Chen Qingyun observed Zhang Hao's demeanor closely, yet remained unperturbed, curious to discern the latter's intentions. Should he attempt any underhanded schemes, Chen Qingyun would not hesitate to teach this young scoundrel a lesson. Chapter 57. Successful Team Formation. Preparations before departure. Hold on. Zhang Hao interrupted as he noticed Chen Qingyun and Zixuan preparing to leave for the mission hall. "Junior sister, the task we are undertaking is to venture into the Devil's Forest in search of the spiritual herb, soul grass. We still need a few more members, and I formally invite you to join our team. Will you accept? As for the old man, if he wishes to accompany us to broaden his horizons, we can include him for your sake." Zhang Hao wore a congenial smile, presenting himself as a refined gentleman. However, Chen Qingyun had already discerned the earlier lewdness of his actions and internally scoffed at his scheming. "You little rascal, attempting to plot against me? Do not blame me when I refuse to recognize you as my grandson." Unaware of Chen Qingyun's thoughts, Zixuan turned to seek his opinion. "Of course, when invited by a grandson, one ought to show some respect," Chen Qingyun replied, stroking his beard with an easy smile. In response to Chen Qingyun's provocation, Zhang Hao endured a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. "Go ahead and revel in your moment, you detestable old man. Once I win over your partner, you shall witness who the true grandson is." His current restraint was driven by his desire for Zixuan. Fearful that offending Chen Qingyun might result in her withdrawal from the venture, thereby thwarting his plans entirely. "Rangier, come here quickly. Let everyone get acquainted." Zhang Hao called out to a nearby woman, who had been enjoying a lively conversation with a male disciple. Interrupted. The woman displayed a fleeting look of displeasure, but nonetheless approached. Allow me to introduce my partner, Marangier. Upon hearing the name, Chen Qingyun felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Marangier smiled and nodded at the group. But when she noticed Chen Qingyun's cultivation level at merely the second layer of qi refinement, her brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of discontent. She scrutinized Chen Qingyun for a moment, but chose to remain silent. The woman was fair enough, though her fox-like eyes exuded a seductive allure, brimming with vitality that most would find difficult to resist. Chen Qingyun activated his detection eye to take a closer look. Name, Maronger, age, 36, cultivation level, qi refinement 6th layer, talent, 2nd grade water spiritual root, fortune value, 300. The fortune value is rather modest, yet acceptable. The entire team consists of 9 individuals, 3 men and 6 women. Once everyone had completed their self-introductions and relayed some essential information, they dispersed to prepare the necessary items for their journey, agreeing to gather outside the sect at noon the following day, within the Pilking Hall. As Su Qing concluded her final incantation, a waft of fragrant elixir filled the air. Clang! The alchemy furnace thudded to the ground, producing a resonant sound upon impact. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and 2 low-grade gathering qi pills soared from the furnace into his grasp. Marvelous! The quality of these pills is indeed significantly superior. Ling Xiao's hands trembled as he held the elixirs. Throughout Su Qingsnow's entire alchemical process, Ling Xiao had been a keen observer. After witnessing the complete set of alchemical techniques, he was astounded. They differed vastly from his own methods. Although Su Qingsnow's success rate in pill creation was somewhat low, her approach was remarkably refined, gentle, and steady, with virtually no risk of furnace explosion. With diligent practice, he believed her success rate would inevitably improve. It was merely a matter of time. I finally understand. I was wrong, utterly mistaken. The issue was present from the very beginning. My talent is not as lacking as I believed. Ling Xiao's face radiated joy as he descended into a state of exhilaration. He swiftly retrieved the alchemy furnace and medicinal materials from his storage ring, beginning to concoct pills using the techniques he had just observed. Master, I shall take my leave now. That old man has asked me to return early, Su Qingsnow said in a somewhat bored tone. She felt that her alchemical skills still bore many flaws that required Chen Qingyun's personal guidance. Yes, off you go. Remember to study diligently, Chen Qingyun urged. Su Qingsnow pouted as she departed, feeling a tinge of discontent and silently lamenting. How could Master be like this? He only ever focuses on alchemy and shows no concern for how I fare, whether I am comfortable or not. Has he truly lost his affection? However, Su Qingsnow only dared to grumble within her heart, refraining from voicing her thoughts. Outside the Pilking Peak, upon Chen Qingyun and Zishuan's return to the courtyard, Su Qingsnow had been waiting for quite some time. Where have you two been? Why are you only returning now? Upon learning that Chen Qingyun and his companion were descending the mountain for a task, her eyes brightened. Great. Tasks are wonderful. I want to go too. You wish to join? Chen Qingyun's heart leapt with joy. He had been contemplating how to persuade Su Qingsnow to accompany him down the mountain, as he needed a substantial amount of circulation value. Now that she willingly offered to come along, it saved him considerable effort. It was indeed fate, preordained from the start. What? Are you feeling wronged with such a beautiful companion by your side? Besides, I won't be taking any of your contribution points, so what is there to worry about? Uncle Su misunderstood. I was merely caught up in the moment and lost for words, unsure of what to say. Hee. Very well. I shall forgive you this time. However, Uncle, could you perhaps conceal your cultivation? After all, your foundation establishment level might intimidate those little ones. If that scoundrel Zhang Ergu were to see a foundation establishment master at his side, how would he dare to cause trouble? If he refrains from mischief, how could he act? This is easily resolved. With a wave of her hand, Su Qingxue unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, a formidable aura erupting forth. Shortly thereafter, her imposing presence diminished, and her cultivation began to decline. Within less than 10 breaths, her cultivation plummeted to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Is this sufficient? If not, I shall lower it further. Enough. Enough. This will suffice. As long as my cultivation is below that of the other practitioners, they will be utterly oblivious to my true strength. Excellent. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, beaming with satisfaction. Now, regarding my alchemical issues, could you elaborate further? Today, let us not discuss anything else. Let us first enjoy some tea. Other matters can be addressed later. We have ample time, do we not? Indeed. Su Qingxue nodded with a smile, indicating her agreement. As night fell, Chen Qingyun rose early. He opened the data panel to find 750 points of circulating value had been credited. Wow, what a splendid day, worthy of celebration. Noticing he was alone, Chen Qingyun focused his thoughts, summoning a hefty fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds. Although spiritual meat is available in the market, The spiritual energy it contains pales in comparison to that of the fish from the river and mountain chart. Whether due to its inherent quality or the prolonged time since its slaughter, the spiritual essence had likely diminished. Following this, Chen Qingyun conjured some vegetables and headed straight to the kitchen. Wow, such a large fish. And these vegetables. Zixuan's eyes squinted with joy, having learned to be wise. Anything belonging to Chen Qingyun is simply taken and devoured without question. Zixuan took the items from Chen Qingyun's hands and began to prepare, with Chen Qingyun assisting occasionally. In less than an hour, a lavish feast was laid out on the table. Su Qingxue, who had long been fasting in preparation for alchemy, was irresistibly drawn by the fragrant aroma. This fish, these vegetables, how can the spiritual energy be so rich? They look incredibly appetizing. Soon, the three began to indulge, particularly Su Qingxue, who ate with abandon. The fish and vegetables brought forth by Chen Qingyun from the river and mountain chart were simply exquisite. After satisfying their hunger, Chen Qingyun gathered his table, chairs, and tea set, and the three descended the mountain. Chapter 58, Arrival at the Devil's Forest. By the time Chen Qingyun and his companions arrived at the gate of the Yunnu sect, it was nearly noon. The entire party was present, save for 2 female cultivators. However, when everyone noticed that Chen Qingyun had brought along an additional person, who possessed merely the cultivation of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, their brows furrowed in disapproval. Old Chen, what is the meaning of this? Who permitted you to bring extra company? You must understand, I am the captain here. Daij. She is merely accompanying us for training and will not affect our contribution points. Stop. Old Chen, I shall reiterate, do not call me Daij. Refer to me as Zhang Hao or Brother Zhang. Very well, Daij. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing he could smite that old fool, Chen Qingyun, with a single blow. However, before the gates of the Yunnu sect, he dared not act. You old fool. I shall endure this for the sake of the 2 beauties you brought. Enjoy your moment while you can. Once we leave Yunnu sect, I will settle the score with you. Observing Zhang Hao's chilling glare, akin to that of a predator, Chen Qingyun understood that this scoundrel was likely cursing him in his heart, probably devising various ways to bring about his demise. Yet, what use is such contemplation? I am merely waiting for you to put your intentions into action. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, smiling silently, paying little heed to Zhang Hao's rage. Zhang Hao felt as though he had struck a pillow with all his might, his fury intensifying yet suppressed. The reason Chen Qingyun chose to embark on a mission was not solely due to concerns for the safety of his senior sisters, but also because he yearned to venture out. Having resided in Yunnu sect for over 6 months, he had grown weary of it. The vast world of cultivation beckoned him to explore. He gazed into the distance, reminiscing about the gathering place of the cannon fodder from when he first arrived. He wondered where those individuals were now, and what their current circumstances might be. Life is inherently unpredictable. The larger intestine does not always encompass the smaller. After waiting for approximately 15 minutes, 2 female disciples hurriedly arrived, and with Su Qingxue, the group of 10 was complete. Under Zhang Hao's leadership, they set off without delay. Clearly, this fellow was familiar with the Devil's Forest, having visited before. Of course, Su Qingxue was no stranger to the Devil's Forest either. However, at this moment, she trailed behind Chen Qingyun, embodying the innocence of a Na'vi young girl. The Devil's Forest is located approximately 500 to 600 miles east of Yunnu sect. For outer disciples who cannot fly, choosing such a location for a mission is most advantageous. The sooner they retrieve resources, the more time they have for cultivation. The journey was uneventful. Although Chen Qingyun could sense Zhang Hao's malicious gaze, the latter refrained from taking action. What does this little rascal intend? Why the restraint? Could he be a ninja turtle? Nevertheless, it was understandable, with so many eyes upon them. If this scoundrel were to act against him, word would undoubtedly reach the sect. Regardless of how formidable he might be, it would be impossible for him to eliminate everyone. Should he expose himself, returning to the sect would be utterly futile. That must be his concern. Yet, what scheme does this scoundrel intend to devise against me? At this moment, Chen Qingyun felt a greater urgency than Zhang Hao, pondering how he could assist him in taking action swiftly, so he could deal with that scoundrel. And then there was Ma Rong. Although her face did not rival the beauty of Zixian and Su Qingxue, her figure was undeniably exquisite, a rarity in this world. In every respect, she was ample where it mattered and petite where it should be. It was likely that such a physique would be hard to find even within the Jade Maiden sect. Chen Qingyun never anticipated that Guzi would be so fortunate, blessed with such romantic fortune. He had no qualms about aligning himself with Guzi. Even if it meant compromising his principles, he would not regret it. A day later, the group finally arrived at the edge of the Devil's Forest. An ordinary person could traverse 80 to 100 miles in a day, while cultivators in the mid-stage of qi refining could cover 7 or 8 times that distance. Thus, the journey of 500 to 600 miles was of little consequence to Chen Qingyun and his companions, merely a slight drain on their spiritual energy. Before them lay an endless expanse of forest, resembling a vast sea of emerald waves, boundless and infinite. At times, white mist would rise, appearing and disappearing intermittently, accompanied by eerie sounds as if a monstrous beast from the abyss was lurking, its gaping maw waiting for the unwary to fall into its trap. In an instant, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees, sending shivers down their spines. My goodness, what manner of place is this? It is terrifying. I do not wish to enter, exclaimed several women, trembling in fear, their faces pale. It was said that during ancient times, in the great war between immortals and demons, an unparalleled demon was besieged here by righteous celestial beings, and at a great cost, it was slain in this very spot. Thus, the forest earned its ominous name. The Devil's Forest stretched for thousands of miles, filled with strange occurrences and perilous dangers, yet it also held abundant opportunities. However, everyone need not worry, for the treasures we seek lie on the outskirts, where the dangers are minimal. Zhang Hao, with his back turned to the group, struck a pose he deemed impressive, attempting to explain the Devil's Forest, hoping to showcase his talents before the beautiful women. Wow, Brother Zhang, you are so amazing. How do you know everything? Two female disciples exclaimed, transforming into adoring fans as they approached him. However, Su Qingxue and Zi Xian remained unfazed, standing steadfastly beside Chen Qingyun, their expressions unchanged. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Hao's face darkened, his annoyance palpable. He had intended to impress Su Qingxue and Zi Xian, hoping to leave a favorable impression upon them. To his dismay, his efforts fell flat, and he cursed inwardly. What is so great about that old man Chen? Why do these two vixens cling to him? If they won't respond to gentle persuasion, then they shall not blame me for being forceful. All right, everyone has been traveling for days. Let us find a place to rest. Once we are refreshed, we can devise our plans, Zhang Hao declared, before striding off into the distance, leaving everyone wondering about his intentions. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, observing Zhang Hao's departing figure with a smirk, inwardly mocking. Could it be that Gao, that scoundrel, intends to employ a treacherous scheme? Nevertheless, Chen Qingyun remained unfazed. Should he encounter a formidable adversary, he could always part with a few high-tier thunderstorm talismans. With the great fortune of Su Qingsnow by his side, any hardship would merely be a trifling matter. Although the Devil's Forest was indeed daunting, the perils at its outskirts were relatively minimal, attracting many who sought fortune. Aside from disciples of various sects, numerous wanderers ventured here. For these solitary practitioners, it could very well become their final resting place. Yet until that fateful day, it was undeniably their paradise. The forest was abundant with resources essential for their cultivation, and with a stroke of luck, they might ascend several minor realms in their practice. Of course, if fortune favored them not, the following year could see the grass atop their graves reach heights of over a meter, leaving no concern for an unmarked grave. Chen Qingyun and his companions strolled around, encountering not only treasure seekers, but also vendors engaged in recycling. My goodness, such dedication to their trade. After meandering for a while, Chen Qingyun grew weary of the monotony. Whenever he felt discontent, he would resort to the soothing ritual of tea. With a feigned gesture, he tapped his storage bag, and a reclining chair, table, and tea set materialized. Without needing further instruction, Su Qingsnow and Zi Xian commenced boiling water for tea. Ah, who would have thought, junior brother, that you possess an appreciation for the finer things in life, preparing so thoroughly for your travels. Ma Rong'er sauntered over, her curvaceous figure swaying enticingly towards Chen Qingyun. Wherever could you find such humor, senior sister Ma? Please, do take a seat, Chen Qingyun replied, stroking his beard and rising with a cheerful demeanor. Such an exquisite figure was indeed rare, both in this life and the last. Ma Rong'er's visit was a courteous gesture, and cultivating a good rapport now would facilitate future interactions. Chapter 59, Cultivators of the Earth Spirit Sect. Ma Rong'er did not decline, exuding a mature and alluring aura as she approached the tea table and gracefully took a seat. She bestowed a captivating smile upon Chen Qingyun, enchanting and beguiling. As soon as Ma Rong'er settled, a male cultivator approached. His name was Chao Run, a robust figure, exuding strength that would befit a martial general in the mundane world. Chao Ren was also at the 6th layer of Qi cultivation, one of the 3 strongest members of their small team. The rapport between him and Ma Rong'er was unmistakably intimate, evident to even the most oblivious observer. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Zhang Gao was simply oblivious or willfully blind to this dynamic, or perhaps harbored his own peculiar inclinations. Brother Chao, please have a seat. Chen Qingyun gestured, apologies for the disturbance, junior brother Chen. Such words are unnecessary, brother Chao. We are all fellow disciples. There is no need for formality. Though Chao Ren appeared somewhat coarse, he surprisingly exhibited a courteous demeanor, at least more so than Zhang Gao. After exchanging a few casual remarks, it was not long before the tea arrived. As the sound of Zishuan's call echoed, A pot of spiritual tea was placed upon the table. Zi Xuan and Su Qingxue hastily approached the table, taking their seats beside Chen Qingyun, one after the other. Chen Qingyun poured the tea and pushed it towards Ma Rong'er and Xiaoren. Senior brother, senior sister, do try my tea. The two exchanged glances, revealing their indifference. It was hardly surprising, considering what could a mere cultivator of the second layer of qi possibly offer. Ma Rong'er only approached out of boredom, simply to join the gathering. Out of courtesy, both lifted their teacups and took a tentative sip. Instantly, their expressions shifted dramatically, eyes widening in astonishment. Is this spiritual tea? Oh, this is merely a type of spiritual liquid I concocted. Nothing remarkable. Chen Qingyun chuckled, stroking his beard as he observed their reactions. Concocted liquid? Ma Rong'er seemed to connect the dots. Wait, could it be that junior brother Chen hails from the Pilking Peak? You must be the renowned alchemist everyone has been buzzing about. Indeed, senior sister Ma, your deduction skills are impressive. Chen Qingyun exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. He genuinely appreciated her intellect, despite her bold demeanor. Wow, I never expected junior brother Chen to be an alchemist. No wonder you possess a storage bag. Is it true what they say? Just a title, nothing so grand. Do not be so humble, junior brother. Why do I suddenly feel that the more I look at you, the more handsome you become? Who says old men are undesirable? You are quite charming. Ma Rong'er kept casting flirtatious glances at Chen Qingyun, exuding an alluring charm that left everyone present in awe. Had there not been others around, she might have been more forward. Not at all. Senior sister, you flatter me. I am merely an old man. Humph. Ma Rong'er playfully pouted. Are you implying that you disdain me, junior brother? Oh, senior sister, you jest. With such beauty and a figure rare in this world, I could only be enamored. She laughed melodiously, continuing, as long as you are fond of me. In the future, I hope to rely on junior brother Chen for assistance in refining some elixirs to aid my cultivation. If you achieve greatness, what harm would it be to help me reach the stage of transformation? But that is a matter for another day, wouldn't you agree, senior sister? Naturally, with your words. I am reassured. Their exchange caused Chao Run, who was listening nearby, to frown. Could it be that he had gained yet another like-minded companion? Zi Xuan and Su Qingxue shared an awkward glance, inwardly cursing. This old man indeed has many acquaintances. Run. Why aren't you running fast anymore? Suddenly, a man and a woman, bloodied and battered, found themselves surrounded by a group of men in yellow attire. Big brother, we were wrong. I shall present to you the tranquility herb, for you have expressed fondness for my Dao companion. The blood-clad man declared, producing a plant that emitted a chilling white luminescence. This tranquility herb is the principal ingredient for concocting the second-tier elixir, the Clear Heart Pill. It possesses remarkable calming and focusing properties, and is of considerable value. Do you take me for a fool? Killing you does not render these items mine. With a swift motion, the leading man in yellow severed the man's head, a fountain of blood erupting forth, as the headless corpse convulsed briefly before collapsing to the ground. The yellow-clad man sheathed his blade and began rummaging through the fallen man's belongings, while a nearby woman let out a terrified scream, yet no one paid her any heed. These men in yellow belonged to the Earth Spirit sect, one of the four great powers of the martial nation, adjacent to the Jade Maiden sect. However, the relationship between the Earth Spirit sect and our Jade Maiden sect is far from amicable. In fact, it is fraught with enmity. Observing Chen Qingyun's puzzled expression, Su Qingshuang elucidated the matter. The Earth Spirit sect? Enmity? How so? This matter is somewhat obscure, but I have heard my master mention it. Approximately 40 to 50 years ago, a talented elder from the Earth Spirit sect was deceived back to the sect by our current leader of the Harmony Peak, through unknown means, for dual cultivation. Subsequently, this elder suffered a significant decline in his foundations and cultivation, rendering him incapable of any human affairs. The aftermath led to a fierce conflict between the two sects, with even the Grand Elders intervening. Ultimately, the two sects matched in strength, resulting in a stalemate, leaving the matter unresolved. However, this grudge has persisted, and they remain in a state of hostility. Upon hearing Su Qingshuang's words, Chen Qingyun's pupils contracted, a chill creeping up his spine. By the heavens, the leader of Harmony Peak truly is a ruthless individual. It is evident that I must keep my distance from Harmony Peak until I possess absolute strength. That old man, come forth. Suddenly, a voice shattered Chen Qingyun's contemplation. The onlookers turned to see the Earth Spirit sect cultivator, the very one who had just committed murder, approaching them. The speaker was the imposing man in yellow. Noticing Chen Qingyun's confusion, he continued, You, the old man with hair as white as a crow's feather, I find you displeasing today. Come here at once. Witnessing the wrath of the yellow-clad man, the others, save for Su Qingshuang, felt a jolt of fear. The four female disciples of the Jade Maiden sect, recognizing the gravity of the situation, retreated hastily. They had only just regretted insulting Chen Qingyun the previous day, had they not offended him. They might have enjoyed a cup of spirit tea. Now, They felt an overwhelming sense of relief, grateful to have avoided entanglement with Chen Qingyun, for they could very well have faced dire consequences. Their expressions bore hints of schadenfreude. Ma Rong'er and Xiao Ren intended to intervene, but upon realizing the opponent's superior cultivation and the presence of 5 or 6 others, all with at least 5th-level qi training, they refrained from speaking. Su Qingshuang had initially considered dispatching these individuals, but was halted by Chen Qingyun. With the formidable foundation-building master Su Qingxue present, Zixuan felt little fear and maintained her composure. "Are you certain you are calling for me? I am a member of the Jade Maiden sect. Do you truly wish to provoke trouble?" "Ha ha ha. The Jade Maiden sect? I relish the thought of confronting it. Spare me your prattle, and come forth at once." "Very well." Chen Qingyun stood up with a grin, casting a reassuring glance at Zixuan and Su Qingxue before striding towards the members of the Earth Spirit sect. "Humph, I shall deal with you later." The burly man in yellow from the Earth Spirit sect leered at the members of the Jade Maiden sect before turning to leave. Chapter 60. Slaying the Earth Spirit sect cultivators, ruthlessly beating Zhang Hao. Upon witnessing Chen Qingyun being taken away, Zhang Hao, hidden behind a mound of earth, revealed a cruel smile. "Old fool, this is the consequence of crossing me. Though I cannot kill you directly, I can certainly use others as my instruments. What can you do? Rest easy and await your demise." The thought of Zixuan and Su Qingxue accompanying Chen Qingyun made Zhang Hao salivate with anticipation, longing to savor those 3 dishes and a soup. Once they had distanced themselves from the sight of the Jade Maiden sect members, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard and chuckled. "You all seem quite mobilized. Zhang Hao must have sent you here, yes? Cut the nonsense. I don't know anyone named Hao. I simply find you displeasing." "Oh, I see. Then let us retreat to yonder grove for a chat. I happen to have something I wish to offer you." There were 7 individuals in total, the leader boasting the 8th level of qi refining, while the rest included one at the 6th level and the others at the 5th level. Chen Qingyun could easily dispatch them with ease. "You old codger really know how to choose a location. Since you are so obedient, I shall grant you your final wish." The burly man from the Earth Spirit sect grinned coldly, exuding arrogance. Before long, Chen Qingyun and the Earth Spirit sect members entered the small grove. Chen Qingyun surveyed the area, stroking his beard, nodding with a beaming smile. "This place is quite suitable for the deceased. I wonder if you are satisfied?" "What? No way. Am I hearing correctly? This old man can't be serious about wanting to kill us, can he? Ha ha." The Earth Spirit sect members erupted into raucous laughter, doubling over with mirth, showing no regard for Chen Qingyun. Without further ado, Chen Qingyun activated his phantom fist technique. Swish, bang. In an instant, a fleeting shadow passed by. One of the laughing ruffians had his head explode like a watermelon, collapsing as a headless corpse, convulsing on the ground. Chen Qingyun found himself splattered with blood, resembling tomato juice, which he found quite disgusting. "Damn it, truly revolting. Even in death, you have to shower me with blood. Allow me to borrow your sword." Chen Qingyun swiftly maneuvered to a sword-wielding disciple, seized his longsword, and swiftly executed a lethal strike to his throat. The Earth Spirit sect disciple, still dazed from the earlier shock, met his demise in a fountain of blood, clutching his neck in agony as he fell, filled with hatred. In just a few breaths, only Chen Qingyun remained standing alone in the small grove, with 7 corpses lying on the ground. Chen Qingyun wiped the blade of his longsword and began to search the bodies. Aside from the storage bags they bore, he meticulously examined every inch of their remains, leaving no detail overlooked. After all, this was his first experience with murder and the aftermath, and his lack of experience necessitated thoroughness. Once he finished, Chen Qingyun glanced at his bloodstained garments and promptly discarded them, setting them ablaze. With everything in order, he focused his thoughts and entered the realm of the mountain river map, arriving beneath a mountain spring where he indulged in a refreshing cold bath. After cleaning up and donning fresh attire, he recalled the 2nd-tier spiritual herb nestled within the storage bag of the fallen warrior. It must have been procured from the Devil's Forest, and he wondered if it could still be cultivated. Swiftly, Chen Qingyun rummaged through the warrior's storage bag, noting its abundance. He decided to allocate one of the bags to his senior sister Zixuan and set aside another for his senior sister Xingro. As for the remaining 5 bags, he would leave them for those fated to find them. Soon enough, he unearthed the storage bag belonging to the warrior and located the tranquil herb, the heart-calming grass. Upon touching the herb, he felt its coolness permeate his being, gradually bringing his mind to tranquility and restoring clarity to his spirit. This remarkable herb had the ability to center one's thoughts, dispelling distractions, and facilitating rapid meditation and cultivation. Indeed, it was a treasure. The roots and stems of the herb were intact, and its leaves retained a fresh appearance, indicating it had not been harvested long ago and was likely still viable for planting. Finding a suitable patch of earth, Chen Qingyun quickly buried the heart-calming grass, remembering to water it with some spring water. After tending to the task, he exited the mountain river map, If Zhang Ergu could wield a blade to eliminate his enemies, why could he not do the same? A sinister smile crept across Chen Qingyun's face. However, he did not intend to execute his plan immediately. With a mere thought, a disguise pill materialized in his hand. After consuming it, an astonishing transformation overtook him. Once standing tall, he now hunched over, his head marred by sores and sparse hair. One eye large and the other small, his face dotted with blemishes resembling that of a toad. Chen Qingyun inspected his reflection in a bronze mirror, ensuring his disguise was flawless, and then smiled with satisfaction. He retrieved the longsword he had claimed. It was a low-grade magical weapon worth several hundred spirit stones. One could not help but acknowledge the wealth of the disciples from the Earth Spirit sect, or perhaps their plunder from many others. Channeling his spiritual energy into the sword, it expanded instantly, and he leapt upon it. Unfamiliar with the art of sword flight, Chen Qingyun dared not soar too high or too fast. However, the ability to fly was vital. He would need to master it eventually, and early practice could only serve him well. Meanwhile, at his tea table, Zhang Hao was earnestly comforting Zi Xuan and Su Qinxue. Upon witnessing Chen Qingyun being taken away by the disciples of the Earth Spirit sect, Zhang Hao hastily returned. He was convinced that seeing Chen Qingyun abducted by those merciless individuals must have terrified his two junior sisters. It was time for him to make his appearance. He intended to offer them comfort and earn their trust, and later, when the Earth Spirit sect returned, he would stage a selfless act of heroism to win their hearts. However, if those two ungrateful girls remained oblivious to his intentions, he would not hesitate to send them off to meet old Chen. In any case, old Chen was surely doomed, and those two junior sisters were as good as meat on the chopping block. He had them firmly in his grasp. Dear junior sisters, with old Chen captured by those ruthless fiends, his fate is grim. I too am deeply pained. How could the Earth Spirit sect act in such a despicable manner? If given the chance, I shall avenge old Chen. At that moment, their immediate concern was to leave swiftly. They were no match for the Earth Spirit sect's disciples. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Let us retreat. However, Su Qinxue and Zi Xuan regarded Zhang Hao with disdain, rolling their eyes at him without uttering a word, leisurely sipping their tea as if they were mere spectators. Their apparent lack of fear only fueled Zhang Hao's frustration. How dare they disregard my commands? As the captain, I shall not tolerate this insolence. He seethed internally. After exhausting his patience with futile words, he prepared to take action. Suddenly, Chen Qingyun chose a concealed spot to descend, and, sheathing his spiritual sword, strode confidently towards the members of the Jade Maiden sect. Who among you is the most beautiful? Step forward. Instantly, the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect were taken aback, feeling as though they had encountered a ghost, questioning if they were truly so easily intimidated. Just moments after old Chen's abduction, here came another intruder. However, upon seeing that the newcomer was merely at the 6th layer of Qi refinement and not a member of the Earth Spirit sect, they felt somewhat reassured. Yet, they could not help but think, is this creature truly human? Its appearance is utterly repulsive. Who the hell are you? We are disciples of the Jade Maiden sect. Be wise and step aside, or face dire consequences. Zhang Hao, in an attempt to flaunt his status, stepped forward to provoke. Well said. I am Xing Aniu from the Ghostly Veil sect. By that logic, you must be the most handsome among them. And what of it? You ghastly specter. At least you possess some discernment. I shall go easy on you. With a swift motion, Chen Qingyun slapped Zhang Hao, sending him flying and knocking out 2 of his teeth. As Zhang Hao landed, Chen Qingyun swiftly approached, seizing his collar and delivering a flurry of slaps. Easy, you say? You proclaim yourself the most handsome, do you? With a cacophony of frustration, Chen Qingyun lamented, why, despite possessing the visage of a handsome man, do I have one eye larger than the other and festering sores upon my head? Why, although my physique resembles that of a dragon, am I burdened with a hunchback? Why? In a fit of rage, he declared, I despise handsome men. Today, I shall obliterate you. In a fervent outburst, Chen Qingyun rendered Zhang Hao's software utterly inoperative, leaving Zhang Hao defenseless. The most infuriating aspect was that, despite being thoroughly beaten, Zhang Hao could not comprehend the nonsensical words spewing from Chen Qingyun's mouth. Aren't you at the 6th level of Qi training? Chen Qingyun retorted, who the hell told you I was? Did your father convey that in a dream? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes back and fainted, leaving it uncertain whether it was from pain or sheer fury. Chapter 61. The Bewitched Sect of Daylight Goodness. Has he truly fainted? I haven't even had my fill of this. Chen Qingyun rose and kicked the unconscious Zhang Hao away, with a series of cracking sounds. He stretched his neck, causing Ma Rong'er and Chao Run to retreat in fear, as if facing a formidable adversary, their hearts racing with trepidation. Senior. Chao Run stammered, clearly terrified. All right, you are not handsome, and thus, I have no interest in you. I have a principle. I do not strike men who lack good looks, nor do I harm beautiful women. You ugly ones, come here. Chen Qingyun pointed at the 4 female disciples of the Yunus sect. Ah no. The female disciples, eyes wide with terror, shook their heads vigorously and retreated further. These women were not only of low cultivation but also lacked beauty, and they had the audacity to mock him yesterday. It was time they understood why flowers bloom so vividly. No, you cannot strike us. We are not ugly. One of the disciples protested, exhibiting defiance. Oh, do you believe anyone present is more unattractive than you? Chen Qingyun challenged. Stop struggling. Accept your fate. Will you come to me, or shall I come to you? No. I refuse to be humiliated. With a swift movement, he dashed forward. The ensuing chaos was marked by shrieks and disarray as the disciples were beaten into a state of unconsciousness, resembling swollen pigs, before Chen Qingyun finally ceased his assault. Well, that was quite satisfying. Until we meet again. Oh, and should you wish to seek revenge, feel free to visit the bewitched sect of daylight. Remember my name, Zheng Niu. Make sure to mention it when you come looking for me. His arrogance was palpable, devoid of any fear. As if he relished the idea of others locating his abode. After delivering his parting words, Chen Qingyun flashed a congenial smile at Su Qingshu and Zi Xian before soaring away on his sword. Initially, Su Qingshu had intended to intervene upon witnessing the peculiar individual. For the Yinu sect must not be dishonored. However, Zi Xian restrained her, preventing any action. When Zi Xuan was at Danbaoch, she was already aware that the name Chen Qingyun used outside was Zheng Niu. Coupled with the peculiar garment worn by the strange figure, Zi Xuan recognized it all too well. And she was certain that this was indeed Chen Qingyun. When Su Qingshu discovered that Zheng Niu was Chen Qingyun, she nearly burst into laughter. Especially upon witnessing Zhang Hao being thoroughly beaten. The two were so overwhelmed with mirth that their faces flushed red. Ha! It wasn't until Chen Qingyun departed that the two could no longer contain themselves and erupted in laughter. What are you two laughing about? Ma Rong'er, with her brow furrowed, scolded angrily. At that moment, Ma Rong'er was utterly frustrated. She had finally managed to establish a connection with Chen Qingyun, only to have him vanish. What was more distressing was that before even entering the Devil's Forest, they had already sustained injuries, and an unexpected entity, the ghostly enchantment sect, had emerged, one she had never heard of before. However, that fellow, despite his grotesque appearance, possessed unfathomable prowess. Zhang Hao had no opportunity to retaliate in his presence. The opponent had utterly crushed him with sheer physical strength, which was truly terrifying. Once the adversary departed, Ma Rong'er felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, fearing he might return. She resolved to leave the area immediately. To her astonishment, Zi Xuan and Su Qingshu could still laugh. It was disheartening that her junior brother, who had cared for these two wretches, was gone, and yet they displayed no sorrow, only laughter. You two wretches, what are your true intentions? Chen Qingyun is dead. Many in the sect are injured, and you still find amusement in this? She demanded fiercely, glaring at Su Qingshu and Zi Xuan. Clang. The long sword in Ma Rong'er's hand was drawn, ready for confrontation. Chao Ren circled to the back, blocking the escape route of Su Qingshu and Zi Xuan, and an imminent battle loomed. Senior Brother Chao, take action. Capture these two wretches and subject them to severe interrogation. Are you truly prepared to confront me? Su Qingshu, with her hands clasped behind her back, maintained a serene smile, clearly dismissing the two. Seeing the fearless demeanor of Su Qingshu, Ma Rong'er hesitated. Did she possess some form of support? The bizarre occurrences of the day had sown seeds of doubt. Ma Rong'er felt increasingly insecure, sensing danger lurking around her. As if two formidable figures could emerge at any moment to give them a severe beating. Senior Sister Ma, do not delay in taking action. Upon hearing Chen Qingyun's voice, everyone turned to see a white-haired elder hastening toward them. Hooray! Junior Brother Chen is unharmed. He has returned. Ma Rong'er sheathed her sword and hurried toward Chen Qingyun. Upon encountering him, she conducted a thorough inspection, relieved to find him unscathed, and immediately wrapped her arms around his, displaying a very intimate gesture, reminiscent of a wife joyfully reunited with her husband after a long separation. Junior Brother Chen, you have finally returned. You scared me to death. Ma Rong'er's charming demeanor was strikingly similar to that of a devoted spouse, overwhelmed with relief at their reunion. Chen Qingyun was acutely aware that the woman merely coveted his elixirs. Naturally, he never entertained notions of everlasting bonds or similar sentiments. I truly apologize for causing concern. Senior Sister, I shall certainly make amends in the future. That's more like it. You, old fellow, still possess a semblance of conscience. By the way, how did you manage to escape from the Earth Spirit sect? Ma Rong'er inquired with a hint of confusion. It was indeed perplexing that Chen Qingyun had emerged unscathed. Oh, you're referring to that. It's rather unexpected. I found myself in jovial conversation with the members of the Earth Spirit sect, and we hit it off splendidly. They simply released me, while they returned home to rest. Speak plainly. Ma Rong'er admonished, her tone laced with annoyance. Such unbelievable tales could hardly deceive her. Senior Sister, You are truly astute. It seems I cannot fool you. Chen Qingyun chuckled, stroking his beard. In truth, I was rescued by a peculiar individual. He eliminated all the members of the Earth Spirit sect and flew away. Ah, was that individual named Qingyun of the ghostly enchantment sect? Ah, yes. How did you know, senior sister Ma? Chen Qingyun feigned puzzlement, probing further. Ma Rong'er remained silent, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, her thoughts in turmoil. That grotesque Qingyun had struck the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect and now saved junior brother Chen. Was this an act of enmity or benevolence? Or had it simply cancelled each other out, leaving no animosity? Chen Qingyun glanced aside and spotted Zhang Hao and his companions, arranged in a neat row, feigning surprise. Hooray! Who are these familiar faces? What has become of Zhang Ergo and the others? Observing Chen Qingyun's theatrical performance, Su Qingshu and Zi Xian rolled their eyes in exasperation. This old rascal was truly incorrigible, having just beaten them, and now pretending not to recognize them. The ones lying on the ground were indeed Zhang Hao and his group, who had been struck down by Qingyun of the ghostly enchantment sect. Ah, no way. Why are you all unscathed? These fools are so thoroughly beaten. Without a doubt, it must be Zhang Ergo, that scoundrel, who stirred up trouble. Indeed, that fool believed himself to be handsome, and it was precisely his arrogance that led to his downfall. Su Qingshu found the situation amusing and eagerly joined Chen Qingyun in his charade. Oh, so that is how it is. He truly deserved it. Qingyun is so repulsive. What audacity to try to appear dashing. At that moment, Zhang Hao had just begun to regain consciousness, nearly succumbing to faintness once more at the sight of Chen Qingyun. Upon seeing Zhang Hao awaken, Ma Rong'er stepped forward to offer him a rejuvenation pill, attempting to assist him to his feet. Do not move. Ma Rong'er halted, casting a helpless glance at Zhang Hao, silently contemplating. This fellow is already beyond redemption. It is time to seek a new companion. Following this worthless individual holds no meaning, and there is no happiness to be found. As for Chao Run, he is merely a companion of her soul, lacking any substantial significance. His presence is optional and offers little assistance. Given the current circumstances, only the elderly Chen Qingyun seems to possess remarkable value. This old man is truly impressive, and the more one observes him, the more appealing he appears. Su Qingshu pulled Chen Qingyun aside with a swift motion, conjuring a barrier effortlessly. You young men are quite capable. When will you take me along for the fun? What is Uncle Su talking about? I don't quite comprehend, Chen Qingyun replied, his expression one of bewilderment. Stop pretending, Qingyun. Should I inform the others? Oh no, I promise I will bring you along next time. Upon hearing Chen Qingyun's agreement, a triumphant smile broke across Su Qingshu's face. Chapter 62. Promising to provide pill to Sister Ma. Zhang Hao and the others suffered considerable injuries. The group decided to rest for a day before continuing their search for spiritual herbs. For safety's sake, they had already relocated. The day passed as they recuperated from their wounds. During the day, their location felt ominously unsettling, leaving them on edge. That night, the sky was adorned with countless stars. Devoid of moonlight, casting an air of darkness, Zhang Hao sat cross-legged in a corner, focusing on his recovery. The other injured female disciples were nearby, attempting to mend their wounds. Though the swelling on Big Pig's head had diminished, it remained distinctly visible. Frustration consumed them, as they harbored deep resentment toward the detestable Qingyun, cursing him silently 1,000 times, too fearful to utter a word lest that monster return for another assault. They were already terrified. Meanwhile, Chen Qingyun and his companions leisurely sipped tea, appearing utterly relaxed and unaffected by the surrounding turmoil. Zhang Hao gradually awakened from his meditative state, having managed to stabilize most of his injuries. However, without the appropriate rare materials, full recovery seemed unlikely. At that moment, a venomous expression marred Zhang Hao's face, his eyes blazing with fury as his resentment reached a boiling point. Damn it! How could the Earth Spirit sect be so inept? Unable to deal with an incompetent old man at the second level of Qi training, causing me to waste dozens of spirit stones? He seethed. And that despicable Qingyun. Heaven forbid I discover where the ghostly enchantment sect is located. Once I return to the Jade Maiden sect, I will demand the Peak Master eradicate that loathsome sect. Particularly, upon seeing Ma Rong'er, who was currently sharing laughter and flirtation with Chen Qingyun. His anger surged to near explosive levels. Wretched woman, do you not realize I have a grudge against old Chen? How dare you act flirtatiously before me, truly courting death? Yet, Zhang Hao found himself perplexed by the unwavering devotion of Zi Xian and Su Qingshu towards Chen Qingyun, which he could somewhat comprehend as affection. However, he could not fathom why the seemingly opportunistic Ma Rong'er would exhibit such intimacy with the old man. What could she possibly desire? This infuriating old man must be eliminated. Otherwise, my resentment shall never dissipate. Unable to vanquish Qingyun, he could hardly believe he could not dispose of a mere second-level Qi training elder. Of course, These were merely the thoughts swirling in Zhang Hao's mind. Chen Qingyun refrained from eliminating him in one fell swoop, not solely for amusement during this tedious interlude, but primarily because he desired Zhang Hao, that scoundrel, to reveal the location of the soul herb. Chen Qingyun intended to complete the task before allowing this rascal to meet his demise. Although Zhang Hao felt a considerable discontent brewing within, he recognized the precariousness of his condition. His injuries had not yet fully healed, and anger would serve no purpose. After calming himself, Zhang Hao consumed another rejuvenating pill and resumed meditative practices to mend his wounds. At the tea table, junior brother Chen sighed his senior sister. I have lingered at the 6th level of qi cultivation for quite some time, unable to progress to the later stages. I wonder if you could concoct a superior qi gathering pill for me. I truly wish to escape the hardships of cultivation. My heart is heavy. Ma Rong'er placed her teacup on the table, her visage reflecting profound sorrow, yet she remained captivating and alluring. The superior qi gathering pill was scarcely found on the market. When it did appear, it was exorbitantly priced, far beyond her means. Even the consumption of the mid-tier qi gathering pill was a luxury for them, let alone the superior variant. Well, Sister Ma, I am aware of this. Even the pill king struggles to concoct superior qi gathering pills, let alone me. Chen Qingyun responded. However, for your sake, I am willing to give it a try, though the cost may be substantial. Rest assured, sister, I would never let you toil in vain. Why don't we discuss the alchemical matters now? She suggested eagerly. Of course, sister, after you. Chen Qingyun rose at once, smiling warmly and gesturing for her to proceed. Ma Rong'er, without hesitation, moved away toward a distant spot. Xiaoran maintained his indifferent demeanor, leisurely sipping his spiritual tea. Zixian cast a resentful glance at Chen Qingyun, but chose to remain silent, seemingly accustomed to the situation. That old fool. That insufferable lecher. Su Qingxue muttered under her breath, visibly irritated as she watched Chen Qingyun depart. Though Zhang Hao was focused on healing, he remained acutely aware of Chen Qingyun's actions. Upon witnessing Chen Qingyun and Ma Rong'er leave, a wave of fury surged within him, causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. His previously stabilized injuries began to worsen, exacerbating his anger. He never anticipated that his attempt to outsmart would lead to such a setback. Chen Qingyun, you old wretch, I will ensure your demise. He seethed. It became evident that he could not recuperate in this location, and he needed to avoid further injury while still healing. Junior sister Hu, come here and assist me. I wish to find a new place to recover. Certainly, senior brother Zhang. The few female disciples, though battered, were not severely injured and were capable of movement. Together, they helped Zhang Hao relocate to a distant area, thoroughly distancing him from Chen Qingyun's tea table. Upon Chen Qingyun's return to the tea table, he found only Zixian and Su Qingxue remaining. Xiaoran had evidently departed to meditate and cultivate. Through the alchemical exchange, Chen Qingyun garnered 25 points of circulating value. It seems that the fortune value is rather low, and consequently, the circulation value obtained is also minimal. Logically, with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi training, a high fortune value should yield at least 30 points of circulation value. At this moment, Ma Rong'er, alluring and delicate, pressed her entire soft form against Chen Qingyun. He gently brushed aside the strands of hair from her forehead, locking eyes with her enchanting gaze that resembled a pool of spring water. He was utterly captivated once more. To divert his attention, Chen Qingyun once again probed into Ma Rong'er's information. As expected, her fortune value had increased by 100 points, now reaching a total of 400 points. It appears that in the future, Sister Ma's fortune value will gradually rise. Chen Qingyun had already confirmed this. Anyone with a close relationship to him would experience an uplift in their fortune value. After all, as an alchemist, he could provide them with resources for cultivation. So it was inconceivable for their fortune to be poor. Sister Ma, the elixir you desire. Upon our return to the sect, I will exhaust myself to concoct it for you. In truth, Chen Qingyun already possessed high-quality qi gathering pills. Yet he had no intention of presenting them to Ma Rong'er immediately. He wished for her to comprehend that elixirs are not so readily obtainable. After all, things that come too easily are seldom cherished. Very well, everything will be arranged by the junior brother. Ma Rong'er replied sweetly, her voice intoxicating. As if a multitude of tender sensations danced upon Chen Qingyun's skin, utterly enchanting. All right, Sister Ma, rest early. We shall seek spiritual herbs tomorrow. Given that Sister Ma's cultivation and fortune value were both rather low, Chen Qingyun could not afford to squander more time. The previous night had already been wasted due to travel. All right, she responded, reluctantly departing, casting an enticing glance back at Chen Qingyun. He stroked his beard, observing her retreating figure, nodding slightly as if admiring a work of art. After bidding farewell to Sister Ma, Chen Qingyun and Su Qingxue relocated to prepare for alchemy. After all, Chen Qingyun had promised Su Qingxue that he would teach her to concoct elixirs. One must honor their word, or else who would wish to engage with him? Chen Qingyun set up a barrier and retrieved the alchemy furnace, beginning the process of refining qi-gathering pills, while Chen Qingyun stood nearby, offering guidance. Resembling a master and disciple, Zixuan, lacking sufficient cultivation, refrained from joining the activities and instead practiced the fire invocation technique. Once her spiritual power was depleted, she would meditate to restore it, and upon recovery, she would resume her training, continuing this cycle diligently. It was evident that Zixuan was exceptionally industrious, already feeling a sense of urgency within her heart. Chapter 63, Zhang Hao's Conspiracy. A night passed swiftly. Chen Qingyun awoke upon a large stone slab. A layer of bedding lay beneath him. He was ever prepared, not out of fear of the cold, but rather for a softer, more comfortable rest, which he had grown accustomed to. Sitting up, he stretched lazily. Upon awakening, the first action he undertook was to access the system panel, discovering that he had amassed a total of 625 circulation points the previous day. Although this was not the highest yield, it was still quite satisfactory. Junior brother Chen, you're awake. Hurry and rise to enjoy some morning tea and food. One must admit, Sister Zixuan is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also remarkably diligent. If one were to seek a lifelong companion, Sister Zixuan would undoubtedly be among the top choices. All right, I'll be there shortly. Thank you, Sister Zixuan. Zixuan appeared momentarily taken aback before responding. Junior brother, what has come over you? Why are you so courteous today? Oh, it's nothing. I just feel that you're very caring. Hee. Enough of the flattery. Come over quickly. To facilitate Zixuan in brewing tea, Chen Qingyun had provided her with a storage bag the previous night, filled with a considerable amount of spiritual spring water. As for Chen Qingyun, she was still in meditation and had already entered a fasting state. Without exquisite food, she would hardly bother to speak. In truth, Chen Qingyun could also fast. Yet he had grown accustomed to eating and found it hard to resist. Soon, after freshening up, Chen Qingyun joined Zixuan for a meal of spiritual rice porridge accompanied by spiritual tea. Oh, you two are already eating. Maronger approached gracefully, her charm captivating, as if the very air around her was imbued with allure. Chaoran followed closely behind her. Yay, Sister Ma, Brother Chao, come join us for breakfast. As long as there was no overt hostility, Chen Qingyun was quite generous and unconcerned about trivial losses. As for that Zhang Go and the other 4 disciples of the Jade Maiden sect, he chose to ignore them, thinking that if they desired food, they could keep their distance. The 2 quickly took their seats, and the 4 of them enjoyed their meal amidst laughter and camaraderie, appearing remarkably harmonious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Hao and the 4 female cultivators nibbled on their rations, sipping cool water, feeling quite discontented. They had not anticipated that the old man would be so thoroughly prepared. Humph, what good is being prepared? We are here to complete a mission, not to indulge. In this dreadful place, mere sustenance was not sufficient. One must emphasize strength, or one might not even know how they would meet their demise. Zhang Hao glanced at his junior sister who with an approving nod. Although who was not as beautiful as Maronger, she was the most attractive among the group. Moreover, she possessed a bit of intellect. Upon receiving Zhang Hao's approving gaze, Huing felt a surge of joy. Currently, Zhang Xixiang was in a state of injury, and they had witnessed Maronger's complete betrayal. If she could perform well, there was a chance for her to assume a prominent position. Though Zhang Xixiang was currently incapacitated, his strength remained intact, and it did not hinder her ambitions. Once her cultivation improved, it would not be too late to replace him. At present, Huing was in urgent need of a powerful ally like Zhang Xixiang's help. Otherwise, her cultivation would stagnate. Currently, Huing has only reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of qi refinement. If provided with sufficient resources, it shouldn't be long before she breaks through to the 5th level. Thus, it is indeed a privilege for us to team up with Brother Zhang and accompany him on tasks. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. I wonder what Sister Ma thinks. That old man seems to have some hidden merits, but one day she will surely regret it. Zhang Hao, buoyed by flattery, suddenly felt a surge of anger upon thinking of Ma Rong. He had invested considerably in her, yet she treated him with such disdain. Now, aside from his software, his injuries were under control, and he could walk without difficulty. With his health restored, Zhang Hao felt invigorated. How dare she? Enraged, he strode towards Chen Qingyun. Ma Rong, you ungrateful wretch, consuming my resources. Do you even deserve my investment? Your flirtation with junior brother Chao, a peer of similar cultivation level, I tolerated. However, I never imagined you would so shamelessly cling to a 2-level qi refinement waste. Chen Qingyun, you deserve to die. Life or death. Fire palm. Zhang Hao unleashed a fiery palm strike towards Chen Qingyun. As a practitioner of fire attribute techniques, this attack was second nature to him. Of course, Zhang Hao was able to execute this strike only because Chen Qingyun did not retaliate. Otherwise, it would have been a repeat of yesterday's humiliating defeat. Utterly powerless against the onslaught. Clang. With a swift motion, Ma Rong'er drew her sword and cleaved the fiery palm in 2. Zhang Hao, have you lost your mind? Your software is ruined. and you still wish to bind me for a lifetime? I acknowledge your sacrifices, but have I not invested my youth in you? Surely, I have sweated enough. Now we both stand at the 6th level of cultivation, while you have become incapacitated. What more can you offer me? Why should I be subservient to you? You wretched fool. Junior brother Chao, help me eliminate that old man, and I shall offer you all the resources I acquired on this outing. Chao Ren merely glanced at Zhang Hao, remaining silent as he continued sipping his tea. Chen Qingyun reclined in his chair, stroking his beard, a smirk of amusement adorning his face. His gaze was one of mockery, a blatant insult. Zhang Hao seethed with fury. Breathing heavily, both Ma Rong'er and Chao Ren had achieved the 6th level of cultivation, and in a direct confrontation, he stood little chance. It was evident that both were aiding Chen Qingyun. Even at his peak, he would struggle against their combined might, let alone while injured. Furthermore, the spirit soul grass was guarded by a formidable beast, a first-tier golden dragon pattern python, its strength surpassing his own. Zhang Hao had previously encountered the python, which not only possessed immense physical strength, but also wielded soul-based attacks. Had it not been for his swift escape, Zhang Hao would have undoubtedly ended up as a meal for the golden dragon pattern python. The soul herb possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's spiritual essence and serves as a vital ingredient in the concoction of soul-nourishing pills. It was precisely Zhang Hao's knowledge of the soul herb's location that compelled him to undertake this mission. Now, it is prudent to maintain a facade of cordiality. Otherwise, confronting the golden dragon pattern python would be futile. After all, these individuals remain oblivious to the existence of such a creature, and perhaps I might cleverly turn the tables in my favor. You may be ruthless, but I am momentarily incapacitated and shall not hold you accountable for now. Zhang Hao turned, a chilling smile gracing his lips. A band of ungrateful scoundrels, revel in your moment of triumph. Soon enough, you shall witness your comeuppance. Half an hour later, the group was adequately prepared and set forth into the Devil's Forest. At first glance, they appeared to be a united team. Yet the members were subtly divided into two factions. Regardless of the arrangement, Chen Qingyun remained unfazed, particularly with Su Qinxue accompanying him, which assuredly minimized potential complications. Even in the face of peril, they could retreat into the confines of the mountain river map, alleviating any significant concerns. Chapter 64. The hallucinogenic red mushroom. The Devil's Forest. A treacherous locale, is hardly devoid of danger. Even a dog would scoff at such a notion. Yet, individuals persist in entering and exiting, particularly those solitary cultivators with no support. For the sake of their cultivation and survival, they are willing to gamble their lives for a mere glimmer of hope. Much like the laboring class at the bottom of society, they are keenly aware that their grueling toil yields scant reward. Yet, what alternative do they have? They toil relentlessly to eke out a meager existence, for otherwise, they would face a fate worse than death. Before Chen Qingyun and his companions could penetrate the dense thicket, 3 bloodied figures emerged, their bodies marred with wounds resembling those inflicted by vicious claws. Most alarming was one individual who had lost half an arm, the wound still oozing blood. Upon sighting Chen Qingyun and his group, the trio reacted with palpable fear, brandishing their weapons in preparation for combat. At times, humans can be more terrifying than demonic beasts, necessitating vigilance. The members of the Jade Maiden sect were equally alarmed by this spectacle. Clearly, these individuals had narrowly escaped a grim fate, prompting several to reconsider their commitment to this perilous mission. Even Chen Qingyun felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. The 3 individuals before him were at the mid to late stages of chi refinement. Otherwise, they would not dare venture into the Devil's Forest. Could there be formidable demonic beasts lurking even at the forest's periphery? Damn it! Wasn't Zhang Erge's claim that the outskirts of the Devil's Forest posed no threat utterly misleading? It seems that the thrashing he received was well-deserved, and Chen Qingyun even pondered if he had been too lenient. Only after the two groups passed each other and distanced themselves did the trio's expressions begin to ease. Simultaneously, this served as a wake-up call for the members of the Jade Maiden sect, indicating that this task would not be easily accomplished. There is no need for alarm. Follow my lead, and there shall be no significant danger. As everyone around him displayed signs of trepidation, Zhang Hao spoke up, his tone appearing remarkably sincere, devoid of deceit. However, in light of the recent grim fates of those few individuals, the trust in Zhang Hao's words had significantly waned. Chen Qingyun quietly expended 200 points of circulation value to exchange for 2 first-tier superior thunderstorm talismans. Even a practitioner at the pinnacle of chi refinement would find themselves obliterated by such a talisman, if employed in ambush. Even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator might sustain serious injuries. Armed with such a formidable talisman, Chen Qingyun was confident that he could delay even a powerful second-tier beast. While he could easily enter the mountain and river map with a mere thought, abandoning his senior sister Zixuan was out of the question. As for Su Qinxue, Chen Qingyun felt little concern, for she was a formidable 6th-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Ordinary second-tier beasts were no match for her. The moment they stepped into the devil's forest, an ominous and terrifying aura enveloped them, instilling a profound sense of discomfort. The towering trees obscured the sun, casting the surroundings in an eerie twilight. Curiously, within the forest, the spiritual energy was exponentially denser than outside, and an abundance of exotic flora flourished. In just a few dozen meters, the environment seemed to transform into an entirely different realm. However, the most alarming realization struck Chen Qingyun when he discovered that his spiritual sense could not penetrate the dense thicket. It was limited to a mere few dozen meters. As a foundation establishment cultivator, his spiritual awareness should have extended for at least 1,000 meters. Chen Qingyun was inwardly alarmed, pondering the nature of this peculiar place. Was it ensorcelled with isolation formations? Not sensing any immediate danger, the female disciples of the Yunnu sect were elated, eagerly rushing forward to frolic among the flora. Yet, these were merely ordinary plants or immature spiritual herbs, lacking any substantial value. It is essential to note that spiritual herbs typically require at least 5 years of growth to be deemed medicinal, especially for higher-tier elixirs, which demand even greater age. This area had likely been pillaged countless times, and anything of use had undoubtedly been claimed by others. In both his past and present lives, it was Chen Qingyun's first venture into such a treasure-seeking expedition, and he felt a thrilling sense of novelty. Zhang Hao, walking ahead, smirked coldly, cursing inwardly. "You old fool, enjoy your moment of joy. Soon, you shall witness your demise." The thought of being forced to ally with Chen Qingyun filled him with ire, and he loathed the shameless wretch who sought to become another's companion. Zhang Hao yearned to trample the pair into the mud. As they journeyed, they encountered no formidable beasts. Only a fair number of first-tier spiritual herbs, several of which Chen Qingyun collected and stored within the mountain and river map. Powerful beasts typically guarded their territories fiercely, seldom straying from their lairs. It must be said that Zhang Hao was no stranger to the Devil's Forest. He had evidently traversed these paths numerous times, having mastered the route. Along the journey, the small demon beasts either fled at the sight of humans or were swiftly slain by the group. Everyone had reaped rewards, and the once tense hearts were now entirely at ease, perhaps intoxicated by the allure of gain. The Devil's Forest was not as fearsome as imagined. Truly, accompanying Brother Zhang on missions brought abundant benefits. Hu Ying, with a playful demeanor, leaned against Zhang Hao, casting a provocative glance at Ma Rong'er. "Indeed, we must embark on more missions with Brother Zhang in the future," chimed in several other female disciples, their expressions brimming with pride. However, Ma Rong'er remained unfazed, redirecting her concern toward Chen Qingyun. "Junior Brother Chen, are you unhurt?" "Thank you for your concern, Sister Ma. I am perfectly fine," Chen Qingyun replied with a grin, stroking his beard, not forgetting to wink at Zhang Hao with a hint of provocation. "Just you wait." Zhang Hao, initially inclined to retaliate, ultimately restrained himself, merely uttering a threatening remark. Suddenly, a vibrant mushroom emerged from the grass, adorned with striking spots, captivating in its appearance. Hu Ying exclaimed, reaching out to pluck it. The remaining 3 female disciples eagerly surrounded her. Although Zhang Hao did not approach, he remained nearby, and both Ma Rong'er and Chao Ren expressed a desire to investigate. "Stop! Everyone, disperse quickly." With Su Kingsnow's warning, Ma Rong'er and Chao Ren halted in their tracks, retreating swiftly. Zhang Hao was startled, yet seeing no immediate danger. He dismissed the matter with a disdainful glance at Su Kingsnow. Hu Ying, holding the mushroom the size of a bowl, appeared puzzled, questioning Su Kingsnow's intentions. However, upon reflection, she thought, what could a mere chi refining level 3 waste possibly be so alarmed about? "What is happening, Sister Su?" In order to conceal Su Kingsnow's identity, they had previously agreed that Chen Qingyun would directly address her as sister in front of outsiders. This is the hallucinogenic red mushroom. It possesses a potent toxin that induces hallucinations. Even foundation establishment cultivators would be affected by a mature, hallucinogenic red mushroom. Before Su Kingsnow could finish her warning, the mushroom in Hu Ying's grasp began to expand rapidly. With a sharp bang, the mushroom exploded. A torrent of crimson powder burst forth, instantly enveloping the entire space in a fog of red mist, reminiscent of primordial purple energy. Encircling the 4 female disciples, Zhang Hao, positioned nearby, was also caught in the chaos, but his reflexes were swift, allowing him to evade to the side. Chen Qingyun and the others quickly retreated as well. Within mere moments, the 4 women began to lose their sanity. I've finally reached the late stage of chi refinement. No longer must I endure that wasteful face of Zhang Hao. I can seek out a true man." Hu Ying laughed uproariously, exuding arrogance. "These spiritual herbs are all mine. None of you shall take a single one." One of the female disciples fell to the ground, wildly clutching at the withered leaves beneath her. The other 2 began to dance provocatively, a sight that was truly distressing to behold. Zhang Hao could not endure for long. the poison soon took effect. He felt dizzy and foolishly laughed at a large tree before him. Uncle Yuan, you have finally agreed to cultivate with me. I adore you. Zhang Hao was seen passionately kissing the tree and expressing his fervor with wild abandon. Ma Rong'er and Chao Ren stared in disbelief, utterly astonished by the scene. All of them were disciples of Dazhu Peak, and the Uncle Yuan Zhang Hao referred to was none other than Yuan Jun. She possessed a cultivation level of the 9th layer of foundation establishment and was renowned as the most beautiful woman of Dazhu Peak. However, her identity was equally formidable. She was the personal disciple of the Peak Master, who had attained the late stage of Golden Core. This highlights the immense prestige she held. The Peak Master had once declared that he would spare no effort to assist Uncle Yuan in achieving her own spiritual offspring, as she was a 5th-grade talent. It was utterly unfathomable that the lecherous Zhang Hao would dare to harbor such intentions towards Uncle Yuan, aspiring to cultivate together with her. Should this news reach the sect, it would not even require the Peak Master to intervene. Zhang Hao would likely be met with the wrath of Uncle Yuan's admirers. Zhang Hao, who usually presented himself as dignified and suave, turned out to be a mere facade, revealing himself to be a beast of the basest nature. Chapter 65, The Two Depart. The Golden Dragon Pattern Python. After listening to Ma Rong'er's explanation, Chen Qingyun found himself engulfed in a shocking revelation, though he was not overly surprised. As the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. According to his memories, Zhang Ergo had never been a virtuous character, even in his youth. He was known for peeping at women bathing and other unsavory behaviors. It was unexpected that, even after entering a sect for cultivation and having a partner, he would remain so lascivious. Su Qingxue shed her pretense and waved her hand, unleashing a gust of wind that swept away the red mist filling the air. She swiftly approached the frantic women and administered detoxification pills to each of them. After all, they were fellow disciples, and she could not bear to watch them perish. Whether they would survive was now in the hands of fate. As for the disheveled Zhang Hao, he was left to be dealt with by Chao Ren. Chen Qingyun had no intention of rescuing that reprobate. A quarter of an hour later, only 2 female disciples survived, Hu Ying and another. The latter succumbed to the poison and departed this world. Zhang Hao, having recovered, realized his lower half was uncomfortably exposed, and his face turned as dark as a pot bottom. He felt utterly humiliated. Upon seeing the deceased Hu Ying, he could scarcely contain his rage, wishing to rend her to pieces for her recklessness. What were you thinking, playing with mushrooms, leading yourself to such disgrace? However, the 2 corpses on the ground were now covered in countless tiny mushrooms, and none dared to approach. Everyone retreat. Keep your distance from those ghastly figures. The mushrooms adorned the bodies like a fiery red garment. The corpses stirred slightly, as if they were about to awaken, leaving onlookers in utter disbelief. After a reminder from Ma Rong'er, a fireball was unleashed, and 2 corpses were swiftly engulfed in flames. The flames leaped high, and the mushrooms, wrapped in fire, seemed to come alive, bursting apart in a flurry of small red mists. However, this red mist was also flammable, turning to ash upon contact with fire. After several breaths, everything was completely consumed, leaving only a pile of ashes behind, allowing everyone to finally breathe a sigh of relief, believing they had resolved the matter. Seeing Chen Qingyun's expression of relief, Su Qingxue spoke softly. Do you think this is the end? Although the hallucinogenic red mushroom is not extremely toxic, it is notoriously difficult to kill, unless one possesses powerful. I once read about this in an ancient text and found it hard to believe. I never expected to encounter it today. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyun's hand trembled as he stroked his beard, utterly incredulous. Is it really that hard to kill? Does that mean it can resurrect indefinitely, akin to the otherworldly demons? Do you think the peculiarities of this devil's forest are merely rumors? There are countless strange phenomena here. Merely a few breaths later, several red heads emerged from the ashes. Let us depart swiftly from this cursed place. Although Su Qingxue displayed only the cultivation of the 3rd level of qi refining, her earlier show of strength and knowledge, along with her ability to produce 5 detoxification pills at once, left Ma Rong'er and Chao Ren astonished. This individual was certainly not as simple as she appeared. Yes, we must leave quickly. It's too sinister here, Ma Rong'er urged, already beginning to see Su Qingxue as their anchor. As for Zhang Hao, he had been cast aside in her mind. After all, without Su Qingxue's warning, both she and Chao Ren could have faced dire consequences. The 2 surviving female disciples remained shaken, yet they found themselves instinctively gravitating towards Chen Qingyun and the others, though they still appeared to be one team. Zhang Hao had effectively become a mere figurehead. To be honest, Zhang Hao was terrified. He had visited this devil's forest several times, though it posed certain dangers. He had always returned safely to the sect. Never had he anticipated encountering such a malevolent entity this time, and at this moment, he felt more fear than anyone else. Seeing Zhang Hao hesitating, seemingly lost in thought, Ma Rong'er impatiently exclaimed, Zhang Hao, You had better lead us to the soul grass. Otherwise, I have reason to suspect you are deliberately endangering your fellow disciples. Be careful that I do not report you to the law enforcement hall. Yes, indeed. We almost lost our lives. Hu Shimi and Yu Shimi met such a tragic fate. The two fence-sitters chimed in, visibly incensed. Very well, I shall lead everyone there now. Zhang Hao turned, his expression chillingly dark, his heart brimming with rage. Not a single one of you is worth anything. You all deserve to perish. Initially, Zhang Hao had contemplated whether to eliminate Ma Rong'er as well. After all, he invested significantly in Ma Rong'er, and everything seemed so delightful before encountering Chen Qingyun. Now, he has resolutely decided to lure out that python, escape on his own, and eliminate those scoundrels. Let them perish. As for the spiritual herb quest, he has resolved to abandon it. Even if it means not returning to the sect, he would rather live freely as a wandering cultivator. However, Zhang Hao had been in a frenzied state earlier, completely unaware of Su Qingshue's formidable strength. Had he known of her exceptional prowess, such foolish thoughts would never have crossed his mind. Half an hour later, the group arrived at a small stream. The journey had been relatively safe. But ever since the deaths of two individuals, everyone had lost their enthusiasm. Whenever they encountered decent medicinal herbs, they harvested them silently, devoid of laughter. Following the stream upstream, they would soon reach their destination. Zhang Hao spoke in a calm tone, presenting himself as much more humble. Yet, Chen Qingyun did not believe for a moment that this scoundrel would have a change of heart. Moreover, having filled the pit he had dug for himself, it was only natural for him to harbor resentment. He must be concocting some scheme. Senior Sister Zixuan, please stay close to me later, Chen Qingyun discreetly communicated to her. Startled by the sudden voice, Zixuan's body trembled, but she quickly realized the situation. Chen Qingyun, now at the Foundation establishment level, possessed such abilities as expected. Zixuan turned around, displaying a sweet smile to Chen Qingyun and nodding slightly. The group ventured upstream along the stream. Aside from a few water-shooting monster fish that were swiftly slain for lunch, they encountered no other dangers. Within less than an hour, they arrived beneath a cliff. A crystal-clear spring cascaded down from the cliff. Though not as grand as a 3,000-foot fall, it was still quite spectacular, showcasing a beautiful landscape. The soul grass is right on the cliff. Let us ascend to gather it. Following Zhang Hao's pointed direction, they indeed spotted several radiant spiritual herbs at the cliff's edge, with a small platform above, likely housing more. Although the soul grass was merely a first-tier spiritual herb, it was relatively rare. Even without refining it into pills, consuming it raw could enhance one's spiritual essence. Nevertheless, the surrounding tranquility was peculiar, with not a single ordinary beast in sight. Something was amiss. This scoundrel Zhang Ergu could not be plotting to use the beasts to eliminate them and then reap the benefits, could he? Contemplating this, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard and expanded his spiritual awareness to investigate. Suddenly, he discovered a cave behind the platform where the herbs were located, emanating a formidable aura. It was a large golden worm, thick as a water bucket, possessing at least late first-tier strength. Furthermore, its spiritual essence was extraordinarily powerful, almost reaching the level of a second-tier beast. Just as Chen Qingyun's awareness brushed against the golden dragon-patterned python, it instantly awakened and retaliated with its own spiritual consciousness. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. As several individuals ascended the precipice, they were nearly jolted off by a violent tremor. A gust of flying sand and stones heralded the emergence of a colossal golden serpent, adorned with dragon patterns, atop the cliff. Its body was as thick as a barrel, with a head larger than a grinding stone, looming 6 meters above the ground and extending at least 10 meters in length. The serpent flicked its forked tongue, its chilling gaze fixated on the crowd below, exuding malevolence. Suddenly, with a swift lash of its tail, the great serpent sent a cascade of debris plummeting towards the unsuspecting individuals. In an instant, the serpent lunged downwards. This is bad. This serpent possesses formidable power. We stand no chance in a direct confrontation. Retreat quickly, Ma Rong'er shouted to her companions as they hastily withdrew. They were not foundation-building cultivators and could not fly. Engaging the beast on the cliff would put them at a severe disadvantage. Seizing the moment of chaos, Zhang Hao concealed himself behind a large rock, stealthily making his way into a nearby thicket. Listening to Chen Qingyun's instructions, Zixian lingered behind, remaining with him as neither ascended the cliff. So you wish to reap the benefits from the sidelines, do you? Do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Chen Qingyun mused, stroking his beard with a faint smile. Uncle Su, please keep an eye on senior sister Zixian. Chen Qingyun regarded the serpent with disdain, confident that Su Qingxue could effortlessly dispatch it. Though Su Qingxue felt a twinge of resentment upon receiving the message, she quickly made her way to Zixian's side. Having spent several days together, they had forged a bond akin to that of sisters, compelling her to look after her. Chapter 66. Return to the Jade Maiden Sect. Seizing the opportunity while everyone's attention was fixed on the serpent, Chen Qingyun stealthily pursued Zhang Hao. Once Zhang Hao slipped into the woods, he quietly observed the unfolding spectacle. Previously, he had escaped from this very thicket. Once within the forest, the serpent would likely refrain from chasing, possibly due to some apprehension. At this moment, the members of the Jade Maiden sect were engaged in battle with the serpent. Ma Rong'er and Chao Ren brandished their weapons, desperately striking at the serpent's body. Sparks flew, and the clashing of metal echoed incessantly. Their attacks left only faint white marks on the serpent's scales, failing to breach its defenses. Meanwhile, the other two female disciples of the sect were sent flying by a single blow from the serpent's tail, spewing blood and rendered powerless, far too feeble for such a confrontation. Despite their relentless efforts, Ma Rong'er and Chao Ren found themselves at an impasse against the golden dragon-patterned serpent. Exchanging glances, they resolved to jointly strike at the serpent's head, as the most vulnerable part of any creature typically lies in its cranium. With a determined push, they leaped into the air, aiming for the serpent's eyes. However, as they closed in within 2 meters of the serpent's head, they suddenly felt a powerful mental force assaulting their consciousness. Dizziness overwhelmed them, rendering them incapable of controlling their bodies, and they staggered perilously. With a resounding thud, they were swept aside by the serpent's tail, sent tumbling through the air. He was thrown backward, crashing heavily to the ground, and spat out blood in great gulps. This beast possessed an unexpectedly formidable spirit. Ma Rong'er and her companion, dragging their injured bodies, gradually retreated, their hearts sinking to the depths of despair, fully prepared for death. Why panic? It was merely a larger mudfish. Suddenly, Su Qingxue raised her hand, and a 3-foot-long sword materialized before her. Go! The flying sword spun swiftly, producing a dazzling spray of sword flowers in the void, and swiftly pierced toward the head of the golden serpent. The serpent, witnessing the rapidly approaching sword, was filled with a human-like terror, attempting to evade. But it was too late. The sword penetrated directly into the serpent's head, emerging from the other side, and leaving 2 gaping holes, before returning to Su Qingxue's grasp. Blood gushed forth from the serpent's head, splattering across the sky. With a roar, the serpent cried out in anguish, as if unwilling to accept its fate, and collapsed to the ground. Its body began to convulse and roll, sending shards of stone flying and dust swirling. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that wretched woman possess foundational cultivation? Su Qingxue's foundational strength had thoroughly disrupted Zhang Hao's plans. Simultaneously, Zhang Hao realized that the detested Chen Qingyun was conspicuously absent. He was perplexed. Where had that damned old man gone, untouched by the serpent's wrath? However, the priority was to escape quickly. He could no longer remain there. Are you looking for me? Zhang Hao was startled, turning just in time to confront the grotesque visage of Zheng Aniu, the very face he could never forget. In an instant, Zhang Hao was so frightened that he fell to the ground, nearly losing control of himself. Zheng Aniu, what do you want? He stammered, trembling as he continued to retreat. Senior Zheng, I was wrong. I beg you spare me. You have done nothing wrong. You performed exceedingly well. Just do not do it again. No, please do not kill me. I can give you everything in my storage bag. Bang. Chen Qingyun struck Zhang Hao's dantian with a palm, seizing his storage bag. Do you see clearly now, ergo? I could have taken it myself after killing you. Ergo, you are Chen the Elder. No, Grandpa Chen, I am your grandson. Bloodied and in agony, Zhang Hao crawled over, attempting to cling to Chen Qingyun's leg in a plea for mercy. Bang! Chen Qingyun's palm fell, swiftly ending Zhang Ergo's life. Grandson, you think you are worthy? Not turning you into a fool is my greatest mercy. Since your task is complete, it is time for you to perish. Chen Qingyun grasped Zhang Hao's lifeless body, soared into the air on his sword, and directly landed before the disciples of the Yunus sect. In an instant, aside from Su Qingxue and Zishuan, everyone else stood on edge, facing an imminent threat. Senior Zheng, we were unaware of your arrival. What brings you here? Chao Ren stammered, trembling, being the only man present. He had to muster his courage. Nothing much. I merely noticed a worthless individual in your ranks who wished to reap the rewards without effort, so I took the liberty of clearing him out. Upon encountering the lifeless body of Zhang Hao, an overwhelming sense of bitterness permeated the air. As everyone harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him, his demise was deemed richly deserved, and not a single soul mourned his passing. They were not fools, of course, and were acutely aware that they had fallen victim to his treachery. In a swift motion, Zheng Aniu ascended upon his sword, soaring rapidly into the depths of the forest. It was only after Zheng Aniu vanished from sight that the others recalled Chen Qingyun. Where is junior brother Chen? Ma Rong'er inquired anxiously, while others could meet unfortunate fates. Chen Qingyun's safety was paramount, for her future happiness hinged upon him. Fear not, senior sister, I am here. Chen Qingyun emerged from the nearby thicket, a playful grin adorning his face. You have yet to achieve the stage of foundation establishment. How could I possibly perish? I am a man of my word and would never go back on my promises. Enough of your banter. Where on earth have you been? Oh, I saw Zhang Hao scurry into the woods and immediately suspected he was attempting to flee. Given my lower cultivation level, I knew I could not provide much assistance. So I followed him. Little did I know, misfortune awaited him in the form of Chen Qingyun, who deemed Zhang Hao's evasion too arduous and simply escorted him home. Upon hearing Chen Qingyun's account, except for Su Qinxue and Zi Xian, the others wore grave expressions, clearly troubled by the implications. It was evident that Chen Qingyun's appearance was no mere coincidence. He had likely been shadowing them all along, and they had not managed to elude him. Noticing the color drain from Ma Ronger's face, hinting at her panic, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard and chuckled. Sister Ma, what troubles you? We must prepare to leave this place. Indeed. Uncle Master, what do you suggest? At this moment, everyone acknowledged Su Qinxue's foundational prowess, and thus they heeded her counsel. Among the group, Ma Ronger appeared the most elated. Not only was Chen Qingyun an alchemist, but his close rapport with Aunt Su offered her a golden opportunity to secure her future. Let us gather our things and return to the sect. Su Qinxue's tone was detached, exuding an air of superiority befitting her status. Chao Run, accompanied by a female disciple, set off to gather medicinal herbs, while Ma Ronger took charge of the dismemberment of the giant python. Chen Qingyun, along with Zi Xian and another female disciple, assisted, their roles clearly defined, allowing for swift execution of the task. They meticulously processed the remnants, leaving nothing but the purest materials, the blood, skin, bones, and even the fangs of the serpent, all of which were prime components for crafting. Once their work was complete, the group began their journey back to the sect. Of the 10 who had ventured forth, only 7 returned, an undeniable loss. If they had entered a perilous secret realm, it might have been understandable, but this had merely been a minor trial. Alas, until my cultivation rises, I shall refrain from unnecessary excursions. Upon returning, I must devise a strategy to avoid future missions and secure additional quotas. In the days that followed, Chen Qingyun wasted no time. Even while on the road, he diligently sought to acquire circulation value. A day later, the group finally arrived back at the Jade Maiden sect, during which time, Chen Qingyun had amassed an impressive 750 points of circulation value. Except for Chen Qingyun and the other 2. The rest appeared as if they had emerged from another world, experiencing a profound sense of survival after a calamity. Upon completing the task at the mission hall, the sect, considering the arduous nature of the assignment and the loss of life, granted each person 100 contribution points. These contribution points, if not exchanged for items, could offset 3 months of duty, allowing for uninterrupted cultivation. As for the remaining items, they were entrusted to Ma Ronger for handling, to be sold outside for spirit stones, which would yield a better return than exchanging within the sect. Of course, Chen Qingyun gave little thought to these spirit stones. He had resolved to devise a means to avoid undertaking any more trivial tasks, deeming them a waste of time. The effort-to-reward ratio was utterly disproportionate. Naturally, only Chen Qingyun dared to entertain such thoughts. For others, refraining from seeking opportunities was akin to waiting for death. Junior brother, I'm off. I shall visit you again soon. Ma Ronger bid farewell to Chen Qingyun, her voice alluring, her presence enchanting. All right, junior brother welcomes senior sister to visit often. With a playful giggle, Ma Ronger turned back with a captivating smile, casting an enchanting glance at Chen Qingyun. Particularly striking was her towering figure, so grand that her toes were scarcely visible even when standing straight, leaving Chen Qingyun somewhat dazed. Watching the voluptuous silhouette of senior sister Ma depart, Chen Qingyun found himself unable to quell the tumult within, stroking his beard and chuckling. Senior sister Ma's figure would surely captivate 9 out of 10 people. The one remaining must be blind. Chapter 67. The Arrival of Bai Jie. The Great Sycophant? The Great Fool? At Danwang Peak. Su Qingxue hurried to the Danwang Hall upon her return to report her recent accomplishments to her master. Zi Xian, on the other hand, returned to her own quarters, and the 2 temporarily parted ways with Chen Qingyun. With a creak, Chen Qingyun pushed open the door to his courtyard, the familiarity of the surroundings intoxicating. After surveying the interior, he returned to the yard, preparing to set out tables and chairs to brew a pot of tea for a delightful respite. Suddenly, a fiery figure burst in, leaping into Chen Qingyun's embrace. It was none other than the long-missed Dong Xiaoyu. She wrapped her arms around Chen Qingyun's neck and clasped her legs around his waist. Dong Shi. Chen Qingyun's words were abruptly stifled as her sweet, smooth tongue invaded his mouth. Speechless, Chen Qingyun could only respond in kind, encircling Dong Xiaoyu's petite waist as they exchanged intimacy until both felt a thirst and paused their passionate actions. Hee, junior brother Chen, you have finally returned. I have missed you dearly. I have missed you too, senior sister Dong. Chen Qingyun tightened his embrace around Dong Xiaoyu, appreciating her nurturing nature, rivaling that of senior sister Zi Xian, whom he also held in high regard. Junior brother, look at my cultivation level. At last, Chen Qingyun began to examine Dong Xiaoyu's information data. Name, Dong Xiaoyu. Age, 28. Cultivation, Qi refining. 6th layer. Qualification, 2nd rank Earth spiritual root. Fortune value, 500. Given the current circumstances, the circulation value of 30 points is unattainable, and my efforts have finally borne fruit. Sister has successfully broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refining. What a cause for celebration. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, nodding with a satisfied smile. Junior brother, sister wishes to savor your spiritual tea, Dong Xiaoyu said, a hint of shyness evident as she buried her face into Chen Qingyun's chest. Certainly. I shall prepare tea for you right away, sister. 2 hours later, Chen Qingyun reclined on a lounge chair, leisurely sipping his spiritual tea. The circulation value of 90 points credited to him, humming a tune, reveling in the pleasantness of the day. Dong Xiaoyu sat across from him, exuding a mature charm. Her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him, savoring her cup of tea. Your tea is delightful, junior brother. I am utterly enamored. Knock, knock, knock. Is junior brother in? Creak. Chen Qingyun rose and opened the door. Before him stood 2 ethereal maidens in flowing white garments, possessing breathtaking beauty, with fair skin and graceful figures. A sight most pleasing to behold. One of them, Chen Qingyun recognized as Bai Zhan, who had previously purchased elixirs from him in the medicinal garden. The other, more mature and alluring, exuding the aura of a neighborly older sister, was unfamiliar to him. They likely had no prior acquaintance. Hello, junior brother. Do you remember me? I once bought elixirs from you. Of course. Welcome, esteemed sisters. Please, come in. Chen Qingyun beamed, gesturing for them to enter with great courtesy. I am Bai Zhan, and this is my sister, Bai Jia. Bai Jia? Is she the renowned Bai elder sister? Chen Qingyun mused internally. So, they are both Bai sisters. Please, have a seat. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, smiling warmly, embodying an aura of celestial wisdom. Bai Jia and Bai Zhan showed no hesitation, approaching the tea table to take their seats. Splash. Splash. Dong Xiaoyu, understanding the situation well, had already poured 2 cups of tea without needing instruction from Chen Qingyun, placing them before the guests. Esteemed sisters, please enjoy the tea. Bai Zhan, being familiar with Chen Qingyun's tea, lifted her cup and took a sip. The moment the tea touched her lips, a fragrant essence filled her mouth, the pure spiritual energy resonating throughout her being, bringing profound comfort. Noticing her sister's blissful expression, Bai Jia skeptically raised her cup and took a tentative sip. The aroma enveloped her senses, and the exquisite spiritual energy surged through her, invigorating her from head to toe. Such pure energy required no refinement and could be absorbed directly into the dantian. Bai Jia's expression shifted dramatically, her face a portrait of astonishment. She never anticipated that an outer disciple would possess such a treasure. This must be the legendary spiritual tea, truly a testament to the alchemist's prowess. Even the food and drink are of such high caliber. Bai Jia set down her teacup, determined not to allow Chen Qingyun to perceive her as lacking in sophistication. She adorned her face with an alluring smile, exuding the charm and seduction characteristic of a mature woman. Master Chen truly belongs to a distinguished lineage. To treat us sisters with such exquisite tea is indeed a delightful surprise. It was clear that Bai Jia had concluded that Chen Qingyun's spiritual tea was no ordinary brew. Certainly a rarity of great value. Indeed, if Chen Qingyun possessed sufficient strength, he could easily amass a fortune by solely selling spiritual tea. Yet, little did others know that Chen Qingyun's source of spiritual spring water flowed continuously like a mighty river. Ha ha, sister, you jest. It is merely a small token, hardly worth mentioning. If you enjoy it, please feel free to visit me often. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, revealing a benevolent smile reminiscent of a kind uncle. Once seated, he began to scrutinize Bai Jia intently. She was also a mature beauty. Although her figure did not rival that of Ma Rong'er, her facial features were undeniably superior. Overall, quite admirable. Name, Bai Jia. Age, 58. Cultivation level, 8th layer of Qi refinement. Talent, 2nd grade fire spiritual root. Fortune value, 300. Upon reviewing Bai Jia's information, Chen Qingyun couldn't help but feel perplexed. How could such a high cultivation level correspond with such a low fortune value? Brother, you speak the truth. I reside in courtyard 72. I shall not be modest going forward. Upon hearing Chen Qingyun's words, Bai Jia's eyes sparkled with delight. Naturally, as neighbors, we should indeed interact more. Yes, indeed. You are absolutely correct. We ought to socialize more. As Bai Jia spoke, her eyes appeared to glisten with unshed tears. Since the passing of my partner, no one has treated me with such sincerity. Besides those who covet my body, there has been no one kind. Goodness, is it possible? No wonder her fortune value is so low. Could she be the fabled unfortunate body? Chen Qingyun thought to himself, alarmed but maintaining a calm exterior. He never anticipated that not only in the mundane world but also within the realm of cultivation, a widow often attracts trouble. Truly a universal truth. Sister, worry not. Once my cultivation improves, I shall avenge you, ensuring that those who have wronged you meet their just deserts. Especially that Sure Hao, who believes himself superior merely because of his uncle's status as an inner disciple. He harasses you daily for refusing to become his concubine. It is utterly disgusting. Given the opportunity, I shall make him regret it. Very well. I await your vengeance. Bai Jie gazed at Bai Zhan with affectionate pride, revealing the profound bond shared between the sisters. Sure Hao? Surely this cannot be. Just as I dealt with Zhang Hao, now another Sure Hao appears? Am I destined to cross paths with these Hao characters? Yet, on another note, could this fellow possess some extraordinary constitution? If that were truly the case, would it not be perilous to provoke such a situation? System, that fellow named Sure Hao, does he possess any extraordinary physique? The host is merely overthinking. How could there be so many special physiques? With this system at your disposal, rest assured and focus on your role as the sunset deity. Receiving the system's reassuring response, Chen Qingyun felt completely at ease, his smile unwavering. Junior brother Chen, what troubles you? Bai Jie inquired urgently, having noticed a fleeting moment of peculiarity in Chen Qingyun's expression. Alas, this person is somewhat advanced in years, and his health may not be optimal. Please forgive me. Sister Bai? Chen Qingyun continued to stroke his beard, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Junior brother, I have come this time to procure 2 mid-grade qi gathering pills. However, my sister is currently consuming mid-grade qi gathering pills. Although Bai Zhan's words trailed off, Chen Qingyun comprehended her intent. I do have mid-grade qi gathering pills here. But as for the superior grade ones, everyone knows that the better the pill, the higher the requirements for its ingredients, and the more arduous the refining process. Of course, this applies to other alchemists, but for me, Chen Qingyun, these obstacles are trivial. Still, I must express the necessary points. Yes, we are aware of that. But we have only earned a little over 200 spirit stones on this mission. I fear. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyun grasped the underlying meaning. This was an attempt to solicit his assistance without compensation. To phrase it nicely, it was a proposition for charitable deeds. To phrase it bluntly, it was akin to being a fool, a sycophant, a naive benefactor. Do I, Chen Qingyun, lack for women? Or do I appear to be a sycophant? Chapter 68. The price increase of pills at the Apothecary Valley. After listening to Bai Zhan's words, Chen Qingyun understood her intentions perfectly. She sought to allure him with her charms, hoping to make him a fool and a naive benefactor, providing her pills without charge. Then, they could swiftly enhance their cultivation, gain entry to the inner sect, and eventually cast him aside. In this day and age, the economy of sycophancy on Blue Star has begun to collapse. Could it possibly extend into the realm of cultivation? Or perhaps these 2 women believe that they have never encountered beautiful women and are surrounded by a dearth of them. No wonder. This woman just declared she had not met a good person. You only wish to take without giving. How many people are foolish enough to offer their resources freely, if others are unwilling? I, Chen Qingyun, am even less inclined. I am a person endowed with a system, and even the destined protagonists, the children of destiny, must yield to me. Just these 2 mere women, desiring me to fawn over them? Do they deem themselves worthy? The 2 ladies seemed to sense that their scheme had faltered, their faces clouded with disappointment. Yet, as they were there to purchase pills in a straightforward manner, Chen Qingyun saw no need to hold a grudge. With a smile, he stroked his beard and patted his chest confidently. In truth, it is not that the junior brother is unwilling to assist the senior sisters. Rather, his alchemical skills are rather limited, allowing him to concoct only mid-grade qi gathering pills at present. However, rest assured, dear senior sisters, I am diligently striving to refine higher-grade elixirs, and I believe it will not be long before I achieve success. When that time comes, I shall certainly not forget the 2 of you. As Chen Qingyun spoke, he cast a lecherous gaze upon the Bai sisters, scrutinizing them from head to toe, thinking that it wouldn't hurt to admire them. Truly? Then I shall rely entirely on you, junior brother Chen. Bai Jie, though her words were sweet, could not hide the flicker of disdain that crossed her face, a sentiment mirrored by Bai Zhan. Nevertheless, both sisters masked their true feelings expertly, making it difficult for any observant eye to detect their distaste. Chen Qingyun maintained an impassive exterior, but inwardly, he was sneering. How could one be so naive? At their age, are they still foolish enough to believe in free lunches? Even if such a thing existed, how could they be certain it would fall into their laps? Very well, we shall express our gratitude to junior brother Chen. Please provide me with 2 mid-grade qi gathering pills. Chen Qingyun promptly collected 100 spirit stones, refusing to offer any discount to the duo. After receiving the pills, the Bai sisters engaged in further conversation with Chen Qingyun before taking their leave, their spirits evidently high, perhaps genuinely believing his words. Once the sisters departed, the smile on Chen Qingyun's face abruptly vanished. To desire without giving. How could such a thing be permissible? Even Yanzu would not dare to entertain such thoughts. Naturally, Dong Xiaoyu understood Chen Qingyun's sentiments, yet she was filled with confusion. She could not fathom why he was so preoccupied with such matters. At the age of 88, with only the second layer of qi refinement, he had little time remaining. If he continued to indulge without restraint, he would likely hasten his demise. Contemplating this, Dong Xiaoyu felt a surge of concern for Chen Qingyun. This old fellow, could it be that he truly was indifferent to his own life? Junior brother Chen is amiable and generous, though he does have a penchant for lechery. Were it not for his incessant fixation on such trivialities, he might indeed be a commendable individual. During their time together, Dong Xiaoyu felt increasingly reliant on Chen Qingyun, particularly on his elixirs. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to have a serious discussion with him, for after all, those matters cannot serve as sustenance. At Daju Peak, within the main hall, a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority sat at the head of the table. He was Ji Chong, the master of Daju Peak. Ma Rong'er, Chao Ren, and the two female disciples stood respectfully below, guided by an elder. Speak of all that you know. Yes, master. Ma Rong'er and the others quickly relayed the entire sequence of events, and Ji Chang's expression shifted accordingly. What? The sect of ghostly delusion? Ji Chong stroked his short beard, falling into deep contemplation, his countenance somewhat unnatural. According to ancient texts, a century ago, there indeed existed a demonic sect known as the sect of ghostly delusion. The techniques cultivated by this sect are excessively bloodthirsty and insidious, relying on the souls and lifeblood of countless beings to refine their demonic arts. Their heinous acts of slaughtering cities and exterminating sects caused widespread outrage, inciting the wrath of heaven and the despair of the populace. Eventually, under the leadership of powerful beings, numerous righteous sects besieged the sect of bewildering eyes, leading to its utter demise. Yet, how is it that they have resurfaced? Could there be remnants lurking? Among those who participated in the siege against the sect of bewildering eyes was, of course, the Jade Maiden sect. Now, with the sudden reappearance of the sect of bewildering eyes and their attacks on the disciples of the Jade Maiden sect, one cannot help but wonder if this malevolent sect has returned for revenge. If it truly is the sect of bewildering eyes, it is certainly not a harbinger of good fortune. This matter appears to be quite serious. Chen Qingyun could never have imagined that a fictional sect he had concocted would not only have existed, but also be a malevolent one. Very well. Each of you shall be rewarded with 50 spirit stones. You may take your leave for now. This matter has been duly noted. Once everyone had withdrawn, Ji Chong also departed from the grand hall, instantly appearing before a cave on the back mountain. The aura emanating from within the cave was already nearing the pinnacle of foundational establishment, and one could surmise that, given sufficient resources, the occupant would soon achieve a breakthrough. Junior, you must hasten your progress to the golden core stage. Your master is eagerly awaiting your primordial Yin to reach new heights. Otherwise, all my efforts over the years will be in vain, and I am certain you would not wish to see me distressed. Ji Chong stroked his beard, a peculiar smile gracing his face, before vanishing from sight. At the peak of the Jade Maiden sect, within the main hall, the atmosphere was tense. Those scoundrels from the Medicine God Valley infuriate me. They truly lack integrity. The price of elixirs continues to rise year after year. Now, even a low-grade foundational elixir costs 600 spirit stones. Utterly outrageous. The Grand Elder roared in a fit of rage, his entire being trembling with indignation. The Medicine God Valley is likewise one of the 4 major powers of the Martial Kingdom. Otherwise, they would not dare to act so brazenly. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's report, Duanmu Yuyong, seated in the principal chair, pressed down with her hand, leaving several imprints on the surface. It is worth noting that this seat of the sect leader is a supreme artifact crafted specifically by the artifact peak, not easily damaged, underscoring the depth of her fury at that moment. Yet, Duanmu Yuyong silently bore the weight of it all, refraining from venting her frustrations. The burden of the entire sect rested upon her shoulders. Even the monthly stipends were a considerable expenditure. The various expenses within the sect multiplied like the stars. And despite the sect possessing spirit stone mines and materials for refining, there remained little surplus after all costs were accounted for. Most critically, they were being choked in the realm of elixirs. For a practitioner at the peak of qi cultivation, the success rate of breaking through to the foundational stage without the aid of foundational elixirs is less than 10%. Should one force a breakthrough, their foundation would be compromised, rendering them incapable of ever crossing that threshold in this lifetime. The path to breaking through to the Golden Dan stage from the foundation establishment great perfection is fraught with peril. Without adequate preparation and the assistance of a Golden Dan, one may find it exceedingly difficult to absorb even a wisp of primordial energy, leading to untimely demise beneath the thunderous tribulations of fate. Cultivating in the realm of immortality is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens, and the tribulations that accompany such endeavors are perilous. with resources scarce. Who would dare to recklessly pursue further cultivation? The Foundation establishment pills, categorized as second-tier elixirs, are still obtainable with great difficulty from the Apothecary Valley, even as the Jade Maiden sect tightens its belt. However, the Golden Dan is an altogether different matter. The Golden Dan is a third-tier elixir, and not a single third-tier alchemist can be found throughout the Martial Kingdom. Moreover, even those of the third tier may not possess the ability to concoct the Golden Dan, as it is notoriously difficult to refine among its tier. Consequently, the Jade Maiden sect has not produced a new Golden Dan cultivator in decades. Once disciples of the Jade Maiden sect reach the pinnacle of Foundation establishment and sense the hopelessness of breakthrough, they often choose to depart from the sect, or even the Martial Kingdom itself, in search of their own fortuitous encounters. Those who venture out in search of opportunity rarely return, with the fortunate joining larger external factions, while the unfortunate finding solace in eternal rest. Presently, a single low-grade Foundation establishment pill demands 600 low-grade spirit stones, a rise of 100 stones. This surge in prices extends to other second-tier elixirs, driving one to the brink of madness. Does the Apothecary Valley truly intend to seize individuals? Duanmu Yuyong pressed her hand against her forehead, massaging her throbbing temples, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. She was uncertain how much longer she could endure such a dilapidated sect, with no glimmer of hope in sight. At times, she even contemplated abandoning the Jade Maiden sect and fleeing the Martial Kingdom, a place she deemed wretched, in search of her own destiny. Suddenly, a figure began to crystallize in her mind, a venerable elder with hair as white as snow. The emergence of this figure seemed to ignite a flicker of light in Duanmu Yuyong's eyes. Chapter 69. The treacherous Ji Chong, seeking the supplementary Yang pill. Just as Duanmu Yuyong found herself at a loss, the image of Chen Qingyun unexpectedly materialized in her thoughts. For the future of alchemy within the Jade Maiden sect, she would rather place her faith in Chen Qingyun, a novice alchemist, than in Ling Xiao. When one accumulates too much disappointment in something, hope gradually dissipates. Currently, the Jade Maiden sect is in dire need of a second-tier alchemist to break the stalemate. However, even if the sect were to possess such an alchemist, it must remain concealed. Duanmu Yuyong was acutely aware that countless spies from other sects had infiltrated the Jade Maiden sect. Among them were undoubtedly agents of the royal family of the Martial Kingdom. Thus, such matters must be conducted in utmost secrecy. Very well, Elder. You may proceed as you see fit. Duanmu Yuyong waved her hand, and the Grand Elder, understanding the situation, refrained from further disturbing the sect leader, retreating gracefully. As Duanmu Yuyong prepared to rise and head towards Danwang Peak to ascertain the specifics, a voice resounded from outside. Ji Chong of Daju Peak seeks an audience with the sect leader. Enter. Ji Chong swiftly approached Duanmu Yuyong, bowing respectfully. This subordinate greets the sect leader. Very well. Has Peak Master Ji come to discuss something? Though Duanmu Yuyong's tone was indifferent, Ji Chong maintained a cheerful demeanor. Sect leader, there is a matter I must report to you. Oh, what is it? It concerns a former demonic sect, the Ghostly Enchantment sect, which I believe the sect leader is not unfamiliar with. Ji Chong promptly divulged all the details. Damn, we have yet to resolve the issues with the Ghostly Spirit sect. And now another problem arises with the Ghostly Enchantment sect. Truly a time of tribulation. There is still the looming threat from the royal family, the machinations of Yaoshan Valley, and the future of Yunu's sect appears precarious. Is this matter verified? Absolutely true and valid. 3 disciples from Daju Peak have perished. Moreover, there are disciples from Danwang Peak who can corroborate this. If this is indeed the case, it seems the Ghostly Enchantment sect was not thoroughly eradicated and has begun to resurface. To encounter the demonic cultivators of the Ghostly Enchantment sect in the Demon Forest clearly indicates that this demonic sect has already infiltrated the jurisdiction of Yunu's sect. The mere thought is quite terrifying. Sweki, inform all the elders and peak masters to convene in the main hall for an important discussion. Yes, master. A tall, ethereal figure with an exquisite visage, exuding an otherworldly charm akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, approached Duanmu Yuyong and greeted her with a respectful gesture. Even Ji Chong, standing below, was momentarily entranced, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Although Yuan Jun was already exceptionally beautiful, she paled in comparison to Lu Sweki, the acknowledged first beauty of Yunu's sect. Once I seize Yuan Jun's profound energy and break through my cultivation, I shall deal with you, fiery steed. Yuan Jun and Lu Sweki are renowned as the twin blossoms of Yunu's sect, both possessing 5th-grade talents, marking them as the most promising disciples of the sect. In essence, the future of Yunu's sect may very well hinge upon these two. If I can manage to win over these 2 fiery steeds, I will practically hold the reins of Yunu's sect in my grasp. Despite Ji Chang's exceedingly corrupt thoughts, his countenance remained unperturbed, exuding humility and decorum, betraying no hint of his inner turmoil. At Danwang Peak, within Chen Qingyun's modest courtyard, the idle Chen Qingyun set about refining a furnace of qi-gathering pills. This time, he directly concocted 5 low-grade, 5 medium-grade, and 10 high-grade qi-gathering pills. Henceforth, anyone who follows Chen Qingyun must consume high-grade qi-gathering pills. Otherwise, their cultivation would progress too slowly, hindering his own advancement. After completing the refining of a furnace of elixirs, Chen Qingyun felt a touch of thirst and promptly reclined on a lounge chair, sipping on spiritual tea. The sales of the qi-gathering pills were naturally entrusted to Dong Xiaoyu. Of course, the fact that Chen Qingyun could concoct superior-grade pills was not something Dong Xiaoyu would casually disclose without his instruction. Knock, knock, knock. Is junior brother Chen at home? It's Luo Yi. Despite being a mature woman, Luo Yi's voice, though imbued with a captivating allure, was not as exuberantly passionate as that of Ma Rong'er. Rather, it possessed a gentle and refined quality. Chen Qingyun's eyes brightened, suddenly invigorated, as he rose from the lounge chair. Creak. The courtyard door was swung open by Dong Xiaoyu. A man and a woman stood outside. The woman was familiar to Dong Xiaoyu, named Luo Yi, while the man was a stranger. Noting that Luo Yi's cultivation surpassed her own, Dong Xiaoyu respectfully greeted her. Sister Luo, please come in. Yay, Sister Luo is here, please do come in, Chen Qingyun exclaimed. May I inquire the name of this esteemed brother? Upon noticing the frail figure accompanying Luo Yi, who appeared even more anemic than the young master with kidney deficiency, Chen Qingyun expressed genuine concern. Of course, I forgot to introduce him. This is my Dao partner, Zhao Gao. Ah, so it is Brother Zhao. A pleasure to meet you. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Please forgive me. Chen Qingyun welcomed him warmly. Junior Brother Chen, you are too kind. I initially had no intention of bringing Zhao along, but he insisted on meeting you to express his gratitude in person. I simply could not refuse. Luo Yi replied with a charming smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Chen Qingyun. Chen Qingyun felt his heart racing, though the presence of Brother Zhao restrained his reaction. Junior brother, you are truly a good person. Not only have you assisted Sister Luo in breaking through her cultivation, but you have also saved my life. You deserve my utmost respect. Zhao Gao exclaimed, genuinely moved. That is most unwarranted. Chen Qingyun responded, quickly supporting the seemingly intent to bow Zhao Gao, his expression one of confusion. He had indeed provided Luo Yi with elixirs, but he had no recollection of saving Zhao Gao's life. The man appeared alarmingly pale and listless. Could he possibly be unhinged? Yet, his speech seemed coherent enough. Noticing Chen Qingyun's bewilderment, Luo Yi hastily clarified, Zhao and I are dual cultivation partners. Additionally, I have practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, which, wow, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra is indeed formidable. So, Zhao Gao has suffered as a consequence? Chen Qingyun thought. Taken aback, as Luo Yi spoke, she moved closer, linking her arm with Chen Qingyun's in a display of intimacy. Chen Qingyun promptly withdrew his hand, mindful of Zhao Gao's presence and the need to maintain decorum. Hee, what is there to fear? Brother Zhao knows everything. It's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine? Chen Qingyun's complexion shifted, feeling a sense of unease. Is that truly the case? Indeed, what we seek is the supreme path, the attainment of immortality and transcendence. In the face of the ultimate truth, all matters of love and affection must yield, rendering them trivial. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyun was taken aback. Yet he soon stroked his beard and chuckled. Brother Zhao, your words pierce through the mundane world, observing the shifting tides with a serene mind, untouched by worldly distractions. You have achieved profound enlightenment. I am in admiration. Not at all. Your praise is unwarranted, dear Junior. However, my body, if not for the nourishing essence pill, would likely be rendered useless for this lifetime, forever barred from the dual cultivation path. My young essence is insufficient, my foundation compromised. It is akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket. No matter how hard one strives, the effort is in vain. Indeed, that is rather unfortunate. I do not possess a nourishing essence pill here. However, I recently exchanged for a yang replenishing pill. Its properties are quite similar. You may take it back and try. Given the generosity displayed, Chen Qingyun, being far from petty, readily exchanged 10 points of circulation value for a black pill, reminiscent of the 6-flavor Rehmannia pill, known to be effective for those indulging excessively, particularly in relation to kidney deficiency. As for whether it contained sugar, Chen Qingyun had never partaken, thus he could not ascertain. Chapter 70. The Testing of Duanmu Yurong, a second-tier alchemist? After exchanging for the yang replenishing pill from the system shop, Chen Qingyun feigned a casual pat on his storage bag, and a dark pill promptly appeared in his hand. Brother Zhao, we have an instant rapport, and I admire your noble character and carefree demeanor. We are like-minded souls. This yang replenishing pill I bestow upon you. Upon receiving the pill, Zhao Gao and Luo Yi exchanged glances, both expressing their mutual confusion. Clearly, they had never heard of this yang replenishing pill. With countless remedies and an abundance of names, this particular pill had been introduced from elsewhere. Its efficacy rivals that of the nourishing essence pill, so Brother Zhao can use it with confidence. Then I thank you, Brother Chen. Should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Absolutely. I shall. Chen Qingyun replied, stroking his beard with a warm smile. Exuding a friendly demeanor. Once matters were settled, the group began to enjoy tea. Zhao Gao, like the others, took a sip of the spiritual tea, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. However, unlike others who might feign restraint to maintain their image, Zhao Gao relished the taste and indulged freely. He only paused when he could no longer consume more, his stomach filled with pure spiritual energy. Brother Chen, I must return to refine the pill. Sister Luo has matters regarding the pill to discuss with you. You may continue your conversation at your leisure. I shall take my leave. Watching Zhao Gao's departing figure, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. As for performing good deeds, Chen Qingyun had already practiced this in Little Cow Village. The notion that a good person enjoys a life of peace, or that saving a life is more meritorious than building a grand pagoda, is nothing but deceptive nonsense. Such deeds should either be avoided or done anonymously, lest one find themselves without reward. Nonetheless, seeing Brother Zhao so perceptive and commendable, he seemed quite agreeable. I find myself somewhat perplexed by this medium-grade qi gathering pill. Would you be so kind as to elucidate it for me within the confines of your abode? Certainly. Senior sister, I am most willing to oblige. Chen Qingyun swiftly rose and made his way towards the cultivation chamber, with Luo Yi trailing behind. By the time Chen Qingyun returned to the tea table to sip his tea, the sky had already succumbed to the embrace of the night. Adorned with a tapestry of stars, he presented Luo Yi with a medium-grade qi gathering pill, despite her initial intent to offer spirit stones in exchange. Luo Yi believed that their gratitude for Chen Qingyun's prior gift of a yang recovery pill to Zhao Gao was already ample, and she did not wish to impose further upon him. The mere trifling sum of a few dozen low-grade spirit stones was something Chen Qingyun readily forgave, gifting the pill to Luo Yi without hesitation. As he watched the alluring figure depart, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, murmuring to himself, "What a truly unpretentious and genuine individual. These two are commendable and worthy of deepening friendships." Once again settling into the reclining chair, he sipped his tea lightly, turning his attention to his circulating value. Upon noticing an increase of 70 points, Chen Qingyun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, his smile radiant. Luo Yi had ascended to the 7th level of qi training, and her circulating value had risen by 5 points, reaching a commendable 35 points, a promising beginning. At that very moment, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, emanating from the kitchen where Gao Xiulan was preparing a meal, successfully igniting Chen Qingyun's appetite. Dinner is served. With a cheerful call, Gao Xiulan emerged carrying 2 plates. Observing this, Chen Qingyun hastily rose to assist her, although he was not required to do much. Lending a hand occasionally was certainly agreeable. After all, Gao Xiulan and Zixuan were diligent individuals, and mutual assistance among them fostered a warm atmosphere. As the two began to enjoy their meal, a formidable aura enveloped the courtyard, casting a shadow over their dining experience. Suddenly, a beautiful woman materialized in the seat opposite Chen Qingyun. Apart from her otherworldly beauty, the sheer intensity of her presence was almost overwhelming, leaving Chen Qingyun feeling the weight of her formidable energy. The visitor was none other than the sect leader, Duanmu Yurong. She fixed her piercing gaze upon him, as though attempting to see through his very soul, sending a shiver down Chen Qingyun's spine and igniting a sense of unease within him. What on earth does this older woman want? Why does she regard me so intently? Has she uncovered something? Outer sect disciple Chen Qingyun greets the sect leader. Chen Qingyun's momentary bewilderment dissipated as he promptly rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Beside him, Zixuan followed suit, both exhibiting utmost reverence. Duanmu Yurong offered a faint smile and conjured a barrier of spiritual energy, enveloping the entire courtyard securely. Enough. Sit down. You old rascal, stop pretending. Now tell me, who are you really? Oh, I am afraid I do not quite grasp the sect leader's meaning. I am merely Chen Qingyun, an outer sect disciple of Pill King Peak, he replied with a naive grin, appearing utterly sincere. Is that so? It seems you are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. As Duanmu Yurong flashed a peculiar smile, she swiftly reached out, capturing Chen Qingyun as if he were merely a large plush toy. You better confess honestly. Are you a reincarnation of some ancient being, or have you been possessed? Otherwise, I shall delve into your soul, she warned. Despite Duanmu Yurong's confinement of the entire space and suppression of Chen Qingyun's cultivation, he could still communicate freely with the river and mountain map within him. Entering the map was merely a thought away, safety was assured. However, Chen Qingyun sensed that this woman did not genuinely intend to harm him. Otherwise, she would not have engaged in so much idle chatter. Clearly, She was quite astute and aware that he harbored secrets, seeking to intimidate him into revealing them. Master, I am merely an outer disciple, not some grand reincarnation. Please, have mercy. I am just an ordinary disciple. I beg you to spare me. Chen Qingyun appeared on the verge of tears, his distress palpable and authentic, devoid of any semblance of acting. It must be said that he indeed possessed a talent for performance. He would never reveal the secret of the river and mountain map unless absolutely necessary. Duanmu Yurong furrowed her brow, wavering in her resolve. Observing Chen Qingyun's terrified demeanor, she mused, he hardly resembles a reincarnated powerhouse. What formidable being would be so easily intimidated? Perhaps, she pondered, she had misjudged from the outset. If this young man posed no threat, it would indeed facilitate control, especially since he displayed notable talent in alchemy. Then, Duanmu Yurong donned a pure smile, as if her previous actions were unrelated to her. At that moment, she appeared more like a friendly older sister. I hope I haven't frightened you too much. Given the recent turmoil within the sect, I had to be cautious. Can you understand my concerns? Since no useful information had been extracted, Duanmu Yurong dared not probe Chen Qingyun's soul. After all, it was a rare find to have multiple alchemists. If she were to damage him, the loss would be substantial, especially if he truly posed no threat. Nevertheless, with his alchemical aptitude, she knew she must make good use of him. The disciple appreciates your good intentions, master. We bear no ill will towards you. Chen Qingyun chimed in. Haha, I am glad you understand. Our sect has its own struggles, Duanmu Yurong replied, beginning to express her grievances about the current situation of the Yunus sect, appealing to their emotions. When Chen Qingyun learned that the Yunus sect was preparing to investigate the whereabouts of the Gui Mi Ri Yin sect, he felt somewhat speechless. He had never imagined that his random musings would lead to the mention of an actual sect that once existed. Deep down, he yearned to clarify the matter. However, harming fellow disciples was a grave offense, and he was not foolish enough to pursue that path. If the sect wished to investigate, so be it. He could simply pretend to be oblivious. What level have you reached in alchemy in such a short time? Is it possible for you to break through to the second tier of alchemists? Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyun nearly burst into laughter, realizing that this was the true intention of the woman before him. However, the prospect of becoming a second-tier alchemist seemed to bring no advantage for him at the moment. In the turbulent waters of the Yunus sect, achieving the status of a second-tier alchemist with his current cultivation level might not only prove futile, but could also attract mortal danger. Until he reached the Golden Core realm, Chen Qingyun had no intention of becoming a second-tier alchemist. Chapter 71, Under House Arrest? A longed-for situation. After hearing Duanmu Yurong's words, Chen Qingyun hastily cupped his hands in salute, appearing both anxious and flustered. Sect leader, you overestimate me far too much. In this lifetime, before I meet my end, simply being an outer disciple of the Yunus sect and concocting a few first-tier elixirs is more than enough for me. As for anything beyond that, I dare not wish for more. Chen Qingyun spoke with heartfelt sincerity, betraying no hint of falsehood. Indeed, this was his true sentiment. He merely wished to refine elixirs in the outer sect and assist his senior sisters in enhancing their cultivation. He had never entertained thoughts of anything more, let alone pursued such ambitions. His sole desire was to elevate his cultivation, while the so-called fame and fortune could roll as far away as possible, as they bore little relation to his life. Throughout history, those who chased after fame and profit often met grim fates, with few escaping unscathed. Keep pretending, Duanmu Yurong thought to herself with a cold smile. Yet she remained silent, feigning ignorance. Nonetheless, her demeanor made it clear that she held no belief in Chen Qingyun's words. You know well that our Yunus sect is in dire need of a second-tier alchemist. If you could attain that status, I would certainly nurture you well. You would reside directly on my Yunus peak, with the beauties of the sect at your disposal. Duanmu Yurong had kept a close watch on Chen Qingyun's life, and was certain he was a man of carnal desires. She was convinced that such an enticing offer would surely tempt him. After making her proposition, she even observed Chen Qingyun with a mischievous glint in her eye, half smirking, as she was confident he would take the bait. Wealth, power, and beautiful women. There is always something that appeals to each individual. As for Chen Qingyun, he would undoubtedly choose the allure of beauty. Duanmu Yurong was certain of her assessment. Upon hearing her words, Chen Qingyun visibly startled, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. But then he fell silent. Duanmu Yurong furrowed her brow, clearly unable to believe her own eyes. Was this truly the same old man? How could it be? Had he changed? Impossible. She refused to accept such a notion, convinced that something must be amiss. Sect leader, it is not that I am unwilling, but my alchemical skills are limited at present, making me unworthy of such a responsibility. What a jest! Was she truly attempting to cultivate him? Protect him? It felt more like house arrest. However, if this woman could grant him a taste of her charms, that would not be entirely out of the question. However, such thoughts are merely a whisper in Chen Qingyun's heart at present. The two exchanged glances, each adorned with smiles laden with significance, yet harboring ulterior motives, creating an atmosphere that felt rather peculiar. Haha, no worries. As long as you diligently refine your elixirs, I have faith in your talent. In the future, remain within the sect to hone your skills. It is perilous outside. Staying within the Yunu sect will ensure your safety. Duanmu Yurong remarked, sipping from Chen Qingyun's spiritual tea. Indeed, this tea is quite exquisite. I shall send someone daily to fetch 2 pots henceforth. With that, Duanmu Yurong surveyed her surroundings. Since you are reluctant to visit my Yunu peak, that is acceptable. However, your current location is rather insecure. I shall arrange for personnel to ensure your safety. For you are one of the few alchemists of our sect, and it is imperative that nothing befalls you. After concluding her statement, Duanmu Yurong leisurely savored her tea, casting a mischievous glance at Chen Qingyun, her eyes brimming with playful mockery. Oh, you think you can play tricks on me? You are still too inexperienced. Chen Qingyun, upon hearing this, could hardly believe the audacity of this woman. Did she truly think such tactics would compel him to comply? Was she not being overly naive? This was precisely the life Chen Qingyun desired at the moment. However, he had to maintain appearances. This woman would undoubtedly not allow him to enjoy himself. Master, this seems rather inappropriate. I shall focus on refining elixirs and this protection. Chen Qingyun's expression was one of bitter resignation, an air of grievance evident in his demeanor. That simply will not do. You are an alchemist of the Yunu sect and are entitled to this level of care. From now on, remain within the sect. Oh, by the way, since you will not be leaving the sect, it would be prudent for you to entrust your identity token to me for safekeeping, to prevent any chance of misplacement due to infrequent use. Keep in mind that in the Yunu sect, one must undergo identity verification to enter or exit. Without the identity token, you might as well forget it. What? Do you have objections? No, Chen Qingyun stammered, feeling the intensity of Duanmu Yurong's scrutinizing gaze. He could only feign reluctance as he handed over his identity token. Very well. Master, I require assistance in my alchemy. May I? That is for you to decide. As long as you do not leave the sect, I can ensure your safety, understand? Duanmu Yurong held her teacup, regarding him with the same predatory gaze as a spider eyeing its prey. A blend of mockery and satisfaction in her demeanor. Oh, I understand, master. Thank you for your concern. Chen Qingyun forced a smile, resembling a deflated balloon, his demeanor exceedingly forlorn. In truth, however, at that moment, Chen Qingyun's heart was brimming with joy, nearly bursting into laughter. Leaving the Yunu sect to venture into the world? I would rather not. With my current level of cultivation, without the map of mountains and rivers, I would likely not survive 2 encounters. Duanmu Yurong, too, was in high spirits, having wisely secured control over this individual with the potential to become a second-tier alchemist ahead of time. If left unchecked, this individual might vanish without a trace or be swayed by another sect, which would spell disaster for the Jade Maiden sect once he becomes a second-tier alchemist. At this moment, both parties believed they had triumphed, though neither had truly lost. It was merely a matter of who would gain more. Very well, focus on your alchemy. I shall return to assess your results in due time. Duanmu Yurong cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Qingyun before vanishing from sight. Although her glance remained stunningly beautiful and irresistibly alluring, Chen Qingyun felt no interest, even experiencing an unsettling chill. Wretched woman, one day, I shall have you kneel before me and sing my praises, understanding how to read in reverse. Of course, Chen Qingyun dared only to grumble in his heart. Should this wretched woman overhear him, his days would be far from pleasant. After all, he currently lacked the ability to confront Duanmu Yurong. And given the allure of the Jade Maiden sect, he was reluctant to depart. In the Pill King Hall, I did it. I succeeded. Ling Xiao grasped the 18 pills from the alchemical furnace, clenching them tightly in her hand, her face radiating indescribable excitement and joy. This time, Ling Xiao had successfully refined 18 Qi gathering pills in one batch. 2 were of superior quality, 6 of intermediate quality, and 10 of inferior quality. This marked her highest success rate in pill making thus far, and the quality was commendable. She believed that with continued practice, achieving a 100% success rate in pill creation would not be merely a dream. Xiaoxua, you've done well. You must strive diligently in the future. Yes, I understand, master. By the way, did you hear that young man mention the methods for concocting second-tier pills? Not at all. Well, no rush. Just learn alongside him. However, remember, do not lose yourself in the illusions of affection and love. In the realm of cultivation, emotions hold no place. Only the path of immortality can grant eternity. As a woman, you must empower yourself and resolutely avoid becoming a subordinate to men. Do you understand? Yes, the disciple comprehends. Su Qinxue was at a loss for words, yet dared not voice her thoughts, merely nodding obediently in agreement. Very well, you may go? All right, then I shall take my leave. Su Qinxue bowed to Ling Xiao and exited the Pill King Hall. Watching Su Qinxue depart, Ling Xiao shook her head helplessly and murmured to herself, "My disciple, I hope you can maintain your composure and not repeat the mistakes of your master, following down the same path." Chapter 72. The Bright Moon Peak Qinlan. Within Chen Qingyun's courtyard. Following Duanmu Yuyong's disruption, Zixuan's appetite had significantly waned. However, for Chen Qingyun, whether he ate or not was inconsequential. After hastily concluding their meal, Dong Xiaoyu quickly removed the dishes and served a pot of tea at the table. Dong Xiaoyu remained silent, acutely aware that at this very moment, Chen Qingyun must be feeling exceedingly distressed. The very privilege of leaving the sect had been stripped from him, and even his ability to depart from Danwang Peak was now in question. Who could endure such treatment without a heavy heart? However, unbeknownst to her, Chen Qingyun's sentiments were quite the opposite. He was reveling in a state of elation, eager to celebrate his fortune. "Come, let us enjoy some tea, Sister Dong." "Why the long face?" "Oh, junior brother, I sense your grievances. If you are troubled, do not hesitate to vent. I assure you, I shall not mock you." Grievances? Venting? He was far too elated to entertain such notions. Yet, he knew that this was not the time for merriment. Perhaps that wretched Duanmu Yuyong had already dispatched spies, and any misstep could lead to complications. Such matters were best kept private. What grievances could I possibly have? The fact that the sect leader is concerned for my safety indicates I am valued. I am far too pleased to be upset. Come, let us drink. Nay, today, I am in high spirits. I desire wine. As he spoke, Chen Qingyun procured a jar of spirit wine from his storage bag and began to indulge in its contents. Dong Xiaoyu, standing by, felt a pang of anxiety. She was at a loss for how to persuade him, fearful that he might become despondent and squander precious time. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance streaked across the sky as a delicate figure descended. It was Su Qingxue, returning just in time. "Ah, what a splendid occasion. I see you've taken to drinking, old man." Upon her arrival, noticing Chen Qingyun guzzling from the jar, Su Qingxue jested. "Uncle Su, it is not as it seems." Dong Xiaoyu recounted the recent events in detail, leaving nothing out. Su Qingxue furrowed her brow, perplexed. How could the sect leader treat the venerable elder in such a manner? Was this not somewhat excessive? However, given the leader's stature, she refrained from passing judgment. It was not her place to do so. "Junior brother Chen." Initially, Su Qingxue intended to address him as junior brother, but recalling that Chen Qingyun had greeted her first, she swiftly altered her address to avoid revealing his true strength. "Uncle Su, there is no need for concern. I am quite well. Come, join me in a drink." "Very well." With that, Dong Xiaoyu fetched 3 large bowls, and the group began to drink heartily. Although the 2 women were not particularly spirited, they offered silent companionship. On the Haoyue Peak, a unique facet of the Yunnu sect, the living cohabited with the deceased. It served not only as the resting place for the ancestors of the Yunnu sect, but also as a sanctuary for the aged. Those nearing the end of their lifespan or who had made significant contributions, yet found themselves unable to recover from injuries resided here. To phrase it more delicately, it was a place for retirement, awaiting the final breath. In truth, it was a congregation of the elderly and infirm waiting for death. Nevertheless, it was, in fact, a far superior existence compared to the cold palaces of the royal court. At least here, the provisions were equitable, with no discrimination in care. It must be said that the Jade Maiden sect excels in this regard, demonstrating an acute understanding of winning people's hearts. Within a courtyard, seated upon a mat, was a woman of fair complexion, her delicate features resembling a finely crafted work of art, exuding an air of mature beauty. This enchanting woman was named Qinlan. She belonged to an earlier generation of the Jade Maiden sect, but had experienced misfortune. While seeking opportunities in the outside world, she was injured, her foundational energy severely compromised. It was only with the protection of her companion that she managed to survive, yet alas, she would never again attain the golden core. At this moment, however, Qinlan was in a rather dire state. Not only was her breath feeble, but her palace of vitality had darkened, and her radiance had dimmed. A palpable aura of death surrounded her, indicating that she had succumbed to the 5 declines of heaven and man, with her days numbered and her final hour approaching. "Mother, you cannot die. I will not allow it." A young man knelt on the ground, his head buried in Qinlan's embrace, weeping inconsolably. This young man was none other than her son, Yi Chun. "Foolish child, do not cry. This is merely fate, something we cannot escape." She replied gently, "I will soon be reunited with your father. You should feel joy in that. Regrettably, your parents lack the ability to provide you with much assistance. This is my greatest sorrow. From now on, you must rely on yourself." As she lovingly stroked Yi Chun's head, her face radiated warmth and affection, though her eyes were filled with profound reluctance. Once one has entered the realm of immortality, who would wish to return to the mundane? All is dictated by destiny, and not a single moment is within our control. 2 lines of tears silently slipped from the corners of Qinlan's eyes, revealing her desolation and helplessness. Mother, Chen cannot bear the thought of losing you. I will find a way to seek out rare treasures to extend your life and restore your foundation. Very well. Very well. Mother knows. My Chen is dutiful. Such a good child. Qingyun said, her hand gently patting Yi Chun's back as if to comfort a child. Indeed, no matter how grown one becomes, in the eyes of their parents, they will always remain a child. This love is unique in all the world. By the way, Mother, recently, a new alchemist has emerged at the Jade Maiden Danking Peak, rumored to possess the ability to concoct soul-nourishing elixirs. I would like to take a chance and seek him out. Perhaps he can create a longevity potion. Upon hearing this, the dullness in Qingyun's eyes suddenly flickered with a glimmer of hope, as if a thread of vitality had been woven into her existence. As the saying goes, it is better to live poorly than to die well. How many truly wish for death? In pursuit of the elusive path to immortality, one contends with heaven, earth, and humanity, even if it means suffering grievous wounds or facing death itself. Countless beings continue to press forward, even to the last breath, unwilling to relinquish their aspirations. Now, with a newfound hope for survival, even the slightest chance must be seized. Qingyun had indeed heard of this alchemist, though the truth of the matter remained uncertain. After all, if the Danking Peak boasted exceptional alchemical skills, then she and her elder brother Feng would not have needed to leave their sect in search of opportunities, and her husband would not have faced such a fate. As she spoke, Qingyun fell into deep reminiscence, her eyes filled with unwillingness, nostalgia, and a trace of lingering resentment and self-blame. Mother, please rest well. I shall return home for now, and tomorrow I will go to the Danking Peak to investigate the alchemist's true capabilities. Very well. CHNR. Remember well, never engage in conflict with others. If there is truly no alternative, do not harbor resentment towards them. Yes, Mother. I understand. Qingyun was acutely aware of how fervently the YN sect desired to possess a second-tier alchemist, thus placing immense value on such individuals. Should her son YCH clash with an alchemist, even with his outstanding aptitude, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, as the sect would unwaveringly support the alchemist. As she watched her son depart, Qingyun, initially consumed by despair, felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. She no longer wished for death. Suddenly, she perceived that her son was still young, and her own departure need not be so hasty. If she could survive, witnessing her son's growth and perhaps even his finding a suitable partner, that would be a unique source of joy. As for her deceased partner YFing, she no longer felt an urgency to reunite with him. Master Effing surely would not hold it against her. After all, her survival had been fiercely contested by F-ing at the cost of his own life. He would undoubtedly desire for her to thrive. As long as she lived, there remained hope, and anything was possible. At that moment, Qingyun's eyes sparkled like a candle flame swaying in the wind, suddenly illuminated by a lampshade. Once a person harbors hope, their spirit undergoes a wondrous transformation, significantly enhancing their demeanor. Chapter 73. The arrival of the horsemen the following day. Qingyun awoke naturally. Upon noticing the arrival of 750 points of circulating value, he felt immense satisfaction. After tidying himself, he opened the door to the lounge, where he found Qingyun had already prepared water for him to wash his face, standing at the entrance with a radiant smile, as if she had been waiting for a long time. Awake now? Come, wash your face. The sudden gentleness of this woman took Qingyun by surprise. It was important to remember that she had initially regarded him with disdain, deeming him too old to be worthy of her, and their relationship had merely been a transaction. Although her prejudice had lessened during their time together, she still often referred to him as the old man, and he was nearly accustomed to it. Oh, uncle personally prepared water for me. How flattering. Qingyun chuckled, stroking his beard. As long as you are happy, I am at your service. Surely. Qingshu and Zisu believed that being confined within the YN sect would weigh heavily on him, and thus, they endeavored to cheer him up. Well then, I shall rely on you, uncle, in the days to come. As he spoke, he stepped outside, and Qingshu swiftly approached to assist him, resembling a devoted handmaiden. Qingyin was immensely pleased, nodding with a smile as he stroked his beard. After washing his face, he joined the dining table, where Ding Shioi personally served him a bowl of fragrant porridge, wearing a gentle smile. SHD, please eat. Qingyin savored the spirit rice porridge with great contentment, feeling an indescribable joy akin to that of an emperor. Not only has he successfully remained within the sect, avoiding the need to undertake external missions, but he has also garnered the heartfelt concern of Dong Xiaoyu and Su Qinxue, which is truly commendable. While dining, Chen Qingyun opened his data panel to review his status. Age, 88. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Stage 2. Technique, Eternal Spring Art. Martial skills, Phantom Fist. Azure Wave Sword Technique. Talent. First rank Water Spiritual Root. Lifespan. 120 years. Circulation value. 3,655. Occupation. First rank Alchemist. 01000. Cultivation experience. 04000. With just one more day, his cultivation will reach Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Given the current circumstances, it is imperative to focus on enhancing his cultivation, while other matters can be postponed. After breakfast, the two women obediently cleared the dishes. Chen Qingyun then prepared to ignite the furnace for alchemy, as this was his sole source of joy beyond accruing circulation value. After all, for someone like Chen Qingyun, who had never practiced cultivation, this was one of his few remaining hobbies. Naturally, it was also his only path to growth. Without medicinal pills, who would be willing to cultivate with him, thereby hindering his progress? Once all was set, Chen Qingyun commenced his alchemical endeavors, while Dong Xiaoyu and Su Qinxue attentively observed, remaining utterly silent. Particularly, Su Qinxue was exceptionally focused, harboring a suspicion in her heart. She believed that Chen Qingyun could indeed control the quality of the pills, producing whatever grade he desired. However, she refrained from disclosing this suspicion to her master, Ling Xiao, fearing it might undermine her master's resolve. Furthermore, she was no fool. Not all secrets need be shared with others. Throughout their time together, she had come to recognize that this elder was quite admirable. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. She had developed some unique sentiments towards Chen Qingyun. Su Qinxue understood that revealing such a secret would be detrimental to Chen Qingyun, and it was best to feign ignorance. Of course, this secret was known only to her. Among everyone, only Su Qinxue was an alchemist, fully aware of the challenges of pill refinement and the impossibility of conjuring any desired pill at will. Just as Chen Qingyun was fervently engaged in alchemy, a knock echoed from outside. Dong Xiaoyu, sensing the moment, went to open the door. Creak. The courtyard door swung open, revealing Zixuan, her face etched with displeasure, who immediately embraced Dong Xiaoyu. Sister Dong, why are all men so wicked and shameless? Seeing Zixuan's distressed demeanor, Dong Xiaoyu was taken aback. Sister Zixuan, what troubles you? Please, take your time. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Zixuan quietly sobbed in Dong Xiaoyu's embrace. It turned out that her former partner, Ma Hu, had come seeking her upon hearing of her entry into the outer sect. At the outset, Zixuan believed that Ma Hu approached her out of a sense of guilt, intending to offer an apology. To her astonishment, his true purpose was not one of contrition, but rather to solicit resources. With only a year remaining until the sect assessment, Ma Hu, feeling increasingly anxious due to his lackluster performance at the Divine Artifact Peak, resolved to seek out Zixuan after learning that she had entered the outer sect. After all, upon entering the outer sect, one receives 30 low-grade spirit stones each month, a sum Zixuan could hardly exhaust, prompting his visit. Whether they could eventually become dual cultivation partners was of little consequence. What mattered was that within this year, he must elevate his cultivation to the 4th level of qi refinement, or face expulsion from the Yunnu sect, thereby severing all ties to the path of immortality. Ma Hu's audacious demands left Zixuan utterly astonished, leading to a fierce argument that nearly escalated into a physical confrontation. Although Ma Hu had been ousted from the Pill King Peak, he recounted in detail their past cohabitation, which left Zixuan feeling utterly humiliated and unable to face others. The audacity of such a base man was truly repugnant. Dong Xiaoyu remained in the courtyard, offering comfort to Zixuan, anxious not to disturb Chen Qingyun as he concocted elixirs. Within half an hour, Chen Qingyun completed a batch of gathering qi pills, producing 10 superior, 5 medium, and 5 inferior quality pills. The 5 inferior pills were specifically crafted to benefit those at the lowest tier of cultivators, as he understood their struggles. Once everything was in order, Chen Qingyun emerged and noticed Zixuan's reddened eyes, as if she had recently wept. Senior Sister Zixuan, what troubles you? Has someone bullied you? Dong Xiaoyu recounted the events, inciting righteous fury in Su Qinxue, who exclaimed in outrage, "Scoundrel! Useless fool! Such a despicable creature deserves nothing less than punishment." Chen Qingyun's gaze darkened, brimming with murderous intent as he thought, "What nerve? Why must you encroach upon my territory?" He then feigned nonchalance, inquiring, "Aunt Su, how do you propose we handle this matter?" "Huh, do I really need to be consulted on such issues? Haven't you dealt with enough already?" Su Qinxue retorted with an exasperated glance at Chen Qingyun. Observing that Chen Qingyun appeared unfazed by his confinement, Su Qinxue reverted to her usual defiant demeanor, no longer indulging the elder. "What do you mean by that, Aunt Su? I can almost guess the nature of your mischief. You'd best treat me well, lest I decide to," Su Qinxue said, lifting her chin with a touch of pride as she regarded Chen Qingyun. "Of course, I have reserved the finest treasures for you, Aunt Su. Is that not sufficient?" Chen Qingyun replied earnestly, pulling Su Qinxue into his embrace. With a playful pout, Su Qingyun cast a reproachful glance at Chen Qingyun, responding with a huff. Who can discern the veracity of your words? Nevertheless, I shall provisionally place my trust in you. As Su Qingyun spoke, she playfully tugged at Chen Qingyun's beard. Their gazes locked, imbued with tenderness and affection. Within Su Qingyun's enchanting eyes, a ripple of spring-like vitality stirred, hinting at the revival of nature. However, the moment was somewhat inopportune. After supporting the delicate and graceful Su Qingyun to a seat at the tea table, Chen Qingyun began to console Zixuan. After all, Chen Qingyun was no scoundrel. On the contrary, he was a man of commitment, steadfastly unwilling to abandon anyone easily. Chapter 74. The Child of Fortune, Yi Chen? Sister Zixuan, there is no need for sorrow. If you desire, I can assist you. At this moment, Chen Qingyun's eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he made a slicing gesture with his hand. Would that not be inappropriate? To involve you for the sake of that useless individual. I cannot permit you to do this. Oh, Sister Zixuan, what are you saying? Did we not agree to support each other? You have aided me for so long. It is only right that I, as your junior, should lend you a hand in this trivial matter. However, the thought of undertaking such actions made Zixuan's face betray her anxiety, revealing her deep concerns. Rest assured, dear Zixuan, this individual possesses ample experience. There shall be no issues. Su Qingyun shot Chen Qingyun a reproachful glance, her face glowing with pride. Uncle Su, you must clarify your words. What do you mean by me being the most experienced? I merely wish to assist Sister Zixuan. Humph. Su Qingyun huffed, turning her face away, choosing to ignore Chen Qingyun. What is this attitude? You were perfectly amiable this morning. Hee. Very well. I am no longer upset. Zixuan found amusement in the playful banter between Chen Qingyun and Su Qingyun, and in that moment, she considered this master-disciple pair to be the finest men in the world. Not only were they considerate and gentle, but they were also generous, embodying perfection. Compared to Ma Hu, Chen Qingyun was a paragon, possessing qualities that rendered Ma Hu utterly lacking, a complete failure. Zixuan felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. She was grateful for her choice in this master-disciple pair, for otherwise, she might have missed a monumental opportunity. Well, if you are no longer upset, come, let us enjoy some tea. Noticing Zixuan's spirits lifted, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, smiling amiably. In regard to the current situation, Chen Qingyun remained unfazed, entirely unconcerned. Whether the women were sincere or performing, it did not affect his mood. He understood that a fade was necessary, yet he resolved not to take things too seriously. In the mundane world, there existed fleeting pleasures. In the harsher realm of cultivation, one could hardly place faith in the concept of love. One might as well await their demise. Chen Qingyun sought merely the daily influx of resources. Everything else was negotiable. After all, he devoted at most an hour each day to concocting elixirs, which was neither arduous nor burdensome. Soon, the courtyard was once again filled with laughter and joy, the atmosphere remarkably pleasant. Unlike the aloofness of Yumeng, the three women engaged in delightful conversation. Knock. Junior brother Chen, are you all here? The courtyard door remained ajar, allowing for the convenience of those wishing to purchase elixirs. At that moment, a figure clad in pristine white knocked gently before entering uninvited. The visitor was none other than Bai Jie from residence number 72. As she glided in gracefully, she bore the air of a distinguished lady. Although Bai Jie had heard the voices of women from outside the courtyard, upon entering, she was taken aback to find three stunning beauties, each embodying the essence of ethereal grace, leaving her somewhat disheartened. It was no wonder the elderly gentleman was not enchanted by her allure. He evidently had numerous captivating confidants. Was it possible that an alchemist commanded such admiration, even if he were a frail old man? Come. Please, take a seat, Sister Bai. Chen Qingyun adjusted his reclining chair and added a stool. Next time I visit the market, I must acquire a larger table. The number of guests is increasing, and soon there will be no room left, he mused inwardly. Bai Jie did not decline and gracefully took a seat, sipping her spiritual tea while listening to the lively chatter of the young maidens beside her. At 58, she was significantly older than Su Qingyun, the eldest among the trio, who was merely in her 30s, rendering them comparatively youthful. Chen Qingyun understood Bai Jie's intentions for her visit all too well. However, he stroked his beard, feigning ignorance with a smile while inwardly scoffing. Do not think that a mere semblance of beauty can entice me into becoming a sycophant. Such notions are utterly delusional. The three women greeted Bai Jie casually, their familiarity lacking warmth. Initially, Bai Jie intended to engage Chen Qingyun, but with the presence of three equally charming women, she felt it unnecessary to speak, fearing an awkward encounter. Sister Bai, may I inquire what brings you here today? Chen Qingyun asked, his smile unwavering as he continued to stroke his beard. Momentarily at a loss for words, Bai Jie's eyes darted around before she found her footing. Oh, the tea brewed by Brother Chun is delightful. Is it not true that if I wish to enjoy your tea, I may come to seek you anytime? A faint smile graced her lips, effectively masking her earlier embarrassment. Haha, how could I refuse? Your visits are always welcomed, Sister Bai. Chen Qingyun thought with an inward smirk. I merely jested, yet you have taken me at my word. For him, enjoying a cup of tea was inconsequential, provided it served a purpose. He decided to observe for a few more days. If no tangible value emerged, he would no longer indulge. The affairs of women with whom he had no connection held little significance. Whether he drank tea or dined was of no consequence to him. Perhaps sensing the monotony or feeling that conversation with Chen Qingyun was lacking, Bai Jie did not linger long. After sipping a couple of cups of tea, she took her leave. Observing the retreating silhouette of Bai Jie, Chen Qingyun's lips curled into a slight arc, a cold smirk gracing his features. Should this woman return and continue her charade, there would be no need for her to enter his courtyard again. After Bai Jie departed, several individuals gradually arrived to procure elixirs. It was not until midday that the gate of Chen Qingyun's residence was finally closed. Following lunch, Chen Qingyun leisurely reclined in a chair, sipping tea, while Su Qinxue diligently refined pills beside him. From time to time, Chen Qingyun offered guidance on her shortcomings. Zi Xian and Dong Xiaoyu observed and learned, as after reaching the latter stages of qi training, Chen Qingyun had begun to instruct them in alchemy. Thus, laying a solid foundation was certainly beneficial. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. With a swift motion, Zi Xian hurried outside to open the gate. There stood a tall, robust young man with striking features, sharp brows, and an air of gallantry, Yi Chun. The young man politely clasped his hands and addressed Zi Xian. Excuse me, junior sister, may I inquire if Master Chen resides here? Noting his courteous demeanor, Zi Xian reciprocated, indeed. Are you here to purchase elixirs from Master Chen? Master Chen's junior? Could it be that this esteemed alchemist is merely a junior to a qi training fourth-layer maiden? Surely not. To be frank, junior sister, I have come seeking medicine from Master Chen, he replied. Very well, please come in. Led by Zi Xian, Yi Chen entered, albeit with a hint of confusion. But he chose to observe first. From a distance, Yi Chen was captivated by Su Qinxue, who was engrossed in the alchemical process. It was not her beauty that enthralled him, but rather the intricate art of pill refinement. This was, for him, a rare opportunity to witness the craft up close, igniting within him an inexplicable yearning. With someone engaged in alchemy, this must surely be Master Chen's residence. Upon noticing a visitor, Chen Qingyun promptly rose and clasped his hands in greeting, recognizing that the other possessed a perfect qi training level, and thus should be addressed as senior brother. Might I inquire, esteemed senior, have you come to my humble abode to purchase elixirs? Yi Chen surveyed Chen Qingyun's cultivation level, which was indeed only at the second layer of qi training, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Junior brother, you are truly Master Chen? Ha ha, I am unworthy of such a title. Simply call me junior brother, Chen Qingyun chuckled, stroking his beard. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen spoke with a tentative hope. Junior brother, to be candid, my mother was injured while seeking opportunities, her foundation damaged. Her vitality is severely depleted, and her cultivation has plummeted. Her time is running short. I beseech you to extend your hand in salvation. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingyun was inwardly alarmed. To reconstruct a foundation? Such a task was no simple feat. Restoring one's foundation would require a fourth-tier elixir, which could command a price in the thousands or even tens of thousands of circulation value. Even if he wished to assist, he found himself powerless, not to mention the expenditure of such a sum for a complete stranger. Why should I help you? Am I your father? Are you out of your mind? Upon detecting a significant fortune surrounding this individual, the system prompted the host to extend a helping hand. By seizing this opportunity to complete the mission, the host would earn circulation value and gain an enhancement to their fortune. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Qingyun, who had initially intended to politely decline, nearly stumbled in excitement. This situation felt eerily familiar, leaving him with no grounds for refusal. Chapter 75, The Infinite Peak. The Mysterious Master and Disciple. Having initially planned to reject Yi Chen, Chen Qingyun found himself devoid of reasons to do so after receiving the system's alert. Assisting those suffering in dire straits was something he was accustomed to and, of course, he was particularly inclined to help beautiful women. In the world of martial arts, one is often bound by circumstances, and the realm of cultivation is no different. Since resistance was futile, one might as well enjoy the experience to the fullest. What's wrong? Junior brother? Is there no way? Yi Chen observed Chen Qingyun's fluctuating expressions, his furrowed brows occasionally relaxing, revealing signs of excitement. Unaware of the underlying meaning behind Chen Qingyun's demeanor, Yi Chen could only voice his impatience. My apologies, brother Yi. I was lost in thought regarding a countermeasure and momentarily lost my composure. Please forgive me. A countermeasure? Does that mean you have a plan, junior brother Chen? A flicker of joy broke through Yi Chen's previously furrowed brow, his expression lighting up like the sun's warmth in the midst of a frigid winter, bringing new hope. Indeed, I do have a plan, but Chen Qingyun's brow knitted once more, suggesting that the situation was more complex than it appeared. But what? Please clarify, junior brother. To reconstruct the foundation of the Tao, a fourth-tier elixir known as the rebuilding pill is required, and I currently lack the necessary spiritual herbs to concoct it. Furthermore, I have yet to meet your esteemed mother and cannot ascertain the specific circumstances, making it difficult to judge the situation accurately. Upon hearing Chen Qingyun's words, Yi Chen's expression grew increasingly grave, disappointment washing over him. Is this fate? Is there truly no way to change it? Chen Qingyun observed Yi Chen's shifting emotions without revealing his own, while discreetly assessing this so-called child of fortune. Name: Yi Chen. Age: 38. Cultivation level: perfected Qi training. Talent: 3rd grade fire spiritual root. Fortune value: 50,000. Goodness. This is the child of fortune? One cannot help but remark on the astonishingly high fortune value, although the talent seems rather lacking. Could it be that this child of fortune has yet to rise and is still in a state of decline? However, brother, there is no need for excessive pessimism. Even without the elixir to restore your foundation, there remains hope for prolonging life. I just need to devise a plan based on the specific circumstances. I trust you understand my meaning. Yi Chen, who had been disheartened and devoid of hope, immediately perked up upon hearing these words. Are you suggesting that there is a way to stabilize my mother's life? Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, nodding slightly. It is premature to speak of such matters. Let us first await the arrival of your esteemed mother. Very well. As long as life can be prolonged, that is all that matters. I shall summon her at once. It is no trouble at all. With a deep bow to Chen Qingyun, Yi Chen departed with fervor, his footsteps echoing with energy as he made his way to Haiyue Peak. Observing Yi Chen's retreating figure, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, a slight smile gracing his lips. How delightful. It appears that the new year is fast approaching, and Chen Qingyun felt a surge of excitement within. Junior apprentice, do you have confidence in this endeavor? Dong Xiaoyu, the gentle and demure maiden, leaned against Chen Qingyun's shoulder, a hint of concern clouding her expression. Indeed, that is a 4th-tier elixir. Are you capable of accomplishing this, junior apprentice? At this moment, Zi Xian approached, her face a canvas of confusion and worry as she regarded Chen Qingyun. She found it perplexing that, despite Chen Qingyun's evident status as a 1st-tier alchemist, he would agree to undertake such a daunting task. Was this not inviting trouble and discomfort upon himself? Should complications arise, would he be blamed? The human heart is inscrutable, and distinguishing between good and ill is often a challenge. There is no need for concern, dear sisters. Have you ever witnessed Chen Qingyun engaging in endeavors he lacks confidence in? Chen Qingyun chuckled, stroking his beard, dismissing the matter entirely from his mind. Of course, were it not for the necessity of circulating value, not even the mother of the sect leader would compel him to intervene. Who would be foolish enough to involve themselves in such trivial affairs? After Yi Chen's departure, Chen Qingyun succumbed once more to ennui, reclining upon a chair, sipping his tea while observing Su Qinxue concocting elixirs. Zi Xian and Dong Xiaoyu dutifully served as attendants, diligently massaging Chen Qingyun's shoulders and legs, rendering it impossible for him to refuse their ministrations. Above in the vast sky, on a solitary cloud, a woman clad in flowing white garments, exuding a reclusive aura, regarded Chen Qingyun's courtyard from above with disdain. Humph. I truly cannot fathom the sect leader's reasoning for assigning me the task of safeguarding such a waste. He can merely concoct a few 1st-tier elixirs. What is so remarkable about that? After a day of observation, this old fool, aside from walking the righteous path and causing harm to others, is utterly devoid of merit. Yet, as this is the sect leader's decree, I have no choice but to comply, relegating my grievances to the confines of my mind. The inhabitants of the courtyard, including Chen Qingyun, remained blissfully unaware of these sentiments. Indeed, even if Chen Qingyun were to learn of it, he would find himself powerless to effect any change. At Woyang Peak, within a secluded chamber, an elderly man was engaged in a game of chess, deftly practicing the art of ambidextrous combat. Whoosh! A beam of shield light approached swiftly, landing before the old man's chessboard. Upon settling, it revealed a delicate-looking youth with a fair complexion. Disciple pays respects to master. The effeminate young man exuded an unsettling aura through his demeanor and speech. What brings you here? I report to you, master. The waste of the Qi refinement stage has successfully concocted a 1st-tier elixir, remarkably perfect. Currently, the disciples of Danwang Peak are advancing at an astonishing pace, and the situation seems somewhat amiss. Ah, is it truly so? I have indeed underestimated him. The old man suddenly raised his head, gazing intently at the young man. His features sharp like a hawk's beak, with eyes as venomous as a serpent, instilling a sense of dread. At first glance, he appeared far from benevolent. The elder lightly pointed to the sky, and in an instant, a barrier materialized, enveloping both of them within its confines. Indeed, Master, should we consider relaying this matter back to Wutian City? Is it necessary to alarm that individual over a mere qi refinement waste? Would that not reveal our inadequacy? We should seek an opportunity to resolve this discreetly. However, the situation at Yunnu Peak should already be garnering attention, prompting us to tread carefully. Perhaps this matter does not require our direct intervention. The elder stroked his beard, his malevolent eyes swirling with cunning, exuding an air of confidence as if he held all the reins. Does Master imply that we may employ a proxy? The effeminate man's eyes sparkled with malice, akin to a multitude of arrows poised for flight, cold and piercing. Truly, Master possesses great wisdom. I am in awe. Refrain from excessive flattery and focus on your tasks. Go and make arrangements. Ensure that the plans of the martial king remain unaffected, otherwise. Yes, Master. The effeminate man involuntarily retracted his neck, clearly feeling a profound fear towards the so-called martial king. It was evident that the adversary's methods would leave an indelible mark, and any ordinary individual would surely dread the experience. I shall take my leave then. The effeminate man bowed to the elder, commanding his flying sword, which shimmered and vanished into the horizon. Chapter 76. The Potential of Fatherhood. 2 hours later, as the sun dipped low in the west, its afterglow illuminated half the sky, painting the layers of forest in vivid hues, transforming the landscape of mountains and rivers into a striking crimson. Alas, the hour was near twilight. All beauty, however splendid, is but a fleeting moment. Two figures approached Chen Qingyun's quaint courtyard, their shadows elongated, appearing somewhat unsteady and melancholic. Within the courtyard, a few young women busied themselves with the evening meal, while Chen Qingyun leisurely sat, sipping tea. Bored, he nonchalantly took out 2 high-grade qi-gathering pills and tossed them into his mouth. Before he could even discern their flavor, they were swiftly absorbed by the map of mountains and rivers within his dantian. By the heavens, truly a beast that devours gold. Chen Qingyun couldn't help but mutter in exasperation. Knock, knock, knock. The courtyard door, previously shut, was rapped upon once more. Chen Qingyun scanned with his spiritual sense and saw that the visitors were Yi Chun and a frail, delicate woman. A grin spread across Chen Qingyun's face as he sprang to his feet and made his way to the door. Have you arrived? I have been waiting for quite some time. Creak. The door swung open to reveal Yi Chun supporting a stunning woman. She wore a flowing black dress, her skin as flawless as jade, with features exquisitely sculpted like a work of art. Her nose was elegantly defined, and her eyes sparkled like stars in a vast ocean. Her hair, dark as ink, cascaded gracefully, adorned with a few playful braids on either side. In the gentle breeze, the woman's dark tresses swayed, carrying with them the faint fragrance of orchids. It was evident that she possessed a love for beauty. Her figure was voluptuous and mature, exuding an alluring charm that captivated the heart, making it difficult to look away. However, at this moment, the woman's vitality appeared to be waning, her eyes lacked luster, and dark energy coiled around her temples, with chaotic spiritual energy surrounding her, swiftly draining the last remnants of her life force. It was clear that she was on the brink of death. Brother Yi, please come in quickly. Yi Chen supported the beautiful woman as they slowly entered. Upon seeing her smooth and delicate hand, Chen Qingyun felt an urge to assist her as well. Nevertheless, he reconsidered, as they were not well acquainted, and such actions could easily lead to misunderstandings. Before long, Yi Chun and the woman were seated at the tea table, and Chen Qingyun poured a cup of tea for both. They raised their cups, taking only a modest sip, their interest lacking, for the weight of a sick family member loomed over them. However, once the tea touched their lips, Yi Chun and his mother exchanged glances, both recognizing a look of astonishment in each other's eyes. In an instant, Yi Chen's face lit up with joy, and he drained his cup in one go. This tea, offered so casually by junior brother Chun, is of such remarkable quality. He must be no ordinary person, Yi Chen mused, feeling he had indeed found the right individual. Qinlan, Yi Chen's mother, also felt a spark of hope ignite within her eyes. This tea was extraordinary. The seemingly unassuming elder before them, who appeared to possess merely the cultivation of the second layer of qi training, was undoubtedly a remarkable figure. Despite her current misfortune, Qinlan had once been a formidable cultivator nearing the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and her ability to discern was not lacking. Taking advantage of their tea-drinking opportunity, Chen Qingyun began to probe for information about Qinlan. Name: Qinlan. Age: 95. Cultivation: first layer of foundation establishment. Talent: 4th grade with spiritual root, damaged. Fortune value: 300. This woman possessed commendable talent. Were it not for her severe injuries, she would undoubtedly be at least at the golden core stage by now. Alas, it was a pity. Of course, encountering someone like me is not entirely unfortunate. Let us grow together. Junior brother, my mother was once on the verge of reaching perfection in foundation establishment. Now that her cultivation has regressed, I implore you to assist her. Although I currently possess nothing of value, if you can save my mother, my life will belong to you. Should you ever need my assistance in the future, I shall not hesitate to face any peril for you. Brother, you flatter me. Should I be able to heal the respected elder, I will certainly dedicate myself to the endeavor. Chen Qingyun smiled outwardly, yet internally he was filled with exasperation. Were it not for the prospect of acquiring substantial resources, he would have little desire to wade through such murky waters. He did not believe a word of Yi Chen's claims. Individuals deemed heirs of destiny and fortune are often cold-hearted and selfish, primarily concerned with their own interests. In pursuit of their opportunities, they would not hesitate to betray even their own parents. To seek his assistance and repayment was a dubious endeavor. Perhaps the likelihood of an explosive encounter accompanied by natural sparks is even greater. Such boastful claims that even a dog would doubt are hardly credible to Chen Qingyun. Very well, I shall entrust my mother to you, junior brother Chen. Rest assured, there will be ample rewards in the future. Upon hearing Chen Qingyun's words, Yi Chen was exceedingly pleased, a smile finally gracing his face. This old fellow is somewhat perceptive. At last, he has been swayed, sparing me too much effort. Otherwise, once I achieve success, I shall not let you off easily. As for Yi Chen's remarks, Chen Qingyun merely took them as idle chatter, perhaps even mocking himself in silence. Nevertheless, it mattered not. For the sake of circulation value, it was not disgraceful. To abstain from beef, one must first possess strength. It was merely a trifling task. Senior brother need not take offense. Let my niece first examine my uncle's condition, Chen Qingyun said with a beaming smile, appearing exceptionally amiable. Excellent. I shall trouble you. Junior nephew Chen. Qinlan gracefully extended her smooth, delicate hand onto the table. Her voice was melodious and magnetic. Her soft arm exuded an enticing maturity. Were it not for Chen Qingyun's steadfast heart, he might have struggled to maintain composure. With Yi Chen present, Chen Qingyun, naturally, could not act indiscreetly. So he adhered to protocol. The instant his hand made contact with Qinlan's arm, a gentle and soft sensation coursed through him, quite pleasant indeed. Of course, this so-called examination was utterly futile. Chen Qingyun had long been aware of the situation. It was merely a formality, allowing Qinlan and her son to feel they were in the hands of a professional, while also providing an opportunity for him to indulge. Chen Qingyun channeled his spiritual energy into Qinlan's body, beginning his exploration. He observed that within her, there were numerous injuries. Most meridians were in disarray, riddled with cracks, and severely congested. The heart meridian was obscured and appeared to be severely damaged. In the dantian, it resembled a glass orb filled with fractures. At risk of shattering at any moment, spiritual energy was continuously leaking out. It was vaguely evident that Qinlan's cultivation seemed to be descending towards the qi refining stage. The vitality within her heart was already exceedingly frail, continuing to dissipate. Were it not for her existing cultivation, she would likely have long since departed this realm. Junior brother Chen, how is my mother? Noticing the grave expression on Chen Qingyun's face, as if the situation was dire, Yi Chen spoke anxiously. Brother Yi, alas. My esteemed aunt's body is already in tatters. The injuries are severe. We can only employ special methods to extend her life for now. We will seek further solutions later. Or else her time may be limited. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen and his mother felt an even deeper sense of urgency. Brother, you must ensure my mother's life is preserved. You say you can heal her. We will follow your lead and cooperate fully. Very well. That is most agreeable. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard, feigning profundity. Not only will my aunt require longevity elixirs, but she will also need medicinal baths and golden needles to assist in restoring her health. This will be no small task, and it will take considerable time. All right, whatever treatment is necessary, I leave it all in your capable hands, junior brother. Then let us proceed. Tonight, I shall arrange a medicinal bath for my esteemed uncle. As for the elixir, it will require some time to prepare. If you trust me, my elder brother, let my uncle stay here with my younger brother, so that I may attend to his treatment. Yi Chen hesitated. Would this truly suffice? Do not worry, mother. I will take good care of myself, he reassured. Rest assured, uncle. I have plenty of people here to look after you. Chen Qingyun chuckled, stroking his beard. Dinner is served. Su Qingxue and the others emerged with dishes in hand, their faces beaming with warmth and kindness. Upon seeing them, Yi Chen's lingering doubts dissipated entirely, allowing him to feel at ease. After all, with such three lovely ladies present, what could he possibly worry about? Next came the delightful dinner. Naturally, Yi Chen was invited to join in the evening meal. The atmosphere was joyful and heartwarming. Little did Yi Chen realize that this seemingly loyal old man before him harbored the potential to become a father figure. Chapter 77. The Old Man with the Ring Takes Possession. That night, the night was hazy and enchanting. The universe was boundless. After enjoying dinner, Yi Chen departed from Danwang Peak, filled with exhilaration. His spirits had lifted considerably, and he appeared remarkably relaxed, as if he had undergone a transformation. With Chen Qingyun's intervention, he believed that Chen Lan's life was likely secured. As he walked, Yi Chun pondered his future, and the sincerity and kindness that once graced his face had vanished, replaced by a chilling and mocking demeanor. His brow was furrowed with a profound, scheming expression, an oddity indeed. Enough. Your obsession has been fulfilled by me. Let us merge completely, my corporeal form. A shadowy old man with a weathered visage roared disdainfully within Yi Chen's consciousness. Within the depths of Yi Chen's mind, a faint response seemed to echo, tinged with dissatisfaction, yet it was of no consequence now. Humph. What more do you desire? I have granted your wishes, elevating you from obscurity to the pinnacle of qi cultivation, and even assisted in finding your mother a reliable alchemist. Are you still unsatisfied? You cannot expect me to sever the ties of causality and stabilize your resolve. You wish to perfectly merge with this body. What are your true intentions? The elderly figure within Yi Chen's consciousness was infuriated, bellowing like thunder at the faint remnants of obsession. Externally, Yi Chen remained impassive, his demeanor cold. On the middle finger of his right hand rested a ring adorned with peculiar patterns, exuding an aura of enchantment and mystery. It was evident that Yi Chen's original self had been usurped by the old man with the ring. Not all elderly figures are benevolent. In the courtyard of Chen Qingyun, after Yi Chen's departure, Su Qingxue and the others discreetly withdrew, leaving Chen Qingyun and Qin Lan in solitude. Uncle, shall we discuss the particulars inside? Noticing Chen Qingyun's earnest expression, Qin Lan felt puzzled. What exactly did he wish to converse about? Must they retreat indoors? Was this place not suitable for discussion? There were no others around after all. Dear nephew, do not hesitate to speak your mind. Very well. In truth, I have my eyes set on you, you little rascal. What are you up to? As Chen Qingyun spoke, he playfully seized Qin Lan's delicate and smooth hand. Startled, Qin Lan withdrew her hand swiftly, her expression transforming into one of indignation as she glared at Chen Qingyun, unleashing a torrent of scolding. Just as Chen Qingyun was poised for his next move, a streak of light descended from the heavens, landing directly on the tea table. As the radiance dissipated, the figure of a graceful woman emerged, unmistakably the peak master, Ling Xiao. Senior Sister Qin, is that you? After alighting, Ling Xiao hastened towards Qin Lan, clasping her hands tightly. Her eyes sparkled with tears, revealing her profound excitement. You have reached the golden core stage, while I remain a mere foundation establishment disciple. I ought to address you as senior uncle now. Senior sister, what are you saying? You will always be my senior sister, regardless of our respective stages. Qin Lan countered. Moreover, with your exceptional talent, had there been no unforeseen circumstances, your cultivation would likely surpass mine by a significant margin. Disciple Chen Qingyun greets the Grandmaster. Chen Qingyun bowed deeply to Ling Xiao, exhibiting utmost reverence. Ling Xiao's gaze towards Chen Qingyun was laden with complexity, for she was clandestinely learning the alchemical techniques of her own disciple. Were this to be disclosed, others would surely find it laughable. Though a hint of resentment flickered in Qin Lan's eyes, she chose to remain silent about the recent incident. It was evident that she was a person of considerable pride. No matter how dire her situation, she would not seek assistance from others. Senior sister, how have you been? What brings you unexpectedly to my Pill King Peak? I intended to visit you in a few days, yet here you are ahead of schedule. Ling Xiao grasped Qin Lan's hands, engaging in lively chatter, clearly indicating their previous camaraderie. However, Qin Lan appeared rather reserved, unable to relax, and even exhibited signs of evasion. It was apparent that Qin Lan's heart was tumultuous, steeped in self-doubt. After all, among her contemporaries, those who still lived were generally faring better than she was. One's pride is a fragile thing, and in such circumstances, how could one maintain a tranquil disposition? Unless, perhaps, one were devoid of life itself. When Ling Xiao learned from Qin Lan that she had come seeking the longevity pill from Chen Qingyun, her internal shock was profound and complex. Is this fellow even human? Not only can he concoct the soul-nourishing pill, but can he also refine the longevity pill? While there may be multiple types of longevity elixirs, each individual can consume a particular longevity pill only once in a lifetime. Subsequent consumption could significantly diminish its efficacy, or even render it entirely ineffective. Therefore, all aspire to consume the highest quality pills to maximize their lifespan. However, crafting high-quality pills requires exceedingly rare and aged spiritual herbs. Of course, this does not apply to Chen Qingyun, who can produce high-quality pills even from commonplace ingredients. Can you truly refine the longevity pill? Ling Xiao gazed at Chen Qingyun with hopeful anticipation. It is worth noting that each year, the Jade Maiden sect loses numerous practitioners above the foundation establishment stage due to the depletion of their lifespans, with the count easily reaching several dozen. If there were elixirs to extend life, perhaps some individuals could find a turning point and transcend their limits. If the materials are sufficient, it should pose no significant issue. Chen Qingyun stated with utmost seriousness. As long as there are herbs and recipes, there is currently no first-tier elixir that Chen Qingyun cannot concoct. Upon hearing Chen Qingyun's response, Ling Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost rushing over to embrace him and shower him with fervent kisses. However, as they were not well acquainted, she restrained herself. Even a low-grade elixir of life extension could prolong life by a month. With this young man's talent for alchemy, the likelihood of creating a high-grade elixir is quite substantial, which could extend one's lifespan by an entire year. Within the sect, how could Ling Xiao not feel elated to have such a talent? Of course, Ling Xiao was even more delighted by the prospect that as long as Chen Qingyun could refine it, it would not be long before she herself could do so as well. At this moment, a peculiar thought crossed Ling Xiao's mind. An unexpected desire for Chen Qingyun to fill the void within her. The moment this thought arose, she swiftly extinguished it, her face flushed and her heart racing. Even she could not comprehend why such a wild notion had emerged, questioning her own sanity. Could it be that the prolonged solitude of the courtyard had necessitated a breath of fresh air? Sister Qin, I shall take my leave now and return another day. Young man, take good care of your Qin ancestor, or you shall see how I deal with you. With her cheeks flushed in embarrassment, Ling Xiao cast a glance at the strange cloud overhead and hastily departed. Observing her hurried exit, Chen Qingyun felt a mix of confusion and amusement, pondering the strange behavior of the woman. What on earth is this older woman implying? Could it be that she too has succumbed to the whims of infatuation? What are you staring at? Young man, you best not gaze at me with those lecherous eyes. It is utterly impossible for us. You might as well abandon that thought. Even if I, Qin Lan, were to perish, I would never grovel like a dog. As Qin Lan spoke, she rose, prepared to leave the courtyard. Chen Qingyun made no attempt to stop her. Instead, he smiled, stroking his beard, and quietly observed her performance. Creaking, as the courtyard door swung open, Chen Qingyun, still stroking his beard, spoke with unhurried calmness. I believe that you, Sister Qin, do not wish to simply fade away and be buried in the earth, ultimately becoming nothing more than a patch of yellow soil. Furthermore, your many sisters in the sect should achieve golden core status, bear their Dao fruits, and carve their own paths to immortality. Are you truly content to meet such an end? The door opened, and Qin Lan paused, her back to Chen Qingyun, her entire form trembling. It was evident that he had struck a chord, touching upon her inner turmoil and dissatisfaction. After several breaths, Qin Lan steadied her emotions, closing her eyes tightly, engulfed in boundless anguish, wrestling with her inner turmoil. Brother Feng, I do not wish to die. You will forgive me, will you not? After a moment of hesitation, Qin Lan gritted her teeth, as if she had made a momentous decision. Can I trust you? Will you truly assist me? Of course. The manner in which I aid you depends entirely on how you aid me, Chen Qingyun replied, stroking his beard, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. How would you like me to assist you? I am utterly enamored with you, my esteemed uncle. What do you propose in return? I can agree to your request. However, you must promise me one thing. Never let Chen Er find out. Agreed. Qin Lan turned, offering a slight nod to Chen Qingyun, and spoke no further. Chen Qingyun, displaying remarkable understanding, stepped forward, taking her delicate hand as they proceeded into the house. Chapter 78, A Breakthrough in Cultivation. Outside the outer gate of Danwang Peak. Whoosh. In the night, a shadow flickered and directly entered courtyard number 9. The moment the dark figure crossed into the yard, Yu Meng, who was meditating in the cultivation room, opened her eyes. With a creak, the door of the cultivation room swung open, and Yu Meng swiftly emerged. Greetings, senior brother. She bowed to the figure in the black robe, trembling slightly, visibly terrified. The cloaked figure turned, his face shrouded in darkness, rendering his features indiscernible. The robe seemed to possess the power to block spiritual perception. Ah, junior sister, I see you have been diligently meditating in seclusion, living quite leisurely. Has the alchemist succeeded? Yes, senior brother. Well done. That old man has been protected by someone and should have considerable strength. He may prove useful in the future. Furthermore, he has become quite close to Su Qinxue. I intend to have her taken for myself. The elders have issued orders. Danwang Peak is the weakest, and we must swiftly seize control as a temporary stronghold for our ghost spirit sect within the Jade Maiden sect. Understood. Best you comply with your tasks. Otherwise, you know my methods. The black-robed man tossed a small porcelain vial to Yu Ming before vanishing into the night. Clutching the vial, Yu Ming sank to the ground, deflated like a punctured balloon. She had long endured the anxiety of such a life. With her fate in another's hands, what could she do? The corpse puppet pill, if the antidote were unattainable, would cause the controlled individual to grow increasingly frenzied and bloodthirsty, ultimately leading to the disintegration of their soul, leaving behind a mere shell, albeit one retaining their prior cultivation. Compared to refining corpses into puppets, using the corpse puppet pill on the living was far more efficient. Thus, entering a demonic sect like the ghost spirit sect, once one disobeys, The fate awaiting them is either becoming a corpse puppet or being mercilessly stripped of their heart and soul to forge demonic pills. For those of greater cultivation, their soul and bones could be directly transformed into demonic weapons. There would always be a suitable option for each. Regardless, their methods would undoubtedly surpass those of the northern Myanmar, ensuring that not a single material would go to waste. Now, Yuming has placed all her hopes upon Chen Qingyun. Besides him, she truly cannot conceive of anyone else who could assist her. The following day, upon awakening, Chen Qingyun's first action was to access his data panel and assess his circulation value. To his astonishment, he discovered that his circulation value had surged by 1,500 points. Traditionally, Qinlan's circulation value stood at 300 points, which was double that of Su Qinxue. Such an income is remarkably significant. With the blessing of the Child of Fortune, the difference is indeed striking. If Chen Qingyun wishes to heal Qinlan, it would take no more than 7 or 8 days at most. However, now that he possesses this golden goose, there is no way he would let her go. Qinlan, who shared the bed with Chen Qingyun, was abruptly awakened by his exclamations. Being physically frail and having endured excessive fatigue, she had not slept well and appeared even more listless. With a hint of reproach, she cast a glance at Chen Qingyun, preparing to turn back and resume her slumber. Chen Qingyun exchanged a low-grade longevity pill from the marketplace, a potion vastly superior to the longevity elixir, capable of repeated consumption while retaining its efficacy. This pill appears to be a product exclusive to the system. It seems there is no such formula for longevity pills in the outside world, as Chen Qingyun had never heard anyone mention them. For Qinlan, Chen Qingyun naturally could not allow her to perish, nor could he hastily cure her. At least not yet, as he still requires a substantial amount of circulation value. Everything must be postponed for the future. He must gather resources diligently. Master Qin, this is a pill that can extend your life. You should take it. Qinlan immediately turned around, seized the pill from Chen Qingyun's hand, and swallowed it in one gulp. After a mere 10 breaths, she felt immensely relieved, her spirit revitalized. As if her body had regained a significant amount of vitality, akin to an ancient tree sprouting anew, brimming with life. Master Chen, your alchemical skills are truly remarkable. I feel much better now. If you feel better, then that is splendid. Chen Qingyun replied, pulling Qinlan into his embrace. What are you doing? Qinlan's voice trembled slightly, clearly intimidated by this old man. I'm merely wishing to hold the beautiful Master Qin and sleep. After a playful exchange with Qinlan, Chen Qingyun quickly left the bed and made his way to the training chamber alone. With a decisive click, he shut the door behind him and entered the realm of mountains and rivers. Given that there were observers from Duanmu Yurong outside, any disturbances caused by a breakthrough in cultivation could lead to complications if discovered. Inside the realm of mountains and rivers, Chen Qingyun swiftly elevated his cultivation experience to 4,000, causing his internal energy to erupt like magma from the earth's core, stirring with newfound vigor. While his appearance remained largely unchanged, the functionality and strength of his body experienced a significant enhancement. The range of his consciousness has been significantly enhanced. His dantian resembled a robust man who had gone 3 days without food, fervently absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The entire breakthrough process gradually came to a halt when the spiritual energy within his dantian had been compressed into a liquid state, nearing 30% of the dantian's total capacity. Age, 88. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Level 3. Technique, Eternal Spring Art, Martial Arts, Phantom Fist. Azure Wave Sword Technique. Talent, Grade 1 Water Spirit Root. Lifespan, 120 years. Circulation value, 1150. Occupation, First Grade Alchemist, 01000. Experience points, 05000. Foundation Establishment Level 3. Quite commendable. Chen Qingyun stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Immediately, he elevated his displayed cultivation from Qi Refinement Level 2 to Qi Refinement Level 3. Everyone is making progress. I should keep pace as well. The relaxed skin and age spots on his body faded a bit more. Although his appearance had not undergone any drastic changes, still an old man, he now appeared more refined, resembling a true cultivator. The essence of an immortal was unmistakably taking shape. Creak. Chen Qingyun emerged from the training room, coming into view of others, quickly garnering their attention. Yay, junior brother Chen, you've made a breakthrough in your cultivation? You look even more ethereal. Dong Xiaoyu exclaimed, leaping into Chen Qingyun's embrace, scrutinizing him closely. Once riddled with wrinkles, unevenness, and age spots, his skin now appeared rejuvenated. The age spots had vanished, and the once lax and wrinkled skin had become notably more refined. There seemed to be a wave of spiritual resonance. Radiant hues enveloped him, reminiscent of an immortal from a painting. Zixuan had become utterly numb to the situation. This was the 3rd time in over 6 months that junior brother Chen had broken through. Chen Qingyun, who had previously never trained, had surpassed everyone in the speed of his cultivation breakthroughs. Without the assistance of Chen Qingyun's elixirs, they could scarcely imagine how far behind they would be. Of course, Chen Qingyun's true cultivation had transcended merely outpacing them by a few streets. It could be said he had left them several cities behind. Yet, no one was aware of this. As one becomes accustomed to increasingly bizarre occurrences, Zixuan merely regarded Chen Qingyun as one would a curious beast. Lacking the words to describe her astonishment, Su Qingxue, however, displayed little reaction, having rested well without Chen Qingyun's interruptions the previous night. She diligently began refining elixirs early in the morning, demonstrating remarkable dedication. Perhaps, in the future, Su Qingxue would achieve notable success. Chapter 79. The Demon Path Cultivator in Wujie Liang Peak. This is a mountain primarily dedicated to the cultivation of fire-based techniques. Within the sect, any disciple with a fire attribute who has not entered the Pill King Peak typically finds themselves at Liang Peak. Yi Chen awoke from his meditation, sensing changes within his body. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. He felt as though he had lost something. However, such matters are often elusive and difficult to articulate. After all, luck is a concept that remains elusive for the average individual, unless one is extraordinarily fortunate, seemingly surrounded by a golden aura, with their fortune almost taking on a tangible form. In such cases, it is evident. Otherwise, luck is an ethereal phenomenon. What is this? How could someone have the audacity to steal my fortune? There is a vague sense that this possessed Yi Chen, whose luck has been usurped, somehow shares a connection with my own bloodline. By heavens, who dares to snatch from my grasp In Wuji? Could it possibly be her? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Yet, one must understand that this physical form possesses such a wealth of luck solely due to the formidable ceiling formation established by In Wuji, which continuously siphons fortune from others. In Wuji practices the art of devouring heaven, enhancing his cultivation by consuming the luck of others. Currently, In Wuji's strength has not been significantly restored, and the area covered by the ceiling formation is limited. Naturally, with his present power, he cannot afford to be reckless. Should he be discovered, there would be no opportunity for redemption. Could it truly be that the lad from Danwang Peak is behind this? Unlikely. That fellow should lack such capability. Although In Wuji sensed something amiss upon first encountering Chen Qingyun, he could not discern any particular clue after careful observation. Nevertheless, he believes that aside from his ceiling formation, other methods may exist to siphon luck, although he has never heard of them. Yet, the occurrence itself demands an explanation. As far as he knows, the only one connected to this physical body through bloodline is Qin Lan. However, In Wuji outright dismisses the notion that Qin Lan possesses such abilities. What in the world is happening? Have I been discovered? Is someone thwarting my attempts to absorb fortune? But who possesses such strength? It is crucial to note that the ceiling formation set by In Wuji has the capacity to replicate celestial essence, as long as he wishes to remain concealed. The inept disciples of the Yunnu sect would find it exceedingly difficult to uncover his practice of demonic arts, which he has conducted with utmost caution, ensuring that, thus far, no one has caught wind of it. Could it be that the ceiling formation has malfunctioned? In Wuji swiftly exited the cultivation chamber and hurried outside to inspect the foundational arrangements laid out. He had not ventured far when a male disciple approached him, clasping his fists in greeting, displaying utmost respect. "Ah, Brother Yi, your cultivation has progressed once again. You are truly remarkable, unlike me, who has made no advancement for months." As In Wuji stepped out of the courtyard, he was greeted by an outer disciple from the Liang Peak. "Ha!" In Wuji returned the gesture with humility, exuding modesty. "Dear junior brother, do not belittle yourself. Those with ambition will ultimately succeed. Have faith in yourself. I too faced slow progress in my early days. Yet look at me now." In Wuji spoke while gently patting Cheng Shidi on the shoulder, feigning a demeanor of deep concern for his junior, appearing quite approachable. "Thank you, senior brother. I will strive to improve." Cheng Shidi responded eagerly. "Ah, that's good to hear." In Wuji nodded approvingly at Cheng Shidi before turning to leave. However, the moment he turned away, a chilling smile crept across his lips. "Having drained most of the fortune, do you still aspire to enhance your cultivation? Just avoiding misfortune would be fortunate enough. It is truly nauseating to fraternize with these inept individuals. If it weren't for my insufficient strength, I would have devoured your souls long ago. Senior brother Yi is truly kind, unlike the others who look down upon us lowly cultivators," remarked one disciple. "Indeed, Senior brother Yi is on the verge of foundation establishment and is so easy to get along with. It's truly rare," another added. "However, it's quite strange why senior brother Ye's cultivation advances so rapidly while we remain stagnant." At that moment, a female disciple approached, standing behind Chen Qingyun, her expression puzzled. "Do you feel the same, junior sister Yu?" "I've inquired with several fellow disciples, and it seems this has been the case for the past 6 months. I wonder why? Senior brother Cheng, should we report this matter?" It feels rather odd, one of them suggested. Sigh. What good would reporting do? At most, we would earn a scolding for our lack of effort and for blaming fate. Let's observe for a while longer, Chung Shidi replied, with Yu Yinyao nodding slightly in agreement. After all, they were merely ordinary outer disciples, their voices insignificant, and no one would heed their concerns. In Wujie surveyed the area, ensuring that the array foundations he had set up were all in order, yet he felt increasingly perplexed, unsure of where the issue lay. After collecting all the array foundations, he returned to his small courtyard, burdened with thoughts. In Wujie always arranged the sealing magic array at night, dismantling it by day. The reason was simple. Most people meditated and cultivated at night, making it less likely to be discovered. Additionally, during the day, many were out, making it difficult to draw significant fortune value, posing too great a risk. Having suffered a significant setback, In Wujie had become increasingly cautious in his endeavors. Upon returning to his courtyard, he was troubled and unable to comprehend why. Before being suppressed to death, he had also been at the pinnacle of the Void Return realm, dominating his territory. With the sealing magic array and the heavenly devouring demon technique, he had earned an infamous reputation and attained the title of Demon Sovereign. Damn it. It's all the fault of those wretched old monsters. Even now, In Wujie was unaware of the origins of those powerful cultivators who had imprisoned him in the Devil's Forest. Had it not been for his foresight in storing a drop of blood and a wisp of soul in the dragon pattern ring, he would have long since perished. This dragon pattern ring had fortuitously been acquired by Yi Chun during his expedition to the Devil's Forest and brought back to the Jade Maiden sect. The Jade Maiden sect was quite weak, making it the perfect place for him to refine and develop. What perplexed In Wujie was that, in his 1,000 years of cultivation, he had never encountered anything as bizarre as today's events. It was truly unfathomable, and he could not grasp the reasoning behind it. No, I must first visit Danwang Peak to see if that rascal is up to some mischief. In the small courtyard, Chen Qingyun, having completed a batch of elixirs, reclined in a lounge chair, leisurely sipping tea. Zixuan and Dong Xiaoyu accompanied him, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Zixuan gently placed a grape into Chen Qingyun's mouth, inquiring tenderly, "Junior brother, is it sweet?" "Sweet. Of course it is sweet. Anything fed by senior sister must be sweet." Chen Qingyun chuckled, stroking his beard. "Junior brother, how does my apple taste?" Dong Xiaoyu asked, offering him a piece of the freshly peeled fruit. "Crisp, crisp, delicious. It's truly delectable. Senior sister's apples are the best." His flattery was smooth, and Dong Xiaoyu, with a warm gaze, nestled into Chen Qingyun's embrace, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions, as if something significant was about to unfold. "Senior sister is craving tea," she murmured softly, her voice barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Had Chen Qingyun not possessed sharp hearing, he would have struggled to catch her words. "Then I shall trouble you, senior sister Zixuan, to manage this while I brew a pot of Longjing tea for senior sister Dong." Zixuan understood his intentions, nodding in agreement without further comment. She recognized that Chen Qingyun had the daunting task of managing both the alchemy and treating everyone equally, a truly formidable challenge. Helping him within her capabilities was the least she could do, especially since she had benefited greatly from him. Chapter 80. Qin Lin comes to learn alchemy. An hour later, Chen Qingyun acquired another 70 points of circulation value and strolled out of the alchemy room with contentment. He returned to the tea table, lying back in his chair, savoring the pleasures of life. At that moment, Dong Xiaoyu appeared radiant, her complexion like a blooming peach, exuding an alluring charm as she joined Zixuan in the kitchen. Su Qinxue ceased her alchemical efforts and approached the tea table, pouring herself a cup of tea and gulping it down. She cast a disdainful glance at Chen Qingyun, mockery evident in her tone. "You old codger, living quite the comfortable life, aren't you? Busy both day and night. Uncle Su, how can you say such things? It seems the niece has neglected you." "Humph." Su Qinxue pouted, observing Chen Qingyun stroking his beard with a lecherous grin, feeling slightly irked. "How can you, with your cultivation, still shamelessly call me aunt? Do you have no shame?" "Ha. Uncle would not speak lightly. It is a sign of respect from your nephew. Wouldn't you agree? With that attitude, you dare call it respect? Enough. I am too weary to argue with you." Chen Qingyun continued to stroke his beard, smiling at the somewhat forlorn Su Qinxue, choosing to remain silent. Knock, knock, knock. The courtyard gate was suddenly rapped upon. The courtyard gate stood ajar, and two figures approached from outside. It was none other than the outer gate steward, Qin Fun, accompanied by a young girl. Su Shiji was also present. Upon spotting Su Qinxue seated at the tea table, Qin Fun hastily approached with a broad smile and, from a distance, bowed respectfully. Despite Qin Fun's advanced age, his hair and beard now flecked with gray, his cultivation level was merely at the 4th layer of foundation establishment. Faced with Su Qinxue, a practitioner of the 6th layer, he had to humbly address her as Shiji, for this was a rule of the sect that could not be disregarded. At that moment, Su Qingxue had already regained her former lofty demeanor, her subtle aura emanating a chilling pressure. Her countenance was as cold as ice, reminiscent of a celestial being detached from the mundane world. Women are creatures of fickle nature. Even Chen Qingyun found himself momentarily speechless at Su Qingxue's transformation. Goodness, what a performance. She truly has a flair for theatrics. Xiaolin, hurry and greet your Su Shishu and Chen Shidi. Xiaolin promptly bowed, addressing Su Shishu and acknowledging Chen Shidi. The girl appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, possessing a sixth layer of qi refinement cultivation and an endearing quirkiness. Chen Qingyun quickly rose to his feet, hurriedly saluting the two. Qin Shishu, Xiaolin Shiji, please, take a seat. He swiftly served tea to them, and after settling down, he stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Might I inquire if there is any pressing matter that brings you, Qin Shishu? Qin Fan glanced at Su Qingxue, hesitating to speak. If you have something to say, please do not hesitate. Su Shiji is one of us. There is no need for concern. What? One of us? That is rather significant news. When did I become one of us? How was I unaware of this? Could it be that this Chen Shidi possesses a formidable backing? A fleeting look of surprise crossed Qin Fan's face, quickly replaced by a beaming smile. Ah, it pertains to the matter I previously mentioned to Shidi. My Dao companion, Wu Shimei, is currently in seclusion, striving to elevate her cultivation, and it may take a while before she emerges. I wonder if this young girl's cultivation level is sufficient? Although Qin Fan stumbled over his words, he ultimately mustered the audacity to express his request. Deep down, he understood the significance of having an alchemist. They had once earnestly pursued the art of alchemy, yet had never achieved success, unable to become alchemists themselves. He and Wu Shimei had resigned themselves to this reality, recognizing their limited talents and advancing age. And thus he sought a position as an outer gate steward to earn resources to support his daughter and Dao companion. Both Wu Shimei and his daughter possessed greater comprehension than he, and he willingly played the role of the green leaf, nurturing these two delicate flowers. Goodness, is he truly intent on becoming an alchemist? Sending her here at the qi refinement stage? Surely this old man doesn't believe that I can craft pills at this cultivation level. What a stroke of misfortune. Despite his internal turmoil, Chen Qingyun maintained a cheerful demeanor. Of course, it is certainly possible. However, I must note that a qi refinement practitioner may progress slowly in learning alchemy. No matter. As long as Xiaolin can learn alchemy alongside you, Chen Shidi, it will be her fortune, regardless of the pace. Seeing that Chen Qingyun did not refuse, Qin Fan smiled with delight. Meanwhile, Qin Lin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. How could an elder at the third level of qi refinement look down upon her? A practitioner at the sixth level? Nevertheless, Qin Fan had forewarned her that Chen Qingyun's cultivation was far more formidable than it appeared. She must refrain from offending him and suppress her less admirable tendencies. The most speechless of all was Su Qingxue, who could hardly bear to watch. This old man. Was he out of his mind? To teach a qi refinement practitioner the art of alchemy? He likely wouldn't even manage the simplest step of purifying the elixir before exhausting his spiritual energy. It was baffling to comprehend this old fellow's thoughts. Was it possible that he had developed an infatuation with the young girl's stunning beauty? After a brief exchange, Qin Fan departed, leaving Qin Lin to study alchemy under Chen Qingyun. It was then that Chen Qingyun examined Qin Lin's information. Name, Qin Lin. Age, 16. Cultivation, 6th level of qi refinement. Talent, 4th grade fire spiritual root. Fortune value, 700. Good heavens. Such a high fortune value. Having a good father certainly makes a difference. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that her talent was indeed impressive. Junior brother Chen, where shall I begin my studies? Qin Lin inquired, her large, watery eyes blinking innocently. Her face was as radiant as jade, her features exquisitely delicate. Resembling a porcelain doll, adorably petite, with a flawless figure that exuded a naturally ethereal beauty. Truly, she was a favored child of the heavens. Observing this pure and beautiful young maiden, Chen Qingyun felt a profound sense of admiration. Junior sister, have you ever practiced any fire-related techniques? He quickly adjusted his posture and asked, does the fireball technique count? Qin Lin replied, channeling her spiritual energy to conjure a crimson fireball the size of a teacup in her hand. Indeed, as long as you can maintain a continuous supply of fire, it will facilitate the alchemical process. Here are the alchemical formulas and knowledge of spiritual herb attributes. Please familiarize yourself with them first. Chen Qingyun produced a jade slip from his storage bag, which flew out directly. This jade slip had been specially copied for the convenience of his junior sister's learning. Upon receiving the jade slip, Qin Lin was overjoyed, quickly pressing it to her forehead to probe its contents with her spiritual sense. Beside them, Su Qingxue shot a disgruntled glare at Chen Qingyun, shaking her head in resignation before rising to leave and continue her own alchemical work. Now, looking at this old man, she felt a surge of irritation. Chen Qingyun, however, chose to ignore her displeasure, continuing to stroke his beard with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Qingyun's agreement to teach Qin Lin the art of alchemy stemmed from his own selfish motives. A girl as charming and obedient as she was, merely gazing upon her was a delightful balm for the soul, beneficial for one's physical and mental well-being. Such a naive and easily swayed beauty was safest kept by his side. If she were to remain outside for too long, one careless moment could lead to her being seduced by that brazen youth, transforming her into a fallen beauty, a notion that left Chen Qingyun deeply unsettled. Alas, it seems Master Su has misunderstood my intentions once again. I am merely striving to protect her. Who among them can truly comprehend my motives? Being the Good Samaritan is no simple task. In desperation, Chen Qingyun swiftly consumed a cup of spiritual tea to alleviate the turmoil within his heart. Since no one could fathom his sentiments, he resolved to self-regulate. Surely, that would suffice. Chapter 81. The old man is a treasure. Time flew by, and before long, it was lunchtime once more. Ever since Chen Qingyun learned to manipulate the river and mountain chart with his thoughts, life had become significantly more convenient. The fruits and vegetables he consumed were all cultivated by his own hand. With a mere thought, he could tend to the spiritual herbs and produce within, causing no inconvenience whatsoever. Whenever he found a moment, he would periodically replenish the spiritual energy within the river and mountain chart. As the spiritual energy within the chart steadily increased, not only did the growth rate of the spiritual herbs and vegetables accelerate, but Chen Qingyun also sensed that the internal space of the chart seemed to have expanded slightly, albeit imperceptibly. What baffled Chen Qingyun the most was that the entire river and mountain chart appeared to be brewing a grand formation, already showing signs of its primordial essence. Though he remained uncertain, during her first meal at Chen Qingyun's residence, Qin Lin was utterly astonished. The array of dishes was not only delectable, but also imbued with rich spiritual energy. Even a single vegetable conveyed the essence of a spiritual herb, an astonishing phenomenon. It was rumored that with sufficient spiritual energy, even a wild grass could manifest the properties of a spiritual herb, and it seemed this was indeed the case. Zixian and Dong Xiaoyu, upon seeing this doll-like little girl, were equally fond of her and took great care in attending to her. Little sister, take your time eating. There's plenty of food. Noticing Qin Lin eating with fervor, Chen Qingyun stroked his beard and chuckled. Both Qin Lan and Su Qingsnow were foundational cultivators. Yet even they could not resist the allure of these spiritual delicacies and joined in the feast. Seeing everyone gathered together, enjoying the meal in harmonious camaraderie, like a true family, brought great satisfaction to Chen Qingyun. Enjoy your meal. The courtyard door remained open, and Yin Wuji strode in uninvited. Upon recognizing the visitor as Yi Chun, Chen Qingyun quickly rose to greet him. It's you, brother Yi. Please, take a seat. It appeared that Yi Chun was quite filial, concerned for his mother's well-being, and had come to check on her. However, Chen Qingyun felt that Yi Chun seemed somewhat peculiar today, his aura bearing a hint of softness. Yin Wuji showed no hesitation and promptly sat at the dining table to partake in the meal. After all, he had savored the delicacies of Chen Qingyun's home before. They were all exceptional and greatly beneficial for cultivation. He intended to indulge as much as possible. Brother Yi, how devoted you are, coming so early to check on Master Qin. Chen Qingyun remarked with a smile, stroking his beard. Oh, not at all. I am merely worried about my mother's safety, Yi Chen replied. By the way, mother, did you experience any adverse reactions last night? Or has anything occurred? Yin Wujia's eyes burned with anticipation as he fixated on Qin Lan, eager to ascertain whether the loss of his fortune was somehow linked to her. Yet, nothing seemed amiss. Qin Lan maintained an air of nonchalance, betraying no signs of distress. Her ability to disguise her true feelings was remarkable. This woman. Not only is she capricious, but she is also exceptionally skilled in subterfuge. No wonder. In a past life on Blue Star, there was a green giant who raised 3 children for 16 years, blissfully unaware that none were his own. Surely, that woman was a master of theatrics as well. Indeed. Fear not, senior brother, for Qin Shishu is in my care. I shall devote myself to her well-being. Last night was merely a result of overindulgence, leading to some nausea. Nothing serious. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan cast a resentful glance at Chen Qingyun, silently cursing him. You little rascal, are you courting disaster? Just listen to the nonsense you're spouting. Yin Wujia lingered for a few breaths on both Qin Lan and Chen Qingyun, detecting no anomalies. Nausea? Could that really siphon off fortune? Absolutely impossible. Then, I must thank you, junior brother Chun, for your diligence with my mother. Yin Wujia laughed heartily, his expression insincere to the utmost degree. What exactly does this fellow mean with his inquiries? Could there be further matters at play? System? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with this individual. What has transpired? Why not check his information yourself? Upon hearing the system's words, Chen Qingyun once again scrutinized the information before him. When he saw the name had changed to Wujia, he nearly dropped his chopsticks. However, as a man of experience, he quickly masked his surprise and managed a bitter smile. Ah, this person has aged yet possesses such low cultivation. Quite ineffective, indeed. Unable to even hold his chopsticks steadily. How embarrassing for all present. Seeing Chen Qingyun's dejected demeanor, a flicker of disdain crossed Wujia's eyes. Though he concealed it remarkably well. Junior brother, you are a master alchemist with ample cultivation resources. Breaking through is not an insurmountable challenge. There is no need for haste. Wujia spoke with a gentle tone, feigning genuine concern for Chen Qingyun. Senior brother, there is no need to offer me further consolation. I am well aware of my own limitations. No matter how many resources I acquire, it remains exceedingly difficult to advance beyond the later stages of qi refinement. I simply wish to assist my fellow disciples to the best of my abilities before I pass away. That would bring me great contentment, Chen Qingyun declared with righteous fervor. Yet the sorrow and melancholy in his eyes were evident to even the most oblivious observer. There is no need for undue impatience, for all things are possible. Until the end, we shall not concede. Indeed, thank you for your concern, senior brother. I shall do my utmost. Yi Chun feigned profundity with a nod, opting for silence as he descended into contemplation, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. System, explain this to me clearly. What is the meaning of this child of fortune? And why has his name suddenly changed? The reasoning is quite simple. The former Yi Chun has been possessed by this malevolent entity. And now another soul resides within Yi Chun's body. Astonishing. Is it possible to play such a game? No, wait. If this fellow has been usurped, will it affect my acquisition of circulation value? Of course not. As long as he continues to inhabit this physical form, connected to the bloodline of Qinlan, the host's ability to garner circulation value remains unaffected, at least until this fiend reaches the stage of transformation. He cannot extricate his soul from this body or exchange it for another. Thus he cannot escape the fate of having his fortune plundered, allowing me to reap circulation value. Moreover, the higher his cultivation, the greater the fortune value, and consequently, the more circulation value I shall acquire. Having received the answer he desired, Chen Qingyun's worries transformed into delight. He had even contemplated exposing this malevolent being. However, since he could seize the fiend's fortune, why bother with such disclosures? What is mine, and what is his is also mine. I shall profit without loss. Chen Qingyun gazed at Wujia with ever-increasing fervor, his smile becoming more genuine. Brother Yi, please indulge yourself. I procured these at great expense, and they are beneficial for enhancing your cultivation. Oh, I also have some spiritual wine. Do partake generously. With a flourish, Chen Qingyun produced 2 jars of spiritual wine from his storage bag, placing them directly before Wujia. By the way, Brother Yi, I see you're on the verge of foundation establishment. I wonder if the foundation establishment pills have been arranged. Do you need your junior brother to inquire on your behalf? At this moment, Chen Qingyun was anxious that this scoundrel might perish too soon. Jeopardizing his acquisition of circulation value, he had become overly concerned, akin to a father doting on his son. Chen Qingyun's series of actions left the onlookers astonished, hardly believing their eyes as they paused their tasks to witness his performance. Wujia felt a chill run down his spine, bewildered by the old man's sudden attentiveness. This old fellow, could he have some peculiar fascination? Qinlan, on the other hand, secretly reveled in joy, feeling a warm glow in her heart. This man treated her son so well, surely out of regard for her. It indicated he truly cared. Although his appearance had aged somewhat, his kindness toward her and her son made following him worthwhile. At this moment, Qinlan's gaze toward Chen Qingyun transformed, becoming more enchanting and bashful. Who said old men were undesirable? This particular elder, the more she beheld him, the more pleasing he became. He was truly a treasure. The longer she looked, the more infatuated she grew, wishing to leap into Chen Qingyun's embrace and reward this affluent old man abundantly.